The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The president, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the Earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline, the slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant, you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now, I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise. Excuse me, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York himself, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get, cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers, with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets, lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figure in considerable odds, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of dirks, bowie knives, and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill, as well as medicine to cure, could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
He's sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm. Like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean moving time?
Time universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Or it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. No nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position. Number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the rattles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but he'd give me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's had tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, the lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman whose name has not been transmitted to us approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position, and in New York that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lista Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
Everybody everywhere, and a hayloft greeting and our best wishes to radio station WLS on its 20th anniversary. Well, here it is, Victory Garden time again, folks. So get out your shovel and hoe, and away we go. For everybody is planting a victory garden these days. And are we going to be left out? Not us, Joe. Of course we're not. Why, say, look at Archie with that rutabaga seed, and old Gaby over there with the onion sets and garden tools. Say, Pat Buttram.
Yeah?
Just look at Lou Dinning. She's got an old shovel, an old hoe, and, golly, all she needs is an old rake.
Well, I might get Uncle Herkimer.
Here now, this victory gardening is a serious business this year, but we'll have fun anyway. So come on, chillin', let's put it over big and get out and dig, dig, dig.
Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. You can make one garden grow. Every seed you'll find will badly multiply till we've overcome our foe. Get out and work, work, work for the nation. We can keep our country free. Help the rain above, be the ones we love. Dig our way to victory. Planting corn every day. Planting peace come what may. When the sun trusts in God, and the earth will throw away. Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. Every heart will feel a glow. As we turn the tide, we'll be glad we tried to make 10 million gardens grow. Dig, 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 to make 10 million gardens
Oh, that's the victory garden spirit, folks. Why, already we're getting results. Just like magic, I see radishes, cabbages, onions. Oh, anything is likely to spring up.
We are here, Joe.
I knew it. And who pops up but those 4 syncopated young sprouts, Hezzy, Kenny, Gill, and Gaby, the Hoosier Hotshots. Are you ready, Hezzy? Okay. You heard what they say. We got a dig. Let's go.
Tony was a huckster with a cart and horse. What? And everywhere that Tony went, Maria went, of course. Is that right? She sat real close beside him as he shouted out his wares, and he stopped his cart for the customers on all the thoroughfares. From time to time, he'd look at her and whisper in her ear.
What'd he say?
Sweet little words meant for her, for no one else to hear. I love you, apples. You're sweet as cherries. I know my onions. You are the berries. Your lips are red like tomatoes. Your eyes are big like potatoes. Oh, celery, celery. Honeydew. And my celery's enough for 2. While my heart beats just for you. I love you, apples, I do. I love you. Rice fruit, grapefruit, fruity toot, tooty toot. I need you. String beans, lima beans, butter beans, beanie beans. And that's not spinach, turnips, parsnips, squash. You are the berries, raspberries. Lips like tomatoes. And eyes as big as sweet potatoes. Olive, oh, I love you. Olive, I do. And I'm in a pickle, 'cause I relish you. We can live on vegetable stew. I love you, apples, I do. Yes, no bananas. I love you, apples, I do.
again, folks. Victory Garden time means it's time for the Red, Red Robin. And here he comes, bobbing along with the Dinning sisters.
Have you heard? Now have you heard? When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he starts robbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red, live, love, laugh and be happy. What have I been through? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing the song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Each time the robin starts a bobbing, if I should see him appear, my heart starts a throbbing. Then I know spring is here. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he's a throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up and sleepyhead, come on, get out of bed. Don't start the day wrong. When the red, red robin comes bobbing. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along.
Well, say, your red, red robin sure is a sign that our Victory Garden will flourish, Dinning sisters. Oh, I can just see our garden a few months from now with country pumpkins and corn, acres and acres of corn. Huh? You don't have to wait for it, Joe. I guess not, Archie. Here he is, folks. Alabama's golden bantam boy, Pat Buttram.
Jody, how you doing?
Oh, just great, Pat. We're starting off our Hayloft Victory Garden again.
Yeah, most everybody's starting their garden nowadays, Joe.
Yes.
Everybody's
From
planting.
Hollywood.
Well, Pat, I hope you do better in our Victory Garden this year than you did last year.
Why, I done all right last year. I had so many vegetables in my garden there that I didn't have bugs enough to go around.
Now, listen, Pat, you were too lazy to do any good in our garden. I remember we put you to spading up the dirt, and a little fellow only 5 feet tall spaded up twice as much ground as you did.
Well, he ought to. He was closer to it than I was.
And another thing, Pat, when we were planting the garden last year, you were out there in the field with a hammer.
Well, I told you I was planting mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that. You just wait till you see my garden this year. I already got some things planted in it, some onions and radishes there.
Yeah? Do you think the radishes will come up?
Well, on me, they always do.
They do.
Oh,
now,
I mean...
wait a minute here.
No, but you just watch, Joe. I'm really going to have a good garden this year. There's a friend of mine in Washington. He sent me some special garden seeds. He used to work down there in Winston County. I know him.
What work did he do?
Well, he was sort of a handyman around the depot there. He'd tie up bundles and fix up crates and nail down boards. Anything that needed hammering down, he could do it. He's working for the OPA in Washington now.
Well, Pat, I selected my seeds this year from a seed catalog. I still think that's the best method.
I don't know. I looked into one of them seed catalogs the other day, and there's a picture there of the biggest cockleburr I ever did see.
Cockleburr? Why, Pat, that wasn't a cockleburr. That was a pineapple.
Well, I don't care what you call it. I'd sure hate to have to comb that out of a horse's tail, though.
Okay, Golden Bantam Buttram. But look sharp now, for you don't want to miss our Victory Garden visitor. Folks, the old barn dance has reached way down Texas way tonight to bring you a sweet young Texas miss who has made good in a big way. that brilliant young singing comedian of radio, screen, and stage who writes all her own ditties. And here she is, Cindy Walker.
There's a lonesome gal pining for her pal who's somewhere out there across the plain, and her eyes grow dim as she thinks of him, wondering when she'll see him again. Through the purple haze she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday. Leaning on the old top rail of the big corral, looking down that sunset trail for her long lost pal. Through the purple haze she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday.
Thank you, Cindy. That was just a ticket. Say, Cindy, how about Toodalumbo, huh?
A Toodalumbo, okay, boy.
All right.
Chin that fiddle and make it sing, chin that fiddle and make it sing. Listen to that classy thing, sing that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that fiddle and sing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Slap that bass and make a jump, slap that bass and make a jump. Listen to it, thump, 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 and that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that toodalum thing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Listen to that field guitar, listen to that field guitar, listen to instead of fire, keep that Toodalumbo. And on the bass, bass on the string, listen to that swing away thing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo.
Thanks a million, Cindy Walker. We're glad that you'll be back again with us next week, and that's a fact. Our Victory Garden Party swings right along, folks, and I mean swings. Come on, Denning sisters, let's hear your version of that San Fernando Valley.
Yippee, 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 yay. Yippee, yippee, yay. Oh, I'm packing my grip, and I'm leaving today. 'Cause I'm taking a trip California way. I'm gonna settle down and never, never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I'm safe to Satan. He will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise. He will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFB. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip. I'm gonna leave today. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip out California way. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm gonna settle down and never more wander or roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I am safe in Satan. He'll be there waiting, waiting for me when my journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise that he'd make the two of us one. I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. For I am gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. Yippee-yay, I'm going back today. Yippee-yay, I'm leaving right away to make the San Fernando Valley my home.
Well, you sure heated up that old valley, kid. But in case you've been wondering about Mistress Mary Quite Contrary and how her victory garden grows, folks, we refer you to those four rootin' tootin' young rutabagas who know all about her, the Hoosier Hotshots.
Okay, boys, let's go. Okay. They're missing from the cocktail bar.
You never see gal these days at cabarets or matinees.
The answer is they're working hard right out there in their own backyard in a Victory Garden Fair. You'll find Miss Victory there. Why, she's up to her ankles, her cute little ankles, in peas and potatoes and little tomatoes. She's up to her knees in good old cabbages green. And does she know her onions? Well, she uses her bean. While her garden she keeps growing, she keeps sowing, and she's 24 carats with me. For she's working so hard in her Victory Garden, she's up to her heart in victory. Yep, she's up at all hours, looking at them cauliflowers. To rake 'em, gotta plant 'em with her golden phantom. Oh, she's up to her waist in each green thing that grows.
And she jives with the chives as she hidey-ho-ho.
Yeah, instead of tangles and rumbers, she's planting cucumbers and she's counting their numbers.
That's right, Hezzy.
And her songs are all ballads, but vegetable salad. She's up to her heart in victory.
we've got to say is you sure know your vegetables, who's your hot shot.
Plant a little garden in your own backyard. There is so much you can grow. All you lovely charmers, help the busy farmers buy a rake and hoe.
We'll have plenty for the folks and children by and by. You should worry if the prices go up to the sky.
Oh, take a good advice and plant a little garden in your own backyard. Get out those old overalls for victory call. Right in your own backyard. Just take a rake and a hoe and victory will grow. Right in your own backyard. Come on, you fellows and gals, victory pals, rock with the sun. Dig for the right, and when the fight is won, you'll find that victory lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
So we know there's food enough for everyone to share. Raise a little extra for our allies over there.
Oh, you get busy now and plant a little garden in your own backyard.
The National Barn Dance was rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. As a special after-show treat, here are Louise Massey and the Westerners.
You'll be sorry if you break up our romance. You'll be sorry if you don't give love a chance when you see me out with somebody new. You'll cry and cry. You'll be sorry if you chase my heart away. You'll be sorry night and day. Let heaven start to cross your heart. Say I love you. You won't be sorry if you do. You'll be sorry if you chase my heart away. You'll be sorry night and day. Let heaven start to cross your heart. Say I love you. You won't be sorry if you do.
Porque yo ya no dejo el que será de valiente. Que como no do me mama, the light sure over me come. Porque cantando se alegran filito lento los razones. Oh, do you remember that night in September when under the beautiful heaven I held you in my arms and the moon was shining above. You brought me sunshine, for where our hearts are
friends, it's hymn time. And today our hymn is Yield Not to Temptation. Hope you enjoy it.
Yield not to temptation, for yielding is sin. Each victory will help you some other to win. Fight manfully onward, dark passions subdue. Look ever to Jesus, He will carry you through. Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you. He will carry you
I'm going to try to play the game and play it hard and play it fair. I may not win, but just the same, I'm going to try to do my share. I may not always meet the test as well as some more clever guy, but while my heart beats in my chest, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to stand the gaff, yet keep my nerve. I'm going to seek to love and work and play and laugh and never show a yellow streak. I'm going to struggle to be kind and not go hard of face and eye. I'll flop at times, but never mind. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to be a friend that folks can trust and who they know will be the same way to the end, whether the luck runs high or low. I'll hitch my wagon to a star and set my goal up in the sky. And though I may not get that far, I'm going to try.
Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you.
We present The Late Edwina Black, a mystery thriller by William Dinner and William Morham, with all the members of the original London theatre production, Stephen Murray, Catherine Lacey, Raymond Huntley, and Beatrice Varley. The Late Edwina Black.
Go, the home of the late Edwina Black.
Yes, what is it, Ellen? Come in.
It's your black dress, Miss Graham.
Shut the door, Ellen. The draft is unbearable.
I'm sorry, Miss Graham. I forgot. You don't like the wind bell tinkling, do you, Miss?
We should take it down.
Oh, no, Miss. You mustn't do that. It was hers. The mistress loved that wind bell. She often said it was like her laughter when she was young. And so
Did you say my black dress had arrived?
Yes, Miss. I unpacked it to save it creasing.
Bring it over here by the fire, will you, please? Would you mind holding it a little higher? Now, that's it. You know, after the after the mourning period, it can be relieved very nicely by white or scarlet.
It's a new sort of silk, isn't it, Miss? I don't remember the mistress ever having any like that.
It's a special mourning material, the dressmaker tells me. Made in London somewhere. Spitalfields, I think.
I expect the mistress would have approved. That's a very expensive dress for a lady's companion, isn't it?
I don't think so, Ellen.
You'll be looking for a new post now, won't you? It would never do for you to stay here unchaperoned now the mistress has gone, would it? I mean...
Leave my dress on the back of the sofa, will you?
Yes, Miss. By the way, Miss, do you know if the master is giving up the house?
I don't know, Ellen. Why do you ask me?
I thought perhaps he might have discussed it with you. You see, I wouldn't like to think of someone else living here.
I doubt whether many people would want to. It's so lonely. It's so far from the village. Oh, it's so unfriendly.
Call her this time of night?
I don't think Mr. Black will want to see anybody, so try and get rid of them as quickly as you can, Ellen. I'll go upstairs.
Yes, Miss.
Good evening, ma'am. Chilly this evening.
I didn't quite catch your name, sir.
Martin, ma'am. Henry Martin. Did you say Mr. Black was at home?
No, sir, he's not. He's out for his constitutional. But I don't think the master will see you. I'm sure he won't. This is a house of mourning.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to see him.
Miss Graham is in. Would you like to see her?
Miss Graham?
She was the mistress's companion, sir.
Oh, yes. No, I have to see Mr. Black himself, ma'am.
Couldn't you come back after the funeral tomorrow?
I'm afraid my business won't wait till then.
Are you from the Amberwood Weekly Press?
Heaven forbid, ma'am.
Then from the lawyer's office, maybe.
I am not, ma'am.
Then what is it you want?
I've come on a matter regarding the funeral, ma'am.
Oh, from the undertakers. Why didn't you say? They told the master they were sending someone about the bearers. You'd better come in out of the cold and wait.
Thank you, ma'am.
That way, sir, in the drawing room.
Thank you.
You can sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
I must say your firm supplies a nice coffin. Neat without being vulgar, as my missus would have said. And I like the shiny handles, quite genteel. She deserved the best, she always did.
Oh, I'm sure she did, ma'am. A sad loss.
Oh, it doesn't seem possible that I shall never see her again. Death can be very tragic for those who are left, for those who loved her.
Are you staying in service here, ma'am?
Why shouldn't I? It was Miss Edwina's house.
Miss Edwina?
I was with her ever since she was 21. I was a personal maid, a present from her father in the first place. No servant ever had a better mistress.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, ma'am.
And now she's lying up there, upstairs, just waiting to be buried. Oh, I mustn't keep talking about her. I mustn't. It brings her back to me so.
Keep busy, ma'am. That always helps.
Well, I've certainly got plenty to do. Jellies and cakes and hams for the funeral tea. You've no idea how grief makes people eat.
How's the master taking it?
Quite well, thank you.
I no doubt his schoolmastering keeps him from brooding. Boys can be little devils. I know, I've got a couple.
He's too easy with those hooligans. They just take advantage of him. You can't be too soft with boys.
I agree, ma'am.
I ought to have charged them for a week. Well, I mustn't waste time like this. I suppose you'd like a glass of beer while you're waiting. Miss Edwina always liked me to do that, even for anybody who was nobody, as you might say.
Oh, I'm not much of a one for beer, ma'am, but I wouldn't say no to a nice cup of tea.
Tea at this hour of night?
I'm very partial to a cup of tea. I could drink one almost any hour of the day.
Maybe you can, but I never make tea in this house after 4:15, and I hope I never shall. It's beer or nothing.
Then nothing, thank you, ma'am. If you'll excuse me, I'll just go outside and tell my cabby not to wait.
Well, you'll have to walk to the village if you do that. Miss Edwina got rid of our pony and trap after she took to her bed.
Well, it's only about a mile to the village, isn't it, ma'am?
You know your own business best.
I can walk. I'll be back very shortly.
Ellen, who was it, Ellen? Oh, just someone to see the master about the funeral. Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Ellen. Who was our caller? I've just seen the cab in the drive, so I came in by the back door.
It's a Mr. Martin, sir. He'll be back in a moment.
No, I can't see anyone now. Tell him to come back after the funeral.
He's come about the funeral, sir. The bearers, I think.
Oh. Well, I have to see him, I suppose. Oh, by the way, Ellen, you haven't hung any crepe on the back door. You know what the squire's wife will think when she rides down the lane.
Oh, I'll go and do it straight away, sir.
Lisa, your dress has arrived.
Yes,
First one I've given you.
and it's black. Oh, I hate black. Along the colour, masses of it. Rich, exciting colour. I seem to have worn dull, drab things all my life. And now the first dress you give me is black. Oh, Gregory, I don't want to go to her funeral. I can't bear the idea.
It'll be over in half an hour. An hour at the most.
Yes, but she's so many friends. They'll all be there. And what will they be thinking, saying about us?
Don't even worry either of us. Not now. We're not staying in this house much longer. There's only the funeral, and then we'll be free, Lisa.
Oh.
Completely free. Next week I'll start clearing up my affairs, and then, in a month or two, Italy.
Thousands of miles away from this house. No more whispering, no more deceit. Oh, it'll be heaven, Gregory.
You've been wonderful, my dear.
Sometimes I can scarcely believe we'll never hear her knocking upstairs on the floor of her room again. Never hear her sharp voice. Never have that feeling of guilt when we look at her.
I love you, Lisa.
Do you remember how she used to walk round the house drawing the blinds if there was the least bit of sunshine to save the carpets? No air or sunlight ever seemed to get into this house.
Yes, and how silently she used to do it. That's what I remember most. Silent where she walked, her eyes always looking on the floor. It's seeing everything around her.
It's going to take me a long time to believe she's dead. I don't think I will believe it until we get to Italy. Menaggio. It's such a peaceful name, isn't it? I found a wonderful picture of it this morning in those travel booklets.
Did you?
Now, where did I put... Yes, the bureau. Look, here it is. Menaggio overlooking the waters of Lake Como. Surely the lake will never be as blue as that. It's impossible.
Yes, it will be. And the poplars will be just as green.
Look at the carving on that bridge.
And the vines trailing over it. It's lovely.
I wish we didn't have to use our money. If only we could go away now, straight away. Couldn't we? You know, well, immediately after the funeral.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. That gentleman's back to see you, sir.
Oh, very well.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Good evening, sir. I hope you'll pardon this late call, but my business is urgent. It wouldn't wait till the morning.
It's certainly rather late. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, this is Miss Graham.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening.
Well, Mr. Martin, you wish to see me about the bearers, I understand.
No, sir. A private matter.
I'll take this dress up to my room.
No. There's no need for you to go, Miss Graham. What is your business, Mr. Martin? You can speak in front of my secretary.
Well, sir, it's rather a delicate matter. I hardly know how to begin.
You sound very mysterious.
Do I, sir? Well, I don't mean to be, but...
Hadn't you better come to the point?
I believe you've just lost your good lady, Mrs. Edwina Black.
Yes. The funeral's tomorrow.
Please accept my sympathy, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the lady had been ill for some time.
It's about 6 months. Why do you ask?
Well, it's like this, sir. Dr. Prendergast is worried about your wife's death certificate. It seems he regrets signing it.
Regrets signing it?
He's dissatisfied with the apparent cause of death, sir. So I've come to ask you to delay the funeral.
What?
Delay the funeral?
It's a bit awkward, I'm afraid, but it can't be helped, sir.
But who are you to interfere like this?
I'm a police officer, miss.
A police officer?
My card, sir.
Inspector Martin, Scotland Yard.
Yes, sir. The Home Office got in touch with us, and I was sent down to you.
I can't see why they should send you here. Surely you can see the funeral can't be delayed now. Everything's arranged.
I realize how you feel, sir, but I'm afraid it must be.
Must be? Why?
In order to discover the cause of your wife's death, sir. I believe Dr. Prendergast termed it a sudden death. He speaks of certain symptoms which now strike him as strange.
But Dr. Prendergast is not only old and doddering, he's quite beyond his work.
Oh, he admits that himself, sir. When he signed the death certificate, he'd just come from a maternity case which had taxed him considerably.
Surely you're not suggesting that my wife died by other than natural causes?
Oh, don't let's put it that way, sir. Let's say the suggestion will always be there unless the matter's cleared out.
But if you stop the funeral, the whole village will gossip. It isn't fair to the late Mrs. Black or to Mr. Black.
I'm only obeying instructions, miss. Forgive me, sir, but I'd like you to understand my position clearly.
Yes, yeah, I do, but I'm surprised at Scotland Yard wasting time and money sending you here.
Believe me, sir, it's the last kind of job I'd choose if I had my way. The doctor's notions will have to be indulged for everybody's sake. As a sensible man, sir, you'll realize there's no other course left. And after all, a pathologist's report will ease everybody's mind.
A pathologist's report? That sounds rather horrible, doesn't it?
Depends how you look at it, miss.
I shall speak to Prendergast. I shall write him a note at once. I suppose if he admits that he's satisfied with the cause of death, that will satisfy you, Inspector?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's out of my hands now.
You mean there's nothing I can do?
Well, post-mortem must be carried out. I realize how you feel, sir, but you must remember that I'm only doing my duty. A question has been raised concerning Mrs. Black's death, and the law must know the answer.
Even though the question is asked by a senile old man like Prendergast?
Yes, sir.
You know, as Mrs. Black's husband, I have certain rights in this matter.
There are no rights involved, sir. It's simply a question of our satisfying ourselves that the cause of death is correctly stated.
Well, I'm sorry I can't take it as calmly as you do, Inspector. I object most strongly. I won't allow a post-mortem.
Don't you think you owe this post-mortem to your wife, sir, in the circumstances? To her memory?
I should have stopped Prendergast attending my wife. The man's an ass. But it's an awful situation. What excuse can I give to the vicar, the undertaker?
Oh, don't you bother about that, sir. You leave it all to me. I'll make arrangements to have everything done discreetly, sir. I think we can keep the matter quiet. The funeral can take place as soon as possible after the post-mortem, say the day after tomorrow.
What about all the people who are going to attend the funeral? Half the village will be there. It might give rise to the most awful rumors. Well, it might even be suggested.
It's to stop any suggestion that we're having the post-mortem, sir. Well, I think that's all. I won't keep you any longer, sir. What's this? Touring booklets? You're planning to go abroad, sir?
Yes, for a holiday. Italy, as you see.
A touring agency, eh? I once had a trip with these people myself. My good lady came into a little money from her father, so we went to Paris. But you're going much further afield.
Oh, I don't know, Inspector. I should probably do a great deal of travelling now.
Bit of a stay-at-home myself, sir. Nothing I like better than to potter about my bit of garden at Streatham. Well, I'll be off. I expect I'll have the report through by Thursday.
You'll keep me informed, I suppose.
I'll come down at once, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Inspector. My apology if I've taken the matter rather badly.
But you haven't, sir. You've taken it very well indeed. Very well indeed. Good night, miss.
Good night.
No, don't bother, sir. I can see myself now.
That stupid fool of a doctor.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
You what?
I knew Edwina would stop us.
How can she stop us, Lisa? Now, do be reasonable. There's nothing to be frightened of. Why are you frightened?
I don't know. That's the awful thing about it. I don't know. Oh, well, you're frightened, too.
Nonsense. Why should I be frightened? She died a natural death.
Yes, but she stopped us from going away. She might almost be sitting there laughing at us, telling us we can't escape her.
For heaven's sake, control yourself, Lisa. There's nothing to be frightened of. The whole thing will be cleared up in a few days. But in the meantime, we must carry on as though Inspector Martin and the whole of Scotland Yard didn't exist. Now, will you promise me to do just that?
Yes, I will.
Good. Now, let's get back to business. This letter from the bank, they want Edwina's passbook. Could you get it for me, dear?
Oh, yes, it's upstairs. I'll bring it down.
Lisa, why are you gazing up the stairs like that?
The passbook. It's in her room. I hate going there now.
You're letting your imagination run away with you.
I can't go up there. I can't.
She's dead, Lisa. Can't you get that into your head? She's dead.
Is she?
Large garden you've got here, ma'am.
It won't be if you take much more of it upstairs on your feet.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'm being careful.
You've been in and out of Miss Edwina's room 20 times this morning.
Well, ma'am, I believe in being thorough. The job's worth doing. It's worth doing well. By the way, what's that Mr. Black I heard just now?
No, it wasn't.
I wonder where he is this morning.
I've already told you I don't know.
Regarding the sick room, ma'am, you're quite sure you moved nothing from it?
You keep asking me that. I've already told you that nothing's been moved to my knowledge since her death, except the things you took away the other day.
You're certain, ma'am?
I am, and the way you keep asking.
My good lady always says I need telling everything 6 times, ma'am.
She asks for it, marrying a policeman. Oh, good morning, miss.
Good morning, Inspector.
Weather looks uncertain, doesn't it, miss? I got to have a wet journey home.
I expect you want to see Mr. Black, Inspector. I imagine he must have gone down to the village.
Oh, well, I've no doubt he'll be back shortly. If you'll excuse me, I'll go upstairs just once again. Take another look at Miss Edwina's room.
Oh, but feeling better, miss? The vicar's wife was saying how upset you looked at the funeral.
Of course. Well, so are you, Ellen.
Naturally, miss. I loved her.
Is that you, Gregory?
Yes, back at last, Lisa. It's 12:15 already. The morning's nearly over. The stonemason buttonholed me as I came through the village. Edwina's hardly buried 3 days before the old man's on my track. He proposes to erect an elaborate tombstone.
Gregory, the inspector's here again.
Oh?
He's up in Edwina's room.
Did he say anything?
No.
The post-mortem took place 4 days ago. Surely he must know the result by now. Confound the fellow.
Hush, Gregory. He'll hear you.
Well, I'm angry. I have the greatest respect for the police, but I prefer them in street corners, not in my house. How long's he been upstairs in
Oh, a
that
long
room?
time. He's on and off for over half an hour. Why don't you go up and see him?
Yes. No, I think I will. Well, no, perhaps it might look odd being so anxious.
Well, it's natural for you to want to know you were her husband. Oh, do go up, Gregory.
Give him another 5 minutes. Come in.
Excuse me, miss, it's your laundress. She starched the collars better this week.
Thank you, Ellen.
That policeman's upstairs again, sir.
So I hear. He appears to regard my house as a hotel.
You'd no right to let me think he was an undertaker's
Well, he won't
man.
be here after today, Ellen.
He seems very curious, doesn't he, sir? He's been asking me all sorts of questions.
Indeed? What sort of questions?
About the house and Miss Edwina. When you and she first married.
I hope you didn't gossip.
What could I gossip about, sir?
No, nothing, of course. But I meant that... Well, your mistress was inclined to lose her temper and say the most unwarrantable things to us both, wasn't she?
If she lost her temper with me, sir, she was always justified and...
Hush, Ellen. The inspector's coming downstairs now.
Poking his nose into her room, it's indecent.
Morning, Inspector.
Good morning, sir.
I'll get along and prepare the lunch for two.
Just a moment, ma'am. There's something I want to ask you.
Me, sir?
Yes. May I sit down, sir?
Yes, do.
Thank you. Rheumatism in my knee. Always gets me when the wind's in the east. Now, ma'am, you were telling me just now that you acted as nurse to your mistress. And a very good nurse I expect you were, too.
I did my best, sir.
And you'll be responsible for carrying out the doctor's instructions.
Yes, sir.
For example, you'd see that she had her medicine without fail.
Of course, sir. No point in having doctors if you don't do what they say.
A very reasonable attitude, ma'am. And by the same token, you might say there's no point in having policemen if you don't tell them the truth.
Naturally, sir. Mr. Black thinks they cost enough anyway.
Indeed, ma'am. Well, we'll see he gets his money's worth. Now, you're sure you always gave your mistress her medicine, night and morning, and that you never forgot once?
Yes, sir.
Then we have a little mystery, ma'am, because the post-mortem reveals no traces of medicine at all.
Well, she had it, sir.
I don't think you're quite telling me the truth.
Not telling the truth.
Science is very exact. If she had it, we'd have found traces of it. You ought to know better than to lie to the policeman.
Well, I...
Yes?
I tried to make her take it, sir, but she never would. She'd just pour it away. Once she ruined a bottle of toilet water by pouring it into that, and she made me promise not to tell the doctor or anyone.
I see, ma'am. An obstinate invalid, eh? She didn't like the stuff, so she got rid of it.
She used to say it tasted horrible. And I don't think it would have done her any good anyway.
Well, ma'am, that solved my little mystery. And now I'll not keep you any longer from preparing your lunch for two.
Yes, sir.
Ellen, perhaps the inspector would like some lunch?
Oh, it's very kind of you, sir, but I have to catch the 1-5 to Paddington. No, I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea.
Tea for the inspector, Ellen?
Tea before lunch. Well, of course, if you say so, sir.
A very spirited lady, sir.
Inspector, I really cannot see it. It matters now whether my wife took her medicine or not.
Well, sir, when there's a post-mortem, we get a report, and then every little detail has to be checked.
Yes, I know what the official mind is like, but I hope that now you're satisfied and we've seen the end of it.
The end, sir? I'm afraid you don't quite understand. It's more like the beginning.
Beginning?
Yes, sir. It's my unpleasant duty to tell you that we've discovered arsenic in your wife's body.
Arsenic?
Yes, sir. Arsenic.
Good heavens, are you suggesting my wife died of poisoning?
Well, that would be the inference, sir.
Her medicine. Prendergast must have made a mistake in his dispensary.
But you've just heard the housekeeper say that she never took her medicine.
Well, she might have taken one dose, an overdose.
An overdose might make her ill, sir, but it wouldn't kill her. Besides, I've traced all the medicine bottles. Found them in the local dust tip.
In that case, Inspector, you must analyze them at once.
Oh, but you see, miss, they've been analyzed.
Well, Inspector, well?
The analyst found nothing in them save traces of medicine. Harmless medicine.
No trace of arsenic at all?
None. Which clears Dr. Prendergast of carelessness in his dispensary.
Then your pathologist has made an error in the post-mortem.
That's unlikely, miss.
But if arsenic was found in her body, how did it get there?
That's what we have to find out, miss. That's why I'm here again.
You're making her death seem so Strange. I don't like it, Inspector. It's disturbing.
A few questions might answer.
I'm tired of your questions, Inspector.
I know, sir, but I don't think you quite appreciate my position. I ought to put my point of view. Your wife dies suddenly. A post-mortem is carried out, and the report shows death to have been due to poisoning. I'm placed in charge of the investigation. Now, sir, if you were in my place, how would you set about the inquiry?
Well, I...
Yes, sir?
Well, I suppose I should have to ask some questions.
Exactly, sir.
I apologize, Inspector. But what is it you want to know?
Now, sir, there's a tin of weed killer in the greenhouse.
Weed killer?
Yes, sir. I understand you ordered it from the general stores in the village. Let me see. On the 2nd of October. It was delivered the same afternoon.
Was it? Yes, that's quite right. I did order some.
Are you suggesting that the weed killer was responsible for her death, Inspector?
I can't say yet, miss. But the particular brand Mr. Black ordered contains a high percentage of arsenic. I see the tin in the greenhouse has been used, sir.
Yes. We've always used weed killer here. My wife is very particular about the gravel paths.
When was it last used in the garden?
I'm afraid I can't remember that. No, I simply can't remember.
Do you mean Mrs. Black was accidentally poisoned by this weed killer, Inspector?
We'll hope. Accidentally, miss.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Yes, sir?
If there's no doubt about the poison, then have you considered the possibility that perhaps my wife... she was suffering from the strain of her illness. I don't know quite how to put this, I'm afraid.
Suicide? No, sir. Impossible. How could she have risen and gone to the greenhouse where you keep the stuff? The tin was only delivered after she was forced to take to her bed. The doctor's words bear me out there. He says she couldn't stand on her feet.
Oh, no, she was far too ill. We know that.
And no one in their senses would have taken the stuff up to her, would they?
No, of course not.
And there's not the slightest trace of any arsenical substance in her room. I'm afraid it can only point to one conclusion. Someone in this house must have... Well, your wife couldn't have taken the stuff herself, could she, sir?
Someone in this house?
Someone in this house.
But who?
Well, there's the housekeeper, though I hear she was deeply attached to her mistress.
Eleanor, she was devoted to her, almost like a sister.
Old ladies, in spite of devotion, have been known to commit serious crimes, miss, even murder.
Oh, but not Ellen. The idea's utterly ridiculous.
What do you say, sir? Do you think the old lady had a motive?
Well, the will hasn't been read yet, but we know she was left a small annuity, but it's silly to suppose that Ellen would do anyone an injury to get it.
Exactly, sir. The motive isn't large enough.
You mean...
Yes, sir?
You mean Mr. Black has a larger motive since he will inherit the fortune?
Good heavens. Do you mean that, Inspector?
I don't mean anything yet, sir.
But you said...
Please, put yourself in my place
And
again.
haven't you forgotten another possibility?
Have I, miss? Now, what would that be?
Well, Mrs. Bloom, who helped nurse Mrs. Black for several weeks.
I hadn't forgotten her, miss. Do you think she had a motive for poisoning Mrs. Black?
Mr. Black dismissed her for thieving, and I heard her say something about paying him out for it. That's true, isn't it, Mr. Black? I did hear her say that.
Yes, it's quite true, Inspector. I caught the woman stealing some of my books. I had to dismiss her.
But you doubt if she'd poisoned your wife in revenge, sir.
Yes, quite frankly, I do.
Oh, she might have done it to get you into trouble. Some women would do anything.
Do you sincerely believe that, miss?
No, of course I don't. It's quite ridiculous. But if she didn't do it, then Mrs. Black must have died by accident, or your man at Scotland Yard has made a mistake in the laboratory.
We may make mistakes at Scotland Yard, miss, but not in the laboratory.
But you're seriously suggesting that I would deliberately... Well, good heavens, Inspector, this is too unreasonable for words.
Unreasonable, sir?
But you really believe I poisoned my wife?
I have no belief, sir. I'm here simply putting my point of view.
Well, your point of view may be quite natural, Inspector, but you're wasting your time if you try to connect my wife's death with me.
If she did die of poison.
Yes, if she did die of poisoning.
She died of poisoning, sir. However, let's go back a few weeks before Mrs. Black's death. I'd like to know something of her habits, her daily routine. Did you see your wife that morning, sir? Morning of her death?
Yes, naturally.
How was she?
Well, pale and restless. The same as she'd been for several weeks.
Did she complain of anything?
No more than usual. I mean, she spoke naturally enough of the monotony of lying in bed on a sunny day.
Now, miss, as the lady's companion, will you tell me something of her daily routine?
Well, it's very simple. I mean, that is when she took to her bed 4 or 5 months ago. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I would have to brush her hair.
Say, from 8 to 8:15?
No, much longer. She liked me to brush it very, very slowly.
What time did she breakfast?
Well, the tray came up at 8:30. She always had tea and toast.
And preserves?
Honey. There's always honey.
Do you know if it was kept apart from the rest of the household preserves?
No, Ellen would take it from the same jar.
And after breakfast, miss?
Well, at 10 o'clock, Ellen and I would go up to her room and she'd give us our orders for the day. In my case, letters, a little shopping necessities, books, flowers for her room, and so on.
And then, miss?
Well, I'd read to her every afternoon.
She liked to keep in touch with the fashion notes, and also the latest novels.
And in the evening, miss?
She'd have a light dinner, then Mr. Black would come up, and of course I would go.
Yeah. How did Mrs. Black call anyone when she wanted attention? By a bell?
No. She would knock from upstairs on the floor with a stick.
A carved ebony stick.
Her room is... Oh, it was over this one.
And you go at once?
Yes. Well, often she'd not want anything at all.
I see. Now, sir, about stimulants. Did your wife ever take any wine, for instance?
Well...
Yes, sir?
But I have to admit that she was sometimes a little indiscreet.
She drank, sir?
No, that's not the way I'd care to put it. She was a little careless, perhaps. She tried to insist on this particular habit when she took to her bed, but Prendergast wouldn't allow it. No, Inspector, my wife didn't have any stimulants during her illness.
She have anything to drink apart from tea and so on?
A cup of warm milk every morning at 11 o'clock.
Who generally took it up?
Ellen.
Did she take it up on the morning in question?
I think so.
Are you certain, miss?
Well, if she says so, of course she is.
Oh, I'm wrong. I took it up that morning.
Oh. By the way, miss, did you get on quite well with your mistress?
Yes, of course I did. Perfectly.
I see. Now, sir, about that weed killer, is the greenhouse locked at night?
Yes. And the keys kept hanging in the hall.
Now, I want you to think very hard, sir. Can you recall who was last in the greenhouse on the night before your wife died?
Ellen. Yes, I remember distinctly. Ellen.
You're absolutely certain it was Ellen?
Absolutely.
I see in my book I've made a note that Ellen is under the impression that someone else locked the greenhouse door that night when I asked her very tactfully. She said Miss Graham watered some plants.
I did? In the greenhouse?
So she says, miss.
Did you, Miss Graham?
Well, I must have done if Ellen says so.
Did you notice whether the tin of weed killer was in its usual place, miss, on the shelf?
No, I didn't notice. I can't say.
I thought perhaps as you were the last there.
How could Elizabeth... I mean, Miss Graham, no, it would turn out to be so important.
And your wife died the next morning about 12 o'clock, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's anything else at the moment. I'm sorry we've delayed you from taking your holiday, sir.
I hope you'll soon bring your inquiries to an end. I'm anxious to leave Amberwood in a week or two.
But you wouldn't want to go with Mrs. Black's death not satisfactorily explained, would you, sir?
No, of course I wouldn't want to do that.
You were going to, Egypt, wasn't it?
No, Italy.
Ah, yes, of course. I saw those touring booklets, didn't I? Were you, going alone, sir?
Why'd you ask?
Oh, just curiosity, sir.
Well, I don't know yet.
They make those booklets very attractive, don't they? Those you had were ordered some time ago, I believe. I remember noticing the date when they were sent out. Travel agency always rubber stamps them before posting, as you probably noticed. Those you had were sent here about 5 weeks before the lady's death.
Really? Yes, that's quite right.
I don't mind telling you, sir. That puzzled me a bit.
Why?
Oh, 5 weeks in advance of the lady's death seems a little pessimistic.
Pessimistic? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, sir, really. Just that it was fortunate you had those booklets already here.
I ordered those booklets in advance because I'd often thought of going abroad.
But you didn't order them, sir.
I beg your pardon?
You sent for them, miss, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But why have you been asking me, Inspector? Why hide the fact that you knew Miss Graham had sent for them? You'd be making strange suggestions because they were ordered 5 weeks in advance of my wife's death. You'd be making quite a mystery out of it. Why?
Not at all, sir. I merely imagine Miss Graham sent for them at your request as a secretarial duty, sir.
Oh, I see.
12:30. Time I was off.
Inspector, Mr. Black did not order me to send for those booklets. I got them on my own initiative.
Then, you were very wise, miss, getting them so well in advance. Very wise as it happened.
Oh,
My apologies for having to bother you again this morning, but that greenhouse was worrying me, and who was there last? Well, I'm off to London now. I shall be back tomorrow morning, sir. Should either of you require me?
Well, why should we require you, Inspector?
Oh, I don't know, sir. You may discover something that I've overlooked.
Overlooked?
Overlooked. Well, good day to you, sir. Good day.
Exercise books I shall never correct. Now that I'm free of the school, I can't think what possessed me to enter the teaching profession. Lisa, push the lamp a little nearer, will you? Need so much light for your sewing?
Oh, I hate this room. So many drafts, so many shadows.
That's better. Ellen back here. I want to ask her for those housekeeping accounts.
No, she's probably staying at the vicarage until after the rain stops.
No doubt discussing Edwina's qualities with the vicar's housemaid.
Overlooked.
What did you say, my dear?
I wonder what Inspector Martin meant when he said that before he left this morning.
I don't know, my dear.
Something we'd overlooked. No, he questioned Ellen again about Edwina's food.
We mustn't keep discussing it, Elizabeth.
You can't dismiss it like a boy dismissed from class. It's here in the house with us, not letting us rest. Like this rain, it goes on and on.
You really must try not to think about it, my dear.
It's 3 days since they buried her. Only 3 days. 72 hours, thousands of minutes. I've never been aware of minutes before. Gregory, what could we have overlooked?
We'll keep talking about it, Lisa.
Are you as calm as you pretend?
Of course. Yes, of course I am.
I keep starting a little task like this piece of sewing, and suddenly I find myself staring at it, and 5 minutes have gone by, and I haven't made a stitch, Gregory. In this rain, all the flowers on her grave will be ruined.
Lisa, you must control your thoughts. Discipline yourself.
I can't. I keep seeing the inspector's face, the way he looked at me when he was talking of those wretched booklets. He must have guessed I was going to Italy with you.
Well, if he already believes we're lovers, and his knowledge about our trip to Italy can't make much difference, can it?
No, I suppose it can't. Oh, dear. My thoughts go round and round in a circle. It's all so confusing. And how I've always hated confusion.
Elizabeth, come sit here beside me. That's better. Now, try to keep your mind on Italy, on Menaggio. I'm certain we'll be there in less than 3 weeks. Incidentally, let's stop in Paris for a day or two. You'll need clothes and hats, and I've always wanted to buy you a necklace, a pearl necklace.
What do you say, Greg?
Lisa, aren't you listening to me? What a way to treat a man who wants to buy you a pearl necklace.
I thought I heard something.
Oh, impossible. We're alone in the house.
I'm sure I heard a sound upstairs.
Rubbish, my dear. It's only your imagination. Now, about those pearls, I think... Lisa, why don't you listen to me?
You remember how she would knock on the floor towards the last, beginning very softly and then thumping more and more.
You must forget her, Lisa.
Every room, every corridor is alive with her, every inch of the house. Her things, the things she chose, they belong to her and speak of her. We'll never get rid of her, Gregory.
Lisa, remember the first time I spoke to you about us? That time in the garden when Edwina had gone to the village. You came over and straightened my tie, remember? And you pushed the hair off my forehead and you said, Gregory, you're helpless. Why can't you keep tidy?
I didn't say that, did I? That's so long ago I've forgotten.
Why did I seem so helpless, Lisa?
I think because you were lonely. I was lonely, too.
But although it started with pity, you did fall in love with me, didn't you?
Yes, Greg.
I don't mind so much. Pity alone isn't very heroic, is it? I wasn't a very romantic figure, was I? You even mistook me for the gardener when you came out to drive that first day.
Well, you let me think you were the gardener.
You wore the ugliest hat I've ever seen. You had a rose in it as large as a cabbage, a really vulgar rose.
It may have been, but it was very fashionable. And how Edwina stared because we laughed when we were first introduced to each other. You know, I was very nervous of her.
You didn't show it.
I wasn't going to let another woman see how I felt. Certainly not Edwina. You see, at that time, I was quite impressed by her clothes and her jewels. You know, in all the houses where I've worked, I've always pictured myself as the mistress. I would tell myself how money, luxury, travel must give one a feeling of such confidence.
Money can do other things, too. In the hands of someone else, it can be a weapon, a reason for telling you 50 times a day that you're fortunate to have servants, a comfortable home, when your salary as a schoolmaster is only £125 a year.
Didn't you see what she was like when you first met her?
Lonely men are often blind, Lisa?
Oh, I suppose she told you her money didn't matter, that it was a gift given with a full heart. Oh, she was so easy to read, wasn't she?
She's gone now. She can't hurt us anymore. We said we were going to be happy. We are. You do believe that, don't you?
Oh, it's hard to think of happiness for all...
No use worrying, my dear. Something will soon turn up to prove the whole thing a mistake. Of course it will. We're together, aren't we? We have each other, haven't we?
Yes, we have each other. She's the only safe thing left. Gregory, that was the door of Edwina's room.
No, it couldn't be.
It was, I'm sure of it.
No, nonsense.
Oh, she's clinging to the house she loved.
Well, the door's locked. I locked it myself. Now, Ellen's left the box room door open. You know how careless she is. Well, how could it have been Edwina's door? She's dead and buried.
No, it couldn't have been her door, could it?
My dear, you're trembling.
My nerves, they've been dreadful since Inspector Martin came
Silly
here.
to let him upset you so much.
I can't help it, Gregory.
You've got no reason to be nervous of him. He's just an ordinary man carrying out his duty. Why should it upset you? You've got nothing to conceal.
Silly of me. I know it's silly.
It isn't as if you have anything to conceal.
He's just an ordinary man, a homely, ordinary man, just a man who likes pottering about in a garden. I expect he has a wife who's ordinary, too.
Why are you so nervous of him?
I think it's because he's ordinary that he frightens me. You know, when I was little, I had a doll. It was an ordinary doll with a smiling face. One day, the gardener's boy was clipping a hedge. He cut his finger, and some blood dropped on my doll's face. I screamed. She suddenly changed, suddenly become frightening. Just as the ordinary things in this house are changing, just as the inspector... I must stop this. Oh, what made me think of that doll?
I can't imagine why the inspector should frighten you so much.
He's ordinary, yet there's something behind his eyes. Perhaps it's power I see there. Power of what he represents. For the first time in my life, I can feel the whole weight of the law behind that ordinary man. Surely the inspector can't believe we had anything to do with Edwina's death. Surely he can't.
We said we wouldn't talk about it anymore.
No.
I must get on with my corrections.
Shall I help you? Give me some of the exercise books.
There you are. It's composition. I gave them the French Revolution as a subject.
Well, I know a little about it. The French found the guillotine very useful for cutting with. Master Smith understates a little, doesn't he? Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, spelt wrongly, and the Constitution, spelt wrongly. Do you want me to correct the spelling as well as the English? Do you want me to correct... Gregory, why are you looking at me like that?
What do you mean? You must control your imagination, Elizabeth.
Yes, I know I must. I'm giving way far too much. No, we've done nothing wrong. We've just made a mistake, a dreadful mistake. That pathologist made an error.
Yes, of course, of course.
Oh, who'd want to poison her? Mrs. Bloom, Ellen, why should they? And who else is there?
Nobody. But us.
We know we didn't do it, so there it is. Oh, if only they can find out so that that we can leave this house. Listen to the rain. Will it never stop?
Nobody but us.
Was the execution of Marie Antoinette 1793 or 83?
93.
I thought so.
Lisa,
Yes?
what made you send for those travel booklets?
I don't know. I just happened to. I've often sent for such things. You know, I've always wanted to travel so much.
Yeah.
Why do you mention them?
Well, it's just an idle remark.
Gregory, what are you thinking?
Why did you send for them so early?
Early? Did I know Edwina was going to die in 5 weeks? Gregory, what is in your mind?
No, nothing. Why'd you say that?
Because you spoke to me as if you were the inspector.
Oh, don't be so silly, Elizabeth.
You even looked at me as
Nonsense.
you did, as if I were lying.
Lisa!
Yes, lying. Now, why did I say that? Why did you make me say that?
I only meant it must have seemed odd to the inspector you're sending for them weeks before her death.
I think you mean you found it odd, Gregory.
You're twisting my words.
No. You had the thought that I... Oh, good heavens, surely it's not possible. No.
You're twisting my words, Elizabeth. Why shouldn't you send for them early? It's perfectly natural. You've always been interested in travel, and your nervousness is only caused by this house. By the way, she still seems to haunt us, isn't it? Well, why don't you answer me? You're not nervous for any other reason, are you? I can't believe there's anything in what the inspector suggests. Couldn't have been premeditation that made you send... Could it? Well, why do you sit there just gazing at me? Why didn't you tell me I'm wrong? Lisa, she was in our way, wasn't she? I don't like saying that, but she was, wasn't she? And you saw how much I needed you. And because you loved me... Lisa, did you? No, answer me. If you did, I'll understand. I love you, Lisa. I love you. I must know.
You believe I killed your wife. You believe I poisoned her. How dare you doubt me like this? Do you realize what you're saying? Do you think I would be capable of murder?
No, don't use that word, Lisa. Please don't use that word.
What you're accusing me of? Murder. Yes. A woman could do it because she loved. Many have. Besides, I hated Edwina. Yes, Gregory, I hated her. And I wouldn't let you see it. She was cruel. She was horribly cruel. Always making me aware of my place. Always patronizing me in front of her friends. My companion, Miss Graham, such a household treasure.
I'm not accusing you, but she was poisoned and in this house.
And there's only the two of us, isn't there? You and me. The inspector thinks one of us did it. It's no use trying to deceive me, Gregory. You really believe I did it, that I did it because I loved you. Gregory, how can you accuse me? How can you?
I'm not, my dear, I'm not. But all last night, all day, I kept telling myself something would happen to prove it was a mistake. And just now, I couldn't any longer.
It is a mistake, Gregory. Please say it is a mistake. Please say
it. I wish I could believe the pathologist was wrong, but I can't any longer. My brain won't let me anymore. My brain tells me she was poisoned. And if she was, who did it?
I swear to you, I didn't do it.
Very well. Now, let's forget all about it.
It's 9 o'clock. We haven't had anything to eat.
We can't go on accusing each other like this.
But I haven't accused you, Gregory. Helen left everything ready on a tray before she went out. So we might as well dine in here where there's a fire.
I'll clear away my books and things. It's not raining so hard now.
Hold the door open for me, please.
Let me take the tray while you put on the cloth.
Thank you.
Lisa, can't you forget what I said? It wasn't my fault. It was this house. It's affecting us somehow, making us say things we don't mean. It's alive with malice.
She's alive, Gregory.
Only in our minds, Lisa.
I feel at any moment she may quietly walk down those stairs again, smiling as she used to.
Only in your mind, Lisa. Why should we think of her? We know we didn't kill her, either of us. Oh, trust me, Lisa. Surely you can trust me.
Yes, people can't change so suddenly. Not people you love. And now you must eat, my dear. It's nearly an hour past your usual time. Well, sit down at the table.
I'm not hungry.
It's picnic fashion, I'm afraid. I told Ellen not to bother. See, cold chicken, salad, a trifle I made for you myself.
Shouldn't have bothered. Cheese and biscuits would have done.
But you like trifle. Gregory, I wonder what would have happened if we told Edwina.
Told her what?
About us. You never wanted to do that, did you?
You know what would have happened. There'd have been most dreadful scenes. I should have had to leave the school.
Yes, you had no money and Edwina was ill, I know. Compromise. It's always compromise.
It's not fair of you, Lisa.
Why did you never change her doctor?
Well, you know she'd never have anyone but Prendergast. Her faith in him was pathetic.
But you should have insisted.
Well, surely it was kinder to let her have him if she wished. There was no hope of saving her. It was only a question of time.
Yes, perhaps a year, 2 years. That's a very long time. Did you know she was leaving you her money?
Yes, but don't go on like this, my dear. You're worrying again.
Yes.
Lisa, we said we'd trust each other.
I'll make some coffee.
No, I don't want any tonight.
But it's already on the stove. It won't take a moment.
Oh, very well.
No, it isn't mocha.
Well, it isn't that awful stuff from the village store. You know, I can't drink that.
But I'm afraid we're out of mocha.
What does Ellen do with it?
Ellen? You should say Mrs. Bloom.
She hasn't stolen from the kitchen, too, has she? I should have prosecuted that woman. I was far too lenient.
You should have done it months ago.
Well, I would have done it if I'd known she was stealing from the sick room.
Sick room?
I told you. I saw her take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it into the pocket of her cloak on the very morning Edwina died.
No, you didn't tell me.
Well, I thought I had. So much happened that day, I must have forgotten.
Gregory, you say you saw Mrs. Bloom take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it in the pocket of her cloak.
I just told you so.
On the morning Edwina died?
Yeah, in the sick room.
But you were only in the sick room twice. Once when I was there at 10 o'clock with Mrs. Bloom, and not again until Ellen called you to the bedside at 12.
Yeah, I was in the sick room twice. What of it?
I gave Edwina her milk at 11 o'clock. If you saw Mrs. Bloom in her cloak, then she must have been leaving the house at 11:30 as usual, after I gave Edwina the milk and before Ellen called you at 12.
Why won't you stop talking about it, Lisa?
I want an answer, Gregory. Now, please don't put me off like this. What is your reason for not telling me you were in the sick room after I gave her the cup of milk?
Well, the explanation is quite simple. Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room.
Dead? At 11:30?
Yes. Don't you believe me?
No.
Lisa, listen to me. Why don't you help me instead of disbelieving everything I say? We're lost if we go on like this. Why don't you help me?
Gregory, if you killed her, then you've destroyed every hope we have. Every hope. How could we live together, love each other with death between us?
But I'm innocent, Lisa. You've got to believe me.
Gregory, you swear you're innocent.
Yes, Lisa. I swear to you I didn't kill her. I swear it on the Bible. Look, here's Edwina's Bible. Lisa, I swear I did not kill my wife.
Oh, Gregory, please forgive me.
You shouldn't have doubted me. How could you imagine I could kill anyone? I'm just a simple man, my dear. Murderers aren't like me. You know they can't be. Lisa, what's the matter?
I know I can hear something this time.
No, it can't be.
You can hear it, too. Ellen!
Ellen, what are you doing upstairs? What are you doing with that stick?
The stick, sir? I just went up to fetch it. Didn't you promise it to the vicar's wife as a keepsake from Miss Edwina? I forgot it, sir, when I went down to the village earlier.
When did you come back?
I didn't know you were back.
I got home just before the rain started. So I went to her room at once, in case I forgot the stick again. I've been sitting there remembering her. It was so very quiet. We never set her clock again. That's why, I suppose.
You shouldn't have come down like that, Ellen. You startled us.
Did I, sir? I know I shouldn't have sat there so long, but it was so quiet, what with the clock still standing at 12, just as I stopped it the morning she lay dying.
Stop the clock, you say?
In case it chimed the hour. I wanted her to have peace while she... Do you remember, sir, how still and peaceful it was in the room when I did that? And how my Miss Edwina just looked at us.
That's enough, Ellen.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll just put this stick in the hall stand. The vicar's wife is sending a girl for it tomorrow. Shall I make you some coffee or cocoa, sir?
No, thanks.
Very good, sir. Good night.
Damned old fool. No, I can't work. Look, come and sit by me, Lisa, and let's talk about our tour to Italy.
No.
What is it? What is it?
You said Edwina was dead when you went up at 11:30, but she wasn't. Ellen's just said she stopped the clock at 12 when Edwina lay dying, not dead. Edwina was alive when you went into her room at 11:30. What were you doing in that missing half hour?
Lisa, if you loved me, you couldn't talk like that. I never harmed her, Lisa. I'd never kill a human being. How could I?
Gregory, will you tell the inspector about your visit to the sick room?
You really want me to do that?
An innocent man would do it.
I see. You want me to shoulder the blame for her death because you're afraid of the police. Yes. Yes, you want me to be guilty. You should have been more honest with me. You should have confessed it when I asked you. You poisoned her. What? You poisoned her because you've always wanted luxury. You've always wanted to be the mistress of a large establishment. You killed my wife for it, and now you want me to take the blame.
What do you say?
You'd do anything to get what you want. I believe you'd even poison me.
Poison you?
Yes. Why not with this food?
It'd be easier for you, wouldn't it? Because everything has gone wrong. It'd be easier for you if I were to die tonight.
Easier for me?
Yes. You could say I'd committed suicide because I'd murdered my wife and was afraid now that the police were making inquiries. You'd be safe if they thought that, wouldn't you?
But what are you saying? I'm not trying to poison you. But no doubt you want me to swear that on the Bible, too. Yes, look. Shall I swear on the Bible, too?
Lisa,
Gregory. This isn't a Bible at all. It's not a Bible. It's a Latin primer.
But I thought it was a Bible. Both the covers are black. I thought...
You knew it wasn't. You swore to me on that you didn't kill her. Were you afraid to swear in a Bible because you knew you were going to tell a lie?
No, Lisa.
You did kill her. You've told me lie after lie.
You must believe me.
Lie after lie.
I won't have you say that. You hear?
Don't shout at me. I'm not one of your schoolboys.
You're trying to dominate me as she did.
How dare you say that?
To think that you could smile at me and let me kiss you while you were planning what you were going to do. You could be in my arms and think of murder.
Oh, there are worse crimes than murder. You've shown me that. I've been poisoned, too. Poisoned by your lies, your talk of Italy, your love-making that meant nothing at all. You said I was the only woman in the world for you. Together we'd have a glorious future. Lies, lies, lies.
You talk of love to me, Elizabeth. What was it for you but an escape from poverty?
I should have known that a man who was capable of living on his wife's money was capable of anything.
I did not live on my wife's money.
You were content to let her keep you, weren't you?
It's not the truth. I had my own salary.
£125 a year. Did it pay for your servants, your luxurious surroundings, your expensive clothes?
How dare you throw that in my face just as she did?
It's all true, that's why. She only had to raise a little finger. You came running like a little pet dog. You've never looked at yourself honestly all your life. You've only seen what you wanted to see. You daren't. Because then you'd have known you were only a sentimental, weak coward, a silly little schoolmaster who couldn't even control his own boys.
You could say that to me after making love to me.
You made love to me.
Indeed. And I succeeded very easily, didn't I? Lisa.
Gregory. I didn't mean to strike you like that, but...
Very well. Now I will tell you why I lied and said Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room. I'll tell you the truth.
The truth from you?
This is the truth. Look at me. I said, look at me. When I went up to the sick room at 11:30, Edwina told me you were trying to be rid of her. She said she thought she'd seen you putting something in her milk.
Why did she tell you such a lie?
Well, I thought then that she was simply trying to make trouble between us.
You mean she knew about it? She knew all the time?
Yes. You'd always comforted yourself by saying that Edwina never knew. I didn't want to take that comfort away from you. I should have told you from the beginning that she knew about us.
I wish you had. It would have been easier.
I told myself she was only talking nonsense about the milk, but when the inspector came and I started thinking about those booklets, I thought perhaps you might have done it for my sake.
I didn't do it, Gregory. You believe that, don't you?
Yes. So Edwina's suggestion, it made everything so sinister.
Oh, aren't we silly to let Edwina come between us like this? You know, we're grown-up people and we behave like children.
I was cruel to you, my dear. Gregory Black, whom the boys defy, just as you said they did.
No, that was a vile thing to say. It isn't true.
It is true. But I'm going to change, my dear. I'm going to be strong. And you're going to help me.
Yes. We'll not worry about the inspector. Oh, we'll not worry any longer.
We'll laugh about it, my darling. I even thought you'd poisoned this trifle. No, it's funny, don't you see?
Well, I'll never make you another trifle as long as I live.
Oh, it's wonderful to be laughing again. This calls for a grand gesture. We'll drink to it. We'll drink to Menaggio. I'll get the port and 2 glasses from the cupboard.
You know I never touch port.
Well, you're going to touch it this time. Don't argue, my love. It's a special occasion.
Oh, Gregory, you're right. I won't argue.
That's better. There's a glass for you. Now, will you give the toast?
Yes, Gregory. I drink to Italy, the sunlight, and Menaggio. Gregory, why aren't you drinking? Well, stop gazing in your glass and drink to Menaggio.
Just see you on the terrace, standing beside me near the green poplars and the blue water. We're going to be happy at last, Lisa. Happy at last. It'll be the end of worry for both of us. Both, thank heaven.
Then drink to it. Why aren't you drinking? Is there something wrong with this port? Gregory! Oh, I didn't know you were out this early in the garden, sir.
I've been down to the village, Ellen, to fetch Prendergast, so I came back across the field. How is she now?
She fell asleep about 8:30, sir, after she got over another turn of sickness. I'll close the window if you don't mind, sir. These early mornings are far too cold for me.
Prendergast was out on a case. His wife said she'd send him up directly he got home. Have you done everything you can for her?
As much as I can, sir. I'm not a doctor, sir.
But do you think she really needs a doctor?
I'm not likely to know what's wrong with her, sir. She's as white as a sheet. But then who isn't after sickness? She didn't say much to me, too old to speak, I suppose, sir. But her eyes... She kept staring into space like anyone seeing a ghost, as if she was scared.
Is there anything I can do?
Nothing at all, sir. She'll be all right for a few minutes, even if she wakes.
Ellen.
Yes, sir?
What did you do with the other glass of port that was left on the table when we took Miss Graham upstairs last night?
I threw it away down the sink.
You shouldn't have done that. I wanted it.
Miss Graham kept saying something about the port being bad. Some nonsense about poison. As if port could turn poisonous even if it was bad.
It seems a little unlikely, doesn't it?
That's what I said. Well, if that'll be all, sir.
Yes, that's all. Thank you, Ellen.
Very good, sir. I'll go and make the beef tea.
What are you doing with that bottle, Gregory?
Lisa, I thought you were too ill to leave your room.
I am ill, but I've strength enough to come downstairs to be here when the inspector arrives. You remember he said he'd be coming this morning.
I haven't forgotten.
I've made up my mind. I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm going to tell him that you murdered your wife and then tried to poison me. You realize that bottle of port is poison, don't you?
Yes.
Then put it on the table. The inspector will want it.
I was going to.
All these months, I never knew you. All these months.
Well, here he is.
Yes.
You will have your wish now, Elizabeth. You'll be able to denounce me to him. He'll believe you, too. You're clever enough to make him believe you.
Where are you going?
Upstairs.
Oh, no, you're not. For once in your life, you shan't run away.
I'm not running away.
You run away all your life. This time you can't do it. This is something you've got to face. Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, you're up, miss.
Yes, Ellen, I'm up.
It's Mr. Martin, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. I hear you've been ill. I'm sorry.
Yes, I am ill, Inspector, but not as dangerously as I might have been.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear it, miss. May I sit down, sir? I've been all round the village since before 8 o'clock this morning. Hasn't done my rheumatism any good. Far too much exercise.
Inspector, Mr. Black has something to tell you.
Have you, sir? Well, there's just one question I want to ask Miss Graham, first of all, then we'll hear what it is. Now, miss, how often do you go to the chemist in the village?
Very seldom.
Now, I want you to cast your mind back to last April. You went there and you bought some soap and some tooth powder. Can you remember buying anything else?
Well, of course I can't. It's so long ago. But, Inspector, you'll see that all this is a waste of time when you hear what Mr. Black has to say.
I think it was about the second week in April.
I told you I can't remember.
Well, that's a pity, miss. Pity. Perhaps later on you might be able to recall it.
Inspector.
Yes, miss?
Last night I was nearly killed.
Really, miss?
I was given a glass of port from that bottle.
Well, port isn't usually considered very lethal, miss.
Well, this port is different. This port. Gregory, tell him about the port.
Well, sir, what about the port?
Gregory.
Now, sir, tell me about this port.
Well, it's poisoned.
Indeed, sir. How do you know?
I was violently ill after being given a glass of it.
Who gave you a glass of poisoned port, miss?
Mr. Black.
It was perfectly harmless as far as I knew. Well, I had a glass as well.
You didn't drink yours. Inspector, he poured out 2 glasses and he made me drink mine first.
It was only sheer chance that I didn't drink it. Now, I'm afraid, Inspector, I must tell you that in my opinion, Miss Graham poisoned that port herself. She took just enough to make herself ill, no more. Just enough to make me look guilty when she accused me of murder.
That's a very serious charge, sir.
Inspector, he knows I didn't do it.
Now, you each had a glass and only one of you drank. Well, where's the untouched glass?
Ellen threw it away.
When did you last have a glass of porter?
Well, not for several weeks.
And you, miss?
I've never had a glass before in this house.
So bearing in mind that the housekeeper's teetotal and that the late Mrs. Black was forbidden by the doctor to drink, that bottle would have been in the house for some time.
Yes.
You absolutely certain of that, sir?
Yes.
Then how is it that when I called at your wine merchant this morning, I was told that a large number of bottles of port came into this house during the last 6 months?
Well, I knew nothing about it.
You can't throw any light on it either, miss?
No.
Well, we'd better have asked the housekeeper. I'll ring if you don't mind.
Inspector, this is a complete waste of time. Isn't it obvious? He was giving his wife poisoned port.
And what motive would you give Mr. Black for doing that, miss?
He knew he was going to inherit her money.
Did he? But you see, that's not strictly true.
Not true.
No, miss. I called on Mrs. Black's solicitor this morning. I understand he's coming here tomorrow for the reading of the will. He told me a most interesting fact. That you, miss, inherit a half of Mrs. Black's fortune.
I?
Yes, miss.
No, it's not true.
Quite true, miss.
It can't be.
Did Mrs. Black ever say anything to you about it?
She did say one day she'd make me wealthy, but I thought she was just talking nonsense or playing one of her cruel jokes.
You never told me, Elizabeth. Why didn't you tell me? Well, now you see, Inspector, there is a motive.
A motive? Oh, yes, sir, we have a motive. But you're forgetting something.
Forgetting something?
You come into the other half of the fortune, so you have a motive too, sir. I wonder what's happened to that housekeeper. You know, miss, I hope you won't mind my saying so, but you have very attractive hands. Think I notice hands?
What have my hands got to do with it?
Nothing, miss, nothing. But they're so shapely and white. Beats me how you ladies keep 'em like that. One of those feminine secrets, I suppose.
Come in.
You rang, sir?
The inspector wishes to ask you a question, Ellen.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's about the port, ma'am.
I'm teetotal, sir.
So I understand, and a very excellent thing, too, ma'am.
I can't help then, can I?
Ah, but I think you can, ma'am. In the past 6 months, a considerable amount of port's come into this house, and I'm trying to discover what's happened to it.
How should I know? I don't keep the key of the cupboard.
I doubt whether this port was ever kept long enough to be put in a cupboard. Did you ever give any of it to the late Mrs. Black?
Give her port, sir? Why, the doctor had strictly forbidden it.
But you never took any notice of the doctor, ma'am. You told me in this house only a week ago that Mrs. Black never took her medicine, that she used to pour it away, and that you knew it.
That was different, sir.
Ah, ma'am, I don't want any nonsense. You can go to prison for telling lies, you know. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen that bottle before?
I don't know, sir.
Have you or haven't you?
I might have done.
Where did you see it?
I found it in Mrs. Black's room the morning she died. She used to hide it away from the doctor. I brought it down and put it in the cupboard over there.
You brought it down?
Yes, sir.
So you did give Mrs. Black port? A lot of it?
I wouldn't have given it to her, sir, but she used to crave for it. And it brought the colour back into her cheeks and made her feel so much better.
You come into a nice little annuity by her death, ma'am. I suggest you might have tampered with that last bottle of port.
Tampered with it, sir?
I'm trying to discover how Mrs. Black died.
You mean... Oh, what a wicked thing to say. As if I would have harmed her. Besides, Mr. Black knew she was having the port, sir.
That's not true,
Oh,
Ellen.
yes, it is, sir.
Did you ever see Mr. Black take it upstairs?
No, sir, but he knew it was coming into the house. He knew that.
That'll be all, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. As if I would have harmed her, as if I would have harmed her.
Now, Mr. Black, why did you tell me your wife didn't have any stimulants during her illness?
Well, I didn't want anyone to know. I didn't want anyone to realize that I sometimes had to give in to her. She kept at me day after day until I did give in.
And you allowed her port, knowing it was dangerous in her condition?
What did he care about that? It was just an easy method of giving her the weed killer.
I did not touch that weed killer.
Inspector, is there any need to prolong this? You know the truth now.
Oh, sorry, miss, but you must bear with me for a little while. There are some things I know and some things I don't know. I shall have to explore everything. For example, I'm still interested in that little purchase you made last April. Then there's the weed killer and the cups of milk. So many questions just have to be answered.
There is also that bottle of port staring you in the face. He put weed killer into it.
But we've analyzed the weed killer that was used for the garden. Less than half of it was composed of pure arsenic that had dissolved in liquid. The rest of it was like sand. Wouldn't dissolve in anything. This liquid is perfectly clear. Look at it against the light. You see? Perfectly clear.
You mean that bottle does not contain weed killer?
I do, sir. Because, you see, your wife was not poisoned by weed killer.
Not poisoned by weaker, I don't understand.
You will, miss, you will. Now, we come to that little purchase you made last April. Apart from soap and tooth powder, you also bought a certain preparation that's quite fashionable nowadays.
I may have done. But what has that got to do with all this?
I hope to show you in a minute. But I wish you'd try and recall that
But
purchase.
how can I recall it last April? It was so long ago.
I think it was for your hands, miss.
Oh, yes, I did buy a preparation for my hands. Something to whiten the skin.
Perhaps you can describe it, miss.
Well, it was a powder which I had to dissolve in water.
Exactly, miss. The chemist ought never to have sold it to you. But I suppose they're very lax in these country districts, and he probably makes an exorbitant profit out of it. Poison laws need tightening up. You see, miss, that powder was pure white arsenic.
Arsenic?
I'm afraid so, miss.
But I never knew it was arsenic. I just used it on my hands. I swear I never knew.
Are you sure you never knew, miss?
I didn't know it was arsenic. And I didn't put arsenic in that bottle of port. I know nothing about the port. I didn't even know Mrs. Black was drinking it.
I should think as a lady's companion, it was your business to know what she was
Why, I
drinking.
wish you'd leave me alone. I've told you I'm ill. I feel faint.
Inspector, surely the inquiry can be closed now. You've learnt all you came to find out.
Not quite, sir. Now, miss, I believe you used all that packet on your hands.
Yes, I did.
I understand. That was in April. But you ordered a second packet in June. Now, sir, as master of the house, you left all the shopping to the women folk.
Why do you think my wife kept servants,
Right,
Inspector?
so, sir. But there'd be little things you'd buy for yourself in spite of that. Books and so
There
on.
isn't a bookshop in Amberwood, Inspector.
No, sir. But there's a barber's. You'd have to go down to the village for that occasionally, wouldn't you? One of those things the women folk can't do for us, eh? And I dare say that on one of those little excursions you might have bought something for your wife. Some little thing she particularly asked you to get for her.
No, Inspector, my wife would hardly have trusted me. Besides, she had Miss Graham to do that sort of thing for her.
But perhaps Miss Graham would have trusted you, sir. You might have got something for her if she'd asked you to.
Well, I might have done, yes.
Exactly, sir. That's my point. You did get something for her. The second packet of powder, sir. The second packet of arsenic.
I got the second packet.
So the chemist says he's most emphatic on the point.
I don't remember anything about it.
Oh, come, sir. You've got a habit of not remembering.
But I remember. It was when Ellen was ill in bed with a cold, and you said you would get it for me on your way back from school.
I didn't know it was arsenic. Miss Graham asked me to fetch the preparation. I just gave it to her, that's all.
Now, miss, did you use all that packet on your hands?
No, I didn't use the whole packet.
Where is the remainder?
It was in my room.
Well, it's not there now.
No, I must have mislaid it.
You mislaid it, eh? Well, that's a pity, miss. A great pity. Because the remainder of that packet killed Mrs. Black.
Huh?
Now, miss, regarding that preparation, did you always keep it in the packet?
Yes.
I asked because the chemist said he suggested it should be kept in a container, because long exposure to the air would discolor it. He says he generally told his customers that.
But I didn't bother.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. I remember telling Miss Graham that she ought to do it when I gave her the
Yes,
packet.
but I didn't bother to do it.
But you did bother, Elizabeth. Because I saw the stuff in a silver bowl.
You say you told Miss Graham it should be in a container, sir. Then you knew that arsenic was likely to go dark if exposed long to the air.
Well, the chemist told me so.
I wondered, sir. Because you'd have more than a passing knowledge of chemistry, wouldn't you, since you're a schoolmaster? You might have known the peculiar properties of arsenic.
But I didn't know it was arsenic. I've told you that.
Where did you see the silver bowl?
I don't remember.
Where is it now?
I don't know.
Do you know, miss?
Well, how can I know? I've never seen it.
Oh, I find myself at a loss. Both of you stand to inherit a considerable sum of money. Both of you were in love. Both of you had access to arsenic. Miss Graham mislays a quantity of it, which later poisoned your wife, possibly in that bottle of wine. A silver bowl, which may or may not contain arsenic, and which would or would not reveal traces of this, is missing. If we could find that bowl, we could verify one or other of the conflicting stories, but neither of you can tell me where it is now. If your wife hadn't died, sir, you might have both gone on for years, the two of you sitting in this room waiting. While in the room above, Mrs. Black continued to maintain her feeble hold on life.
Are you suggesting that Miss Graham and I poisoned my wife between us?
People in love have been known to act in an extremely desperate manner, sir. I'm not suggesting anything, sir. I'm merely relating the facts. And the facts are not particularly helpful at this moment. I'm afraid I can only ask you to accompany me to London, where we can take proper statements and go into the matter a little more fully.
You mean you're arresting us?
Well, sir, let's rather say that you've been called in for further questioning.
But I was poisoned by that port last night. Would I have done that myself, Inspector?
I can't say, miss. There's so many stories about this bottle of port. But we'll sort it out, miss. We'll have the bottle analyzed, and we shall know all about it. It may prove to be the drink which poisoned Mrs. Black. Now, there's a train at 10:05, or is it 10:25? I shall have to look it up. It'll be a cold journey, so with your permission, sir, I think it might be a good idea if we had some tea before we left. I'll tell the housekeeper. Excuse me, please. I won't be long.
No matter what he says, they'll arrest us when we get there and charge us both with murder.
Why haven't you the courage to admit that you took the arsenic from my room?
No, what's the use of arguing? Unless one of us confesses, they'll believe we did it together. And the more we blame each other, the worse it'll be for us.
I'll make them see the truth.
What is the truth? You and I were secretly in love. My wife died of poisoning. We started at a disadvantage, don't we? There have been too many lovers who've got rid of the wife who was in the way.
I feel Edwina's watching all this. How she must be enjoying herself.
I can't face it. They'll question me, question after question, pushing me further and further into a trap.
Yes, you can stand there and say that, but you were quite content to let me take the blame to save your own skin.
And so are you. Oh, it's no good, Elizabeth. We're bound together by her death, bound together by what happened to her. We can't escape her. But there's one thing we can do. Run away. Now, at once. If we can get abroad, we shall be safe.
Where should we go? Menaggio?
Well, there must be somewhere in the world where they couldn't find us.
And what will our life be like if we ever reach it? I'll tell you, living in shabby little cafes, afraid to go out in the sun, starting an alarm if anybody knocked at the door.
After a time, we'd be safe.
And Edwina will be with us always.
So you won't run away?
No.
I'll tell you why you won't run away. Because you still think I'll be convicted. That you'll be allowed to come back and spend the money you inherited through murder. And when you do come back, you'll change into another Edwina. You're even beginning to look like her. Your eyes are cold and hard.
Gregory, keep away from me.
You both shamed me and humiliated me. You've turned me into a weak coward between you.
Let me go. You're hurting me.
Admit that you killed Edwina. You won't destroy me. Go on, Elizabeth. Admit it. You shan't destroy me. I won't let you.
What will you do?
No, nothing. That's the whole point. Nothing. You both succeeded too well. Come in.
Mr. Martin tells me you'll all three be going to London by the 10:05 train, sir. So I've packed a bag for you.
Thank you, Ellen.
I've also packed a few things for you, Miss Graham. Now, sir, about the house.
No, you can see to that, Ellen.
No special instructions?
No.
Miss Edwina was the only one who gave special instructions. But then everything had to be just right for her. You're much more easygoing, aren't you, sir? But perhaps you don't love the house as she did.
There we are now. It trains at 10:05, sir, so we've got plenty of time. Oh, I hope you'll pardon the liberty in your kitchen, ma'am, but the kettle boils, so I made the tea. I always make the tea when I'm at home.
You got the wrong cups.
Have I now? Well, never mind, ma'am. I'm not much of a one for these dainty little thimbles are going for nowadays. I like a good-sized cup. Now, miss, you'll have some tea, won't you?
No, thank you.
There's a cold journey ahead of us. I think you ought to have some.
Oh, very well.
That's right. Sugar, miss?
No, thank you.
Oh, dear, I'll put it in now.
It doesn't matter. Thank you.
Sugar for you, sir? There you are, sir. I'll put one in. Now, ma'am, you'll have a cup of tea, won't you?
I'll have mine in the kitchen.
Oh, I think Mr. Black will waive convention for once, won't you, sir? I'm sure you like plenty of sugar, ma'am. There you are.
Thank you, sir.
You seem to be enjoying this, Inspector.
Well, why not, sir?
I should have thought it was hard in the moment.
Moments like this happen quite frequently in my profession, sir. But, you know, few moments in life are too serious for a nice cup of tea. What an attractive sugar bowl this is, isn't it? I often wish my salary allowed me to collect silver. Finely engraved piece, isn't it? I like the way the designers entwined the letters E.B. with the pattern of leaves. Your wife's initials, of course, sir.
Where did you get that?
Why, ma'am, it's only a sugar bowl.
It's not a sugar bowl, it's...
I'm sorry, ma'am, I thought it was. That's what comes of letting your kitchen be invaded by a man.
You didn't find it in the kitchen.
Now, where else would I find it? Could it have been under some bushes in the garden?
You put some in my tea.
Put what in your tea, ma'am? Sugar?
It wasn't sugar, it wasn't sugar.
What was it then, ma'am?
Of course, it was the arsenic.
He's put some in the tea.
I've done nothing of the kind, ma'am, but I suggest you put it in Mrs. Black's port.
No, they did it. Miss Graham, Mr. Black. The two of them. They were the only ones who wanted to get rid of Miss Edwina.
But you threw the bowl away.
They told me to do it.
That's a lie, Inspector.
And they told me not to tell anyone.
When did they tell you to throw it away, ma'am?
The day after Miss Edwina died.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Just a moment, sir, please. Now, ma'am, what did they say to you? They told you to throw it away?
They did.
They didn't say anything else. They just said, will you throw this away in the garden?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you think that strange? It looks a very valuable bowl.
I didn't think at all, sir. I just did what I was told.
Then how did you know the contents was poisonous?
I knew it had poisoned Miss Edwina, didn't I?
Did you, ma'am? And how did you know that? Neither Mr. Black nor Miss Graham told you. As far as you were concerned, it was just a bowl they wanted thrown away.
I guessed it.
No, ma'am, you didn't. I suggest you knew it was poison because you'd already given it to Mrs. Black in her port.
But why should I harm her? I loved her, do you hear?
And you've also stood to gain a comfortable little annuity from her death, ma'am. I suggest you stole the hand preparation from Miss Graham's room and put it into the bottle of port before you took it upstairs to your mistress.
I didn't steal it. Miss Edwina asked me to get it. She said she wanted it for her hands, and she told me to put it in the silver bowl.
And then you poisoned her.
I didn't poison her. She poisoned herself. Oh, my, what have I said?
Now, ma'am, just calm yourself and tell us the rest.
Just before she died, she told me she'd taken some of the stuff in her milk.
You mean her port, ma'am?
She told me it was her milk.
Are you sure?
Sure as I'm standing here. She said she'd done it because of them, because they'd made her so unhappy she didn't want to live anymore. And she told me not to tell anyone and to throw the bowl away.
And you knew that Mr. Black and Miss Graham might be accused of her death. In fact, you deliberately accused them just now.
No more than they deserve. They'd hurt her cruelly, and I was going to let them suffer in return. They ought to suffer like she suffered up there in that room alone, unable to move and knowing that they were down here carrying on. If it hadn't been for them, she'd have been alive today, alive, and I'd been looking after her.
But she'd have died anyway, ma'am, according to the doctor.
I'd have kept her alive somehow. But now you've tricked me into telling you, and everybody will know about her. I don't care what you do to me. You can send me to prison, but nobody must know about Miss Edwina killing herself. They mustn't know she committed such a sin. The vicar's wife, the whole village, they respect her memory. They must always respect it. Oh, you mustn't tell. You mustn't tell.
Now, ma'am, calm yourself. You and I will go and have a little talk, shall we?
Nobody must know. You mustn't tell, please.
All right, ma'am. Now, you leave it all to me.
Nobody must know. Nobody. Miss Edwina would never forgive me. She'd never forgive me. You mustn't tell anybody. You mustn't.
Now, just leave it to me. It'll be all right.
Edwina. Not you or I, but Edwina. Oh, Gregory.
She wanted to hang us. She knew she was going to die, so she schemed and plotted in that damn sick room of hers.
She was mad. I remember now, it was she who advised me to get that preparation for my hands. Well, she knew it was arsenic.
Who else but Edwina could have thought of such a thing? Who else would have used her own death in such a way?
Ellen said Edwina was poisoned with a cup of milk. But I was ill, so who poisoned...
She's quieter now. She'll be all right. I hope you'll pardon that very clumsy ruse, but there was nothing else I could do. I was guessing. Till a few minutes ago, I had no inkling of the truth. Just imagine. A frail, sick woman commits suicide and causes all this misery. But where did this bottle of port fit into the picture? That's what I asked myself, sir. In fact, I've been asking myself that for the last half hour. And I can only come to one conclusion. A conclusion based on something I heard in this house 2 or 3 days ago. Do you recall it, sir? It concerns your late wife.
No.
I have a theory. Let me remove the cork and perhaps... as I thought. The smell of this contents explained why you thought you were poisoned, miss. Do you remember Mrs. Black had a habit of throwing her nasty medicine away anywhere just to get rid of it? This bottle happens to be handy, possibly with a little port left in it. So why not pop it into that?
But I was ill, Inspector.
Of course you were ill, miss. You had a strong overdose of wine last night, and in your overwrought condition...
Only medicine. And all the suspicion we built from it.
We human beings are very open to suggestion, sir. In the dark, an overcoat hanging on a door becomes a monster. A tree becomes the devil himself. Amber Wood's been a dark place these last few days. So medicine becomes a deadly poison.
And Edwina was behind everything. Edwina.
Can we blame the poor sick lady entirely, miss? After all, she wouldn't have succeeded as far as she did unless...
Unless what?
The ground has to be fertile, sir, if the seed is to flourish. There's 9:30 now. I hurry, I'll catch the 10:05 train. I'll go by the garden way, if you don't mind, sir. Drink it for me. You'll be hearing from us very shortly. Final formality, sir. Good day to you both.
He's right. It was our fault, Gregory. Not either of us, but both of us.
And now we're free, Lisa.
No, Gregory. She's won, hasn't she? Even after her death, Edwina has parted us.
But our love for each other...
Our love. What a shoddy, tawdry thing that turned out to be. I think I'll go to my room now and pack.
You're not leaving me?
Yes, Gregory.
We could try again.
Could we? Could we live together, love each other without remembering the dreadful things we've said? I couldn't. I'm going upstairs to my room now.
If you leave me now, I shall be alone. Alone with her. Alone with Edwina. Lisa, please, come over here. Lisa, we can try again. Don't you see? We know each other now. With no romantic illusions left, we really know each other. We could build on that, Lisa. We could build.
Gregory, if only we could.
We can, my dear. Menaggio's still there, waiting for us.
Oh, Gregory. Yes, you're right. We can. We will.
That was The Late Edwina Black by William Dinner and William Morham. It was acted by all the original members of the London theatre production. Ellen, the housekeeper, was played by Beatrice Varley. Henry Martin of Scotland Yard by Raymond Huntley. Elizabeth Graham, the companion, by Catherine Lacey. And Gregory Black, husband of the late Edwina Black, by Stephen Murray. The recorded production was by Raymond Rakes. Raymond Huntley is now appearing in Difference of Opinion at the Garrick Theatre, London.
Whitehall, 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 604MR530 from the official files of Scotland Yard. Leo M. Stefanovich, former member of the Polish Navy.
Yes, I deserted the Navy.
Marian Konieczki, who'd fought in Spain.
What I am interested in is money.
Kazimir Kashuba, who was found dead. Albert Stevens, the coppers narc.
It's a living.
Superintendent Alistair Watkins of Scotland Yard.
I must warn you that if you expect high adventure in Limehouse or sinister Orientals lurking in dark byways, you'd best turn off your wireless now. We're quite ordinary people at Scotland Yard. Professional policemen, catchers of criminals, and we don't go in much for the picturesque, the way we're sometimes pictured. However, if you'd like to see how we proceed upon a case, I'll ask you to step inside our Black Museum and meet the man in charge of it. Come in. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who's in charge here.
How do you do?
I'm afraid that the so-called Black Museum is neither black nor a museum, nor is it the Grand Guignol. We have here a large number of guns, knives, other weapons which have been used in crimes. We have also disguises, clothing, exhibits of all sorts that have helped in solving many of these crimes.
I think you ought to explain, John, why we keep these gruesome relics.
Yes, indeed. They're here for a purpose quite removed from idle curiosity. They're principally for the use of the men of Scotland Yard in studying crime techniques and exemplars of crime methods. They bring to life the cold words contained in our files, and the most useful as well as graphic. For example, in this case, Superintendent Watkins is reenacting for you. Now, this is a bullet that killed a man. It was fired from this gun, 32 caliber Waltham automatic pistol. And it was Scotland Yard's job to prove that. And this, the top of an ordinary mechanical pencil. This was a very important bit of evidence. Just a cheap little metal pencil.
It wasn't cheap for the man who lost it, John.
Well, it cost him his life, you see.
We were standing in the corner of a saloon bar in Whitechapel, talking. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc, and me. I expect you don't know what a narc is. N-A-R-K. In America, I think you call him a stool pigeon. Every detective in the world has his pet narc, and Albert Stevens was mine. It was an insignificant place we were in, and Albert Stevens' 2 mild and bitters had set him talking 16 to the dozen.
I don't suppose you'd know him by sight, sir, but I could tell you how to find him. That is, I've seen him about here and there. It's American cigarettes they're handing now, but they ain't got many left. And when they're sold out of them, they'll try something else.
Have you got any ideas, Albert?
No, sir, not yet. But it'll be something big, I'm sure of that.
Do they know you, do you suppose?
Nobody notices a taxi driver, sir. They've rode in my cab twice now, and they've never even looked at my face. But I've looked at them.
Will you have another mild and bitter, Albert?
Well, I wouldn't say no, sir. Here, miss. Fill this up here, will you, again? Will you? Thank you. They're some kind of foreigners, sir, they are. Thank you, miss. This I know. They're in the black market up to here.
You said that. What kind of foreigners?
I can't understand them much, except when they talk about, well, what they think is English. Greeks or Spaniards or Russians, I think. All 3 of them. Oh, they tip quite nice, too.
But you're sure they're in the black market?
No doubt about it, sir. I hear enough about it.
Don't know their names?
Well, one is called Marion.
Marion?
And the other's name is Kashmir. Kashmir. Maybe he's an Hindu. And the other is a gentleman in some kind of navy, sir. Not ours. Some foreign navy. He wears a uniform.
Who seems to be the boss?
Well, I'd say this here Kashmir is, sir. He's an odd man, he is, sir.
Is that all you know about them, then?
That's all I know right now, sir. Well, ain't that worth 3 pints of mild and bitter, sir?
Just about, Albert.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd have a spare 10-shilling note on you, sir.
I have, Albert, but not for you, my lad. When you've something better than a comic trio of foreigners who gibber about American cigarettes, maybe, but not till then.
Would you like to buy a magnificent new solid gold mechanical pencil, sir? Here. A sacrifice for 10 shillings.
Where'd you get it?
A lady gave it to me, sir. Now, what say 7 and 6 to you, sir?
Come now, Albert. You know that's worth all of 9 pence.
9 pence, then, sir? I need the money.
Come off it, Albert.
Well, then, sir, what did you say if I told you these foreign blokes is murderers?
Shouldn't believe a word of it.
Oh, they might be, sir.
Well, when you can prove it, come round and see me, Albert.
Well, don't I get another pint, sir?
Here, miss. Another of the same for my friend here. Night, Albert. Scotland Yard next morning, I walked leisurely down the long corridor on the 2nd floor that leads to my office. A voice hailed me as I opened the door to my office, and I looked back. It was Detective Sergeant Llewellyn, a Welshman who'd been a constable at the Water Street police station when I was a sergeant. Here was a welcome face. David, I said, I've not seen you in 6 months.
Longer than that, indeed, Superintendent. It's 10 months, and I'm very glad to be seeing you.
Where have you been?
To the Army all this time, sir. I was seconded to MI5.
Yes, I heard that.
It was tiresome work, but now I'm back, thanks indeed to the Lord.
Taking a well-earned rest, I expect.
Oh, indeed, to goodness, no. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm on a case already.
Can we have dinner this evening, then?
I'm not so sure, sir.
What have they given you?
Oh, a murder.
Good bloody one?
I've just seen the man. He's bloody enough, indeed. They found him shot to death in his car early this morning.
Where?
Chepstow Place, Notting Hill. The constable who found him in his car parked beside the curb thought he was taken with drink and sound asleep. But it was a .32 caliber bullet in the back of his neck and out the front of his head. Very gory.
Know who he was?
A foreigner, it seems, with the name of Casimir Kasuba.
Oh.
Whatever's the matter, then? Do you know him?
Come on in my room here. I don't know the chap, but I have an idea I know someone who does.
Well, indeed, to goodness.
Come on in while I telephone. I've got his number in my book here. At least a number where I can reach him. Ah, here it is.
Whoever is he, Superintendent?
Chap named Albert Stevens, a narc. Talking to him just last night. Mentioned a chap named Kashmir, he called him. Foreigner. Just might be. Now, where is the beggar? Every little bit.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, hello. Is Albert there? Albert Stevens?
Yes, been home since yesterday morning. Who wants him?
When he comes in, tell him to telephone Watkins. Watkins, got that?
Hoskins?
Watkins. Watkins. He knows me.
What do you want?
Just tell him to call me, that's all.
Does he know where to call?
Yes, it's very important. Do you understand?
He ain't come home since yesterday morning.
All right, have him telephone me at once.
You needn't shout at me, Mr. Bloody Well Watkins.
Goodbye. Not there. No, telephone me. I say, where can I reach you?
Oh, I've got all this report on the man to write up, for goodness sake. I'll be in my office till noon.
Oh, he'll telephone me before that, I'm sure.
Well, I must be going, sir.
I'm sorry I couldn't reach him just now. But I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from him.
I'll be very grateful to you, sir. It was good seeing you again.
Been a long time, Llewellyn. Well, goodbye.
So long.
So long, old chap. Oh, you dropped something.
Eh? Where?
There on the floor beside your right foot.
Oh, must suppose this.
What is it?
Found it in the car with the dead man.
Huh?
A top off a cheap mechanical pencil.
Let's see it. Do you mind?
Not at all. Don't have to be careful of fingerprints. They've had it in the laboratory. Nothing on it.
That's it.
Beg your pardon, sir?
I've seen this pencil before, Lou.
Oh, millions of them about, no doubt. The chap that was killed must have lost it.
No.
Eh?
I've seen this particular one before. I saw it last night.
I don't follow you, sir.
Huh. That settles it. Look here, closely.
Yes?
See these initials scratched on it? Very tiny here. Probably done with a pocket knife. See it? A.S.
By crikey, A.S., that's what they are. Whose do you suppose?
He offered to sell it to me last night.
Who?
Albert Stevens, the copper's narc. I was just trying to telephone.
Goodness sake.
So that's why he hasn't come home.
Eh?
He said he knew this Casimir. He said Casimir had money. And money was what he needed.
Well, Casimir was robbed, we know that. But I never knew a copper's narc to have the courage to commit murder, sir.
Why, I bought him the courage, old boy. 4 pints of mild and bitter. Suppose that makes me an accessory to murder?
The constables who were dispatched to the home of Albert Stevens reported that he was still absent. At 11 the next morning, he had not yet come home. His wife knew nothing of his whereabouts, nor did the garage people, where he usually kept his cab. At noon, a teletype signal was sent to all metropolitan police stations giving a description of the man and the number of his cab, GLP 301. The same information was published next day in Metropolitan Informations, which goes to all police officers. There was no immediate response. Neither the man nor the cab could be found. By now, Superintendent Watkins had been officially assigned to the case, and on the morning of the 4th day, we held a strategy meeting in his office. He had some new information for me.
They found the gun.
Indeed, sir.
They've been taking the car to pieces down at Hendonport, you know. They found a .32 caliber Walther automatic pistol hidden in the lining of the top.
Good.
Our friend Casimir was killed by a .32 caliber bullet, you know. And ballistics assures me that this is the gun from which it was fired.
Good. Fingerprints?
What?
Fingerprints.
None. The ballistics say they're sure that more than one shot was fired from the gun.
How could they tell that?
There are 2 cartridges missing from the clip. And it seems they found too much powder fouling in the receiver and the barrel for one shot. I don't quite understand, but they're quite positive.
They find more than one bullet?
Only the one that went through Casimir's head was embedded in the dash of the car.
Where's this other one, then?
Somebody else's body, I expect.
That?
Whose, I say.
Yes.
Oh, blast. Superintendent Watkins here.
Hi, Watkins. Fletcher here, T Division.
Hello, Sailor.
Okay, we found your man Albert Stevens.
Oh, good. Found him.
Oh.
Where was he?
Sitting in his taxicab.
Where?
At the bottom of the Thames.
What?
Near Wapping Old Stairs. One of our boats found him.
Is he dead?
Twice dead, old chap. Drowned and a bullet through his heart.
Well, so that's where the other bullet went. I admit I'd more or less dropped a brick in pinning all my hopes of a quick solution of the case on Albert Stevens. Llewellyn and I moved at once to realign our strategy. This was our estimate of the situation.
It is possible that Stevens did murder Casimir, of course.
Possible, but not probable.
The forensic laboratory people, the ballistics people, say that the bullet they found in Stevens' body was fired from the same gun that killed Casimir.
The .32 Walther automatic they found in the car.
But then, who killed who?
I suspect that since the gun was found in the car with Casimir, he was the last one shot, wouldn't you?
Well, then, of course, Stevens couldn't have killed him.
Right. Stevens must have been dead and at the bottom of the Thames when Casimir was shot.
Then who killed Casimir? Obviously not Stevens.
The forensic laboratory can tell us who died first, I hope.
We know.
How?
The gun. It was with Casimir, remember? Unless someone shot him, then took the gun and killed Stevens with it, pushed him into the Thames, and then brought the gun back.
Sounds silly.
Indeed.
Then who shot Casimir?
One of Stevens' friends might have if he knew Casimir killed Stevens. Revenge.
How do we know Casimir shot Stevens?
Well,
Besides, Stevens didn't have any friends. Except me. And I don't think I did it.
His wife, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, besides, how could she get that gun?
No friends.
None I know of. I knew Albert rather well.
What?
Casimir had friends, though. Albert told me about them.
Who?
A man named, woman's name, Marion.
I don't know. Him.
And a man who wears a foreign Navy uniform.
Polish? Casimir was Polish, and a deserter.
I suspect our man's a deserter, too. They were all mixed up in the black market, Albert said.
What sort of black market, sir?
Oh, all sorts, it appears.
Why should they kill Casimir? Or Albert Stevens?
Well, Albert, that's simple. They found out he was an informer, a narc.
Why Casimir?
Oh, people had been murdered for money before. Perhaps Casimir was cheating them. He was apparently the boss.
Well, a crook who cheats a fellow crook is asking for it.
Let's get on to Marion and the Navy officer.
All we have to do is find them.
Now, allow me to digress for a moment. There was, of course, no record anywhere of Casimir's former address. We put people on that at once, suspecting that Marion and the Navy officer might live close to Casimir's home. But another day dragged by without tangible result. I was sitting gloomily in my office, trying to think of a more tenable theory than the one we had tentatively adopted. Oh, blast the phone. Yes, Watkins here.
Delighted to see you, sir. Inspector.
What's her name?
name, please?
Miss Dottie Telfer.
Spell it, please.
Talianeerro. You've heard of me. I'm the actress.
Miss Dottie Telfer, sir. And
Actress. You know me.
actress, sir.
What's she want?
She says it's in connection with Casimir... What was the name, miss?
Kashuba, I said.
I heard her.
Yes, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir.
And ask Sergeant Llewellyn if he'll just step in here.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Good afternoon, madam.
Are you Superintendent Watkins?
I am. Sit down, madam.
I thank you.
You said you knew something about Casimir Kashuba.
Yeah, I saw in the Express that he's dead.
Extremely.
And good enough for him, I'd say.
You knew him?
Yes, he was a crook.
I'm afraid you're rather late in telling us that, madam.
Well, I mean to say,
What sort of dealings did you have with him?
I never had any. Well, I mean, he cheated me, and now he's dead. How am I going to get back the £17 I gave him? That's what I want to know.
Why did you give him £17?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Come on in, Llewellyn. This is Miss Dottie...
Telfer. I'm a music hall star at the Shepherd's Bush Empire.
How do you do, madam?
Sit down, Llewellyn. Seems Miss Telfer has given Casimir £17.
Whatever for, miss?
Well, I expect it's rather silly of me, but I couldn't resist it.
Resist what?
Well, I was having a late supper after the show last Tuesday, and there was a man, Kashmir Kashuba it turned out to be, sitting 2 tables away from me.
That the first time you met him?
Of course. Do you think that... On the table before him was the most magnificent handbag.
Handbag?
A woman's handbag, the kind I hadn't seen for simply years. I couldn't resist doing what I did.
What did you do, madam?
Oh, I know it's breaking the law, but isn't everyone in the black market?
Not everyone exactly.
Aye? Oh, well, I just stepped over to the table and introduced myself, and he gave me his name, and I said, would you mind terribly telling me where you got that adorable bag? I wanted one myself, you know.
Black market.
So he said he manufactured them and that I could have one if I liked. All I had to do was to give him £17 so that he could buy the special leather it was made of. And in a day or two, I could call at his flat and it'd be ready for me, do you see?
And you fell for that old one?
You called at his flat?
Would you believe it? When I called, he professed never having seen me. He said he was not a manufacturer.
He wasn't.
And nothing I could say would make him give me back my £17 or the bag.
And did you kill him then?
I did not.
Later, perhaps.
I never killed anyone in my life. I'm a law-abiding...
Will you give us the address, my dear law-abiding young woman?
Oh, it's in Maida Vale somewhere. I think I have it here, in my shabby old handbag.
Thank you very much, Miss...
Telfer.
An actress, I think you said, yes. Well, that'll be all, Miss Telfer, and thank you very much. Come along, Llewellyn.
Yes, but how am I going to get my £17 back? The man's dead
You're
now.
not going to get it back, Miss Telfer.
What?
You're very fortunate. The black market's cost you only £17. It cost Casimir his life. Ready, Llewellyn?
Within 20 minutes, a Scotland Yard car dropped us at the address in Maida Vale Miss Telfer, actress, had supplied us. We interviewed the proprietor of that dismal place, a cross-eyed young man in an unusually dirty waistcoat in the red Mingus tartan. His name, he informed us, was Ian Kalbfleisch, and he had a cold.
No, he ain't here. We're quite aware of that, my good man. He's dead.
Did you murder him?
No. Are you in the black market, too? No.
May we see his room?
Tain't his anymore. Whose is it, then? Another man. Who? An officer. Navy officer. Oh? RN, RNR, or RNVR? Not one of ours. Polish Navy.
When did this Polish naval officer take the room, Mr. Kalbfleisch?
Day after the murder.
Oh, you know the day of the murder, then?
I can read. Was it all the papers? Is this man here now? No. Will he return? He always has.
Was this naval officer a friend of Casimir's?
I don't know. May we see the room? Got a warrant? Yes. All right. Second door on the left. Come on, Lou.
All right.
It's unlocked. Come on. No, leave the door open, Lou. Our friend with a runny nose might just warn him that we're here.
Right. I'll keep watch.
While Llewellyn kept watch from the open door, I made a quick search of the place. I found nothing at all of any apparent importance until I went through the pockets of the navy greatcoat in the closet. I was about to exhibit my findings to Llewellyn when he hissed sharply at me from the doorway. What's up?
Chap coming in, wearing a navy uniform.
People in your room, Commander.
Who are they?
Police. Scotland Yard.
What do they want?
If you'll come in, Commander, we'll be glad to tell you.
Who are you?
Sergeant Llewellyn of Scotland Yard. I think you'd best come in, sir. Come in, sir.
What is the meaning of this, may I ask?
What is your name, please?
Leo M. Stefanowitz, Commander, Polish Navy. What do you want?
I should like to ask you a question.
Well?
May I ask you where you got this mechanical pencil, sir?
I will tell you. I got it,
Well, where did you get it?
I didn't kill him.
Kill whom, Commander?
Why, Casimir Kashuba.
This was Albert Stevens' pencil, Commander.
I didn't kill Albert.
The top of this pencil was found in the car with Casimir Kashuba's body, Commander.
I didn't do it.
Perhaps you can explain, then.
Yes,
Well?
Marion did the killing.
Oh, indeed, Marion.
Yes, I told him not. It was Marion who did it, not me.
Oh, our friend Marion. He did it.
Yes, I am telling you the truth. Marion.
Do you know where Marion is?
I will take you to him. Yes, I will help you. He did it, and I will help you find him. Please, let me take you to him.
Please.
Will you please? Casimir was my friend.
I'm just wondering something, Inspector.
Huh?
I am wondering if Albert Stevens was also his friend.
Let's go and find your friend Marion, shall we, Commander?
It was a quiet little hotel we drove to in the West End. Inspector Watkins and me and the commander all jammed in the police car together. The clerk nodded in a familiar way to Stefanowitz when we entered.
Is my friend in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't announce us, please. We will work the lift ourselves. Get in, gentlemen.
All right.
Now, we shall see justice done.
Indeed.
The first floor, gentlemen. The door directly opposite. Here.
Who is it?
Leo, Marion.
Who is with you?
No one.
Come in. Ah, Leo, my boy, I am glad.
We are from Scotland Yard, sir. I warn you, both of you, that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What is the meaning of you murderer? What? Yes, these gentlemen have come to arrest you for the murder of Casimir.
Sacre, you traitor! You coward!
Arrest him, gentlemen. He is the murderer.
You look, this man. He's the one who fired shot.
Huh?
He's the one who did it. I see him do it.
You see me? You know you did it. He is the one, gentlemen.
I'm not. He should catch me from behind as I sit in front seat.
I was in the front seat. He did it.
Sacre!
Oh, tak, Topris, you said, Marion Konechny. You murderer, you thief, you...
Gentlemen, Marion Konechny and Leo Stefanowitz, I arrest you both on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Casimir Kashuba and of Albert Stevens. You've both been warned. Have you nothing to say? At the trial, the two men admitted all the details of the two murders. Albert Stevens, it seems, had talked too much about his relations with the police, and someone in a moment of rage had shot him, and his cab had been dumped into the Thames. Walking away from there together, they'd stolen a motor car. Casimir Kashuba, who had been drinking heavily, twitted his companions about the new hold he had on them as murderers. He boasted that he'd had no part in the crime and one of the two men had shot him in the back of the neck with a Walther automatic pistol. Each man blamed the other. The jury took 25 minutes to decide who was guilty. Mr. Justice McConaughey placed the black cap on his head.
Marian Konyatsny and Leo Stavanovich, the jury have found you and each of you guilty of the murder of Casimir Kashuba. It is the sentence of the court that you and each of you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution, that you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies respectfully...
The two men appealed the verdict and won. They were immediately tried for the murder of Albert Stevens and again heard the fatal words,
that you there, each of you, be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The latter sentence was carried out.
You have heard the eighth in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled by special permission from the official files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed. Otherwise, the story is true. Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Jack Goldstein and Collie Small. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure zooming your way today with Joel McRae featured in another authentic story based on the files of the Texas Rangers.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Late Edwina Black.
Quite catch your name, sir.
Martin, ma'am. Henry Martin.
I don't think the master will see you today. This is a house of mourning, you know.
I'm sorry.
He's out for his constitutional in any case. Would you like to see Miss Graham?
Miss Graham?
She was the mistress's companion, sir.
I have to see Mr. Black himself, ma'am.
Couldn't you come back after the funeral tomorrow?
I'm afraid my business is about the funeral.
Oh, you're from the undertaker's. Why didn't you say? You can sit down if you like.
Thank you.
No, not there, if you please. That was her chair, Mrs. Black's. My poor Miss Edwina's. No one else ever sat there in her lifetime and shouldn't do now. Death can be very tragic, Mr. Martin, especially for those who are left, for those who loved her.
Yes, indeed. Are you staying in service here, ma'am?
Oh, why shouldn't I? It was her house. I was with her ever since she was 21, and no servant ever had a better mistress, nor a more stylish and graceful one. Did you know all her clothes came from Paris?
They say she was a fashionable old lady.
Old? She wasn't old. She had the figure of a girl of 20. Oh, she loved that wind bell. She used to say it was like her laughter when she was young. It was, too. Now she's lying up there, just waiting to be buried.
How is your master taking it?
Quite well, thank you.
I've no doubt his schoolmastering keeps him from brooding. I'll Just tell my cabby not to wait, if you'll excuse me, ma'am.
You'll have to walk back to the village if you do.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am.
Who was it, Helen? Oh, someone to see the master about the funeral, Miss Lisa.
He's taking a longer walk than usual tonight.
Oh, that must be him now, Miss Lisa. Oh, yes. There's a Mr. Martin called to see you, sir, about the funeral. He'll be back again in a little while. I'll be in the kitchen if you want me.
Lisa, I see your dress has arrived.
Yes.
The first dress I've given you.
And it's black. I hate black. I long for colour, rich, exciting colour. I seem to have worn dull, drab things all my life. Now the first dress you give me, black. Gregory, I don't want to go to her funeral. I can't bear the idea.
It'll be over in an hour at the most.
She had so many friends. They'll all be there. What will they be thinking and saying about us?
You mustn't let it worry you. We're not staying in this house much longer. In a month or two, we'll be in Italy.
Yes. Sometimes I can scarcely believe we'll never hear her knocking on the floor of her room again. Never hear her sharp voice. Never have that feeling of guilt when we look at her.
Oh, I love you, Lisa.
Gregory, no. Only when we get to Italy will I believe she's really dead. I found a wonderful picture of Menaggio in the travel booklets from Mr. Lund the other day. Shall I show it to you?
Not now.
But it's here, on the desk.
We must remember Ellen. Who's that, I wonder?
The gentleman I told you about, sir, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, sir. I hope you'll pardon this late call, but my business is urgent.
It's certainly rather late. Won't you sit down? Oh, this is Miss Graham.
Evening, miss.
Good evening.
What do you wish to see me about, Mr. Martin?
It's a delicate matter, sir.
Shall I leave?
No. You can speak in front of my secretary, Mr. Martin.
I believe you've just lost your good lady, Mrs. Edwina Black.
The funeral takes place tomorrow.
Please accept my sympathy, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the lady was ill for some time.
About 6 months. Why do you ask?
It now appears that Dr. Prendergast is worried about your wife's death certificate and regrets having signed it.
What?
He is dissatisfied with the apparent cause of death. Therefore, I've come to ask you to delay the funeral.
Who are you to interfere like this?
I'm a police officer, Miss Graham. I've been sent here to discover the cause of Mrs. Black's death. You see, Dr. Prendergast speaks of certain symptoms which now strike him as strange.
Surely you're not suggesting that my wife died by other than natural causes?
Let's say the suggestion will always be there unless the matter is cleared up.
But if you stop the funeral, the whole village will gossip.
I'm afraid there's no other course left, miss. A pathologist's report, though, should ease everybody's mind.
But this is an intolerable situation. What excuse can I give the vicar, the undertaker?
Leave all that to me, sir. The burial can take place following the post-mortem, possibly the day after tomorrow.
But this may start the most terrible rumors.
It's to stop any rumors that we must have the post-mortem, sir. I'll just get my hat. I left it here on the desk. What's this? Touring booklets? You're planning to go abroad, sir?
A holiday.
From London? No, very good. Well, I'll be off. Expect I'll have the report through by Thursday.
You'll keep me informed, I suppose.
I'll come at once, sir. Good night.
Good night, Inspector. My apologies if I've taken the matter rather badly.
But you haven't, sir. You've taken it very well indeed.
Good night.
That stupid fool of a doctor.
I knew it. I knew Edwina would stop us.
But how can she stop us, Lisa? Now, do be reasonable.
I'm frightened.
But why?
I don't know, but you're frightened too.
Nonsense. Why should I be frightened? Edwina died a natural death.
Yes, but can't you see how she's stopping us from going away? She might almost still be here, laughing at us, telling us we can't escape her.
Please, control yourself. Everything will be cleared up in a few days. In the meantime, we must carry on as though Inspector Martin and the whole of Scotland Yard didn't exist. Now, let's get down to business. I've had a letter from the bank asking for Edwina's passbook. Could you get it for me, please?
It's in her room. I hate going there now.
But she's dead, Lisa. Can't you get that into your head? Edwina is dead.
Is she? Is she?
Mr. Martin, you've been in and out of Miss Edwina's room at least 20 times this morning.
And you're quite sure you've moved nothing from it, Ellen?
I most certainly am. Apart from the things you took away the other day, that is.
My good lady always says I need telling everything 10 times over.
She asked for it, marrying a policeman.
Good morning, Miss Graham.
Good morning, Inspector. I expect you want to see Mr. Black. I imagine he must have gone down to the village.
I've no doubt he'll be back shortly. Well, if you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go upstairs again.
Better keep an eye on him, Miss Lisa. He's forever disarranging things upstairs.
Oh, I'm glad you're back early, Gregory. The inspector's here, upstairs.
Oh. Did he say anything?
No.
But the post-mortem was held 3 days ago. The funeral the day before yesterday. Surely he knows the result by now. Why didn't you ask him?
I'm only your secretary. It isn't easy for me to ask. Why don't you go up and ask him now?
Yes. No, it might look odd, my being so anxious.
Oh, it's your laundry, Miss Lisa. She starched the collars a bit better this week. Thank you, Ellen. I'll have that cloth for the plant table. I can change it now.
Mrs. Smith hasn't washed it very well.
Oh, you mean this stain? Oh, she can't move it, she said. That's the master's fault. It was all muddy when he gave it to me the morning Miss Edwina died.
Then throw the wretched thing away.
I couldn't do that. Miss Edwina brought it back from Paris.
Ellen, Inspector.
Good morning, Inspector.
Morning, sir.
I'll get along with the lunch. For two.
Just a moment, Ellen. I understand that you acted as nurse to your mistress. And a very good nurse, I imagine you were, too.
At the end, we got in a proper nurse, Mrs. Bloom, but I did my best, sir, for as long as I was needed.
I'm sure of it. And you were responsible for carrying out the doctor's instructions, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
For example, you saw that Mrs. Black had her medicine without fail.
Of course, sir.
You never forgot once?
No, sir.
Then we have a little mystery to solve. Because the post-mortem revealed no traces of medicine at all. You ought to know better than to lie to the police, Ellen. Yes?
I tried to make her take it, sir, but she never would. She'd just pour it away. Once she ruined a bottle of toilet water by pouring the medicine into that. She made me promise not to tell the doctor or anyone.
An obstinate invalid. I see. Well, that solved my little mystery. So I'll not keep you any longer, Ellen, from preparing your lunch for two.
Yes, sir.
Now, the mystery has been solved to your satisfaction. I hope we've heard the end of this affair.
The end, sir? Oh, I'm afraid it's more like the beginning. You see, we have discovered arsenic in your wife's body.
Are you suggesting that my wife died of poisoning?
That would be the inference, yes.
Prendergast must have made an error in his dispensary.
But you heard your housekeeper say your wife never took her medicine.
She might have had one dose.
One dose would make her ill, but it wouldn't kill her. Besides, I've traced all the medicine bottles, found them in the local dust tip. The bottles contain nothing but harmless medicine.
But if arsenic was found in her body, how did it get there?
That's what I'm here to find out. I found a tin of weed killer in your greenhouse, sir. I understand you ordered it from the general store on the 2nd of November. It was delivered that afternoon.
Yes, I did order some.
The particular brand you ordered contains a high percentage of arsenic. I see the tin has been used, sir.
We've always used weed killer on the gravel path.
Do you mean Mrs. Black was accidentally poisoned by the weed killer, Inspector?
We'll hope, accidentally, Miss Graham.
Then, have you considered that perhaps my wife... Well, I hardly know how to put this.
Suicide, you mean? No, sir. No, impossible. How could she have risen and gone to the greenhouse where you kept the stuff? The doctor says your wife couldn't stand on her feet.
That's true. She was too ill.
And nobody in their senses would take the tin up to her, would they?
Of course not.
Now, what about the housekeeper?
Ellen? But she was devoted to Mrs. Black.
Old ladies have been known to do strange things sometimes.
But not Ellen. The idea's ridiculous.
Do you think the old lady had a motive, sir?
I know she was left a small annuity, but Ellen wouldn't do anyone an injury to get it.
Exactly, sir. The motive isn't large enough.
You mean Mr. Black has a larger motive since he will inherit the fortune?
I don't mean anything. Yet.
There's another possibility, of course. Mrs. Bloom, who nursed Mrs. Black for several weeks.
I hadn't forgotten Mrs. Bloom.
Mr. Black dismissed her for thieving, and she said something at the time about paying him back for it. She might have done it to get Mr. Black into trouble.
Do you sincerely believe that, miss?
No, I don't.
Now, if you would be so good, miss, I'd like to know something about Mrs. Black's daily routine.
Very simple. Oh, that is, after she took to her bed about 5 months ago. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I'd help her wash and brush her hair. Then Ellen would bring her breakfast tray at about 8:30. At 10 o'clock, Mrs. Black would give us our orders for the day. In my case, letters or little shopping. I used to read to her every afternoon. And then, after a light dinner, when Mr. Black would come up to sit with her, I would leave.
How did Mrs. Black call anyone when she wanted attention?
She'd knock on the floor with her stick. Her room was directly above this one.
Mr. Black, did your wife ever take any wine?
She used to, before her illness, but Dr. Prendergast absolutely forbade it.
No stimulants. Yes, I see. Did she have anything to drink apart from tea and so on?
Ellen used to take a cup of warm milk to her every morning, about 11.
Did she take it up the morning in question, miss? The morning Mrs. Black died?
No. It was I who took it up that day.
About the weed killer. Is the greenhouse locked at night?
Yes, but the key is kept hanging in the hall.
Now I want you to think hard. Can you recall who was last in the greenhouse on the night before your wife died?
Yes, I remember distinctly. It was Ellen.
And yet Ellen told me it was Miss Graham here who watered some plants.
Did you, Miss Graham?
I must have done, if Ellen says so.
Was the tin of weed killer in the usual place on the shelf?
I can't remember.
You can't Remember. Well, I don't think there's anything else at the moment. I'm sorry we've delayed you from taking your holiday, sir. You're going to Italy, aren't you, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I saw those travel books from Lund's on your desk. I must say, the date on them puzzled me.
Why?
To have sent for them 5 weeks in advance of your wife's death seems somewhat pessimistic.
I ordered those booklets because I had intended travelling so often during the past few years.
But you didn't order them, sir. Miss Graham did. So you intend going alone, sir?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity, sir. Well, I'll be back tomorrow morning, should either of you require me.
Why should we require you, Inspector?
Oh, well, you may just discover something I've overlooked. Good day.
I wonder what Inspector Martin meant by overlooked before he left this morning.
I don't know, my dear. You really must try not to think about it all the time.
Are you as calm as you pretend?
Yes, of course I am. Lisa, come and sit beside me. What is it? But we're alone in the house. I sent Ellen to the vicarage.
Sure, I heard a sound upstairs.
It's only your imagination.
Do you remember how she would knock on the floor? Beginning softly. And thumping more and more.
You must forget her, Lisa. She's gone now. She can't hurt us any more.
That was the door of her room. She's clinging to the house she loved.
Her door is locked. Ellen must have left the box room door open. I'll go and see.
No. Don't leave me.
Lisa, you're trembling.
Oh, my nerves have been dreadful since Inspector Martin came here.
You've no reason to be nervous of him. You've nothing to conceal.
Oh, it's silly of me. I'm sorry. After all, we've done nothing wrong. The pathologist has made an error, that's all. How could she have died of poisoning? Who would want to poison her? Mrs. Bloom? Ellen? Why should they? And who else is left?
Nobody but us.
But we know we didn't. So that's that.
Lisa?
Yes?
What made you send for those travel booklets?
I've often sent for such things. You know I've always wanted to travel.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
Why did you send for them so early?
You're looking at me as though you were the inspector. As if I was lying.
I only meant it must have seemed odd to Martin. You're sending for the booklets weeks before Edwina's death.
I think you mean you found it odd, Gregory.
You're twisting my words.
You're thinking that... Surely it's not possible.
She was in our way, wasn't she? And because you loved me... Lisa, did you? If you did, I'll understand. I love you, but I must know.
Do you really think I would murder? Yes, I can see you do. Supposing I confess I did kill her.
No, it wouldn't make any difference to my love for you.
Are you sure, Gregory? Would you ever really forget? While I was in your arms, wouldn't you see me stealing from the greenhouse, a small tin in my hands, waiting and listening until it was time for a milk?
Oh, don't say that, Lisa, please.
You see? Oh, Gregory, how can you accuse me? How can you?
Edwina was poisoned. There's no question about that. But I've got to know who did it.
I swear to you, it wasn't me.
Forgive me, Lisa.
No. Don't touch me.
I've hurt you. Forgive me.
Ellen can never come back in all this rain.
Please forgive me.
Huh. She hasn't watered the azalea again. Quite dry.
I didn't know what I was saying.
Gregory, what was it Ellen said this morning about the cloth under the azalea?
I don't remember.
I do. She said you gave her the cloth on the morning of Edwina's death. But I don't remember seeing the azalea here before then. Did you bring it to the house the morning of her death?
I forget. Why?
Because if you did, it proves you were in the greenhouse after me.
Lisa, we must stop this. Don't you realize what we're doing to each other? It's this house. It's alive with menace.
Edwina is alive.
Only in our minds.
But do we know the dead or what happens after death? How do we know that at any moment she may not walk quietly down those stairs, smiling as she used to?
Lisa, stop thinking about her. We know we didn't kill her, either of us. Trust me, my darling. Surely you can trust me.
Oh, I wonder what would have happened if we had told Edwina about us.
That would have been the most dreadful scene. I would have been made to resign from the school.
Yes. You have no money. And Edwina was so rich.
Oh, Lisa, don't.
But why did you bring in the plant in that morning?
The house was so bleak and dark. The azalea looked so cheerful.
And you knew that Edwina was leaving you her money.
Lisa, you must stop.
But if the pathologist made no mistake, what is the answer?
I don't know.
Look. Going out.
Oh, well, they must have forgotten to fill the registry again.
Oh, light the other lamp.
Where are the matches?
On the chiffonier by the candle. Gregory? Where are you? Why don't you answer me? Gregory!
Lisa, I can smell her perfume. I swear I can.
She's in this house.
No, it's not possible.
Her perfume. I can smell it too.
There. I've got the second lamp going.
Oh, Gregory.
Stop it, Lisa. Stop it, do you hear?
Their embroidery silk. The perfume is clinging to the silk she was using on that altar cloth she was making. Ellen brought them down for me to sort her out.
Shall we never stop being reminded of her?
Not in this house.
Shall we have some coffee?
I'm afraid there isn't any.
What happened to those 6 tins I got? What does Ellen do with it all?
Ellen? You should say Mrs. Bloom.
I should have prosecuted the woman. I was far too lenient. I told you I saw her take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it in the pocket of her coat on the very morning Edwina died.
No. You didn't tell me.
Oh, I thought I had. Probably forgot. So much happened afterwards.
But you were in the sick room only twice. At 10 o'clock, when I was there with Mrs. Bloom, and not again until Ellen called you to the bedside at 12.
What of it?
If you saw Mrs. Bloom in her cloak, then she was leaving the house at 11:30 as usual, after I gave Edwina the milk and before Ellen called you at 12.
The explanation's quite simple. Edwina was dead when I went up to her room at 11:30.
Dead?
Yes, dead. Don't you believe me?
No. Gregory, if you killed her, then you have destroyed every hope we ever had.
But I'm innocent. You have to believe me. Look, here's Edwina's Bible. I swear to you, I did not kill my wife. How could you imagine I could kill anyone? Lisa, what's the matter?
Can you hear it? Her stick. She's tapping with her stick. She's coming down here.
Ellen.
All right, miss.
When did you get back, Ellen? What are you doing with that stick?
Stick, sir? I just went up to fetch it. You promised it to the vicar's wife as a keepsake from Miss Edwina. Don't you remember, sir?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I forgot it when I went down with the altar cloth earlier.
We didn't know you were back.
Oh, I got home just before the rain started, so I went up to Miss Edwina's room for the stick. I've been sitting there ever since, remembering her. It was so very quiet and peaceful. We never set our clock again, sir. That's why it was so quiet.
You shouldn't have come down like that. You startled us.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I know I shouldn't have sat there so long, but time just slipped by. What with the clock still standing at 12. Just as we stopped it the morning she lay dying. Do you remember how still and peaceful it was in the room when we did that, sir?
That's enough, Ellen. You may go now.
Very well, sir.
The old fool.
Then Edwina was alive when you went into her room at 11:30. She only died at 12. What were you doing in that missing half hour?
If you loved me, you wouldn't talk like that.
Would you tell the inspector about your visit to the sick room?
You really want me to do that?
An innocent man would.
I'm rather stupid, haven't I? You want me to shoulder the blame for her death because you're afraid of the police. Yes, you want me to be guilty.
Gregory!
You poisoned her because you've always wanted to be the mistress of a large establishment. You killed my wife for it, and now you want me to take the blame.
Stop!
I would do anything to gain your end. I believe you'd poison me. You could poison the coffee. That would make it easier for you, now that everything's gone wrong.
Easier for me?
You could say I'd committed suicide because I'd murdered my wife. Was afraid now the police were making inquiries. You'd be safe if they thought that would be true.
I'm not trying to poison you. But no doubt you want me to swear that on the Bible, too.
Yes.
Well, you can save your breath. I've no intention of doing it. Wait a minute. This isn't Edwina's Bible at all. It's a Latin primer.
I thought it was her Bible.
You knew it wasn't. Were you afraid to swear on her Bible because you knew you were going to tell a lie?
No.
You did kill her. You told me lie after lie.
I won't have you say that, you hear?
You shout at me. I'm not one of your schoolboys.
You're trying to dominate me as she did.
I should have known that a man who was capable of living on his wife's money was capable of anything.
That's not true. I have my own salary.
Your salary never paid for your servants, your luxuries, your expensive clothes.
You can say that to me after making love to me.
You made love to me.
Indeed, and I succeeded very easily.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I will tell you why I lied and said Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room. When I went up at 11:30, Edwina told me that you wanted to get rid of her. She said she was sure the cup of milk was poisoned.
Why did she tell such a lie?
I realize now that she was trying to make trouble between us.
And she knew about us?
Yes. You'd always comforted yourself by saying that Edwina never knew. I didn't want to take that comfort from you.
Gregory. Oh, Gregory, to consider my feelings like that.
I loved you.
Oh, Gregory, I've been such a blind fool. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, I do. Now, come, this calls for a grand gesture. We'll drink to Italy, Lisa.
Oh, you know I never touch port.
Well, you're going to touch it this time. I don't argue, my love. The toast is Italy. Here you are.
Yes. Let's drink to the Bella Vista, the Adriatic, the sunlight.
We're going to be happy at last. It'll be the end of worry for both of us.
Then drink to it, Gregory. Gregory, why aren't you drink...
Who's there? Lisa? Is that you?
Yes.
But Ellen told me you were too ill to leave your room.
I am ill. That's strength enough to come down to be here when the inspector arrives. You know he's coming, don't you?
I hadn't forgotten.
This time I shall tell him the truth. I shall tell him you murdered your wife and then attempted to poison me. You realize that pork was poisoned, don't you?
Yes.
Think I loved you.
Here's the inspector now. You'll be able to denounce me, Lisa. You're clever enough to make him believe you.
Oh, you're up, miss, and I was just telling the inspector.
Good day, sir. Good day, Miss Graham.
Good day.
I hear you've been ill. I'm sorry.
I am ill, Inspector, but not as dangerously as I might have been.
I'm pleased to hear it, miss.
Inspector, Mr. Black has something to tell you.
Have you, sir? Well, there's just one question I want to ask Miss Graham first, and then we'll hear what it is. Now, miss, I want you to cast your mind back to last April. You went to the village and called in at the chemist for some toilet soap and tooth powder. Now, can you remember buying anything else?
Of course I can't remember. So long ago. Inspector, you will see that all this is a waste of time when you hear what Mr. Black has to say.
I think it was about the second week in April.
Oh, never mind April. Last night I was nearly killed.
Really, miss?
I was given a glass of port from that bottle. It was poisoned.
Indeed. How do you know?
Because I was violently sick after being given a glass of it by Mr. Black.
It was harmless as far as I knew. I'd poured myself a glass as well.
You didn't drink yours.
It was only sheer chance that I didn't. I'm afraid, Inspector, I must tell you that in my opinion, Miss Graham poisoned that port herself. She took just enough to become ill and to make me look guilty when she accused me of murder.
That's a very serious charge.
He knows I didn't poison it, Inspector.
Now, you each had a glass and only one of you drank. Where is the untouched glass?
Ellen threw it away.
When did you last have a glass of port?
Not for several weeks.
And you, miss?
I've never had a glass before in this house.
So, bearing in mind that Ellen is teetotal and Mrs. Black forbidden to drink, this bottle would have been in the cupboard for some time.
Yes.
Then how is it that when I made inquiries at your wine merchant, I learnt that a large number of bottles of port came into this house regularly during the last 6 months, sir?
I knew nothing about it.
And you can't throw any light on it either, miss?
No.
Then we'd better ask the housekeeper.
I'll ring for her.
Thank you, miss.
But this is a complete waste of time, Inspector. Mr. Black poisoned his wife and then tried to poison me.
And what motive would you give Mr. Black for doing this?
He knew he was going to inherit our money.
But that's not strictly true, miss. I visited Mrs. Black's solicitor this morning. I believe he's due here tomorrow for the reading of the will. He told me a most interesting fact. That you, miss, inherit half of Mrs. Black's fortune. Did she ever say anything to you about it?
She did say once that she'd make me wealthy. I thought it was only one of her jokes.
But you never told me. Now, you see, Inspector, there is a motive.
But you have a motive too, sir. I wonder what's keeping Helen.
Oh, I'll ring again.
I hope you won't mind my saying so, miss, but you have very attractive hands. Beats me how you ladies keep your hands so white. One of those feminine secrets, I suppose.
You rang, sir.
The Inspector wishes to ask you a question, Ellen.
It's about the port, ma'am.
Well, I'm teetotal, as I told you, sir, so I can't help, can I?
Oh, but I think you can, ma'am. A considerable amount of port has come into this house lately, and I'm trying to discover what has happened to it. Did you ever give the late Mrs. Black any?
Why, Dr. Prendergast strictly forbid it.
But you never took any notice of the doctor, ma'am. You admitted to me that Mrs. Black never took her medicine, that she used to pour it away.
Well, that was different, sir.
Ellen, you can go to prison for telling lies, you know. Have you ever seen this bottle before?
I found it in Miss Edwina's room the morning she died. She used to hide it away from the doctor. I brought it down and put it in that cupboard.
So you did give Mrs. Black port? A lot of it?
She used to crave it, sir. Brought the colour back into her cheeks and made her feel better.
You came into an annuity by her death, Helen. I suggest you might have tampered with this last bottle of port.
You mean... Oh, what a wicked thing to say. As if I'd harm her. Besides, Mr. Black knew she was having the port, sir.
That will be all. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Black, why did you tell me your wife did not have any stimulants during her illness?
I didn't want anyone to realize that I had to give in to her about everything.
You gave her the port, knowing it was dangerous in her condition?
What did he care about that? It was simply an easy method of giving her the weed killer. He was in the greenhouse after me. He brought in that azalea. What other evidence do you need?
If only it were as simple as that, miss. You see, we analyzed the weed killer. less than half of it is composed of pure arsenic, which would dissolve in liquid. The rest is like sand and will not dissolve in anything. Now look at this bottle. You see, the wine is quite clear.
Then this bottle does not contain weed killer.
No, sir. No. Because, you see, Mrs. Black was not poisoned by weed killer.
Don't understand.
You will, miss, you will. Now we come to that little purchase you made in April again. Apart from soap and tooth powder, you also bought a certain preparation which is quite fashionable nowadays. So I think it was for your hands, miss.
Yes. I bought something to whiten the hands. A powder which I had to dissolve in water.
Exactly, miss. Oh, the chemist ought never to have sold it to you. But I suppose they're very lax in these country districts. You see, that powder was pure white arsenic.
Arsenic? But I never knew. I swear I never knew.
Now, you ordered a second packet in June. A packet which Mr. Black collected for you.
I don't remember anything about it.
Yes. It was the time Ellen was in bed with a cold, and you said you'd get it for me on your way back from school.
Oh, yes. Miss Graham told me to fetch the preparation. I just gave it to her.
Now, miss, did you use all that packet on your hands?
No.
Where is the remainder?
In my room.
It's not there now.
Well, then I must have mislaid it.
You mislaid it, eh? That's a pity. Because the remainder of that packet killed Mrs. Black.
Oh, no.
Did you always keep that preparation in the packet?
Yes.
Yes, I ask because the chemist says he suggested it should be in a container, as long exposure to air would discolor it. He said he generally told his customers this.
That's right, Inspector. I remember telling Miss Graham that she ought to do it when I gave her the second packet.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But I never bothered about it.
But you did bother, because I saw the stuff in a silver bowl.
Where did you see it?
I can't remember.
Where is it now?
I don't know.
Do you know, miss?
Oh, how can I? I've never seen it.
I must confess I find myself at a loss. Both of you stand to inherit a considerable sum of money. Both of you had access to arsenic. Miss Graham mislays a quantity of it, which later poisoned your wife in a drink, possibly from this bottle of port. A silver bowl, which may or may not contain arsenic, and which would or would not reveal traces of this, is missing. If we could find the bowl, we could verify one or other of the conflicting stories. But since we can't find it, I shall have to ask you both to accompany me to London, where we can go into the affair a little more deeply.
You mean you're arresting us?
Let us rather say that you've been called in for further questioning. Right, it'll be a cold journey up, so with your permission, sir, I think it would be a good idea if we had some tea before we left. I'll tell the housekeeper.
So, you've won, Lisa. No matter what he says, they'll arrest us when we get there. Charge us with murder.
Why don't you admit that you stole the arsenic from my room and put it into the port?
I never even knew it was arsenic.
Neither did I.
What's the good of arguing? Unless one of us confesses, they'll believe we did it together.
I feel between us watching it all.
Yes. It's as though we're bound together by her death. We can't escape her. There's one thing we can do. We can run away now, at once. If we get abroad, it'll be all right. There must be somewhere in the world where they couldn't find us.
Oh, what would our life be like? Living in shabby hotels, afraid to go out into the sun, starting an alarm when anyone knocked on the door. And Edwina would be with us. Always.
Mr. Martin tells me you're going to London with him, sir.
That's right, Ellen.
About the house, sir?
Oh, you can see to that.
Yes, the train is at 10:30. That gives us plenty of time. I hope you'll excuse the liberty in your kitchen, Ellen, but the kettle boiled, so I made the tea. Now, where shall we have the tray?
Oh, over there will do. Oh, but you've the wrong cups.
Have I now? Never mind. Now, Miss Graham, do you take sugar?
One, please.
And you, sir? 1 or 2?
1.
1. Now, Ellen, you'll have a cup with us too, won't you? I'm sure you'd like plenty of sugar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
This is a very attractive sugar bowl, isn't it? I like the way the designer has entwined the letters E.B. with the pattern of the leaves. Your wife's initials, of course.
Obviously.
Where did you get that, sir?
The sugar bowl.
You didn't find that in the kitchen.
Where else would I find it? Under some bushes in the garden?
But you put some in my tea.
Sugar, do you mean, Ellen?
It wasn't sugar.
Heavens. It was arsenic.
You put it in my tea.
I've done nothing of the kind, ma'am. But I suggest that you put it in Mrs. Black's pot.
I only gave her milk. No, they did it. The two of them. They were the ones who wanted to get rid of poor Miss Edwina.
But you threw the bowl away, Ellen.
They asked me to throw it away.
It's a lie, Inspector.
When did they ask you to throw it away?
The day after Miss Edwina died.
But how did you know that the contents were poisonous?
I guessed it.
No, ma'am, you did not. I suggest you knew it was poison because you'd already given it to Mrs. Black in her port.
But why should I harm her? I loved her. I loved her, I tell you.
I suggest you stole the hand preparation from Miss Graham's room and put it into the bottle of port before you took it up to your mistress.
I didn't steal it. I didn't. Miss Edwina asked me to get it. It was she, Miss Edwina, who put it in the silver bowl.
And then you poisoned her.
I tell you, I didn't poison her, sir. She poisoned herself.
Poisoned herself?
Yes. Yes.
Try to be calm and tell us the rest, Ellen.
Just before Miss Edwina died, she told me she'd taken some of the stuff. I was beside myself with grief, but she told me she'd done it because of them. They'd made her so unhappy she didn't want to live anymore. She begged me not to tell anyone and to throw the bowl away.
It was your duty to tell. You knew that Mr. Black and Miss Graham might be accused of her death if you didn't.
No more than they deserve. They'd hurt her so cruelly, and I was going to let them suffer in return. That's what I promised, Miss Edwina, and now you've tricked me into telling you, and everybody'll know. They mustn't. Miss Edwina'd never forgive me. I don't care what you do to me, but nobody must know about Miss Edwina killing herself. You mustn't tell them, please. You mustn't tell anyone.
Now, ma'am, you calm yourself. We'll go and have a little talk, Ellen, shall we?
Nobody will say anything against her.
I remember it was Edwina who recommended that I should buy the preparation for my hands. She must have known it was arsenic. Edwina was the only one who did know.
She meant to hang us. She knew she had to die, so she schemed to use her death against us.
Ellen's quieter now. She'll be all right. I hope you forgive the rather clumsy ruse of the sugar bowl, but there was no other way out of it.
Can't understand, though. Ellen said the poison was in the milk, and yet I became ill when I drank from the bottle of...
If you remember, miss, Mrs. Black had the habit of pouring away her nasty medicine anywhere to get rid of it. This bottle of port happened to be handy, so she popped the medicine into that.
But I became ill, Inspector.
Well, of course, miss. You took an overdose of Mrs. Black's medicine, a wine glass neat, and in your overwrought condition.
Just medicine. And all the suspicions we built.
Yes, sir, yes. We human beings are very open to suggestion. In the dark, an overcoat hanging on a door becomes a monster, and medicine grows into deadly poison.
And Edwina was behind everything. Edwina.
Can we blame the poor sick lady entirely, miss? She couldn't have succeeded as far as she did unless...
Unless what, Inspector?
The ground has to be fertile, sir, if the seed is to flourish. Well, I'll be off. You'll be hearing from us shortly, sir, should we decide to prosecute Ellen. And now, good night to you both.
Do you realize, Lisa, that we're free now?
Free? No, Gregory. Edwina's won, hasn't she? She succeeded in parting us. Even after her death, she's managed to part us.
But our love...
Our love. Oh, what a shoddy, tawdry thing it turned out to be. We suspected and accused each other. I'll go upstairs and pack now.
You're leaving me?
Yes.
We could try again, couldn't we?
Could we live together? Love each other without remembering the dreadful things we said? I could not.
We know each other now. We really know each other. We have no romantic illusions left. It's true, only ourselves, our real selves.
I'm leaving, Gregory.
If you leave me now, I shall be alone. Alone with Edwina.
I shall leave tonight.
No, please don't. Lisa!
You have just heard The Late Edwina Black by William Dinner and William Morum. The part of Gregory Black was played by John Hayter, and as Lisa Graham you heard Elaine Lee. Tony Jay was Inspector Martin, and Ellen was played by Patricia Saunders. The Late Edwina Black was adapted for radio and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Fiona Bonnell.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Sing My Heart. You know, everybody likes to receive a compliment. It makes you feel mighty happy. And we've just received one which pleased us very much indeed. It's from Mrs. George A. Bradley, Garden City, Iowa, and Mrs. Bradley writes, "After a long time, I am finally using the real and genuine Jell-O. And let me tell you, I was amazed at the difference. At first, I thought that fruity goodness was the fruit I myself had added. But when I served Jell-O without any additional fruit, it still had that grand fruit flavor. Why, I could hardly believe any gelatin dessert could be so good. From now on, I shall always get the real Jell-O." Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Bradley. That's a swell letter. And, folks, it's true. The Jell-O does bring you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's a rich, satisfying, true fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dessert a success. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six have that extra fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Sing My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday being Valentine's Day and also Jack Benny's birthday, let us welcome our little Cupid with that old familiar greeting. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Happy birthday to me. Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, believe me, I am deeply touched. Don, wasn't that lovely the way our audience joined in on that greeting? Gosh, it was so spontaneous and sincere. Huh?
Yes, Jack, it certainly was.
I thought they were better when they rehearsed it. Phil, I'm talking to Don. Well, Don, another year, another birthday. See, here it is February again. You know, it's amazing how many prominent people were born in the month of February. And it made it pretty tough for me, too. Huh?
Why? What do you mean?
Well, with Washington and Longfellow and Lincoln, it's so hard for me to be outstanding. Really, it's been a terrific struggle.
I can imagine.
Of course, Don, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to Lincoln or Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
Phil, I'm talking to Don. You know, Don, I will say that my father really thought I was going to grow up to be president.
Well, all fathers have great plans for their children. Why, my dad thought I was going to be a jockey.
A jockey? Well, he must have looked at you through the wrong end of a pair of binoculars. A jockey, yes.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't jump at conclusions. At the age of 17, I was nothing but skin and bones.
Well, those bones are certainly buried now. But you know, Don, getting back to my birthday, gee, the years come along so fast, I can hardly keep track of them.
Oh, they certainly do. Oh, by the way, Jack, how old will you be next Tuesday?
What was that, Don?
You heard him.
Phil, I'm talking to Don.
Well, I'm lonesome.
Well, why don't you join a lodge or something? What are you saying, Don?
I said, how old will you be next Tuesday?
Well, come on, Don. What would you say? Go ahead, give a guess. Huh?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I'd say somewhere between 34 and 37.
You would? Well, you didn't quite hit it, Don, but it was almost a bullseye. There's bull in there somewhere. Oh, brother. Listen, Phil, you're hardly in a position to make any cracks about my age. Those bags under your eyes are so big, your nose looks like a red cap. It does, eh? Yes, and get this. On my 75th birthday, I'll be able to go out on an all-night party, eat a Welsh rarebit with pickles, and on the way home get run over by a milk wagon, and still look better than you do right now. So don't make any cracks about my age.
Jack's right, Phil. He can't be very old and have such nice rosy cheeks all the time.
It could be rouge, you know. Rouge, Phil, I haven't had rouge on my cheeks since I played an Indian chief for Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Rain in the Face. Happy birthday.
Ugh and thanks.
Say, Jack, I didn't know whether I'd see you Tuesday or not, so here, I brought you a birthday present.
Oh, that's swell, Mary, but really, you shouldn't have bought me anything for me.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it makes Phil and Don look so awfully cheap. You know, huh?
Well, Jack, I was going to get you something, but after all, you have everything.
Oh, I can excuse you, Don, but Phil saw me in the locker room at the country club yesterday, and he knows darn well I need underwear.
Was that your underwear? I cleaned my golf clubs with it.
Oh, you did, eh?
Hey, are you going to open my present or not?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. You bet I'm going to, and right now. Imagine cleaning his clubs with my... Well, I'll be darned. Look, fellas, a silk necktie. Gee, thanks, Mary.
Do you like it?
I'll say, what a lovely color. But what's that little thing crawling around the bottom?
A silkworm. The tie isn't finished yet.
Oh, well, he's going like 60, so it won't be long now, huh? Thanks again, Mary.
And that isn't all. I also wrote a special birthday poem for you.
A poem, too. Well, hit me on the head and clip my tongue. A birthday poem.
Yeah. Say, Jack, how old are you anyway?
Well, how old do you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, go ahead and guess.
Okay. 30?
No.
31?
No.
32?
No.
48?
Shut up! Be a long time, Mary, before I'm 48. Now, let's hear your poem. Well, what's the title of it?
Mary Livingston's Ode to Jack Benny by Mary Livingston.
Oh, you mentioned me, too, didn't you? Well, go ahead, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? Is it 21 or more, or twice that much, and more and more? Years ago in old Waukegan, in the state of Illinois, a child was born into the Bennies, and it wasn't Myrna Loy.
Well, of course not, Myrna Loy.
'Twas a boy. They called him Jackie. And even then, he looked quite wacky.
Wacky?
And the good old stork who brought him there shot himself with a revolver.
Now, Mary, that wasn't his attitude at all.
Quiet.
No.
I see you, Jack, at the age of 2, with golden curls and eyes of blue.
That's right.
And then I see you 3 years old, with silver threads among the gold.
Mary, now how could I have gray hair at the age of 3?
You didn't live right and you know it.
All right, now grow me up and finish this.
Okay. At 12, you said you'd run away unless the fiddle you could play. And when you got one, what do you think? Were you good or did you think?
Pink?
Yeah, baby talk.
Oh. Well, Mary, this next verse better be the last.
It is.
Oh.
Oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? So happy returns and all good wishes. From us and Jell-O, so delicious. The end.
Mary, that poem was so good I'm afraid to follow it with anything verbal. So, Phil, how about an orchestra number?
Wait a minute, Jack. I can't find my baton.
Your baton? Can't you lead without it?
It's not that. I got something in my tooth.
Oh. Well, go ahead. I'll look around for it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy birthday. And may life grow sweeter as the years roll by.
Well, thank you very much. Now, tell me, who are you?
Just a Bunyan in the march of time. Goodbye.
You know, folks, I'll bet he has more fun than anybody. Play, Phil. Number called I Better Get Some Shut-Eye, played by Phil Harris, who certainly looks it. You know, folks, Phil never gets to bed. He's what I'd call one sleepy people. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. I resent that vitriolically.
Vitriolically? Well, some stuff. Why, Phil, you're not only using the word wrong, but you don't even know what it means.
I do, too. I got it from my guitar player, didn't I, Frankie?
Yeah, I learned you a lot of things.
That's what I thought. Phil, there isn't one man in your orchestra that can handle a word of over 2 syllables.
Is that so? Well, for your information, all the boys in my band went through college.
Well, they didn't get any on them. Vitriolically. Well, I don't even know what it means.
Well, Jack, it's an unusual word, but I think I can explain it to you.
You can, Don?
Why, yes. For instance, you could never use the word this way. A man walked into a grocery store and vitriolically asked the grocer for a package of Jell-O in any one of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, you couldn't. Well, how could you use the word vitriolically?
That I wouldn't know.
I see, and very clever, Don. Well, so much for our English lesson. And now going from the sublime to Kenny Baker. Hey, Kenny, you're a little late. Huh?
I couldn't help it, Jack. I stopped in the store to buy you a birthday present. Here you are, a nice box of candy.
Oh, well, Thanks. Well, gee, I'm going to sample one of these right now. It was sweet of you to remember me, Kenny, but, gee, you didn't have to buy me anything.
That's what you said last year, and you twisted my wrist.
Oh, Kenny, I was only clowning, you know. Say, gosh, look at this. Say, these are the biggest pieces of candy I've ever seen. What are they, anyway?
Chocolate-covered bananas.
Chocolate-covered bananas? Well, that's something new. Here, have one, Don.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I'm cutting down on sweets.
Oh, how about you, Phil?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit hungry.
Mary?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit crazy.
Well, Kenny, looks like you and I'll have to eat the whole box.
I'm game.
So am I.
That's a suicide pact if I ever heard one.
That's right. Let's forget the whole thing. Well, Kenny, how about a song? Huh?
Okay, I've got one for you. Oh, say, Jack.
Yes?
Did you hear Fred Allen, I Tan a You Wednesday night?
No, and I'm not interested. Now go ahead with your song.
Boy, he sure tore into you.
Yeah. He said your feet were so flat your socks bagged at the arches.
Well, Phil, I'm not even going to answer him. After all, the man is in bad shape. You know, he's so weak and anemic, and on top of that, his blood circulation is so poor, it's really pathetic.
Alan has poor blood circulation, huh?
Poor? Don, 10 years ago, a rattlesnake bit him on the ankle, and the poison has yet to reach his knee. On the square, fellas, he hasn't got any more pulse than a snowman. The whole thing is really pitiful. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Say, Jack, whatever became of that rattlesnake that bit Fred Allen?
It was knighted, Mary. And now, Kenny, you may sing. Now, hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, what do you want?
I got something to ask you, but first I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, Rochester, but my birthday isn't until Tuesday.
I know, but that's my payday, and we always argue.
All right, now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Say, boss, do we know any Eskimos?
Eskimos? Of course we don't know any Eskimos.
Okay, so long.
So long. Hey, Rochester, wait a minute. What made you ask me if we know any Eskimos?
Well, boss, a big box just came for you and said happy birthday on it.
Yes?
And when I opened it, there was a polar bear inside.
A polar bear? Oh, it can't be a real bear. It must be a rug.
That's what I thought till it slapped me down.
You mean you let that bear loose in my house? Where is he now?
He's in the bathroom taking a cold shower.
In my bathroom, Rochester, you go right in there and get him out.
Boss, I wouldn't go in there well armed, tired of living, and directly behind Frank Buck.
Oh, this sounds fantastic to me. Rochester, I'll bet this whole thing is nothing but a figment of your imagination. What's that?
The figment wants a towel.
Oh, my goodness.
What am I going to do with this bear anyway?
Put him back in the crate and have the cook look up some recipes. I bet Fred Allen has something to do with this. Well, Rochester, keep your eye on him. I'll be home in about half an hour.
Okay, boss. I got to run along now. There's something breathing on my neck.
What?
Wait till I look around. Yep, that's it. So long, boy.
Can you imagine that?
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty is the matter. There's a polar bear loose in my house.
I told you should have put in a furnace.
Yeah, that would be a big help. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, I wonder how much it would cost to send an alligator to New York. I don't know.
Nothing in the world I wouldn't do to be worthy of you. For any time that I am ever blue, you come smiling through. You're my sunny day, you're my only inspiration. Here's all
my thanks all to you.
That was Thanks for Everything, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, for finesse and feeling and delicacy of tone, you are definitely preeminent among young American tenors.
Gee, ain't I something?
Yes, and I wish I could tell you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Valentine's Day next Tuesday, tonight the Benny Art and Bingo Players will present a romantic little drama about an old maid entitled Love Finds Annie Hardy, or It's About Time. Now,
Am I going to be Annie?
No, Mary, I hired a genuine old maid for the part. Where are you, Miss Mildew? I mean, Miss Muldew. Where are you?
Right here. Where's my man? Yahoo!
Control yourself, Miss Muldew. Now, in this drama, I will be Annie's paw, Mary will be her maw, and Don, Phil, and Kenny will be rivals for Annie's hand.
Oh, no.
Count
me out. So long, Jack.
Come back here, all of you. Don't worry, Annie. We'll hook one of them.
I hope I get the fat one. Yahoo!
Why, Don, you're blushing. Anyhow, the locale of our play is a thriving little town of Off-Center, Indiana. As the scene opens, we find Ma and Pa seated in the parlor of the little love nest they built 50 years ago. Curtain, music. Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Tum, 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 tum. Well, Ma, here it is Valentine's Day, and the air is full of romance.
It is, eh?
Yep.
Well, open the window, let it out.
Oh, come on, Ma. This being Valentine's Day, how about a little kiss?
Get away from me, you old fool.
Okay, I couldn't find your lips and all those wrinkles anyhow. Ouch. I was only joking, Ma.
This is no time for jokes. Our daughter Annie is 40 years old and she ain't married yet.
Well, she'd have been married long ago. Wasn't for hay fever.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, the fellows can hear her wheezing a block away and she can't sneak up on them. You sent her down to the beauty parlor to get a mud pack like I told you to?
Yeah, but she had one last year and it was no good.
Why not?
After 3 days, the darn mud wore off.
Oh.
She's the homeliest gal I ever seen.
Well, like mother, like daughter. Ouch, stop hitting me. If I wasn't petrified, I'd be black and blue.
Speaking of Annie, what's the idea of getting her all dressed up today?
Well, I got a scheme, Ma. There's only 3 single fellas left in town, ain't they?
Yep. There's Tubby Wilson, Daffy Baker, and Twitch Harris.
That's right. I invited all 3 of them up here today, and it's our job to get one of them to marry our daughter.
How do you know they'll show up?
I told them you were going to do a fan dance. All's fair in love and war. I bet that's one of the boys now. Pull your bustle up, Ma.
That's the footstool.
Oh. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Well, if it ain't Twitch Harris. Hi, Twitch.
Finer than silk. What's on your mind, Zeke?
Got an important question to ask you. Here, have a glass of cider first. That'll get him, Ma.
Cider? Hey, wait a minute. This stuff ain't intoxicating.
It better be.
Quiet, Ma. Say, Twitch, I don't want to seem personal, but have you ever thought of marrying a girl and settling down?
If you're referring to that lop-eared daughter of yours, no.
Now, hold on, Twitch. Have you seen Annie since she got her new teeth?
Yeah, I went to the preview.
Well, she may not be the prettiest gal in town, but she's smart and stylish. You know, she got her hair up.
Up where?
Upstairs. Keep quiet, Ma. We got to get our daughter married.
Say, Zeke, I thought you were going to raffle Annie off.
I tried to, but I couldn't sell any tickets, so I changed it to a duck.
A duck? That's cheating.
It is not. She walks like one.
Mary, I wish you'd shut up. You're cramping my style.
Gosh, I bet that's Annie now. Let me out of here.
Quick, Harris, get away from that window.
So long, folks.
Doggone that low-down Harris. He stole my jug.
Don't get excited, Pa. You can get another jug.
Yeah, but where the heck can I get another finger? Doggone it. Well, Ma, let's see if we can land the next one. Come in.
Good evening, folks.
Well, well. Look, Ma, it's Tubby Wilson.
Hello, Tubby. Have some chairs and sit down.
Yeah.
What's up, Zeke?
Hubby, how'd you like to marry my daughter Annie?
Annie?
Hold him all.
I got him, Pa, I got him.
Let go of me, you old bat, and put your glasses on. Well, that's 2 strikes, but we ain't out yet. Come in. Hello, everybody. Well, it's young Baker. Son, I'll make it short and snappy. How'd you like to get married?
I don't know. Was it fun?
Ain't nothing like it, my boy. How'd you like to tie up with my Annie?
Gosh, I couldn't do that.
Hold on now. Just give me one reason why you don't want to marry my daughter.
She frightens me.
We'll get used to her. Now, listen, Baker. If you take her for your bride, I'll treat you both to a honeymoon at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls? Can I push her in?
That's up to you, my boy. What I don't see don't hurt me.
That's right. Just get her out of the house.
Yes, sirree.
Okay, it's a deal.
Come in, come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Back from the beauty parlor already? Yep. How do I look? If you didn't pay your bill, don't.
I got good news for you, gal. Young Baker here has consented to make the supreme sacrifice. He's going to marry you.
And I got good news for you, too. I already got myself a husband.
A husband? Gee, Hoshaphat.
Keepers, creepers.
So you're married, eh? Well, where is he?
Out on the porch. Come on in, mister.
Mister? Gosh, there ain't much to him, is there, Ma?
Well, he's a man. That's more than we expected.
That's right. Hello, everybody. Come in, young feller, and congratulations.
What for?
Say, if you don't mind my asking a personal question, how'd you come to marry my daughter anyway?
Well, I'm a traveling salesman. I was just getting off the train when this girl grabbed me and put me seat right in the Silver Faucet Treasury station. And I didn't know whether to pay me Cedar Faucet Street or Atchison to me. And you want to see right beside the Cedar Faucet Street about this place. And here I am.
Oh, she took you off your guard, eh?
Yeah, and not only that. You know, it's Cedar Faucet tour, but Silver Faucet Street thing. I know what a private Cedar Faucet Street was. It's down the river Faucet Street. Father, what do I do?
Too late to do anything, young man. You're hooked just like I was. Ouch, Clayfield.
If you're looking for a delicious new dessert that your family is sure to enjoy, you needn't look any farther, because here it is. It's the new Jell-O chocolate pudding. Chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. It has a lovely, rich texture, a satin smoothness, a tempting color. And it tastes, well, for it's real chocolatey, full-flavored and rich, so delicious that every creamy spoonful brings you back for more. And Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth with a golden taffy color that tempts your appetite, and a true butterscotch flavor that satisfies it. And then there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and inviting, an all-family favorite. And these 3 new Jell-O puddings are all quick and easy to make. The simple directions are on every package. A good idea is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
It's the last number of the 20th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And oh yes, I'd like to take this opportunity of congratulating Boy Scouts and their leaders everywhere on their 29th birthday anniversary of Scouting in America. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout when I was a kid.
And now someone has to help you across the street.
They do not. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In Hollywood this evening, our 2 distinguished stars are the lovely actress Margot and the polished young actor from Holland, Mr. Philip Dorr. A story by John Dixon Carr dealing with strange, very strange happenings aboard an ocean liner, and called Cabin B-13, is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Cabin B-13, and with the performances of Margot as Anne Brewster and Philip Dorn as Dr. Karl Heinrich, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Come now, in happier peacetime days, to a great ocean liner on the night of her departure for Europe. There she is at the West 22nd Street Pier, the 25,000-ton Moravania of the White Planet Line. Smoke from her 3 funnels coils up lazily in mild October air. You can see the decks, white and shiny like shoeboxes, and the string of lights along them, and the band standing by on A deck to play her out. You can hear the murmur of an excited crowd and the rattle of the steam winches as cargo is lowered into the hold. You can see the bustle of activity and the second officer standing at the head of the gangplank as 2 rather late passengers hurry through the customs shed towards that gangplank.
It's all right, Ricky. We are not too late.
No, and I thought we'd be in time.
A honeymoon in Europe. 3 whole months with nothing to worry about.
That's right, dear. And you've been my wife for, let's see, practically 5 hours now.
I believe the correct phrase is it was so sudden, Mr. Brewster.
So sudden that we have to travel on our own passports instead of a husband and wife one. I hope they don't think you're not an honest woman.
I'm going to act like a complete wanton just to devil you. Oh, what about our tickets, Ricky? Do we give them to that officer standing at the top of the gangplank?
No, honey, you keep your ticket. The cabin steward will come around and collect it after we're underway.
And the money, Ricky?
It's a lot of money, Anne. $10,000 in cash. Maybe I better turn it in at the purser's office for safekeeping.
Yes, maybe you had. Wait a minute, Ricky.
What is it then?
Wait. Do you mind if we stand here for a second before we go up the gangplank?
Oh, what's the matter? You're not ill, are you?
No, but getting over brain fever isn't any joke.
Oh, I know, dear.
You see, Ricky, I ought to be eager and excited like all those people up there, but suddenly you get fancies. Queer, sick fancies. Suddenly, right now, all I can think of is the night and the wind and all the black water in the dark.
And that's exactly the kind of morbid fancy I'm trying to cure you of.
I know, Ricky. I'll be good, but I was just thinking of a story.
What story?
Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. Which way do we go?
Up the gangplank, through that door there, and then down on the elevator to B deck. And no more horrors, do you understand? Here we are, Anne. B deck and cabin number... Good Lord. B-13.
B-13.
You're not superstitious, are you?
Why, no, dear. Not about things like that. Open the door.
Here we are. Lights on and...
Oh, Ricky, darling. It's a beautiful cabin.
Well, best I could get. Well, they've got our luggage in anyway, and... Over there, madam, you'll find a basket of fruit and some books from your obedient servant.
Oh, you are nice to me. And I'm feeling so much better, Ricky. I will be all right, darling.
Of course you will. But you won't find any detective novels among those books.
Please, Ricky.
Detective novels may be all right for presidents and college professors, but they're straight poison to you. You'll read love stories and like it.
You know, Ricky, I keep thinking and thinking about that story I mentioned.
Oh, what story, dear?
It's an old one. You probably know it, but it was new to me. A woman and her daughter arrive in Paris and go to a hotel.
Oh, you mean the old Paris exposition story?
Yes, that's it. The daughter goes out. When she returns, her mother has disappeared. And even the hotel room isn't the same. The proprietor of the hotel swears the girl came there alone and that there never was a mother. The whole room is different when she goes back to look at it. The girl goes to the police, and they won't believe her, and she's nearly crazy. Of course, Turns out that the mother has caught bubonic plague and died, and they're hushing it up so that the visitors won't keep away from the city and ruin the whole exposition,
Anne,
but...
you've got to stop this kind of talk.
I know. But imagine being in a situation like that, with all those queer eyes staring at you, wondering if you'd lost your reason, wondering if your brain had cracked and the whole world might dissolve, and... Listen.
Well, that's the last call, Anne. We'll be underway any minute now.
You know, Ricky, I would like to see the skyline go past and the Statue of Liberty and the rest of it.
Oh, then why not go up and see it? I've got to deposit this money in the purser's office on C deck.
But I don't like you to leave me.
Oh, now look here, dear. You don't think I'm going to disappear, do you?
I suppose I don't really. When I get these ideas, and I can't help it, Ricky, I wish you'd wallop me.
Well, I'm not going to wallop you, Anne, but you've got to stop being afraid. You certainly won't disappear in a crowded ship with any number of people all around you. And as for me, I defy Houdini himself to make me vanish.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not going to vanish, and neither is this cabin, dear. Now, run along. I'll join you on deck as soon as I can.
All right, Ricky. I'll be good.
In with your gangplank! In with your gangplank! Gangplank, please, sir. Close the rails. Stand by.
Eager people, excited people, happy people, all crowding up to the rail to wave goodbye. Nothing to worry about, nothing on their minds except...
Except what?
Oh.
Except seasickness, madam?
Oh.
I beg your pardon. I hadn't meant to startle you, believe me.
Please don't mention it. How silly of me. It was my fault. I haven't been very well.
I noticed it, madam, if you'll forgive me. That was why I spoke to you. As you see by my uniform, I'm the ship's doctor.
This is a British ship, isn't it? But you don't sound British.
No, I'm an Austrian, madam. Dr. Paul Heinrich, at your service. I'm not very popular in my own country today. The days of colored shirts and vacant minds.
I'm Mrs. Brewster, Doctor. Anne Brewster. When does the ship go?
In about a second, Mrs. Brewster. You will hear the whistle, then the band will strike up, all langs in, and then...
We're moving, aren't we?
Yes? Don't you feel the vibration of the engines?
Goodbye, Tommy. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Come on, dear. I'll see you at Christmas.
Whoa! The key to the car is in the living room table drawer.
If you go out with any blocks, tell me I'll kill you when I get back. Goodbye, Mom.
Yes, dear, of course I'll behave myself in Paris. Say, what time does the bar open aboard this time, huh?
I imagine this is not your first crossing, madam.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Dr. Heinrich. My husband's crossed many times, he tells me, but not on this ship.
Well, then I hope you're a good sailor.
Why, Dr. Heinrich?
Well, because we'll run into some very dirty weather once we are out at sea. October is a very bad month for traveling.
Well, if I do get seasick, Doctor, I'll rush straight to you, and I'll expect to be cured.
Let me tell you a secret, madam. There are two common ailments for which medical science has no cure. One is ordinary seasickness, and the other is hangover. Tomorrow morning I shall be dealing with both.
And enjoying it?
Oh, no. Sympathizing with it. That's all I can do. How do you like the Mauravania?
Oh, it's a magnificent ship from what I've seen of it. And you know they've given us a very nice cabin down on B deck, B13. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
I beg your pardon. Did you say B13?
Yes. Why not?
You're quite sure of that, madam?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure of it. I saw the number on the door. Why not?
Well, because...
Go on, Dr. Heinrich.
Because there's no such cabin aboard a ship. I'm not joking, Mrs. Brewster. You see, some people are superstitious. Many ships, like this one, omit number 13 on each deck. You must have been mistaken.
What are you trying to tell me? Do you think I saw something that wasn't there?
No, Mrs. Brewster, not at all.
Then Come along with me. I'll show you. I'll prove to you that there is a number 13. Will you come along?
Yes, Mrs. Brewster? I think perhaps I had better escort you. Stewardess!
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am. Come in straight away.
Tell me, stewardess, this is B deck, isn't it?
B deck, ma'am? Why, yes, ma'am. No doubt about that.
Dr. Heinrich and I have been all over this part of the ship looking for cabin number 13, but we don't...
I've been trying to convince this lady stewardess that there's no such cabin number 13 on this ship.
Why, there sure to heaven isn't, ma'am. And never has been. I've served aboard the Mauravania a matter of 8 years, and I ought to know.
But I tell you, I saw it. I was in there. It was a big cabin with a private bathroom attached. The walls were paneled in light oak, and the furniture was rosewood and yellow satin, and the portholes were like real windows.
No, that's not much good, ma'am.
No, I'm afraid not. Most of the cabins hereabouts look like that. May I ask you, what name was the cabin booked in?
Brewster, naturally. Mr. and Mrs. Richard E. Brewster.
Here, let's have a look on my list. No, there's no Brewster here, ma'am.
I tell you, I was in there. They even delivered the luggage. I saw it.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I had a look-see in all the cabins I'm in charge of, just to see if the passengers wanted anything. And I don't remember any luggage with a Brewster label on it.
Wait a minute. There may be a partial explanation of this.
Ah, you see, that's better, Mrs. Brewster. I was hoping you might find one.
Ricky, that's my husband. Ricky and I have only been married a very short time, and when my maid printed the baggage labels, she must have made them out in my maiden name. I never noticed at the time.
Oh, what name might that be, ma'am?
Thornton. Anne-Marie Thornton.
Oh, Lord, miss. Now, why couldn't you have said that before? I remember it well. 2 silk cases and a little trunk. They're in B16 now.
Where's B16?
Right behind you, miss. You're standing practically in front of the door.
Oh, thank goodness for you. Oh, yes, but, what about my husband's luggage?
There's no gentleman's luggage in that cabin, miss. Your husband's or any other gentleman's, if you know what I mean.
I won't stand for this. Where's Ricky? What have you done with Ricky?
Please, Mrs. Brewster. There's one easy way to settle this.
Settle it? How?
Just look down the corridor. You notice the man coming towards us? The man with the 2 gold stripes around his sleeve?
Well?
That's Mr. Marshall, our second officer. Did you ever see him before?
Yes. Yes, of course I have. He was standing at the top of the gangplank when Rick and I got aboard.
Exactly. So he might be able to tell us something.
Oh.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall?
Yes, Doctor, what's up?
Would you mind coming here for a moment?
Well, not at all, old boy. Always glad to oblige a chap who may have to cut me up at any moment. What may I do for you?
Take a good look at this young lady. And tell me, have you seen her before?
Seen her before? My dear chap, if I had overlooked, the young lady will pardon me, I know, a passenger as charming as this lady is, I would be less of the gentleman than I fancy myself.
You saw her coming aboard tonight?
Oh, yes, certainly.
And, of course, you saw the gentleman who was with her.
The gentleman who was with her?
Yes.
Oh, but there was nobody with her, old boy.
You're quite certain of that, Mr. Marshall?
My dear doctor, she was the last of them to come aboard. I'll take my Bible oath there was no other passenger with her, or ahead of her, or behind her if it comes to that.
You're lying to me.
Please, Mrs. Brewster, lower your voice.
I know what it is. It's the old Paris trick, like in the story. But you won't get away with it, do you hear?
Now, look here, madam.
I'll go to the purser, I'll go to the captain. Oh, dear Father in heaven, won't anybody believe me?
Later that night, in the captain's room just abaft the bridge, there is a conference of ship's officers. Outside, stung by spray clinging to the bulkhead rail in the dark, a frightened girl waits until the door of the cabin's room opens.
Will you bring the young lady in, Dr. Heinrich, and close the door?
Yes, sir. Here we are. This is Captain Wainwright. Now, just tell your story straightforwardly, and please don't excite yourself.
Well, maybe we can get some decision into this matter. Will you sit down here beside my desk, Miss Thornton?
My name is Brewster, Captain. Mrs. Ann Brewster.
Whatever you say, Mrs. Brewster.
Thank you very much, Captain.
I might tell you, ma'am, I've got a lot on my mind already.
The first officer comes aboard with an attack of flu. I'm facing an equinoctial gale short-handed, and now this has to happen on top of it.
I'm terribly sorry. I can't help that, Captain. But I want to know what they've done with Ricky.
Just one moment, please, while I get this straight. By this time, I understand you yourself have personally interviewed practically every single passenger aboard this ship. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But your alleged husband is not here. Is that true?
Yes, that's true,
In
but
the meantime, the purser has sent a squad of men to search this ship. They've searched every inch of it. You can take my word for that. There's nobody hidden. Your husband's not here. According to Mr. Marshall, who's standing over there...
I see him.
According to Mr. Marshall, he never was here.
Oh, hang it all, Miss Thornton. You needn't glare at me like that. We couldn't see the chap. He wasn't there, now could we?
Be quiet, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not unreasonable, Mrs. Brewster. I think you'll admit that. But what can I do? What can I say? Can you offer any proof, even, that this husband of yours ever existed?
Proof? Yes, of course I can.
Excuse me for interrupting, but would you mind, Captain, if I ask a question or two?
No, Doctor, go ahead. I tell you, I'm going daft myself.
If you were married, Mrs. Brewster, you must be carrying a joint husband and wife passport. Where is that?
Well, there wasn't time to get one. We each carried our own passport.
Oh, I see. But still, there must be someone back in America who can confirm what you say if we got in touch by radio telephone. Your parents, for instance.
I haven't got any parents. They're dead.
What about relatives, then, or a guardian?
My guardian is a trust company. The administrators don't even know I'm married.
But somebody must have performed the ceremony of marriage. The parson, the justice of peace.
Yes, of course. But... Oh, I can't remember the name of the town.
You don't remember the name of the town?
Hold tight to your chair, Mrs. Brewster. The ship is going to pitch again.
How's the glass looking, Mr. Marshall?
Barometer's rising, sir. This weather won't hold long. We shall be in the fog before morning, though.
We're in a fog now, if you ask me. This lady says she
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm trying to think of it. It was a little town in upstate New York where they can marry you at a moment's notice. Ricky kept the certificate. I was confused. I haven't been well.
No, you haven't.
You see, Ricky had been away, and he came back, and I was in love with him, and he sort of swept me off my feet, and... Oh, what's the use?
Not much use, apparently.
If you'll take my advice, ma'am, you'll go below to your cabin and get some sleep. I'll send the doctor down to mix you a sedative.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I think you're a little overwrought, ma'am.
What I can't understand is why. Why should you want to do this? It can't be the bubonic plague this time.
Bubonic plague, ma'am? Who said anything about the bubonic plague?
Never mind. But I'll show you. You're all against me, except maybe the doctor. But I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I am going downstairs, and I don't want anybody to follow me. Good night. Good night, all of you.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Look here, Mr. Marshall.
Huh?
You think it's quite safe to trust her out there alone?
Well, I don't know, sir. She's mad as a hatter, if you ask me.
You think she might do something foolish?
Well, I think she might chuck herself overboard if we're not careful.
What's your opinion, Doctor?
I can give you my opinion, gentlemen, in a very few words. That girl is as sane as you are.
What's that?
Wait and hear what I have to say. I shared your own belief at first, but I've been talking to her all evening. I've heard her whole story, and there's not a psychopathic trait in her nature. She firmly believes in this husband.
Yes, Doctor. A lot of people firmly believe they're Napoleon, but they get tossed into loony bins, that's the same.
This matter is not a joke, Mr. Marshall. I tell you, this man exists. Or did exist.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I suppose he has been murdered. Perhaps he has been murdered and thrown overboard.
Murdered? Thrown overboard?
If you remember, Richard Brewster was carrying a very large sum of money in cash. His wife's wedding gifts. Practically all her inheritance. He meant to go to the purser's office. But he never got there. That money might have been a great temptation.
To whom?
To a stewardess, perhaps, or even to a ship's officer.
Just exactly what are you getting at?
Well, numbers on doors can be changed easily enough. Just print a small card and put it on the metal slot on the door.
I still want to know what you're driving at.
If you use your intelligence, gentlemen, I think you will understand how a man can be made to vanish into thin air, and why Mr. Marshall saw never another passenger. You still don't see it?
No, I do not.
Well, then listen, and I'll explain exactly how a situation like
this... 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock, the hour of suicides and bad dreams. The gale has subsided, the sea is calm. But the SS Mauravania creeps blindly at barely 8 knots through a thick and strangling fog. The whole ship is dark and sealed up in sleep. There's no sound in all that mournful dimness, except when the foghorn cries out a warning overhead. Even cabin B-16 is dark. Anne Brewster, still fully dressed, lies restlessly across one of the berths, her head almost touching the intercabin telephone.
What was... Oh, I thought I heard... Telephone. Yes? Hello?
It's me, Anne. Take it easy now.
Ricky! Ricky, where are you?
Quiet. Keep your voice down.
Where are you, Ricky? What happened to you? Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt, but he nearly got me.
Who nearly got you?
Listen, dear. I can't explain over the phone, and I don't dare go down there. Can you meet me up on deck?
Yes, of course. Where?
Do you know the boat deck?
Boat deck? Which one is that?
The top deck, where all the lifeboats are slung.
Oh, yes, I know it.
Well, go to the starboard side.
Yes?
That's the right-hand side, facing forward. Find the 4th lifeboat from the aft companionway.
Yes.
There's a thick fog, and nobody will see us.
Ricky. What is it? Ricky! He's gone. He's gone.
Excuse me, miss, but I thought I heard somebody talking in here.
Stewardess, what are you doing up at this time of the night?
If I might ask, miss, what are you doing up and dressed? Oh, you ought to get some sleep, miss. You really ought.
It might interest you to know, stewardess, that I've just been talking to my husband.
Now, look here, miss. Don't start that all over again. Please don't start that all over again.
You all pretended to think I was mad, didn't you? And you nearly drove me mad. Ricky's beaten the whole crowd of you, and I'm going out on deck to meet him now.
Out on deck, miss?
That's what I said. Where's my coat?
Don't go out there, miss. Not in the state of mind you're in. And the fog's so thick, you can't hardly see your hand in front of your face.
Stand away from the door, please.
Suppose, miss, I didn't want to let you go out there.
I don't think that would matter much. You've probably heard that mad people have 10 times ordinary strength, and I'm stronger than you anyway.
Miss, I'm a-begging you.
Stand away from that door! 1, 2, 3rd.
Anne, is that you?
Yes. Ricky. Ricky, darling, where are you?
Here, duck your head under the lifeboat. You take my hand.
But isn't it horribly dangerous out there on the edge? There's no railing along the side of the ship.
Don't worry, Anne. I won't let you fall. Look out! Oh, went overboard here. We're well aft near the propellers. The suction would carry into the propeller blades and... Now, listen.
I can't hear anything except the foghorn.
Yeah, but I can. There's somebody walking along the deck. And I can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
You're quite right, my friend. You can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
Dr. Heinrich, what are you doing here?
At the moment, young lady, I'm covering both of you with a revolver. Please don't move.
So, you were in the conspiracy, Dr. Heinrich.
May I ask you what conspiracy?
The whole ship's conspiracy to say Richard Brewster didn't exist.
My dear young lady, you can set your mind at rest. There never was any ship's conspiracy against you. The people you spoke to were perfectly honest.
Including Mr. Marshall, I suppose.
Yes, including Mr. Marshall.
And what is this all
Stand back there.
I suppose he was telling the truth when he said nobody came up the gangplank before or after me.
I beg your pardon. That was not what he said. He said no passenger came up the gangplank at this time.
Well, what's the difference?
A great crime is arranged for tonight, young lady. No less a crime than murder.
Murder? Who's going to be murdered?
You are.
What?
That, I repeat, is a scheme. But there is no conspiracy and only one criminal.
Oh. And who is the criminal?
The criminal is the man standing beside you. your so-called husband.
Ricky? Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
I think I do. Marshall, of course, did see someone walk up the gangplank, loitering behind you. But he never dreamt of associating that person in any way with you. He saw a ship's officer returning from shore leave in civilian clothes.
A ship's officer?
Yes. That man you call your husband, his name isn't Richard Brewster. His real name is Blaney. And he's the first officer of the Mauravania.
Are you trying to tell me
the captain
that
can identify him. He's actually British, though he can fake an American accent very well. He has already got a wife in England, and he's planning to join her with the $10,000 he got from you.
I don't believe it. I don't. Ricky, why don't you say something?
Oh, he planned it very cleverly, I must admit. He never let you know he was ship's officer, did he? He's been away for some time, naturally, so he persuaded you to marry him in a hurry.
Ricky, is this true?
He has the money, you see. All he did was hang a dummy number on the cabin door, remove it later, put on his uniform, and walk away with his own luggage.
But Captain Wainwright told us that the first officer had come aboard tonight with...
With a bad attack of flu, yes. Our friend couldn't be seen in public until after he disposed of you. The best thing was to convince everybody you were insane, as he did. Then, when you went overboard tonight...
They would all believe it was suicide.
Exactly. But I began to suspect this Brewster, because you quoted him as telling such an obvious lie. He said he had never traveled in the Mauravania, yet he could direct you all over the ship, and even knew where the purser's office was. So I went to his cabin, found it empty, searched, and found your $10,000.
Look out, Dr. Henry!
Put it down, you fool! Put it down!
Oh! He's overboard! You shot him! You shot him!
Your shots, my dear, never touched him.
Never touched him?
No. The weight of the iron carried him over backwards when he lifted it. It was the weight he was going to use to sink your body.
Ricky! The propellers! The ship's propellers!
Yes, they suck you under.
Oh, Doctor. Doctor, I can't stand this.
It won't be easy, my dear. It won't be easy, I know, but believe me, this way is better.
And so closes Cabin B-13, starring Margot and Philip Dorn. Tonight's tale of suspense. With our two stars tonight were Dennis Hoy as Captain Wainwright and William Johnstone as Ricky Brewster. This is the Man in Black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be one of the screen year's most sensational newcomers, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly will be supported by Hans Conried and William Johnstone. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear, who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morawick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Suspense fans, please note that these programs will shortly move to different days of the week. Suspense will come to listeners in Eastern and Central time zones on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, and to Mountain and Pacific time zone listeners on Monday, beginning December the 6th. Remember, Thursday, beginning December the 2nd in Eastern and Central time zone, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th in the Pacific and Mountain time zones for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast tonight are Mr. John Sutton, who appears as a young English doctor, Jim Norwood, who knew a great deal more than he admitted concerning the strange events which we are about to relate. And Mr. George Zucco, who plays the village curate, the Reverend Arthur Morley. Our story, and it bears none but a coincidental resemblance to H.G. Wells' famous short novel, The Invisible Man, is by John Dixon Carr and is called The Man Without a Body, tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you. And so it is with The Man Without a Body and the performances of John Sutton and George Zuko. We again hope to keep you in suspense. A lonely beach of low white sand hills edged by the surf of the North Sea. And back from the beach, drowsing as it has drowsed for 10 centuries, lies the village of Aldbridge in Suffolk. There is the seawall, now defaced by air raid shelters. And there are the rolling grain fields, the thatched white cottages, the spire of St. Luke's Church above the oak trees. Ancient and bell-haunted, lost among hedgerows, this village could never cause consternation in London newspaper offices. And yet, on that warm night nearly 4 years ago...
This time it's really happened. A man without a body, completely invisible.
Copy, boy. Copy, boy. Look at this dispatch. Reign of Terror in Suffolk Village. Has another of H.G. Wells' romances come true?
An invisible man? I can't believe it.
What's the matter with that village? They all gone scatty? Mr. George Wellman, builder, states that as he was returning home along the main road from Bury St. Edmunds...
He distinctly saw a man's hat, without any head under it, moving towards him about 6 feet above the ground.
Oh, George must have been full of beer. We can't use this story. Copy, boy! Even more surprising evidence was given by the Reverend Arthur Morley, vicar of St. Luke's Church. Who? The parson? You don't think he was full of beer? One question above all agitates the village. Who is Professor Ansmith? Who is this elderly American, said to be an inventor, who has settled at Aldbridge and leased a part of the house belonging to the local doctor? Out of some terrifying workshop, to strike like a maniac where least expected, has there at last emerged...
A real invisible man?
The Church of St. Luke, Aldbridge, on that same Sunday evening. The evening service is over now, though an echo of bells still lingers. In the vestry at the rear of the church, where white surplices hang like ghosts, the Reverend Arthur Morley sits with his daughter Janice. It is a stone room of painted windows, now many-colored in the sunset. And here, as the drowsy summer light turns to dusk...
Janice, I don't believe it.
I know, Father.
I saw it with my own eyes, yet I don't believe it. You don't think we were dreaming, do you?
No, Father. We weren't dreaming.
If this goes on, the whole village will be in a frenzy. But what can I do?
We could go to Professor Ansmith and ask him straight out.
Ask him whether he's responsible for these...
Yes.
I wonder, Janice. The man isn't hurting anybody, you know. You couldn't ask for a quieter person or a better neighbor. And yet... What's that?
Father, you are upset. It's only Mr. Emmett coming down from the belfry.
Emmett? Oh, yes, of course. Is that you, Mr. Emmett?
It's me, all right, sir. And very much in the flesh. Did you think I was the invisible man?
Mr. Emmett, I forbid you to mention that subject.
Very good, sir. But there's others, begging your pardon, that do mention it.
Oh, yes, forgive me. I spoke too sharply.
Oh, that's all right, sir. No harm done, no bones broken. Mind you not that I hold with this talk about invisible men. It ain't natural, I say. It ain't hardly Christian. I'm a greengrocer by trade, and I believe in what I can weigh and feel and...
What's the matter, Mr. Emmett? Is anything wrong?
Excuse me, sir. And you too, miss. Do you see anybody in this room except us?
No, of course not. Why?
Because I could have sworn something brushed past me just now.
You're imagining things, Mr. Emmett.
Yes, sir, I dare say,
There's nobody hidden in the belfry tower, I hope.
No, sir. I had a look-see. And what's more, there's not going to be anybody up there. once I've locked the door. Now, let the blighter try and get in.
Oh, please, Mr. Emmett. And you too, Father. You're talking about this invisible man as though he actually existed.
There's sunny going on, miss. You can't deny that.
No, none of us can deny it.
And what's more, sir, it's getting pretty dark in here. Hadn't you and Miss Janice better get along to the vicarage while I lock up?
No, we can't go just yet, Mr. Emmett. We're expecting Dr. Norwood.
Dr. Jim Norwood, sir? What does he say about all this?
Oh, you might ask him yourself, Mr. Emmett. I think that's probably him now. Come in. The vestry door's not locked.
Oh, hello, Padre. Hello, Janice. I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Jim. You seem a good deal out of breath.
I am out of breath, Janice, because there's blue blazes to pay down in the village.
Not more trouble.
Yes, I'm afraid so. They're holding a mass meeting at the Coach and Horses, and they're ready to murder Professor Ansmith. If this invisible man cuts any more capers, we may see a real old-fashioned lynching in an English village.
Now, look here, my boy. This has got to stop.
I know that, Padre, but how are we going to stop it?
Sit down there, Jim, across the table from me.
Yes, sir.
First of all, what do you know about this Professor Ansmith?
Nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
But you rent part of your house to him.
Oh, my dear Padre, that house is twice as big as I can possibly manage. I was only too glad to get a tenant.
He gave you references, I imagine?
Yes, but I didn't bother to check them. He's a quiet old boy. Pays his rent on the dot. Never does anything except read and go for long walks.
Are you quite sure of that, Jim?
The village has war nerves, that's all. With the camouflage aerodrome in the neighborhood, they're apt to imagine anything.
True, perhaps, but...
That talk about dynamos humming in the old boy's room and blue lights flashing is rubbish out of a sensational film. They imagine the whole thing. Finally, this crazy story about an invisible man playing the gramophone. Why,
it's not a crazy story, Jim. Janice and I saw it happen.
You what?
Last night, about 9:30, Janice and I were out for a walk in the lane that runs past your house. On the way, we met Willie Kendrick, and he joined us.
Well, sir?
Listen, Jim. On that side of the house, there's a little square room with 2 windows and no furniture except a round table and a couple of chairs. Do you know the one we mean?
Yes, of course. Professor Ansmith uses it. What about the room?
It wasn't quite blackout time. The windows were up, the curtains weren't drawn, and the room was brightly lighted. On the table stood an old-fashioned gramophone with a horn and a crank handle. Beside it lay a pair of white cotton gloves, like gardener's gloves. The gramophone was playing away for dear life, but there was nobody in the room. Janice thought that was a bit odd, a gramophone going full tilt with nobody there, and called my attention to it. Just then, the gramophone started to run down. We could hear the record slow and go off key. As it did so...
Well, sir, go on.
As it did so, those white gloves got up off the table.
Got up off the table?
Got up off the table, took hold of the gramophone, and wound it up again.
Mr. Emmett, what on earth are you doing?
I dropped some candlesticks.
So I see. Please pick them up again.
Yes,
Padre, are you serious?
Perfectly serious.
A pair of gloves without any hands inside them?
Yes.
But what did they do exactly?
The left-hand glove steadied the gramophone. The right-hand glove wound it up. Then they both hung in the air, beating time to the music. It should have been funny. I can only assure you it was not funny.
What happened then?
Oh, Jim, it was horrible. Willie Kendrick let out a yell and ran down the lane between the apple trees as though the devil were after him.
I can't say I blame him.
Father and I just stood there and...
Stared is the word, my dear.
Yes, stared. I can't forget any of it. The 3-legged table and the whirling record and the blue flowers on the wallpaper. But there was nobody there. We could see past the table and under the table and all over the room. And there was nobody there.
Except the man without any body.
Confound the man without any body.
Father, suppose it is true.
As a clergyman, my dear, I prefer to remain agnostic. This thing's a trick.
Yes, but how's it done and why?
That's the whole point, Jim. What worries me is the effect on our people here. We call ourselves intelligent, and yet, look at us. Even Mr. Emmett there.
Hey, what's that about me, sir?
A few minutes ago, you thought something brushed past you when you were coming down the stairs from the bell tower. Now, didn't you?
Well, yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Jim?
But I didn't really think so, sir. Not really. It was imagination, just like the doctor said. Because I searched that tower. I locked the door afterwards.
Exactly. But the mere force of suggestion, nothing more, might lead you to believe.
That's not suggestion, Father.
Sir. Oh, stake my Bible oath, there's nobody in that belfry.
Bells can't ring by themselves, old man. There's somebody pulling the rope up there, and we're going to find out who it is.
Now, one moment, all of you.
What's wrong, Padre? You're as white as a ghost.
This blasphemous mockery, it seems, extends even to the church. Very well. You will stay with Janice, my boy. Emmett and I will collar this invisible man.
Why can't I go, too?
I don't believe in this, but I should prefer to have someone with Janice. You're not afraid, Mr. Emmett?
If it's alive, sir, I'm not afraid of it. And if it's dead, well, you're not afraid of it. The tower door's open, sir. I'm ready.
Don't do it, Father. Don't go.
You can't help them, Janice. Sit down here. Take it easy.
Jim Norwood, what's wrong with you?
Wrong with me?
You've got an odd look, too. And the light's fading. And the surplices look like ghosts. And in another minute, that bell would drive me mad. Suppose he has got in.
Who?
The invisible man.
Oh, don't talk rot.
As there are sounds that the ear cannot hear, so there are colors that the eye cannot see. I read that somewhere. He hasn't hurt anybody yet. But suppose he turns nasty and does hurt somebody.
He can't hurt anybody.
How do you know?
Janice, listen to me. Take my hand.
Oh, but Jim...
I want to tell you a few things you won't understand. I don't ask you to understand. I just ask you to remember.
Well, what is it?
The first is a question. If you were a government official and wanted to find an expert on camouflage, where would you go?
An expert on camouflage?
Yes. And the second point is this. I studied medicine in Germany.
Oh, I know that, but that's
One night on a bet, I hid backstage at the Winter Garden Theatre in Berlin. I saw the whole show from backstage, and I learned a great deal.
Jim Norwood, what on earth are you talking
George
about?
Wellman and I have talked the whole thing over. In a way, Janice, there is an invisible man. I can tell you who he is and how he works. But there's no danger, do you understand? There's no danger at all.
Jim, what was that?
I don't know.
You do know. I can see it in your face. You do know.
I think somebody's fallen
Fallen?
from the top of the belfry.
Father!
Stay here, Janice. You can't do any good.
Let go of my arm. I'm going up there.
No, you're not. I didn't think what the danger might be. Besides, there's somebody coming down the stairs now. Stay just where you are and don't move until...
Oh, Father. Father, are you all right?
Steady, sir. Take it easy now.
I'm perfectly all right, yes. But you'd better go into the churchyard and see to Emmett.
He fell?
No, Janice, he did not fall. He was thrown.
Oh.
Thrown? By whom?
There's no time to argue now. You're a doctor. Go out and see to him.
Well, is he in...
I don't know. Go.
Yes, sir.
For I will work a deed in your days which ye will not believe, though it be told you. Janice, this is incredible.
Why?
You heard the bell ring. I saw it ring.
Without anybody there?
I was as close to that bell as I am to you now. No hand held the rope. There were no strings or wires or any tricks to make it move. Yet it clanged back and forth alone in the tower. And I thought I heard someone laugh.
Laugh?
Oh, don't take that too seriously. We were both overwrought, and the noise of the bell was deafening.
What about Mr. Emmett?
Emmett yelled some words I couldn't hear and lunged for the bell. Then something caught him. Something caught him and gave him a sledgehammer blow in the back. That belfry's nothing but open arches. You heard him scream. I saw his face just before he went over.
Lock the door to the tower, Father. Lock it.
I can't lock it. Emmett has the key. But why should I lock it?
Because he's still in there.
He?
He hadn't done any harm before, but he's done harm now. There's no telling what might happen if he gets loose.
You mean?
I mean Professor Ann Smith's protege, whoever he is. The man without a body.
Under the red sunset, some quarter of a mile away, a grass-carpeted lane winds between rows of apple trees. The lane is dusky, though lights shine into it from the windows of a large stone house, Dr. Norwood's house beyond the apple trees. Up and down, a shadowy figure is pacing, an elderly figure, a dejected figure, tall and frail as a shadow among shadows, muttering to itself, shaking its head, now and then raising one fist in bewilderment or anguish. Sometimes the light gleams on large spectacles and a kindly mouth. Up and down, endlessly up
Then down strides Professor Ann Smith.
I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. How can I convince them that I'm not guilty? Who's there? I saw you dodge behind that tree. Stand out, sir.
Did you call me Professor Ann Smith?
Yes, I did call you. Who are you?
You probably won't recognize me, Professor Ann Smith.
Nevertheless, my friend, may I ask what your name is?
My name is Wellman, Professor. George Wellman.
Wellman. I've heard that name.
Maybe you have. I'm a builder by trade, and a great friend of Dr. Norwood's.
Wait one moment. Aren't you the young man whose firm is putting up these air-raid shelters along the seawall and making such an unholy din with your riveting machines?
That's me.
And come to think of it, aren't you the one who first started this alarm about an invisible man?
Yes, because I met him.
You did not meet him, sir. This whole thesis is scientific nonsense, and I won't have it.
You won't have what?
I'm an old man, Mr. Wellman. I never did anybody the least harm. As God is my judge, I know nothing whatever about this... What's that?
It looks like the vicar's car, Professor. You'd better stand back. This is a pretty narrow lane.
Ann Smith. Professor Ann Smith.
Yes, Mr. Morley, I hear you.
We thought you'd better drive over here straight away. I think you've met my daughter. And, of course, you know Dr. Norwood.
Yes,
but there's no time for any social formalities. Get into your house, Professor Ann Smith. Get in quickly and close the shutters.
But why should I do that?
Because there's a mob coming, sir, and we can't stop them.
Hurry, do hurry.
A mob coming here? Why?
Haven't you heard the news?
I've heard nothing, my friend. The only person I've seen has been that young man there who chews a toothpick and hides behind the trees.
George Wellman? What on earth are you doing here?
Watching, Janice. Watching and waiting, just as usual.
Listen to me, Professor Ann Smith. Henry Emmett, the head verger at St. Luke's, was thrown from the belfry window not 20 minutes ago.
Not by me, sir, I assure you. I had nothing to do with it.
No, not by you, but apparently by the invisible man.
Oh, Father in heaven, will this never stop?
Not till we catch the fellow. No.
Be quiet, Mr. Wellman, please.
I'm sorry, Padre. I take it back.
I myself can testify that no visible person laid hands on Emmett. He was struck as though with a gigantic fist. What's the matter, Professor Ann Smith? Is anything wrong?
No. I was just thinking. Is Emmett dead?
Fortunately, no.
I'm glad of that, my friend, for a certain person's sake.
He's not even seriously hurt. The bell tower isn't high, and a tree broke the force of his fall. But he's badly shaken up, and that crowd at the Coach and Horses means trouble. If you haven't anything to say to us, if you haven't a word of explanation to utter...
Listen, Padre, don't you hear anything?
Yes, I thought I heard voices.
Can't be that crowd from the village. We're too far ahead of them.
It's a crowd, all right. And they've been here for hours.
But where? I don't see anybody.
Jim, look, behind the trees.
Look behind the trees. Look beyond the hedgerows. Look for any place where a watcher can hide.
And may I ask what they're doing here?
They're watching you, Professor Ann Smith.
More of your spies, you mean?
You can call them anything you please. But they're getting impatient and they want a showdown. If I as much as hold my hand up like this... Don't throw stones at the windows, you fools! You're only breaking the doctor's windows!
Gentlemen, I can't have any more of this. Be quiet, all of you, and listen to me.
Well, sir, we're listening.
I'm a peaceful man. I like to live in peace with my neighbors. I have nothing to do with this so-called reign of terror. But you don't believe that, do you?
No.
Then I must expose a fraud. Now, don't blame me if I expose the trickster, too. I have made preparations to show you the invisible man. The man without a body.
Quiet, everybody!
Mr. Morley, I believe you and your daughter walked through this lane last night while I was away at the Bury St. Edmunds.
I don't know about your being away, sir. My daughter and I were certainly here, yes.
Good. Miss Janice Morley.
Yes, Professor Ann Smith.
Will you look toward your right, please, at the house? What do you see?
It's the same room.
What room?
The room with the little round table and the gramophone.
It's a three-legged table, you notice.
Yes, of course.
But there's nobody in the room.
No, nobody at all.
Are conditions exactly as they were last night?
Yes, except there aren't any gloves on the table.
No, but the invisible man is there.
Oh.
A living presence, ready to act and breathe and even kill. With your permission, I shall now address him. Hello in there. Hello in there. Hello in there.
If anybody answers him, Father, I'm going to scream.
Quiet, Janice, quiet.
Father, look. The gloves are appearing on the table.
I call out to him and I speak as follows. Hold the phonograph with your left glove. That's it. Turn the handle with your right. 1 turn, 2, 3, 4. That's enough. Touch the spring with your left hand. Push the record. Lower the needle with your right and... Ladies and gentlemen, the Invisible Man.
Hold him on! Hold, you fools! Don't you see?
On the contrary, let them throw all they like. Aim at the table, my friend. Aim at the table.
Why at the table?
Because then they'll see the trick.
I don't follow you. What trick?
The trick of the looking glasses. There. You see now, my friend?
I think I do.
The legs of the table form a triangle with its point towards you. Panels of looking glass are fitted in the 2 sides facing you.
What do you know about that?
You think you can see under the table, but what you actually see are the side walls of the room reflected in those 2 mirrors.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean...
I mean that my old servant, hidden behind the mirrors, has just been working the gloves to a panel in the tabletop. It's a very old trick, first shown by Colonel Stadair at the London Polytechnic.
And that's what happened last night?
Yes.
And you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing whatever, nor had my servant.
Then who did do it and why? What is the explanation of all this?
Well, I can't tell you why. That's what beats me. But I can tell you everything else.
This invisible man who's been scaring us all silly?
My dear young lady, there's no invisible man. There never has been.
I might believe that, Professor Ansmith, if I hadn't seen a church bell ringing where there was no hand to ring it. And poor old Emmett flung out of the tower as though a giant hand had got hold of him. You're not saying that was done with the looking glasses?
No, my friend, not at all. That was really clever.
Strings? Wires? Ropes?
No, they weren't necessary.
But the thing's impossible.
Oh, no. The same principle was used by my old friend J.N. Maskelyne to make mechanical figures work. Psycho played whist, and Zoe drew pictures. I myself,
Go on, sir. You yourself. What are you going to say?
The secret I was about to say remains unknown even today. You were right, in a way, when you tell us that Emmett acted as though a giant had got hold of him. A giant had got hold of him, at least a gigantic force.
Oh, before we all go completely mad, would you mind telling us what this gigantic force was?
Not at all. It was compressed air.
Compressed air?
But don't you see it even yet, any of you?
No.
A compressed air pipe with 1,000 pounds pressure behind it was run up into the tower facing the bell. It could be operated from the ground outside. The pressure was turned on and off in bursts. It made that heavy bell swing like a toy. Emmett, don't you remember? Emmett rushed forwards towards the bell.
And the air pressure?
The air pressure struck him like a sledgehammer and flung him headlong out of the tower. There's your miracle, gentlemen. That's all there was to it.
Sir, I can't doubt what you say. It's too circumstantial and too right.
But what, my friend?
The compressed air tanks. The mechanical apparatus to work this trick.
Well, what about it?
Where did it come from? Such things don't grow on bushes.
No, but they do grow on riveting machines.
Riveting machines?
Yes, such as the riveting machine they're using on the air raid shelters along the seawall. Would you care to tell us, Dr. James Norwood, why you and your friend Wellman have been playing all these tricks?
All of you. Jim Norwood, is this true?
Why, of course it's true, Mr. Morley. Don't be so gullible.
Jim and George Wellman doing all this? I don't believe it.
Take a look at their faces, young lady. Did you ever see a guiltier-looking pair?
So we look guilty, do we?
Frankly, you do.
We played the whole game and convinced the village there was an invisible man. Is that it?
Yes. You worked the glove trick in your own house, and Wellman worked the air trick with his own equipment. Everything else was nothing but a pack of lies and a lot of atmosphere. Playing conjurers and making a blasted hash of it.
Is that all, Professor Ann Smith?
Well, remember, you brought this on yourself. I didn't want to expose you.
No, Professor. I bet you didn't. Easy, George. Take it easy.
Jim, is this true?
Before you start pitching into me, Janice, let me have my word first. Do you remember what I said to you at the church tonight?
At the church?
Yes, I asked you to remember something, even if you didn't understand it. All right. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, Jim, please. You're only trying to evade this. Oh, I'm so confused now, I don't remember anything. All I can think of is this horrible business and what's behind it. Father can't believe his ears, and I'm not much better. We've practically idolized you. All we want you to do is answer a straight question. Jim, are these accusations true?
Yes, they are true.
Doubtless he had a good reason, Janice. Doubtless he had a good reason.
Yes, we had a good reason.
The very best reason in the world.
You had a good reason for scaring people half to death and trying to kill poor old Henry Emmett?
We didn't mean any harm against Emmett. That was an accident.
But you dare to defend yourself now?
Yes, just that.
Before we go home, Father, shall we apologize to Professor Ann Smith? I hope he'll try to think better of English hospitality.
Good, Janice, good. I hope he will, too.
You hope he will.
Listen, Janice, before you act on any belief, you have to be absolutely sure in your own mind. George and I had to prove something, and now I'm glad to say we have proved it.
Oh, I can't stand this any longer. If you have anything to say, go on and say it straight out. What was it you had to prove?
We had to prove to our own satisfaction that this pretended American who calls himself Professor Ann Smith...
Pretended American?
Who calls himself Professor Ann Smith?
We had to prove that this pretended American was no other than Karl Heinrich von Keist, the celebrated stage magician from the Winter Garden Theatre in Berlin.
What?
Whose real job is to find the camouflage aerodrome near Bury St. Edmunds.
No.
He explained his own tricks very nicely, George. We'll swear out a warrant in the morning.
And so closes The Man Without a Body, starring John Sutton and George Zucco. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when the distinguished actress, Miss Agnes Moorehead, will be heard in one of her many brilliant characterizations. Starring with Miss Moorehead will be Miss Ellen Drew, who as Carol Linden tells the amazing story of Uncle Henry's Rosebush. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucian Mahowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense.
This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Paul Lucas, and with him are Miss Heather Angel and Mr. Bramwell Fletcher. Story by John Dixon Carr, dealing with strange, very strange happenings in a London curio shop and called Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, is tonight's tale of suspense. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution till the last possible moment. And so, with the performances of Heather Angel, Bramwell Fletcher, of Paul Lucas as Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
This is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Does the idea shock you? Do you believe that justice must always be done? But let's be honest with ourselves. You and I needn't be cynics to know that justice is very seldom done. Innocence flinches. Guilt is childlike and bland. Innocence is imposed upon. Guilt can encompass all things, even a successful murder. And I know this because I was the murderer, you say? Oh, no. Inquire at Scotland Yard. I was the victim. In Bond Street, not far from Piccadilly, there used to be an establishment, which in a less fashionable part of town would have been called a shop. On the windows, in letters as discreet as a visiting card, were the words, Charles Markham, Antique Dealer. Such a delightful fellow, Markham. Such a character. 30 years ago, yes, as long as that, this antique shop was a dingy place, despite deep carpets and crystal chandeliers. It rustled with the ticking of 100 clocks. It was shadowed by damascened armor and the loom of tall tapestries. And late one summer night, when the shutters were long closed on those windows, a four-wheeler drew up before the door in the gas-lit street.
That's all, cabby. You needn't wait.
Very good, miss. Good night.
Good night. He must be here. He must be. I won't go back to that place. I'll kill myself first.
Oh, look here, old man. You needn't be... Oh, I beg your pardon.
And I beg yours. I'm not the person you were expecting, am I?
No, madam. As a matter of fact, I was expecting a police officer.
A police officer?
Oh, merely an old friend who often drops in for a talk and a drink.
You are Mr. Markham, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Markham. Can I be of any service to you?
I want to come in. I want to buy a present for somebody.
Now, really, madam, this is hardly the time.
Yes, I know it's late, but...
It's nearly 1 o'clock, madam. Surely tomorrow morning will be...
That'll be too late. This is a special occasion. It's a birthday present. That's it. A birthday present. I've got to deliver it before breakfast. And Sir George Lytle says this is the only place in London to buy antiques.
Sir George flatters me.
Won't you let me come in? Just for 5 minutes.
Well, under the circumstances, madam, I think it might be managed. Now, one moment while I put some lights on.
No. Please. That one little light will be enough.
But you won't be able to see anything.
That doesn't matter. I'll trust to your judgment.
Just as you like. This way, madam.
What's that? That noise?
Oh, you mean the clocks, madam? There are more than 100 clocks in this room. I'm very fond of them.
Don't they get on your nerves? Ticking away together like a nightmare? Striking the hours together?
They don't strike together, madam. When the hour approaches, you will hear a musical din that lasts for some time. Might I interest you perhaps in a clock?
No. I hate them.
Now, all the same, this grandfather clock might amuse you.
What about it?
Observe the signature. Johannes Carver, Londini, Facet A.D., 1752. You could see better, madam, if you raised that veil.
I'll keep my veil down, thanks.
Just as you please. But look at the clock. I open the glass face like this. Then I push the second hand forward like this, and...
1 o'clock and
was that voice?
Only the clock, madam, nothing more.
The clock spoke.
Clever, isn't it? A device of old John Carver, anticipating Mr. Edison's gramophone by more than 100 years. Oh, but you don't like clocks.
No.
May I ask whether the present is for a lady or a gentleman?
It's for a man.
Oh, has he some knowledge of antiques?
Yeah. I mean...
furniture, perhaps. Porcelain, bronzes, tapestries, weapons.
He might be very much interested in weapons.
Then
Yes.
I imagine his name is Mr. Ronald Gilbert. Now, will you tell me, Miss Ray, why you really came here tonight?
So you know who I am.
Naturally. You are Miss Judith Ray. And why did you come here?
I wanted to see what sort of a man you actually were.
Oh, and have you found out?
No, but I won't go back to prison. I won't.
As you will. But since it's to be a business conference, Miss Ray, and I imagine it is,
Yes.
well, then suppose we go into my office, here at the back of the shop. Will you precede me?
Thank you.
Oh, you must excuse the dust covers I've put on the chairs here. I'm leaving for a holiday tomorrow, and the shop will be closed. When I return next week, Miss Ray, I shall expect the amount requested. In cash, of course.
But I can't raise 2,000 pounds. You ought to know that.
Well, your fiancé could raise the money, I imagine.
Ron? Do you think I'd have Ron know where I've been? Or what I've been?
It's better than having his father learn it, surely. Now, sit down, Miss Ray.
I'd rather stand, thank you.
Now, that's a very foolish gesture, but the ladies will do it. They think it gives them dignity and shows the disdain of the poor blackmailer. You see, I make no bones about it. I am a blackmailer.
You seem rather proud of yourself.
Why not? I am the one person in England, perhaps in the world, who has made it a large-scale business.
Congratulations.
And what is all lifeblood but blackmail? The child says, if you don't give me that, I'll scream. The grown woman says, if you go on behaving like this, I will leave you. Your sex, Miss Ray, are blackmailers from the cradle.
You know, Charles Markham, I wonder...
Yes?
I wonder if anybody's ever hurt you very much.
Hurt me? What do you mean?
When you talk about the world and people in general, your face goes white under the eyes. You pick up that letter opener from the desk.
Not a letter opener, please, Miss Ray. A Medici dagger. 16th century work.
It isn't the money that really interests you.
I don't understand.
You hate the world. You just want to torture people, but you think you've been tortured. Isn't that so?
This is a very sharp dagger, Miss Ray. If I throw it down on the desk, it sticks. Like that.
Isn't it so, Charles Markham?
My motives, Miss Ray, aren't in question.
I wonder.
Whereas your motives are. Now, let me see. 10 years ago, in 1903, a certain girl called Letty Wilson, your real name, I believe, fell in love with a rather contemptible underworld character named Arthur Akers.
Please.
No humiliation was too great for her. She worked for him, lied for him, stole for him.
I was only 18. I didn't know what I was
Now,
doing.
this girl, for a very shabby theft, was sentenced to 3 years hard labor at Holloway Prison. 5 months later, she escapes from prison and disappears. All these years afterwards, she appears in the West End as Miss Judith Ray, fashionable milliner.
Haven't I made up for it? Haven't I?
No.
For one mistake. After 10 years.
It's the way of the world, my dear. I didn't create it. And I'm forgetting the best part of the comedy. This paragon of virtue next falls in love with Mr. Ronald Gilbert, son of Major General Sir Edmund Gilbert. Such a respectable family, too.
Stop it, please.
Then, shall we say 2,000 pounds?
Suppose I did raise the money. I don't know how, but suppose I did raise it.
Well,
What guarantee would I have that you wouldn't ask for still more money?
I probably shall ask for more money, Miss Ray. But that's my privilege as a blackmailer.
Then I'm never going to be free of you. Is that it?
Well, frankly, that's it.
Unless I kill you, of course. What if I did kill you?
People have threatened it before, but they haven't meant it.
Maybe I mean it.
Well, we can easily test you out. There's a sharp knife stuck in the desk in front of you. I'm going to get up and deliberately turn my back on you. Like this.
Be careful, Charles Markham.
As a student of human nature, I'm curious. How much will you risk to keep this secret? Have you the courage to kill and risk hanging?
Yes, I think I have. What was that?
Now, aren't you glad you held back at the last moment, Miss Ray?
I said, what was that?
That, my dear, was the front doorbell. Probably my friend, Inspector Ross, from Wigmore Street Police Station. Come in, old man. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be with you in a moment.
You wanted me to attack you, didn't you?
No, I was merely curious. And in any case, Miss Ray, it would be useless to kill me.
Useless? Why?
Because I shouldn't die.
Don't talk rot.
Oh, it's quite true. A man in my position must take certain precautions. If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. And I don't happen to be joking. Come in.
Now, look here, Markham. Good Lord, Judith.
Ron!
Mr. Ronald Gilbert, as I live.
Ron, what are you doing here? He hasn't got anything against you, has he?
Speak up, Mr. Gilbert. Have I?
The fact is, Judith, I...
Look at him, Miss Ray. See how he changes color and twists his mustache and altogether resembles a boy caught in his mother's gem cupboard. Perfect picture of a gentleman being a gentleman.
Look here, Markham. I'm not very clever. You can always make a fool of me when you start talking, so let's stop talking. I brought the money.
What money?
Oh, merely my fee for keeping quiet about you.
So you went to Ron, too. You told him about it.
Naturally. If possible, always sell your wares in 2 markets.
How much money?
Never mind, Judith. I hoped I could do this without your knowing.
How much money?
3,000. It's all I could raise.
Has he told you who I am and what I've been?
Look here, Judith. Who the devil cares who you are or what you've been? I happen to be in love with you. Never mind. Let's get out of here.
Ron, it's no good. He'll only come back for more money.
I know that, but what else can we do?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Well, what's that knife doing there, stuck in the desk?
Nothing dangerous, I assure you.
No?
Merely a curio. I pick it up like this, I flip it down like this, and pick it up again. Miss Ray was very much interested in the dagger. Now, may I have that envelope with the money, please?
There you are. Take it.
Thank you. As I explained to Miss Ray, I'm leaving tomorrow for a holiday, hence the general disarray and the dust covers on the chairs. But before my departure, I'm glad we could settle this affair, as you would say, like gentlemen.
Before we clear out of here, Markham, there's just one favor I'd like to ask.
Well, of course, old man, ask away.
This is your job, I suppose. You can't help being what you are, but never again, as long as you live...
Well?
Never even say the word gentleman.
Be careful, Ron. Look at his face.
Tell me, Mr. Gilbert, how much money is in this envelope?
You heard what I said, 3,000 pounds.
Then take it back, my friend. I find we can't strike a bargain after all.
What do you mean?
Just what I say. Here is your money. You will now oblige me, both you and Miss Ray, by leaving my shop.
What are you going to do?
Tomorrow morning, perhaps even tonight, I'm going to get in touch with the police, and I shall tell them where they can find Letty Wilson, alias Judith Ray.
You can't do that, Markham.
Oh, yes, he can. You've hit him where it hurts.
3,000 pounds, my friend, is not enough compensation for the way you talk. There is a way through the shop. Shall I escort you to the front door?
No.
Oh, so you prefer to stay here and make a fool of yourself?
You're not going to tell the police, Markham. I promise you that.
And how are you going to stop me?
With this.
Run! Put that gun away.
It's a funny thing, Judith. I felt a bit of a fool, bringing this revolver along. But now I've got a use for it. Oh, yes, I've got a use for it.
Oh. Maybe the best thing would be to go into the street now and call a policeman.
You'll never get into the street, Markham.
Are you following me into the shop?
Yes.
So both of you, it appears, came here under false pretenses. You said you wanted to pay me some money.
The money's still here, but you've lost your chance to get it.
And our dear Judith said she wanted to buy a present for you. I showed her this grandfather clock here, this talking clock.
Don't go a step beyond that clock, Markham. I warn you.
Nonsense, old man. You wouldn't dare shoot.
Wouldn't I?
No, and I'll call your bluff. 1 step. 2 steps.
John!
I know you'll hold silly tribe, my friend. You wouldn't risk it. No, you wouldn't. What's happening to me?
Don't try and grab onto the clock, Markham. It won't save you.
You wouldn't risk your life. You wouldn't risk your family position. You wouldn't.
1:15 and all's well. 1:15 and all's well.
I had to do it, Judith. Don't you see? I had to do it.
Did you... Is he...
Oh, yes. Yes, he's done for. I tell you, I had to do it.
Shh, keep your voice down.
Why?
That shot sounded like the crack of doom. I wonder if anybody in the street heard it.
You mean the police?
Yes, Ron. What in heaven's name are we going to do?
Steady. We'll find a way out.
Maybe he's not dead, Ron. Go and look at him.
He's dead, all right.
Please, Ron. Go and look at him. Well?
Shot through the heart. The bullet went clean through him and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. That's all I can see in this dim light.
This isn't happening to us. It can't be
I've
happening.
got to think, but it's hard to think. You see, Judith, I'm not in a rage any longer. I'm just numb and a little bit scared.
You're not going to give yourself up.
And have this whole thing made public? Not likely.
Wait a minute. There may be a way out.
What way?
He said he was going for a holiday. Remember?
Well, suppose he did.
That gives us time. It means his absence won't be noticed. The shop will be closed. Nobody will come here for days. And certainly nobody will come here tonight. And...
What's that?
The police officer. I forgot the police officer.
What police officer?
A friend of Markham's. Inspector somebody or other from Wigmore Street. He's inspected here tonight.
Then we're finished.
No, Ronnie. We're not finished. He can't see anything out there. The shutters are down and the door's covered. Could you pick Markham up and carry him?
Yes, I could. Why?
There must be a back way out of the shop, probably in the office. Hurry, Ron.
I don't like to touch him.
Hurry, Ron, please.
He's as heavy as a sack of meal. He seems to be looking straight at me.
I know. Everything here seems to have eyes and move a little in the shadow. Didn't you see the expression in Markham's eyes just before you...
No, I didn't.
He seemed to be looking behind us, or beyond us. I don't know how to describe it. And he said something, too, that scared me. He said he couldn't die. He said...
Close the door, quick. This police officer, Judith, he can't get into the shop, can he?
Of course he can. The front door isn't locked.
That's true. What's wrong with me, Judith? I came in there that way myself.
And there's no time to lock the front door now. Our only hope is through the back way. I thought I'd seen a back door and... Ah, there it is. Just a minute.
I've killed a man. That means I'm a murderer. A fraction of a second, one tick of a clock in there, and you change from an ordinary happy person into what I... Well, Judith, well?
I'm sorry, Ron. The door's locked.
Isn't there a key?
No.
Maybe in his pockets on a key ring.
There isn't time, Ron. I think I heard the front door open. Our visitor's coming in.
I've got it. The dust covers.
What?
Those white cloths that fit over the chairs. Look at them.
What on earth are you talking about?
We used to play a game when we were kids. Somebody sits in a big chair. You know, you fit the dust cover over him and nobody can tell he's sitting there. Don't you see, Judith? That's how we can hide Markham's body.
It might work if there's time.
There's got to be time. Take the big cover off that chair, the wing chair.
All right. Maybe there's a chance.
I'll fit him into it. Arms along the chair arms. Feet pushed back. Now, put the cover back again and pull it round down his feet.
Don't let it touch his chest. The blood will show through.
There, that's got it. You can't see anything now, can you?
No, but, Ron.
Well?
What did you do with the gun?
The gun?
The gun you shot Markham with.
Oh. Well, Judith, I put it down on the floor when I picked up his body.
Out in the other room?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And it's too late now, Judith. The police are here.
What are you going to say?
I don't know. Trust your wits and try and brazen it out. Yes? Come in.
Good evening, Miss Ray. And good evening, Mr. Gilbert.
Charles Markham? You're Charles Markham?
Correct, Miss Ray. But why should that surprise you? Why do you look as though you were seeing a ghost?
Because we are seeing a ghost. If you're Charles Markham, whose body is...
Judith, be careful.
Body, Miss Ray. Did you say body?
Miss Ray's upset. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. That's what he said.
I tell you, Miss Ray isn't herself. She had bad news today. A relative of hers died. I've been trying to make her feel better.
Indeed. Do you think it would make her feel better to bring her here?
I don't understand.
My dear sir, you are very welcome. But the situation is surely a little odd. I come in here and find you two looking as guilty as a pair of murderers in my private office in the middle of the night.
There's nothing odd about that. I wanted to buy Judith something.
At 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Why not?
Well, may I ask how you managed to get in?
The front door was open. We just walked in.
If you wish to buy something, why not stay in the showroom? Why come to my office?
Well, hang it all, you don't think we wanted to steal anything, do you?
Well, that thought did occur to me. You see, there was nobody else here.
There's nobody here, Mr. Markham. Not a living soul.
Then you didn't meet, by any chance, my brother?
Your brother?
Yes, my brother Robert. You couldn't have mistaken him if you had seen him. He looks so much like me that few people can tell us apart.
So that's it.
Poor Robert often deputizes for me. He's learned to act like me, think like me, and talk like me. But he doesn't like the work very much. Of course, you know what my work really is.
Is this part of the game? Are you trying to play cat and mouse?
Robert is an idealist. He thinks, poor fellow, that my profession is beneath contempt. But he acts the part and acts it well because I pay him. And I find it useful to have a double who will run risks for me. What have you done with his body?
We haven't done anything with him.
If you've killed Robert, my friend, you've committed a totally useless murder.
You don't see him here, do you?
No, but I see his handiwork.
Meaning what?
I've warned him many times about throwing a knife down on a polished desktop. Those scratches on the desk are fresh scratches. Of course, if you give me your word of honor that he's not here...
Of course, he's not here.
Well, in that case, all we can do is sit down and make ourselves comfortable. Will you sit there, Mr. Gilbert? And you, Miss Ray, in that wing chair by the window. What's wrong, Miss Ray? Why don't you sit down?
Because I prefer to stand, thank you.
Then perhaps you won't mind if I sit in the wing chair. It's a very comfortable one. My brother always says...
Don't sit down there for the love
Oh. So that's it.
Yes, that's it.
It is rather a thick chair. I press against the dust cover and blood comes through. I lift the bottom of the dust cover and...
What's the use of going on with this? I killed him.
You admit that?
Yes, I admit it. But Judith had nothing to do with this. I swear she hadn't.
My telephone, you notice, is against the wall. I shall have to turn my back to you when I ring.
Ring? Where?
Wigmore Street Police Station.
Oh, no. Give him a chance. Please give him a chance.
Hello? Hello, operator. I want Regent 0586.
I won't let them take you on. I won't.
It's no good, Judith. I killed a man. I meant to kill him. That's all there is to it.
A very sensible attitude, my friend. And if the lady has any idea of flying at me with that knife, just notice what I've got here. A .32 revolver, one chamber fired, picked up off the floor in that room where...
Hello? Hello, Wigmore Street Police Station.
For the last time,
Hello?
Mr. Markham, won't you give him a chance?
Be quiet, Miss Ray. May I speak to Inspector Ross, please?
Inspector Ross speaking. Oh, isn't that Mr. Markham?
Got it in one, Inspector. Charles Markham here. I understand you were going to drop in and see me tonight.
Well, I intended to, Mr. Markham, but I'm afraid I can't make it now.
Oh, why not? Anything wrong?
Only a robbery in Davies Street, but it's likely to be a long job. Sorry I can't get there.
Well, that's perfectly all right, Inspector, because actually I rang up to make sure you wouldn't come here tonight. You see, I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm leaving for Eastbourne early tomorrow morning. Let's make it some other time, shall we?
Oh, glad to, Mr. Markham. No crimes being committed up your way, I suppose?
No, Inspector. It's as quiet as the grave. I've never known a more peaceful night. Goodbye.
Why did you do that?
Now, please, don't excite yourself, Miss Ray. Didn't you hear what I told the inspector?
Yes, but is this some more trickery?
Trickery? How can it be?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
I should call it generous when I let my poor brother's death go unavenged.
You're not doing this without a reason.
Naturally not. But has it occurred to you, either of you, that I might not want my business dealings revealed in court?
What are you driving at?
And has it also occurred to you that a man's double, who looks exactly like him and shares all his secrets, may become a danger rather than an asset? He knows too much, he wants too much, and so...
I think I understand. You're glad he's dead.
Not glad, my dear. You shocked my brotherly feelings, but definitely relieved.
Look here, you can't get away with this.
Get away with it, sir? Aren't you forgetting that you are the murderer?
Then what are you going to do?
No, it is very simple. We three, in an unholy partnership, will dispose of Robert's body. Or would you rather hang?
He's got us wrong. There's no other way.
But how can we dispose of the body? This seems worse than killing him. It's filthy, cold-blooded...
Practical necessity. And as for disposing of the body, nothing is easier. We shall simply gather and... And so, as I said before, this is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Now, Ronald Gilbert looks back across the years and is still firmly convinced of his own guilt. But, of course, Gilbert never shot anybody. I was the man who committed the murder. Don't you remember? The bullet that killed my brother is supposed to have passed through his body and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. But that's an impossibility. The face of a grandfather clock is much higher than the heart of a man. You see, 2 shots were fired at the very same instant. Gilbert missed and smashed the clock face. I fired from the door of the office and did not miss. That was why my brother looked past those 2. I went out by the back door, locked it, and reappeared at the front afterwards. It was not Robert Markham who died. I am Robert Markham. It was Charles who died that night. And I killed him to stop forever the wholesale blackmail that was poisoning the lives and blasting the hearts of 1,000 half-crazed people. His records I destroyed, his correspondence I burned. He is dead and gone. I have assumed his name and identity ever since. I committed a murder. And yet, if you sat on a jury, dare you say that you would condemn me? Come now. Would you?
And so closes Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, starring Paul Lucas with Heather Angel and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when we will have the pleasure of bringing you Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester, who will star in one of the most famous and suspenseful of Agatha Christie's thrillers, The ABC Murders. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the man in black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Richard Dix, who appears as a United States naval officer who found himself in a remarkable predicament on what should have been an uneventful flight from New York to Philadelphia. As fellow passengers aboard the airliner are Miss Gail Page as a girl named Monica, and Mr. Montague Love, who plays that aged and domineering millionaire Silas Naylor. A story by John Dixon Carr called Death Flies Blind is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion, dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with Death Flies Blind and the performances of Richard Dix, Gail Page, Montague Love, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. LaGuardia Field, Municipal Airport of New York. LaGuardia Field, vast behind its white buildings. On a gray spring afternoon when rain splashes across the runways, dims the sky, and spatters on the wings of a great silver-painted airliner waiting beyond. Already as the limousine bus from the New York terminus slowly draws up to the waiting shed, you can hear the loudspeaker.
72, New York to Los Angeles.
The big limousine bus, besides its driver, contains only two persons. One is a tall young man in United States naval uniform, with the stripes of a lieutenant commander around his sleeve. The other is a tall and dark-haired girl, her face a little frightened in the blue light.
Flight 72, New York to Los Angeles. Plane ready to take off at gate number 6. Have your tickets ready, please.
Fred, that can't mean us.
Now, take it easy, Monica. We're not too late. They won't go without us.
No, I mean it says New York to Los Angeles.
That's right, Monica.
We're only going to Philadelphia.
You're still right, my dear. I arranged for a special stop at Philadelphia. It won't take long, and then they go on non-stop from there.
Fred, that's just it. Who's going on from there?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
This airport bus must hold 20 people, but there's nobody in it except ourselves and the driver. Who's going on to Los Angeles or anywhere else?
I was going to tell you about that, Monica.
All right, miss. All right, sir. Hop under that shed and out the door on the other side. Oh, got your tickets ready?
Yes, I've got them. All set, Monica?
And rain is certainly coming down. Do they take off when it rains like this?
Oh, miss, a little rain don't bother them. What does bother them is unsettled weather at other places.
You mean it's perfectly safe?
They never take off, miss, unless it is safe. You better hurry up now.
There's the plane, Monica. Shall we run for it?
Fred, I'd rather not run if you don't mind.
Aren't getting nervous, are you?
No. I know it's stupid of me. I've flown before. It's just those few seconds before the takeoff. You're moving and the motors have been idling. All of a sudden they start to roar. The plane races ahead and the roar gets louder and suddenly you think, am I ever going to get down alive?
Now, look here, my dear.
I'm sorry, Fred.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not. I'll be good. It's just this dismal day and a ghostly bus without any passengers. And... Fred, look.
Where?
At the plane. They've got all the windows covered inside with little gray curtains.
Oh, that's all right, Monica. It's only a wartime measure.
Wartime measure?
Yes. Must keep those curtains closed for some minutes after taking off and before landing. So no one can make maps or take pictures of our airports.
Anything could happen up there, Colonel.
No. And what's more, if you're worried about your fellow passengers, look over your shoulder.
Well, there are some people coming through the gate.
Yes, you see the little gray-haired man with the big fellow on each side of him? The secretary dashing around them like a destroyer in a convoy?
You know, I've seen that gray-haired man somewhere before.
You've seen his picture. That's Silas Naylor, the third richest man in the world. Those two big fellows are his bodyguard.
Does he need a bodyguard?
Well, not more than most of us, I imagine.
Fred, I don't like it.
Oh, nonsense, my dear. Come on now, up the steps of the plane. Give your name to the air hostess at the door. That's it.
Good afternoon, miss. May I have your name, please?
I'm Monica Vale. You're the air hostess?
That's right, Miss Vale. Take any seat you like. And you, sir?
Onslow, Lieutenant Commander Fred Onslow.
Oh, yes, Commander. We've had instructions about you. Happy to have you with us, even if it's only as far as Philadelphia.
Thank you.
May I take your overcoat or your briefcase?
Only the overcoat, please. I'll keep the briefcase.
Fred, look there.
What is it now?
That man you called Mr. Naylor's secretary. Light-haired man, rather good-looking. He's sprinting towards this plane as fast as he can run.
Well, he'd better be careful on that slippery surface.
He certainly has.
Look out, man. Look out, man. Watch your step. Look out. Well, are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
I'm all right, thanks. Perfectly all right. Air hostess.
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Shepard. I'm Mr. Naylor's secretary, and I think there must be some mistake here.
Mistake, sir?
Yes. When Mr. Naylor travels, he's in the habit of booking every seat in the plane to ensure privacy. Yet we seem to have 2 extra passengers.
Well, I'm afraid that's my fault, Mr. Shepard.
Indeed, sir. Then would you and the young lady be good enough to take some later flight?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
No, and why not?
Maybe I ought to explain, Mr. Shepard, that Commander Onslow had last-minute orders to join his ship. He and Miss Vale have priority as far as Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? Must we stop there?
Only for a few minutes, Mr. Shepard.
This is outrageous. Mr. Naylor is traveling, in a sense, on government business.
Well, so am I, old man. The Navy often does.
That doesn't alter the principle of the thing. I don't want to seem ungracious, you understand. Mr. Naylor is always glad to help our brave soldiers and sailors.
For the love of Mike. Now, choir will now sing hymn number 242. Now the
But
gorgeous
this
right
time you've
through.
gone too far. I shall appeal to Mr. Naylor himself. Mr. Naylor.
Yes, Mr. Shepard, I can hear you. What is it?
This naval officer, sir, and the young lady.
Oh, I know, Shepard, I know. Isn't the plane big enough for all of us?
I was only following your orders, Mr. Naylor. You asked for privacy.
All right, Shepard. What I'm asking for now is less noise. The lieutenant commander in the Navy, eh?
That's right, Mr. Naylor.
Off on another fishing trip, I suppose.
That's just exactly right, sir.
Ever have dyspepsia?
No, never.
Well, I have. 20,000 a year I pay doctors. And what do they give me? This stump. I'm not surprised you got priority, Commander, but I am a little surprised about the girl.
She's my fiancée. Mr. Naylor, Miss Vale.
Meet the rest of my family. These two bruisers here, including the one with the mouth organ, are my bodyguard, Mr. Cohen.
I'm pleased to meet you, Commander.
How do you do?
This is Mr. O'Reilly.
Glad to know you, Commander. How are things going? Hey, Cohen, don't you ever get tired of playing that mouth organ? Stand away from the door. They want to close it.
Will everyone please take your seats and fasten the seatbelts?
Are we ready to take off?
Yes, in just a moment.
Shepard. O'Reilly. Cohen. Come along to the front of the plane.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll sit in the back here, won't we, Fred?
Yes, of course.
Fred, is anything wrong?
No, of course not. Why, what could be wrong?
Then you'd better sit down. We're starting to move.
That's good advice, Commander Onslow. But I must ask you, Miss Vale, not to touch the curtain on the window.
Oh, how soon before we can open the curtain?
As soon as we're well away from New York. You see that illuminated sign, no smoking, fasten seatbelts?
Yes. What about it?
When the lights in the sign go out, you can open the curtains and smoke as much as you like. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly. You needn't try to fool me, Fred Onslow. I saw you.
You saw what?
I saw you pick up that scrap of paper one of those men dropped.
Why, that wasn't anything, Monica.
May I see the paper?
No.
Why not?
Well, because I'd rather you didn't see it, that's all.
There is something wrong, isn't there?
Look, Monica, let me repeat over and over. What could be wrong? Why, there's Silas Naylor, an internationally famous figure, with a group of trusted attendants. Here's an ACA plane as safe and dependable as the old gray mare. All the same,
All the same what?
I wish I hadn't brought you along. I wish there was some kind of an emergency cord, like a train, so that you could stop this plane whenever you have it.
We're on our way.
"15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. The great silver plane throbs against dead quiet. It's warm and stuffy in the cabin, despite the hissing ventilator. Dim white reading lamps shine down on a double row of cushioned chairs along one side and a single row of cushioned chairs along the other. Ahead, above the closed door to the pilot's control cabin, the red glowing sign still warns against opening those curtains. Aft in the plane sits Commander Onslow, his eyes fixed on the clock under that illuminated sign.
Monica.
Yes? What?
It's not exactly all right.
Fred, why do you say that?
Because we should have been in Philadelphia 5 minutes ago. At least we should have been circling over the field.
And we're not?
No. Well, we're still 10 or 12,000 feet up if the pressure on my eardrums count for anything. And traveling like a bat out of Hades.
Weather's delaying us, I guess, huh?
Maybe it is.
It's awfully bumpy, isn't it?
Yes, a little.
Makes you gasp for breath and your stomach turns. Oh! That was a bad one.
Not getting airsick, are you?
I don't think so. I wish I had some of that chewing gum they give you.
I'll ring for the air hostess. She'll bring you some.
I did ring the bell, Fred, and there's no answer.
Oh, she's busy in the pantry back there, that's all. She didn't hear you. Here, I'll get you some gum.
No, wait, I'll go.
Sure you're all right?
I want to powder my nose anyway. Besides, you're going to have company. Our Mr. Shepard is weaving along this aisle as though he didn't like air pockets either.
Well, thank the Lord one of that party's awake up there. I thought they were all dead.
Don't say that.
Say what?
Dead. A spooky plane with everything so quiet and dead itself. Remember how the pilot walked through a while ago and looked around and walked right back to the control cabin again?
No, I didn't notice him.
Oh, that's what I mean. It was like a ghost. I'll be right back.
Say, Commander Onslow.
Yes, Mr. Shepard?
Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Fact is, Commander, I want to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
I'm not such an ill-mannered guy as I must have sounded. It's no joke, you know, taking care of the chief. I've got to go ahead like a cyclone, so that everything would be quiet when he gets there. And it's a great responsibility, too.
I can imagine.
I go on these long trips. There's the chief, half asleep, and O'Reilly reading detective magazines and Cohen with his mouth organ.
Doesn't that mouth organ bother the old boy?
No, he likes it. Especially when Cohen plays the old square dances. Chief's a great man in his way.
I was just wondering about that.
Wondering what?
Is it true? Stop me if I'm talking out of turn.
Go ahead. We can trust the Navy.
Is it true he's offered to design and build, at his own expense, a fleet of underwater cargo boats, submersible freighters, up to 5,000 or 6,000 tons? That'll do away with the submarine menace altogether?
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just rumor. Is it true?
Yes, it's true enough.
You see, Mr. Shepard, I'm one of the few people who believe that plan is practical. But there must be a lot of people who would like to see Mr. Naylor put out of the way.
There are, Commander. Only they can't get at him.
You're quite sure of that?
Dead sure. Hitler himself isn't better guarded. Why, you could no more shoot or stab or poison the chief than you could... What was that? What happened?
Monica? Is anything wrong?
Back there?
Well, it's all right, sir. It's only a noise in the pantry. We'll see to it.
Monica, pull yourself together. What's wrong?
It's that air hostess, Miss Lee.
Well, what about her?
She's lying back in the pantry among the broken dishes with her head all over blood. Somebody beat her over the head and left her there to die.
Somebody?
Yes.
But nobody's gone back to the pantry. Nobody's gone past us
Except the pilot or co-pilot of this plane, remember?
Excuse me, Mr. Shepard. I'm going to open the curtains on that window.
Do you think it's wise, Commander? We were told not to.
Well, we were told a lot of things. I'll just take the responsibility of... Good Lord! There, Monica. Mr. Naylor!
Yes, son? What's up?
Draw the curtain on your window and take a look down. If O'Reilly and Cohen have got guns, they better keep them handy.
Is that so now? Why?
Because we're not flying west. We're over the Atlantic Ocean now and headed straight out to sea.
Gray water, thin clouds. We must be miles and miles away from land.
We are miles away from land. Does anybody here know anything about first aid?
I do, Commander. I studied medicine in the old days.
Then you better go back and look after the hostess. We'll join Mr. Naylor. Steady, Monica.
I'm all right. It's this horrible blind feeling, that's all.
Air pocket, look out.
See here, Commander. We're over the ocean. What the devil's going on here, eh?
You're being kidnapped, Mr. Naylor. That's my guess.
Kidnapped, did you say?
Ah, come off it, Commander. We ain't as dumb as that.
The pilot and the co-pilot of this plane are fakes. They've replaced the real officer. On a dark day like this, with their raincoat collars turned up, they could have gotten away with it.
And hijacked us straight off the airfield. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. The hostess must have spotted one of them and knocked her out.
Now, what about the Air Force? Wouldn't they know a plane was missing?
Well, not until we failed to show up at Philadelphia. The pilot would report by radio telephone about, 15 minutes out of New York. But after that, silence.
Excuse me, Commander. You say these two fake pilots are still aboard? In that compartment there with the closed door?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what are we waiting for, Cohen? Till we get to work on them?
You said it, Barney.
Now, wait a minute, both of you.
You wouldn't be trying to stop us, would you, Commander?
The one thing we don't want is a gunfight 12,000 feet up. Can any of you fly a plane?
No, not one of us.
Well, neither can I. So if anything happens to those two pilots, how are we going to get down?
I see, young fellow. Well, what are you going to do?
First of all, we'll try rapping on the door. Have your gun ready.
You can count on that, sir.
Fred, listen to me.
Be quiet, Monica.
Has this anything to do with the scrap of paper you picked up off the floor?
What scrap of paper,
Oh,
Commander?
never mind, sir. Why, this door, it's unlocked.
Unlocked?
Now, don't take any fool chances, young fella. The way I always did when I was your age. Stand to one side when you open that door. Let Cohen and O'Reilly take care of it.
Good Lord. Well, the control cabin is empty. There's nobody at the controls.
You mean we're flying without a pilot?
Yes. See that stick move back and forth? As though a ghost had hold of it?
Those crooks do.
They set the automatic controls. It's a gyroscope attachment that keeps her steady. And then they must have bailed out.
And what's going to happen to us?
You see, Monica, the fact is...
Go on, Fred. Tell me the truth. I'll know if you don't.
Well, we'll go on until our gas runs out or until a storm hits us. Then we'll dive into the sea. It's as good a way of killing Mr. Naylor as any.
I see, son. Have we got any chance at all?
Frankly, I don't know. Wait till I get a look inside of that control cabin.
Holy Mother, that's done.
Cohen, stop it. Stop it!
Yeah, Mr. Naylor?
Stop playing that infernal mouth organ. Or if you must play something cheerful.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Naylor, sure. How long do you think it'll be before we...
Quiet, Cohen. Here's the commander back again. Well, young fella.
The radio telephone's out of order. We can't signal.
Fred, what about those patrol ships? You said they're 200 miles out to watch for unidentified aircraft. Won't they see us?
They've seen us already, I expect. They'll send for an Army fighter plane to investigate, but... Oh, what can it do?
Yeah. Shoot us down, maybe, huh? That's fine.
If only somebody could fly the plane.
Well, nobody can, Skipper, so think of something else.
See, Mr. Naylor, I was wrong.
Wrong, son? About what?
One of your party, and I can guess which one, dropped a torn piece of paper. There was a line of writing on it, probably the end of some instructions.
Well?
Those instructions ended, you should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m. But that might not have anything to do with us, son. What made you suspicious of it?
Because it was written in German.
In German?
Quiet, Cohen. I can't hear myself think.
Okay, Mr. Naylor. I'm sorry.
I thought the fake pilots were kidnapping you, maybe abroad.
There's not enough fuel for that, is there?
Well, if there's enough fuel for Los Angeles, then there's enough for Europe. Well, that won't work. They bailed out and left us to crash.
Excuse me, sir, but it's getting black as pitch out there. I think there's a storm coming up. What happens when that hits us?
Plenty, O'Reilly. Plenty.
Yeah, well, I was afraid of that.
If only somebody could fly this plane, I could navigate it.
Navigate it?
Yes. You have to learn aerial navigation in my business. With enough figuring, I might even set a new course and try the automatic controls on it. No, I don't dare handle the ship.
Wait a minute. I know a way out of this.
Well, then speak up, miss. There's a 90-mile wind going to hit us any minute.
The air hostess, of course.
Miss Lee, what about her?
I remember reading somewhere that most air hostesses get flying instructions when they've been with the company for a given length of time.
You know, Miss Vale, that's true. There was a girl of Inter Airways who told me the same thing.
And if this one can even make a try at landing a plane, we may get back to New York yet.
I thought you said she'd been knocked out.
Well, she isn't badly hurt, but there's just a chance that maybe she's...
There's Shepard, coming back from the pantry.
Anybody got a drink? It wasn't very pleasant back there.
How is she? You know, we were just wondering whether Miss Lee might be in any shape to pilot the plane.
Pilot the plane? Why in blazes should she pilot the plane?
There's no time to explain now, Shepard. But we're bound for Davy Jones unless something's done. Could she do it?
No.
Not even if we revived her?
Not if all the doctors on Earth stood at her side.
Why, but I
don't think you understand, sir. Miss Lee has just died.
Thin singing of wind above the clouds, then storm with a white eye of lightning at the windows. Losing height, gaining it again, blown off her blind course, flung partway back again, always racing forward on a flight to nowhere. Late afternoon, evening, night, the steady throbbing of motors like a pulse beat inside the head. Towards morning, the storm dies away. In that dim cabin, there is exhaustion of nerves. The hands of the clock stand at 1:45 in the morning.
Monica, wake up.
What? Oh.
Shh. It's Fred. Now keep your voice down.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, for a couple of hours.
They say condemned criminals sleep on the night before their execution. Where are the others?
I was a boy back home in the county down there. My father used to say to me, Barney O'Reilly, says he, did you ever see a banshee? A banshee, says he, is the old woman that lets you know when you're going to die.
Pipe down, you two.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor.
No offense, Chief.
Can a man play a quiet game of solitaire without somebody yapping all the time? Black 9 on red 10.
Listen, Monica, and listen carefully. My first idea was right after all.
What are you talking about?
There's somebody aboard this ship who can fly a plane. Shh. There is. I proved it by the automatic controls.
Proved it how?
If those controls had stayed as they originally were, the side winds would have blown us clear off our course. But we're still on our course. That shows that somebody's been sneaking in there and setting us right again when we do stray.
Then you mean...
I mean that we're headed for somewhere. We're being taken somewhere. But we may outwit this gentleman yet.
Outwit who?
Is somebody still talking back there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor. Monica's just waked up. None of us can feel very much like sleeping anyway.
You're right, son. I admit it. Come up here and join me, will you?
With pleasure.
I've cheated myself in this twice in this card game, but I still can't make it come out. Oh, what's the use pretending anyway? We know we're in for it. It's this waiting that gets you.
Yeah, that goes for all of us, Mr. Naylor.
What I'm dreading is the minute when those motors choke and go dead, and we start whirling down. What does it sound like, Commander, when motors conk out?
I've never heard it, Mr. Naylor, but I imagine it sounds like...
Listen.
I imagine it sounds like that.
We're losing height. I can feel it.
Well, Cohen, I guess this is the payoff.
Yeah, you said it.
But look here, Mr. Naylor, we can't be out of fuel.
Because it's too early. Look at the clock. It's only 5 minutes to 2 o'clock.
I beg your pardon, old man. It's 5 minutes to 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? Are you crazy?
No. Haven't you forgotten the cross-ocean changes in time?
By George, the commander's right.
European time is 5 hours ahead of our time. If you don't believe me, just notice that it's getting daylight outside. I was thinking of that message. You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
Stand perfectly still, all of you.
Here, what's got into little Lord Fauntleroy?
I'll show you what's got into me, my friend.
Yes, I rather thought you would.
I shall go into that control cabin. Follow me if you like. I shall sit down at the controls, and I shall bring this plane safely to the ground.
Safely to the ground? Where?
In Germany, of course.
Germany?
Don't pull a gun, Cohen. If you plug him, we're all done for.
That is good advice, Mr. Cohen. I might add that we're getting closer to the ground every minute.
For the love of...
Do I take control?
Yes, go ahead, but we're following you.
Follow by all means. All right. Let's get comfortable here. I take up my position, so.
There's fog below. Can you see?
Well enough, Miss Dale. Well enough. We must go down rather quickly. And I can't help if it's somewhat rough on your ears.
You young swine, what's the idea?
The idea, dear patron, is to bring you and your plans for a submarine freighter to a country which will appreciate them.
Then those two fake pilots?
They were colleagues of mine. Unfortunately, if they had remained, your pug uglies would have started a gunfight, and none of us might have got here.
Well?
So they left by parachute. And I brought you safely, without blood or toil, into the boundaries of the Third Reich.
You're going down too fast, man. Now take it easy.
I am perfectly in command, thank you.
Look out!
The trees,
Look out,
they're coming
man.
straight up at us.
Are you all right, Monica? Are you all right?
Yes. Oh, only a bit shaken up.
We're all okay here, Skipper. Shall I give this guy the works now before they come to get us?
No, don't shoot. Let him alone.
That also is good advice. And now, my friends, my mission is ended. I stand up on the pilot's chair.
I throw open this glass hatch. And to all Germany, to all the world, I cry.
Dies ist das gestohlene Flugzeug im Begriff zu landen auf Feld Nummer 21. Heil Hitler!
Well, strike me blind if it ain't another one.
Yes, first Rudolph S. and now this bloke. What do you suppose they want over here?
English. Why are you speaking English?
Why, Cocky? It's an heathen habit we've got in this country.
This isn't England.
Oh, yes, it is. Better climb out of here and with your hands up.
But it can't be. I followed the course laid down on those instruments.
Unfortunately, old man, I altered our course last night.
Keep back, Shepard, or you may get a bullet in the head yet.
Your instructions were all right, but they didn't tell you about the 5 hours difference in time. When we got to the right navigation point, I let the fuel out of the tanks and made you think we were landing in Germany. You know, there's nothing like having a good Nazi for a taxi driver, is there?
And so ends Death Flies Blind, starring Richard Dix with Gail Page and Montague Love. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Mr. Paul Lucas will star in the suspense play called Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, on the following Tuesday, May 18th, Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester will be with us in one of the most famous of Agatha Christie's thrillers, The ABC Murders. William Spear, the producer, Ted Bliss, director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Mahowick, the conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Peter Lorre, who appears as a mysterious gentleman called George Ravel. Miss Wendy Berry plays our worried heroine, Marjorie. Mr. George Zuko is the lawyer, Alex Stevens. The story called The Moment of Darkness is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold a solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Moment of Darkness, and with the performances of Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, George Zuko, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Train Bleu crack express train from Paris to the French Riviera, which in these carefree days before the war used to make the journey from Paris to Nice overnight. At the Gare du Sud, on this particular mild spring evening, the train with its glistening wagon-lits or sleeping cars waits in a station filled with smoke and the iron coughing of engines. You can hear the excited crowd and the slamming of compartment doors. You can see the guard standing by with his watch in hand, with his horn ready to blow as a signal.
En voiture, messieurs les voyageurs! En voiture!
You better get in, Emily. The train's just about ready to start.
Commotion there.
the last moment just before the signal, a girl in a light summer dress, carrying a small suitcase, hurries along the platform towards car number 10. The girl is blonde and evidently English, and as she hurries towards the guard...
En voiture! Dépêchez-vous, mademoiselle. Hurry up, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Is this carriage number 10?
Oui, mademoiselle, numéro 10. Hurry up, please.
Thank you. I'll get in.
Et maintenant...
Must be at least a mile long. Car 10. Compartment number 6. Compartment number 6. Compartment... Oh, here it is.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Stevens, Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Won't you come in?
I thought this was Mr. Stevens' compartment.
It is his compartment. I'm sharing it with him.
He is on the train, isn't he?
Oh, yes. He's going to look for some luggage that failed to turn up. In the meantime, won't you come in and sit down?
Thank you.
As an old friend of Toby Stevens... Why do you smile?
Nothing. It's just odd to hear a dignified man like Mr. Stevens called Toby. That's all.
Well, it suits him. As an old friend of his anyway, may I introduce myself? I'm Ken Blake, on vacation from the American consulate in London.
How do you do? My name is Gray, Marjorie Gray. I most particularly wanted to have a word with Mr. Stevens.
Miss Gray, will you pardon my impertinence if I ask...
Ask what?
Whether it's about your Aunt Hester at Monte Carlo and the man who seemed so determined to scare her to death.
You know about that?
Yes, a little. After all, that's why Toby's left his law practice and come all the way from London. He said...
Mr. Stevens.
Marjorie. Great Scott, what are you doing here?
I came up from Monte Carlo, especially to see you. I thought I'd find you in Paris, but when I got to your hotel, they told me you'd gone. Cook said they'd reserved a compartment on this train for you. So, well, here I am.
But why?
Before you see Aunt Hester, Mr. Stevens, I want to know what you meant by that letter you wrote me.
I meant exactly what I said, Marjorie. I'm going to expose this faker, George Revel.
Excuse me, if you two want to talk, I'll just clear out of here.
Oh, no, Ken, stay where you are.
Really, Mr. Stevens?
You've made an impression on her, Ken. When the girl suddenly becomes thoroughly British after spending half her life on the Riviera, well, you made an impression.
Don't talk like that, Toby. She won't get annoyed with you for saying it. She'll just get annoyed with me.
Marjorie, this is Ken Blake.
We've met, thanks.
I asked him to come along with me, and for a very good reason.
Indeed?
Ken was for years at the American consulate in Paris. He knows all the heads of the Sûreté Générale, that's the Scotland Yard of France. And in particular, he knows the great detective Flamand, who's the chef de Sûreté. I thought Ken might be very useful when we nab Revel.
But I tell you, Revel is dangerous.
Dangerous, my eye.
Something's going to happen. I know something dreadful's going to happen.
Now, let's face the situation, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester is middle-aged, wealthy, and,
Oh, if only Uncle Paul hadn't died. He was the decentest person I ever knew.
But he did die, my dear, and Hester can't be consoled. She can't eat, she can't sleep, she can't think of anything except getting in touch with his spirit. Along comes this faker Revel to give seances.
I wonder if he is a faker.
You're not falling for this Tommy rot, surely?
Really, Mr. Blake, if I'd asked for your advice in this matter...
I beg your pardon, Miss Gray. When we get to Nice, I'll take the first train back to Paris.
No, wait, please. I didn't mean to be rude. It's nice of you to help us, but it's the whole atmosphere of Monte Carlo.
Well, that's quite all right, my dear. We understand.
Of course.
There's Aunt Hester in that villa over the Mediterranean. There's Revel, all thin and quiet and swarthy, with those somber-looking eyes of his. He seems to dominate her, just as Mr. Stevens used to.
Dominate her, my dear? That's rather a strong word for an easygoing old buffer like me.
The things Revel does at those seances are terrifying. I don't know whether he's an imposter or not, but I am sure nobody else can do what he does.
Now there, Marjorie, is where you're wrong. I can.
You can?
Yes. I promise to duplicate in front of your aunt every single trick Revel ever performed.
Oh, but that's impossible.
Is it? Wait and see.
I'll put it up to Mr. Blake. It isn't merely that Revel is tied up, tied hand and foot in a chair, while these horrible things are going on. I know there are people who can get out of ropes and back into them again. But Revel lets you take one precaution that shows there can't be any trickery.
Oh? And what is that precaution?
Just before the lights go out, he takes a piece of white paper.
Well?
He puts one under each foot. He'd take a pencil and draw an outline around the shoe on the paper. If he moved the millionth fraction of an inch, it would show in the outline later. But it never does.
Well, look here, Toby, that's a bad one. Why does it strike you as being so funny?
Because I can do it, too. Just give me a moment of darkness, that's all.
You mean he gets out of his shoes or something like that?
No, he could hardly get out of his shoes and back into them without disturbing the outline.
Then he doesn't leave his chair after all.
On the contrary, he can be all over the room.
Well, how in Satan's name does he do it?
My dear fellow, there's nothing simple.
The Villa Bijou, Monte Carlo, the next evening. On the lighted terrace, that white villa, overlooking the olive groves and the sea, 3 people are seated at their ease, enjoying the night air. Below glitters the town, a white palm garden. But even its lamps are dimmed by the firework illuminations from the Promenade des Anglais. When the Principality of Monaco celebrates its ruler's birthday, great rockets go hissing upwards to burst and bloom in colored fires against a black sky.
I don't like those fireworks. The noise upsets me. I wish they'd stop.
Never mind the fireworks, Hester. You've heard my proposition. Give me an answer.
Oh, what's more, you spilled broth on your jacket at dinner. You're the clumsiest eater I ever saw. Here. Let me take a handkerchief to it.
Please, Aunt Hester, won't you answer Mr. Stevens?
Why don't you two let me alone, both of you?
We're only trying to help you. Don't you believe that?
Oh, yes, I believe it, but I'm happy. I talked with my husband twice last week.
Now, look here, Hester. This has got to stop.
Why?
Ravel's a fraud, and I can prove it.
If Monsieur Ravel is a fraud, what is he gained by this? Has he not asked for money?
I don't know, has he?
No, not a penny.
You haven't changed your will by any chance. People do queer things sometimes that even their solicitors don't know about.
Oh, no, dear, I haven't changed my will. When I die, Marjorie inherits everything. I am a lonely woman. I'm getting old. I haven't got much to look forward to. Now, why don't you go your way and let me go mine?
Suppose Ravel is a fraud. Just suppose it.
Well, all right. Have your way.
You wouldn't like to think you'd been deliberately tricked and imposed on now, would you?
Oh, no.
Now, listen, Hester. If I prove to you these so-called miracles were really tricks that I can do myself.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Alex Stevens.
I offer to prove that here and now. Would that shake your faith a little?
Yes, I suppose it would. But how did you become so clever all of a sudden?
How did you become so gullible all of a sudden? You used to scoff at this sort of thing. You used to be gay and lively and go to the casino.
Well, that was before Paul died. You're shivering, Marjorie. If you feel cold, put on a wrap.
I'm not cold. It's only...
Only what?
Oh, got a kind of presentiment that there's something dreadful hanging over us. I can't tell what direction it's taking or who's in danger. But I'm sure it's going to burst. Just as sure that...
By George, look at that rocket.
Yes. Red and gold stars. And a deathly white blaze like the life we're living. You can see every leaf in the garden. Every blade of grass.
And we can also see, look there, Ravel and Ken Blake coming up the path.
This Ken Blake, Mr. Stevens. Are you sure he's quite honest?
My dear Marjorie, Ken's all right. I've known him for years.
I thought he came here to help expose Ravel. But he and Ravel are as thick as thieves. What sort of game is going on here?
Game, mademoiselle? You spoke of a game?
Yes, Monsieur Ravel, I did.
So did I, friend Ravel. Are you ready for my demonstration tonight?
Demonstration?
In the seance room upstairs. You claim you can bring back the dead.
Pardon me, monsieur, I claim nothing. When I'm in trance, I cannot tell what happens.
But I can. I'm going to make ghosts walk by perfectly natural means.
You know, Monsieur Stevens, I don't understand your logic.
Logic?
Yes, you wish to, how do you put it? Expose me? But how will you expose me by these childish tricks? If I show you a counterfeit 10-pound note, does that prove there's no Bank of England?
I'm not going to argue subtleties with you. You can always beat me there. I'm a plain, ordinary man with a little common sense to back me up.
No. Come on, my friend. Not an ordinary man, surely.
Just exactly what are you hinting at?
Yes, I'd like to know that, too.
Oh, Madame Hester, believe me, I didn't mean to upset you. I wouldn't upset you for anything.
No, I'll bet you wouldn't.
Oh, I kiss your hand, madame. I'm all apologies. Well, let this gentleman do what he likes. But I warn him. It is dangerous.
Dangerous? How is it dangerous?
That's the first time you've spoken, Mr. Blake. Why have you been so quiet?
Please, Marjorie, please now, be a good girl and stop interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Hester, but he's been muttering to himself and moving from one foot to the other and looking guilty.
Confound it, I'm not looking guilty.
Aren't you?
No, it's a hot night. I don't like this business at all. Why will a seance be dangerous?
Why? Because we shall be tampering with evil forces.
Evil forces, my foot.
Oh, you doubt it?
Yes.
This brave Monsieur Stevens is challenging the unseen world. He's mocking at forces he does not understand. Believe me, monsieur, they are not mocked without danger.
I'll risk that, thanks.
Well, up in a seance room, with a door bolted on the inside, we shall be at their mercy. The evil forces, the elementals, will wax and grow strong. They can take us in their grip, as I take this walking stick and...
You've got strong hands, Monsieur Ravel.
The hands of evil spirits are stronger, much stronger.
I'm afraid. I wonder if we ought to do this.
I've been wondering the same thing. What does your aunt say?
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm so confused. And I want to break down and cry. I suppose we'd better do it, or Alex Stevens will never let me hear the end of it.
For the last time, monsieur, will you be warned of danger?
No.
Very well. Oh, Madame Hester.
Yes, Monsieur Ravel.
Do you believe that I'm an impostor?
No, dear, of course not.
But in your heart, you're not yet convinced.
Well, I don't know. I'm not such a fool as some people seem to think.
But if something did happen, something to show there are living forces beyond this world, it would convince you utterly?
Oh, yes, I suppose it would.
Then, shall we allow Monsieur Stevens to go on with his demonstration?
I have a feeling we shouldn't do this. Oh, I'm afraid.
Upstairs at the Villa Bijou, there is a small, bare, deeply carpeted room. Its only furniture consists of a round table, 5 chairs, and a large cabinet phonograph. There is only one door, and there are no windows. In one chair, a little way back from the table, sits Mr. Alexander Stevens. He is tied hand and foot, the outline of his shoes drawn with pencil on pieces of paper, so that he cannot move.
Now then, friend Raphael. Have you quite finished tying me up?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I bet you won't get out of these knots, sir.
Well, we'll see about that. Are the rest of you ready?
Yes, all right.
Oh, dear, I wish I'd put some smelling salts in my handbag.
Well, what do you want us to do now?
You'll have conditions exactly as they are for Mr. Ravel. I'll sit in this chair back from the table. You 4 sit round the table, clasping hands to form a circle.
All right, let's get on with it.
Ken, will you start the gramophone? I believe it's customary, Mr. Ravel, to have hymns played at the beginning of a seance to establish the proper frame of mind.
Yes, monsieur, that's true. You fool.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing, monsieur. Please continue.
Start the gramophone, Ken. When you've done that, turn out the lights on that switch by the door. Then join the circle. Clasp each other's hands tightly and don't let go unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless something gets me.
Be careful, monsieur.
Go on, please. Start the gramophone.
All right, here goes.
Now the lights, Ken. Switch off the lights.
Lights? Yes. There you are. It's pitch dark. I can't see my way back to the table.
Here, Ken. Here's my hand.
Thank you.
Mine
Thanks.
on the other side, Mr. Blake.
Thank you. I've got my bearings now.
Are all of you clasping the hands of the next person? Then quiet and wait for what's going to happen.
Ken, look.
Look where?
Over there, where Mr. Stevens is sitting.
What about it?
There's a luminous spot in the dark, about the size of a shilling.
Shh. Quiet, please.
Did anything touch the back of your neck?
No.
What was that? It's Alex Stevens. I know it.
This was not on a program, madame. Break the circle and get those lights on.
The luminous spot is still there. Oh, hurry, Ken.
I can't see my way in the dark. I don't know which direction the lights are. Wait a minute. Here's the wall. If I grope along here, I ought to find the switch. Yes, here it is. Lights.
Quiet silence, mademoiselle, if you please.
What's wrong with Mr. Stevens? What's that sticking out of his chest?
It's the handle of a dagger. And a good deal of blood has soaked through his coat, too. Oh, Monsieur Blake, will you turn off this gramophone?
Yes, certainly. But you're not saying that Toby Stevens is dead?
I'm afraid he is, my friend. That's a direct heart wound. Perhaps 10 seconds of intense agony, and then the end. Oh, is the door still bolted from the inside?
Yes.
Then we are all alone, here, the four of us. This rash gentleman, one imagines, did not kill himself. He's too well tied up.
I know who killed him. Mr. George Ravel. You did, with luminous paint.
I killed him, mademoiselle? With luminous paint?
I mean, that was part of the trick. You tied him up. You were the only one who touched him.
And? What of that, mademoiselle?
Luminous paint doesn't show up in the light. You smeared a little of it on his coat. That showed you exactly where to strike in the dark.
I commend your good sense, madame. But there are two excellent reasons why I had nothing to do with this. The first reason I must keep to myself, but the second reason can easily be proved.
Well, what is it?
Well, up to the time that man screamed, you yourself were holding my right hand, and Madame Hester was holding my left hand. Did either of you let go at any time?
No. No, that is, I didn't. What about you, Aunt Hester?
No, Marjorie, dear, I didn't let go either. He never moved.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, monsieur, speak up.
I was holding Marjorie's hand on one side and her aunt's on the other. And they didn't move either. Nobody let go or left the circle.
That's true.
Consequently, none of us could have killed Toby Stevens.
Yes, it is true.
Somebody must have sneaked in here.
Oh, no. As you said yourself, the door is bolted on the inside.
Then who the devil did kill him?
Well, that's the question. Has anybody ever seen that dagger before?
No. It looks like one of those curio things you buy in the shops.
Yes, and with the design of wooden scroll work on the handle. No fingerprints will show. Nothing else, except some musical instruments. A tambourine, an accordion, and a speaking trumpet. You know, I blame myself for this.
You ought to.
Why?
Because you killed him. Don't ask me how, but I know why.
Indeed, mademoiselle. You found my motive.
Yes, I have. You've got Aunt Hester fully believing in you now, haven't you?
Easy, Marjorie.
In another minute, you'll be talking about forces and elementals and heaven knows what. You'll be saying it was a spirit hand that killed Mr. Stevens, because nobody else could have.
Please, Marjorie, brace up. Someone's got to send for the police.
Why don't you send for the police, Ken? Couldn't you help us there?
Help you? How?
Mr. Stevens said you knew the heads of the Sûreté. He said you knew this man Flamand, who's supposed to be the greatest detective in France.
Oh, but this isn't French territory. Monte Carlo is the independent state of Monaco.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. Ordinarily, I might have helped.
You mean you won't help us?
I'm sorry, Marjorie. I can't.
Then I've got to help myself. George Ravel, you killed Mr. Stevens. But how?
Yes, how?
24 hours later, 24 hours of blind puzzling. In the railway station at Nice, 9 miles from Monte Carlo, the night express for Paris is already underway. The guard has blown his signal, and the great wheels grind. A young man, hatless and worried, pushes through the crowd past the already moving train.
Non, monsieur. C'est défendu. Vous êtes trop tard.
Too late, nothing. I'm getting aboard this train.
Prenez garde, monsieur. Prenez garde.
I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble, guard. But do you happen to know whether... Marjorie.
Ken Blake. What are you doing on this train?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask you. Walk along the corridor with me, will you?
All right.
Marjorie, you little idiot. What's the idea of running away?
If it's any of your business, Mr. Blake, I'm not running away. I'm merely going to Paris.
You were told to stay in Monte Carlo. Don't you know you can land in jail for this?
They'll put you in jail, too, won't they?
Yes, I suppose so. But what's the idea of going to Paris?
First of all, I had to get Aunt Hester away from that man, Ravel. She really thinks he can call up ghosts now.
Is your aunt on this train?
Yes, in that compartment there. Second, I'm going to Paris for some real help. I'm going to the Sûreté. I'm going to see this man, Flamande.
You won't find Flamande in Paris, Marjorie. And you'll certainly never get him to arrest Georges Ravel.
Oh? And why not?
Because, my dear idiot, Georges Ravel is Flamande.
What are you saying?
The man who calls himself Ravel is really Flamande, the head of the whole French Detective Bureau. He made me promise not to tell anybody.
Then that's why you've been looking so guilty for 2 days.
Yes, I tried to tip you off today, but the police were with us all the time.
So he is a fake spiritual medium. Mr. Stevens was right about that. And I still say I'm right about the other thing. Whoever he is, Ravel killed Mr. Stevens.
But how and why?
Oh, I don't know. This alleged detective. Did he tell you why he was masquerading as a medium in Monte Carlo?
No. All I know is that we're in one sweet mess. We've left town without permission. They'll probably stop the train and send us back in a patrol wagon.
Oh, no, my friend. That won't be at all necessary.
Ravel!
Yes, mademoiselle. Ravel or Flamande. Well, since you know me as Ravel, call me that.
You knew that I was on this train?
Oh, naturally.
Look here, old man. I kept quiet about you because you swore it was a matter of life and death. But will you answer a couple of questions now?
Oh, with pleasure.
Why did you pose as a medium?
Because the Moroccan government employed me to trap a murderer. So I had to work, how do you say, undercover.
All right. Why was Toby Stevens killed?
Stevens was killed because he was a blackmailer.
A blackmailer?
Yes, mademoiselle. Does that surprise you?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Very much.
I tried to warn Stevens, but the fool wouldn't listen. And then, well, I wasn't quick enough. Stevens was murdered, of course, by one of us four in the seance room.
Well, that's impossible.
Impossible? Oh, no. The trick was baffling because of its simplicity.
I'm sure you killed him.
One moment, mademoiselle. Let me show you what I mean by trick baffling because it is so simple. Take, for example, the pencil outline drawn on a paper around the medium's shoes. Did Stevens tell you how I did that?
No. On this train 2 nights ago, he started to tell us, but...
Then he just stopped in the middle of it and laughed.
You see, the medium leaves his chair. Well, he makes tambourines rattle and ghost forms appear. Yet the pencil outline is not disturbed. Now, how does he manage it?
Well, how does he manage it?
Well, quite easily. He returns to his chair. He turns over the 2 pieces of paper. He takes another pencil and draws an outline of his shoes on the reverse side of the paper. You look at it.
And imagine it's the same outline we drew.
Precisely. So easily are people misled. And it was the same way with a murder.
But there couldn't have been any trick about the murder. None of us left the circle. We were all clasping hands when we heard that scream. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, I agree.
I can't stand this any longer. When we heard Mr. Stevens utter that horrible scream...
What makes you think it was Stevens who uttered that scream?
I beg your pardon.
What makes you think it was Stevens who screamed?
Well, wasn't it?
Oh, you assumed it, yes. We all assumed it. But up to that time, Stevens wasn't even hurt.
Wasn't hurt?
You see, the source of sound cannot be located in the dark. It was the murderer who uttered that appalling cry. In a few seconds of darkness, before the lights went on, the killer simply leaned across and drove that dagger into Stevens' chest.
And you proved that?
Yes. If Stevens had been hit at the time of the scream, blood would have blotted out the spot of luminous paint. Yet, Marjorie Gray saw the paint shining after the scream.
That's true, Marjorie. I heard you say so.
You put the luminous paint there, Ravel. You were the only person who touched him.
Oh, no. There was one other person who touched him.
Who was it?
Another person, in full sight of you, said Stevens had spilled broth on his coat and swabbed at his chest with a handkerchief.
You mean?
I mean, of course, the real murderer. Your Aunt Hester.
Yes, Marjorie.
Your Aunt Hester.
Aunt Hester!
Keep back, all of you.
Oh, so you managed to find a revolver?
Marjorie, I poisoned your Uncle Paul. I poisoned my husband, and Alex Stevens knew it.
You can't get away, madame. Keep away from that door.
I never believed in spiritualism. I let myself be influenced by a medium because Alex Stevens would try to stop it. He was getting money out of me. He wanted no other influence.
Don't open that door, madame.
But I am opening it.
Oh, Aunt Hester, don't!
I told you I wasn't a fool as I looked. I had the knife in my hand.
Stop her, Ken! Stop her! Ah!
Well, mademoiselle, she has committed many crimes, but now she has paid for them all.
And so closes The Moment of Darkness, starring Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, with George Zucco. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins will star in a study in terror titled The Diary of Sophronia Winter. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Wilbur Hatch, and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished star this evening is the stage and screen favorite, Mr. Paul Lucas, whose performances in The Lady Vanishes and in the stage production The Watch on the Rhine you will recall with pleasure. Tonight's tale of suspense is a story by John Dixon Carr, Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble and the performance of Paul Lucas and the other members of our company, we again hope to keep you in... Drury Lane Theatre presents the distinguished American actor, Myron Willard, in Shakespeare's Macbeth, with magic effects especially designed by Ludwig von Arnheim.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble.
Historic Drury Lane Theatre, a relic of old London. On this site, in the cramped and crooked lanes of Aldwych, there has been a playhouse since Nell Gwynn sold oranges in the pit. The present theatre, though modernized, is heavy and darkened with time. By daylight, it is a dinginess of red plush seats, haunted by old ghosts. But at night, when the lights bloom for some new production, when the murmur of a crowd fills the carpeted aisles and the orchestra begins to tune up, it is kindled with that strange magic before the rise of the curtain.
Right this way, sir. E12 and 13. Program. Chocolate.
Thank you.
No, madam. This is row E. Your seats are G4.
And backstage, where nerves crawl and there is a tendency to scream, the three witches of the play are huddled around the peephole in the curtain, looking out into the audience. They are hideous-looking creatures, these witches, in gray rags like cobwebs. But as they speak...
Dear, I am scared.
Don't let it bother you, darling. You can't even see the audience when the floats are on. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing except the size of the take at the box office.
You won't even have to worry about that tonight. Look out there.
You two are shaking as much as I am. Now, don't pretend.
All right, all right. Everybody's jumpy on first nights.
What I can't understand is why they want to use young girls as witches and then make us talk in cracked voices as though we were 80.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble.
What's that?
Katie, darling, it's only one of the ghost effects. You've been hearing it for weeks at rehearsals. I will say this for Myron Willard, as an actor and a manager, too. He's the first one who's ever had a real professional magician to do the ghost effects for this ham show.
Oh, Ivy, Celia, look there.
Where?
Out in the audience in the second upper box on the left-hand side.
Oh.
Don't you see the woman who's just coming in?
Yes, I can see her. Not a bad-looking bit of goods for her age. What about her?
But that's Marcia Blair.
Marcia Blair?
You don't mean you've never heard of her?
I can't say I have either, if it comes to that. Move over, Ivy. Give us a squint.
Marcia Blair used to be Mr. Willard's leading lady. She was a very great actress 15 years ago.
Oh, 15 years ago.
She's had a terribly romantic history. Well, she's made lots of money and retired from the stage. Then she married some horrible no-good, and... Did you see that tall gray-haired man standing beside her?
Well, he doesn't look much like a no-good.
That's not the man I mean, Celia. That's Howard White, her second husband.
Oh.
They say he loved her for years and followed her about and practically worshipped her. But she was married to this no-good and wouldn't get a divorce.
Then the no-good died, I suppose, so Marcia Blair and her faithful Howard got married.
Yes. I remember reading in the paper that they've been married 1 year tonight. I expect they're very happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if I had a mink coat and a string of pearls like that.
Well, you've got to admit she's beautiful.
All right, Katie, if you say so.
I used to go and see her act when I was a little girl. She was kind of an idol. I wonder what they're saying to each other up in that box now. I wonder what they're saying.
Dear, I wish you wouldn't be so uneasy. Nothing can happen to you here.
You're uneasy yourself, Howard.
Yes, I suppose I am a little.
Howard, I know I shouldn't be talking like this on our first anniversary, but that's what worries me. What if Barry isn't dead? What if he isn't dead?
Oh, listen to me, darling. Your late husband, heaven condemn his soul, died in New York more than a year ago. We have proof of that.
Well, then who wrote those letters to me?
I don't know, dear. Somebody playing a joke on you.
Joke? If you marry him, Marcia, you won't be alive a year from then. Joke.
But you're married to me, my dear, and you are alive.
Shall I quote you something from another play, Howard?
Well?
The Ides of March are come. I, Caesar, but not gone. And it's still 2 hours. 2 hours to the time we were actually married.
Oh, look here, dear. This is carrying an obsession too far.
It would be just like Barry to wait until the last moment, just to make it worse. You knew him.
Yes, I knew him.
He was a genius.
I suppose so. As a mere businessman, I never quite understood this theatrical temperament, except yours, of course.
Barry was a greater actor than Myron Willard will ever be. Barry could play anything, from a Cockney to King Lear. His skill at makeup wasn't merely good. It was terrifying. Oh, Howard, I am frightened. Suppose he's managed to get close to us tonight, and yet we can't see him.
Well, the music started, Marcia. I shall have to go.
Must you go, Howard? Really?
If I break this appointment with Ferndale, dear, the deal will be called off. And since I haven't got too much backing anyway,
All right, dear. I understand. Go ahead.
unless you wanted to come with me,
And Miss Myron's opening tonight? Oh, I couldn't do that.
I tell you, you'll be perfectly safe here, dear.
Of course, Howard. I know that.
You're in full view of 3,000 people. Nobody could attack you. The only door to this box is guarded. Outside that door will be Miss Fenton, who's devoted to you, and the chauffeur who's even more devoted to you. What could happen, dear?
Nothing, of course. And I'd prefer to be alone anyway.
Yes, I rather guessed
Oh,
that.
please, dear. It's just that I can't endure anybody being with me when I'm watching a great play. But that doesn't include you, darling.
Then, if you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary.
Oh, Howard. Well, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
And here's a program. Got everything else you need?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
I just opened the door to the passage to make sure our watchdogs are on guard. Yes, they're out there, all right. Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two.
Good night, Howard. And good luck.
Miss Fenton, Bradley.
Yes, Mr. White.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong? Miss Fenton, you've been my wife's companion secretary for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, Mr. White, and I've loved every minute of it.
And you, Bradley, you haven't been my chauffeur for quite so long, but they tell me you're an ex-wrestler.
That's right, sir. Champion of the Shoreditch Athletic Club. And in my prime, though I says it as shouldn't, as good a man as ever climbed through the ropes.
Now, you know your instructions, Bradley.
You trust me, sir. Nobody gets into this here box tonight unless it's over my dead body.
Nothing must happen, do you understand? Nothing.
Please, you're as white as paper.
As for you, Miss Fenton, I'm afraid it's a little awkward. I know I ought to ask you to go in and join Marcia, but...
Oh, you needn't apologize, Mr. White. I know she doesn't want company. She'll be leaning forward with her elbows on the box rail, just as she always does. She isn't merely watching a play. She's acting, Lady Macbeth. Every line, every gesture. And I don't mean to disturb her.
You won't leave this door, either of you.
You trust me, sir. If... no.
Anything wrong, Bradley?
There's a very rummy-looking cove coming along the passage, sir, wearing a big black cloak with a red lining.
Oh, that man, Bradley. That's only Herr von Arnheim. He's a professional magician and escape artist. I was just wondering... Excuse me.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We'll look after her.
Von Arnheim. I say Von Arnheim.
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake the gory locks at me.
I beg your pardon?
And I beg yours, my friend. I was merely quoting a line from the play. You are not leaving the theater. Surely not walking out on Macbeth.
I'm afraid I've got to.
Oh, that's a pity, my friend. You will miss some of my best effects, to say nothing of Shakespeare's. When Banquo's ghost appears at the table.
I don't want to hear any more about ghosts, thanks. Banquo's or anybody else's.
I imagine you mean your wife's late husband.
You've heard about it, then?
Yes, your wife has told me a good deal. She seemed to think that in my profession I might have some charm over demons or spell against ghosts.
You know, Von Arnheim, in a muddled kind of way, that's what I've been wondering myself.
Unfortunately, no. I am all too human. But your problem interests me. And I confess it worries me.
Worries you? What about me?
As I understand it, her first husband was a half-mad American actor who later went completely mad and died in New York. His, what's the word I want?
Or obsession?
That's it, obsession. His obsession was Marcia Blair's eyes.
Yes, always her eyes. They seemed to hypnotize him.
It is not new, you know. You'll find the same motive, the eyes of a beautiful woman, all through the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Then, as I understand it, after this man's death, she began to receive a series of letters.
Foul letters.
Apparently written by him, and threatening her with some rather horrible form of death if she married you.
I tell you, Barry Lake is dead. He can't get up out of his coffin.
Oh, getting out of coffins, my friend, is not so difficult. I have done it myself.
Oh, please stop joking, Von Arnheim. You don't happen to be dead.
True. There is that small difference. Is your wife here in the theater tonight?
Yes. She wouldn't have come here except that it's Marion Willard's first night. We haven't seen Marion, either of us, in years. She's back there in Box D.
So I hear. I was hoping that you might invite me to share the box.
Look here, old man. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
She doesn't want company?
Well, that's about it.
Well, then walk back a little distance with me, this way, so that we can see the stage from the back of the dress circle. Now, the orchestra has stopped, and they'll ring up in a moment. There. Look at it.
Look at what?
The stage man. The lights have gone out. All except the dim yellow footlights shining at the curtain. The last cough, the last murmur, the last rustle of program dies away in one vast, breathing hush. The curtain goes up.
Let go of my arm, Von Arnheim. I've got to leave.
Now, what are the stage directions? A desert place, thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. When, indeed, I wonder.
I beg your pardon, Von Arnheim. Do you speak?
No, it was nothing.
London newspapers for that year 1936, you may read how Myron Willard triumphed at Drury Lane as Macbeth. But tonight, as the clock ticks on, there is another drama in the dimly lighted corridor outside Box D. There sits Miss Louise Fenton, Marcia Blair's companion secretary. Beside her, burly and broken-nosed, is big Jim Bradley, the ex-wrestler. And when more than half an hour has passed...
There's the applause, Jim. That must be the end of the first act.
Yes, I hear it. Nothing's happened. But take my word for it, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, she's such a likable person, Jim. And I think one of our greatest Shakespearean actresses.
Well, I don't much care for this Shakespeare business, miss. You give me a good movie with gangsters in it. It's my style.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. I've seen her as Juliet, as Rosalind, as Portia, in our own drawing room without any props. I've heard her as Lady Macbeth, too. You should see her eyes.
Her eyes, miss?
Yes, you should see her eyes when she delivers that speech. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance.
Hey, miss, look there.
What is it?
That foreign-looking cove in the black cape coming along the passage now. Easy.
I beg your pardon. You are Miss Louise Fenton, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Fenton. What is it?
I am Ludwig von Arnheim, a friend of Mr. White's. And I must see Marcia Blair at once.
No, you don't, Governor. You're not going in there.
Why not?
Because nobody goes in there. Not if it was the king himself. That's orders.
Now listen to me, both of you. When the lights went on, I happened to be looking at Box D from the other side of the theater. And I think there is something wrong.
But there can't be anything wrong. Jim Bradley and I have been sitting here the whole time. Except, of course...
Except when?
Well, except when I went in there for a few seconds.
You went in there, Miss Fenton? May I ask when that was?
Well, it was after Mr. White had gone and just before the play started. I went in to ask if she wanted anything. She said she didn't, so I came out again. And Bradley's been with me all the time, except when he went to get a drink of water up the corridor.
That's as true as gospel, Governor.
One moment and listen to me. Marcia Blair is leaning forward across the railing of the box.
Oh, but that's nothing, Herr von Arnheim. That's the way she always is.
Does she always fall forward with her arms held straight out and her head down on her arms?
You better be careful, miss. It's a trick.
Trick? Why not open the door and see for yourselves? Would that do any harm?
No, I suppose it wouldn't, but... Oh, there must be some mistake. We haven't heard a sound from in there. There couldn't be anything wrong.
You open the door, Miss Fenton. I'm going to hold tight to this gentleman, just in case.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
What is it, miss?
Oh.
Walk in there with me, both of you. Please go casually, as though nothing were wrong. We don't want to attract attention. Now.
Oh, Herr von Arnheim. There's blood all over her face.
Yes. And don't begin screaming again, Miss Fenton, when I tell you she's dead. Bradley?
Yes, sir?
Pick Miss Blair's body up and carry her out into the corridor. In another minute, we'll have the whole theater wanting to know what's wrong.
All right, sir. You win. But what about the people in the other boxes? Won't they see?
They've gone down to the bar to get a drink. They won't see anything. Hurry.
She ain't no lightweight, the poor lady ain't. Steady does it. Hold the door open. That's got it. Now, close the door. Shall I put her down on the floor, Governor?
Yes, better do that.
I never took those threats seriously. That's what I blame myself for. And if something did happen, well, I thought he'd attack her. I never thought he'd hide away across the theater and fire a shot.
And you were quite right, Miss Fenton. Marcia Blair was not shot.
She wasn't shot.
No, take a look at the wound.
Oh, I can't look at it.
She was stabbed. Stabbed through the right eye with a narrow, sharp blade, which entered her brain and killed her instantly. Not a pretty death, but a quick one.
You seem to know a lot about this, Governor.
Perhaps I do, my friend, and perhaps I can guess a lot more.
You mean somebody stood out there and threw a knife at her? Like a ruddy music hall turn?
No, I don't mean that either. There's no knife in the wound and none in the box. The murderer took it away.
Took it away?
Exactly.
Herr von Arnheim, please wait. You're not saying someone climbed up from outside, 20 or 30 feet from the floor, and stabbed poor Marcia in full sight of 3,000 people?
That, Miss Fenton, is what the evidence seems to indicate.
But it's impossible.
Yet it happened. There is Marcia Blair's body.
What's that?
Oh, it's the warning bell for the second act. People will be coming back here any minute. What are we going to do?
Applause, acclaim, triumph. Myron Willard as Macbeth. Helen Gale as Lady Macbeth. Magical effects by Ludwig van Arnheim. Very few persons knew that there is a dead woman in the theater. But at the end of the play, it is a different story. The crowd files out, past a cordon of police. The lights are extinguished. The great theater is dark and mumbling with echoes. See the stage now. Only the battens or overhead lights pour down a pale blaze on two men who stand grotesquely against the background of Dunsinane Castle. One of these men is Howard White, very near collapse. The other is Myron Willard himself, still wearing his makeup, still wearing helmet and chain mail. And when Willard speaks...
Howard! Howard White! Confounded man, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Excuse me, madam. This is almost finished.
Oh, not that I'm blaming you, old man.
Thank you, madam.
It's traditional, you know, that Macbeth's an unlucky play. But up to the very end, I thought I'd never done better. 11 curtain calls. No, 12. How did you like my tomorrow and tomorrow speech?
I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I didn't hear it.
Yes, poor old Marcia. She'd have hated to die like that. Marcia was proud of her eyes. Always nearsighted as an owl, but too vain to wear glasses. There's Van Arnheim looking at us from under the castle archway. Van Arnheim!
Did you call me, my friend? You're rather difficult to recognize under all that Macbeth makeup.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Never mind that. Where are the police now?
At the moment, Mr. Willard, the police are in your dressing room. They are using it for questioning.
No reception tonight, of course.
No, but I thought you might be interested in 2 items of information that police have just discovered.
Go on.
We had a fairly full house tonight, I believe.
Fairly full. Every seat was reserved.
Reserved, yes, but not occupied.
I don't follow you.
1 box on the ground floor, box E to be exact, was empty. Reserved and paid for, but empty. And box E, oddly enough, was just underneath the one occupied by Marcia Blair.
All the same, I still don't see quite what you're...
Now, our next item of information comes from an usher. An outside eye seat in the stores, very close to that empty box, was occupied by a very curious stranger who arrived late in the dark and slipped out again by a nearby exit a few minutes afterwards.
Just one moment, Von Arnheim. Are you saying this stranger climbed up and attacked Marcia in full view of the audience?
No, my friend. The murderer did not approach from that direction.
Then he must have reached Marcia through the door, guarded by Bradley and Miss Fenton?
No, not from that direction either.
Confound it, man. It must have been one way or the other.
Not necessarily.
Tell me, Howard, don't you think I've got enough troubles already without this nightmare on top of it?
Herr von Arnheim. Herr von Arnheim.
Now, you must take it easy, Miss Fenton. You must not excite yourself. Have the police
Yes.
been...
Look, you've got to help me. They won't believe me.
They won't believe the young lady, sir, and that's a fact. I've tried to help her all I can, but there's things I can swear to and things I can't.
You see, I did go into that box. Oh, just for a couple of seconds, I admit it. But no other person went in or could have got in. So they say, or at least they're hinting that I killed her. But I swear I never touched her.
Who was questioning you, Miss Fenton? Inspector Grimes or Sergeant Blake?
I'm not sure. The sergeant, I think.
Then I shouldn't worry if I were you. Inspector Grimes knows better. He's guessed, in fact, exactly what I have guessed.
You seem on rather familiar terms with the police, my friend.
I am, Mr. Willard. I am. Anyone who practices escapes from handcuffs, sacks, chests...
And stage boxes, perhaps.
Stage boxes, if you insist. Excuse me. Isn't that Inspector Grimes in the wings now?
Yes, and he's nodding his head.
Then I can tell you, I think, what you want to know.
Well, if you do happen to know anything, it's your duty to speak up. Poor Marcia seems to have had some ridiculous idea that her former husband, Barry Lake, was still alive. Her fears weren't justified, of course, and she wasn't killed by any dead husband.
I beg your pardon. Her fears were justified, though not quite in the way she believed. And she was killed by her husband.
Then Barry Lake is still alive.
No, Barry Lake is dead.
Well, you don't mean Marcia was really killed by a ghost?
No. I mean she was killed by her devoted second husband, Mr. Howard White.
Here, stop it. You hear what they say? That's not true. It's a slanderous statement. I'll have you in court for it. Everybody knows how devoted I was to Marcia.
Your devotion, my friend, was devotion to her money. And your business affairs have been shaky for a long time.
That's not true, and you can't prove it.
Marcia Blair was inclined to be, shall we say, a little close-fisted with money.
That's true anyway.
It's a lie.
Willing to marry him, but Mr. Howard White knew he'd never touch a penny unless he killed her. He wrote the letters himself.
Herr von Arnheim, he can't be guilty. She was alive after he left the box. He wasn't anywhere near her when she died.
Perfectly correct, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't there, and yet he killed her.
Exactly. But you and Bradley can supply the clue that will hang him.
Me, sir? I don't know nothing.
No, I don't either.
I think you do if you'll put your mind to it. Do you remember what Howard White said to her just before he left the box?
Yes, he said, "Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two." And she answered, "Good night and good luck."
No, I mean just before that.
Well, there wasn't anything.
You see? It's a slanderous statement without any proof. It's an insult to my position on the stock exchange.
Wait. I do remember something rather queer.
Think, Miss Fenton, think.
He said to Marcia jokingly, "If you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary." And Marcia said, "Howard, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them."
That's right, sir. He did say it.
And what do you think he was referring to, Miss Fenton? What was he asking her to accept?
Well, I imagined it was flowers, a corsage or something like that.
Did you see any flowers in the box or pinned to Marcia Blair's gown?
No. Now, come to think of it, I didn't.
Then what did he give her?
Don't look at me, sir.
Now, here is a woman who is very nearsighted, yet refuses to wear glasses. But she can accept a pair of...
Opera glasses.
It's a lie. You can't prove it.
Hold on, sir.
Let it go.
You better stay here, Governor.
Thank you, Bradley, but the place is surrounded with police.
But I still don't understand.
Now, what happens when you lift opera glasses to your eyes and they are not in focus? You turn the little wheel in the middle to bring them into focus. For Marcia Blair, it was deadly.
You mean that the glasses had something...
Yes, they were specially constructed glasses, Miss Fenton. They were invented by a French criminal years ago. That little wheel is a little trigger. It releases the spring of a sharp, thin blade which strikes through the eyes into the brain.
Oh, don't, please.
You can't prove it.
Marcia Blair died instantly. The glasses torn from her eye by their own weight dropped over the box rail to the carpeted aisle below. The only witnesses who might have noticed would have been the people in the box just underneath.
And that box was empty.
By arrangement, yes. Even if anybody did see them fall, Howard White was prepared to remove the evidence instantly. You haven't forgotten the curious stranger.
Curious stranger?
I mean the man who slipped in after it was dark, took an aisle seat just under the box, and slipped out again a few minutes later.
It's a pack of lies from start to finish. You can't prove a word of it.
I beg your pardon, my friend. Didn't you see Inspector Grimes not to me a moment ago?
Well...
You are going to hang, my friend, for one of the neatest and cruelest crimes in my experience. The police have just found those opera glasses with a neat set of fingerprints in the side pocket of your motor car.
And so ends Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, starring the distinguished actor Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, Ted Osborne, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Nancy Coleman stars in Fear Paints a Picture. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, Robert Salmon, studio technician, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a strange little rhyme I'm sure most of you have heard. Last night I met upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. This is a story of a house that refused to stay dead.
Oh, Judge?
Yes, Benny Lou.
Who lives in the house at the bend of the river, down by the bottomlands under Tully Ridge?
What'd you say?
Just asking about the house at the bend of the river.
Why, you couldn't have seen a house from Tully Ridge, and not by the bend of the river. There's no house there.
Our mystery drama, The Phantom House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes and Mason Adams.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In 1880, the world was a very different place than the one we know today. No automobiles, no planes, no radio, no TV. Most people were born, lived their lives, and died within a radius of 50 to 100 miles. To get places, you walked, rode a horse, or a horse and buggy, or if you went beyond that 100-mile radius, the railroad. And what an adventure that was. To ride, swaying and bouncing behind that iron monster with its hiss of steam and its great proud plume of black coal smoke curling away in the wind down the length of the train.
Are we still in the district of Columbia, Marianne? Well, no, Betty Lou. I reckon since we just crossed over the Potomac, we're in Virginia. Not so fast. Oh, I love it. I wish this old train would go twice as fast as now. I hope you don't get your wish. It's fast enough for me. And you better watch your language, young lady. Oh, listen to who's giving herself airs. My big sister, a whole year and a half older. Mama made me promise to remind you. You don't want Papa to get a bad report of you from Uncle Thurman? Oh, fiddlesticks to old Judge Thurman. What can he do anyway with Papa and Mama thousands of miles away in Europe? Well, even if he can't, it isn't polite. And it certainly isn't ladylike to take the name of the Lord in vain. Oh, Mary, this is the 20th century. I don't know what to do with you. Why don't you stop being such a prude and have some fun? I am not a prude. Oh, yes, you are. Why do you have to draw your hair back so tight? Why don't you fluff it up some? And do you have to wear those awful eyeglasses? Well, you know I don't see properly without them, but you'd look so much better. Oh, I'll bet if the judge knew what he was taking on in you, he'd maybe have thought twice before inviting us under his roof while Mom and Papa were over in Paris, France. I wonder what he's like. I don't remember him that well. Oh, maybe you're the one that needs the glasses. You saw him only 2 years ago. I didn't pay much heed. My. A man you didn't notice? Oh, too old. Oh, there's an awful lot of Virginia. How long is it going to take us to get there? To Richmond? Well, it won't be there for hours. How long after we get there till we get to Great Oaks and get settled and all? Hey, I don't know. I have never been there either. I bet we don't get there till dark. Oh, such a long time. What are we going to do till then? I thought you said this was fun. It was. Oh, but this engineer doesn't go fast enough. Oh, look, on the other side of the train. A fox hunt. Oh, let me through so I can look. Benedict, watch out. I'm just trying to get across before the... I'm sorry.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, I've lost my eyeglass.
Allow me, ma'am. Perhaps I can find them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I want to thank you, too. It's certainly nice to run into you.
Well, I am certainly glad that I bumped into you.
Well, I don't believe we've met, have we? I'm sorry, but without my eyeglasses...
We haven't been introduced formally. Ma'am, your eyeglasses.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my, they're so dirty. I've got to clean them. Are you going to Richmond?
Matter of fact, I am.
Well, that's where we're going. Betty, don't be so forward. This gentleman is a stranger.
That's right, ma'am. So if you and your sister will excuse me.
Thank you for finding my eyeglasses.
The pleasure was mine.
Well, I declare, you are so stupid. What are you talking about? That handsome man, and you just shucked him off after he was nice and all? He was a stranger, Betty Lou. He found your old eyeglasses for you. I thanked him. Maybe if you'd put them on and had a good look at him, you'd have done more. I mean, that man was handsome. Now, I don't suppose we'll ever see him again. I wonder how he knew we were sisters. Thurman?
What's that, Hattie?
You gonna fetch them 2 little girls this coming. Time you had the carriage brought round. Long ride to Richmond.
You got fly swatter?
Now, you knows I never goes anywhere without it's hanging from my belt.
You better get it in your hand. You got an old blue tail climbing in here on the porch.
And if you just open your eyes, you could see the swatter in my hand, and his time is at hand. Like yours. You better stir yourself, Judge.
Yeah, I reckon. I just wonder why I ever let myself in for this.
Why, you bring back some life around here. Something new and young to perk us all up.
Aren't we getting just a bit old for that, Hattie?
Well, maybe these young'uns around can change you. What we need here. Ain't never been the same since Master Bridge took himself off to college all those years. Oh, how I wish that boy were back here. You ain't heard nothing from him, Judge, sir?
I know he doesn't write that often, Hattie. Ever since I had to tell him I wasn't his own father.
You never should have told him.
Hattie, he has legal rights.
Well, the Lord provides. Shall I have Jim bring the carriage round?
Yeah, just as soon as you're ready.
Me?
Oh, I can't handle two 20-something-year-old girls by myself. You got to come along.
Judge, I can't leave things alone here for 3 hours. They are 3 hours back. I got things to be done.
Well, I need you more than you're needed here.
You know, I ain't been in Richmond in pretty near to 15 years. Lou. Yes, Mary Ann. Oh, dear, where's my hat pin? Here. Are we in the station? Pretty near. What about our luggage? Oh, there'll be porters take care of that. Suppose the judge isn't there. I'm sure he will be. Didn't we have a cousin once? I mean, a boy once. It's hard for you to remember Uncle Thurman from 2 years back, but you managed to remember Bridge from, what must be, 10. You didn't even notice me then. Young men in their 20s don't pay much attention to 12-year-old girls. Oh, we're almost in. Don't forget your reticule. Fix your boa. Oh, stop sounding like Mama. Somebody has to be an authority around you. I wonder what happened to that handsome man. Can't you forget men for just one moment? Oh, look, there's Uncle Thurman waiting right there on the platform.
Well, two lovely and fashionable young ladies. I'm honored.
My judge, you're quite a ladies' man. Betty, I'm sure the pleasure is all ours. It's so kind of you to take us in.
Why, you've brightened my house. Oh, girls, this is Hattie, my housekeeper.
Hello, darlings, and welcome. How do?
Hattie. Oh, my, I've heard so much about you.
From the judge? No, from my papa. Oh, yes, Mr. Stacy. He's a fine gentleman. Marianne? What? That young man. He's there, and he's looking.
Now, Jim, see into your luggage, ladies. Maybe we better go check if it's all there.
Why can't I just hush? Of course, Judge, we'll come right along. But, oh, it doesn't matter. He's disappeared.
You coming?
Yes, sir. Come along, Betty Lou.
Come on, Hattie.
I'll be right there, Judge, in just a minute. You can come out now, Master Bridge. You can't hide from Hattie.
Who expected to see you or the judge here? Okay, Hattie, I'm caught. What are you going to do about it?
Ain't nothing I can do about it, is there, Master Bridge? Except to ask, why are you back if you're not coming home? How can you turn your back on those that love you?
There's a phrase at law, Hattie. A moot point. Story of my life. Maybe I've come home to see if I could find any way to make it unmoot.
I don't understand you.
Yeah, makes two of us. I don't understand much about my life. That's why I came back. I just didn't expect to run into you and the judge.
Well, we come down to pick up his two nieces. We're going to take them in till their parents come on home from Paris, France.
A habit for you and the judge, isn't it, Hattie, taking in strays?
Now, Mr. Bridge, don't you go being bitter again.
Hattie, don't you try telling me what to do. You're not my mama anymore.
I wished I was. I would take you across my knees.
Too late for that, Hattie. I guess it was too late for almost anything in my life before it began.
Don't you say that to someone who loves you so.
Hattie, you're the only person I never want to hurt. And don't let me do it.
Well, you can do it so easy. Come home. Please.
In my own time. Just don't tell anyone I'm back. See, I can't come home until I find myself.
Now, Brigadier. I know I got no right pushing you the way I did, but I just had to do something or explode.
Betty Lou Stacy, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, I declare my heart is in my throat. You just scared me about to death the way you took off like that. Whatever got into you?
I'm just so plain bored I can't stand it. 2 weeks stuck out here in the country with nothing to do.
Well, the riding is nice. And the countryside is pretty.
I already know it like the back of my hand, and it's so barren.
Oh, what do you mean, barren?
Virginia is beautiful. The countryside, maybe, but where are the people? Just think. We've ridden out every day in all directions and never seen one solitary single other house. Even from up here on the mountain, as far as you can see, there isn't a one.
Well, there's no time to dawdle. So far from home, it's starting to get dark. Oh, it's clouding over. It looks like rain. Come on, we've got to go.
In a minute.
Where are you going?
I could swear I saw some smoke coming up from down below. Marianne, come here, quick.
What is it, Betty Lou? It's getting dark.
Look, we've got down there, by the river, in among the trees. What do you see?
You know I don't bring my eyeglasses when I'm riding. What is it?
It's a house. A beautiful old red brick house. Only it can't be.
What do you mean?
It wasn't there yesterday, or a week ago, or any other times we've been by this way. I've got to go right down there and see.
Oh, now look at that. We're going to be soaked to the skin. The horses are getting restless. Will you come on?
But I want to go and see if there really is a house there.
Oh, you're just seeing things. We can't in this dark and rain. There's plenty of time for that tomorrow. Oh, please, come on. We're going to get such a soaking. We're lucky we don't catch our death of cold.
Land sakes, Miss Betty Lou and Miss Mary Ann, you are most grounded. Now, we got to get you both into hot baths. Where have you been? Having an adventure for a change up on Tully's Ridge. I looked down, and I saw a house on the river way below. Where? Right at the bend.
What's the matter, Hattie?
Ain't no time to talk about that. Now, I got to take care of you little ladies. Now off you go. Upstairs, Miss Betty Lou. I reckon I'd better. I got the chills. Coming, Mary Ann?
Right with you.
Why are you so upset about the house, Hattie? Did you see it too, Miss Mary Ann? No, I didn't really, but then I didn't take my... You wouldn't see it, darling. Because it just isn't there. Not anymore, it ain't.
It had seemed a nice, quiet little story, hadn't it? No clanging skeletons, no threats of violence, no brooding terrors. And now, suddenly, there's a hint of, let me put it, that before we are finished, Mary Ann's remark may well come true, except that the death that waits, lurking to be caught, will not be from the common cold. Oh, no. Something much more uncommon. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Now, if you had to hazard a guess, which of the two sisters would you have expected to catch the cold? Headstrong, giddy Betty Lou, or the more demure and quiet Mary Ann? Which did you say? Did you guess? Well, we certainly don't want to keep you in suspense, do we? And we're not going to.
Yeah, Betty Lou, that's quite a cold you took to yourself.
Oh, don't worry about me, Judge Thurber.
Oh, bless
excuse me. Oh, just don't you worry about me. It's just a little old cold.
I'm going to leave you to get a little rest.
Could I just see Mary Ann for a few minutes first?
All right. But don't you keep her here too long, exposed to your cold.
If she didn't get it with me, looks like she's not going to get it at all.
Well, anyway.
Oh, Judge, who lives in the house at the bend of the river down by the bottom land, under Tully Ridge?
What'd you say?
Just asking about the house at the bend of the river.
What house?
I saw it last night from the ridge when the storm came on.
Oh, you couldn't have seen a house from Tully Ridge. And not by the bend of the river. There's no house there. Mary Ann, did you see this house Betty Lou was talking about?
Well, Judge, no, not really. I mean, it was getting dark and the rain started. And it was so far away.
No, that's quite all right, my dear. I'm just glad to hear what you tell me. It was just an illusion, you know. There's just no way there could be a house there.
Well, I said to Betty Lou I thought her eyes were playing her a trick. How's she feeling?
Well, the doctor has no worries about her so long as she keeps close to bed for a week or so. Hattie?
Yes, sir, Judge, sir.
I think Miss Betty Lou could use some of your hot chicken gumbo soup, huh? Build her up a bit.
I got some cooking right now, Judge.
All right, then, if you'll excuse me, Mary Ann, I'm going to my study. I'll leave Betty Lou to you and Hattie.
Thank you, sir. I'll come up with you, Hattie, and I'll bring the soup up. Oh, no need. I don't mind the stairs. Maybe I can help make the child comfortable some way. Suppose she should ask about the house. The house? In the bottoms, by the bend in the river. Why, you heard the judge, Miss Mary Ann. Ain't no house there. I know. That's what you said last night. Yes. Only, you also said, not anymore. There's some kind of mystery about the house, Hattie. What is it? If there is, Miss Mary Ann, it ain't something you're going to find me talking about. Oh, now, really? Oh, why did this have to happen to me? I don't know, honey. I'm sorry. What's the weather like? Oh, it's beautiful today. I suppose you're going out. I thought I might. A little later. You going to ride? No, I'll take the Surrey if I go. Go where? Oh, just, Mary Ann, do me a favor. What? If you do go see about that house I thought I saw. Matter of fact, that's what I thought I might do. Oh, you don't believe it's there. Well, I didn't yesterday. Anyways, I didn't see it. I told the judge, and he was kind of funny. There's some mystery about that house. Well, I don't want you upset, so this afternoon I'll ride around and see if I just can't solve it. Oh, who's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you?
You don't recognize me?
You know me?
I do. And don't you know me?
No, should I?
Seems as if you ought. What are you doing here?
I was looking for a house I thought I saw from up there on the ridge.
There's no house here, Miss Stacy. I reckon you'd be Mary Ann.
That's my name. I don't believe you said yours.
I don't believe I did.
Then I don't see how you could expect me to recognize... Oh, of course, I know. You were the man on the train.
That's part of it.
What does that mean?
Well, I won't tease you anymore. I must say, on the train, I didn't recognize you either.
We know each other.
We ought. You might call us kissing cousins.
I don't follow.
Well, we're not really related, but we do claim to be kin to the same man.
Who?
Judge Thurman. Of course, it's quite a spell since we met in Washington, and I guess we look some different. I know you sure do.
Bridge? Bridge Thurman?
The name I go by.
Well, for heaven's sake, fancy meeting you here. Well, why aren't you home? Where have you been all this time since the train?
I've been looking for myself.
What?
You know what you just tripped over? Look.
Oh, it's a grave.
And there's a headstone. It's hard to read. It's so covered with moss and weather-struck, but I can tell you what it says. Bethel Ellen Winfield, born 1842, died 1861. An eye for an eye. In her time, she will find just retribution.
Who was she?
She was my sister. My father's grave is over there. No inscription for him.
Your father?
My real father, Colonel Damian Winfield. That's all that's left of us, me and two graves. You said you were looking for a house? There's nothing left of it but the foundation, burned to the ground.
When?
In the war between the states, in 1863, near as I can find out.
But my sister saw it yesterday from the ridge over there.
She saw it? Saw the house? Well, now, what did it look like?
She said it was a handsome, big, red brick mansion.
Why, so it was, by all accounts. You saw it, too?
No, I didn't, because Without my eyeglasses...
They wouldn't have helped. There is no house at Winfield anymore. It died with my father. I think this is as far as I'll go.
Aren't you coming home?
Home? Where is that?
Well,
Mary Ann, I've told you all I know. Ever since the woman I always thought was my mother died and told me I was not her son, there's been a conspiracy of silence that denies me my birthright. The judge won't talk. Hattie dare not, I reckon, and if anyone else still alive knows the truth of how my sister died and how I lost my father, they're not talking, or I can't find them. I feel like a man without a soul, without a shadow. And until I find them, I cannot breathe free.
Now, what you ought to do, Miss Betty Lou, is settle down and have a nice nap before dinner. I can't, Hattie. I'm waiting for Mary Ann to come home. Well, she'll go along in good time. You asked me she's taking her own sweet time. You say she took the Surrey? Yes'm. She say where she was going? Not to me. Well, she was going out to look for that house I saw, the one you won't talk about. She oughtn't to have done that. Why ever not? Did she say there's no house? There isn't anymore. You mean there was one once? A long, long ago. Was it a red brick one? Yes, but it don't do no good to dwell on it. Neither you nor Miss Mary Ann. If you saw any kind of house the other day, that was a ghost house. You'd best forget it before you bring all the long dead and gone haunts back to scare us into the grave with them. I swear it's just plain exasperating. All the mystery with everyone. I told you, the house isn't there anymore. There's a foundation, but that's all. It isn't all. I know you too well. You're holding something back. Why can't you share your secrets with me? You always did. Well, this one I can't. Why not? Because it isn't mine to tell. There's someone else. I didn't say. A man. Now, Betty Lou. Now, Mary Ann. It's not my secret, so I can't tell. Lord, what was that? I must be getting soft in the head. Sounds like someone tapping against my window pane.
Hattie, it's me.
I can see, Master Bridge.
I got to talk to you.
I'll come down and let you in.
No, not here. Meet me in the barn.
Master Bridge.
Please. I've got to know, Hattie. I've got to have the truth.
Let it be, honey lamb. It don't matter anymore.
Where do I come from? Who am I? Why are my dreams haunted by a voice that keeps calling me back to the dead house at the bend of the river?
Then hear me tell it. It's 20 years since, and I was a younger woman, and the judge was a young man with his father still alive. Old Judge Scott, that was. And his best friend was the Colonel Winfield, your father, who owned the big red brick house by the bend of the river, where everyone who worked the fields of the house was free and clear.
My father was that old?
You come along in autumn time. Your sister Bethel Ellen was way ahead of you by 10 to 11 years. And she was promised to marry Judge Thurmond. Only the old judge had to back down.
How? Why?
They was bad times, the war times. And family turned against family, father against son, friend against friend. When Virginia declared for the Confederate States, the colonel would have no part of it. He was for the Union. And the old judge called him traitor and said no son of his could marry into a blue coat family.
And Judge Thurmond felt the same as his father?
I reckon. He hadn't much choice. He was called to the army and he took off, leaving your poor sister carrying his child.
Oh, good Lord.
And she, poor child, with nowhere to turn, took a long step off a Tully's Ridge and found her own peace.
Killed herself?
And her child. The colonel was like a wild man. He come up here to call Judge Thurman out, but he was gone. So he stood in the courtyard and swore. Oh, Lord, I can hear him now.
Damn you and all your brood, Jim Scott. May you rot in hell. But I tell you, I will have my revenge. If it takes me till the trumpet sounds and all the dead rise, I will take a daughter from your house to fill the rest of my day.
What did he mean?
I said he stood there in the courtyard, but he was no mortal man. Because the people of the country with the war fever had risen against a Union man and shot him dead and burned the house to the ground. You were the only one escaped.
You mean it was a ghost who threatened the judge's father?
We all saw him, and we heard him. But he was long dead before we did. It was a haunt, sure enough, Master Bridge. And time's been winding up to this moment, when it looks like some way the curse is about to come home to roost.
Not such a simple little story, as you can see, after all. And what we have seen is only past history, which is now about to catch up with the present. Which of our two sisters is the one threatened? Or are we starting at shadows? And if a girl is dragged back into the shadows of yesterday, what agency can save her? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In the barn, half lit by the patches of moonlight that slant across its floor, two figures are frozen. The shadows accent the gaunt, stricken face of Bridge, while the moonlight glistens like tears on Hattie's broad, compassionate one. For a moment it seems that in this flash of revelation the whole world stands still. Behind the bales of hay, shocked and ashamed to have eavesdropped inadvertently on so personal a history, Mary Ann shrinks back, as if wishing that the night would open up and swallow her.
Master Bridge?
Yes, Hattie, what is it?
You could come home. The judge, he's mighty lonely.
As he deserves to be. He walked out on my sister when she was carrying his child.
Well, maybe he didn't know that.
He must have known.
How can you say that?
What difference does it make? He killed Bethel Ellen just the same as if he put a gun to her head. I reckon with my father dead, I'm just going to have to carry out his curse and pay him back.
No, Master Bridge. The judge is very sick with a cancer. It's going to bring him low. He's beyond all of us. Just a sad man who cries for some loving hand to keep him company in the shadows. Why do you think he has his two little nieces here now?
Hattie, what do you expect me to do?
I just wish you would come on home.
This isn't my home.
Feels like it's the closest to what you ever had.
No.
The judge needs you. If you don't come on here, where can you go?
I don't belong here.
Where do you belong?
Where? That's a question I wish someone could answer for me. Because I can't answer it for myself. Go on back in, Hattie. Leave me to find out where I'm going by myself.
I can't leave you this way.
No way you can solve it. It's got to be up to me. Goodbye, Hattie.
Goodbye, Master Bridge. But you're wrong as wrong can be if you don't know this is your place.
My place? I have no place. Who wants me?
Bridge.
Who's that?
Mary Ann Stacy.
What are you doing here?
I want to apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
You heard?
Yes.
What right had you?
None. Except what I took for my own.
What do you mean?
I was awake. I was haunted by your house and other things, and then I couldn't help it. I saw you from my window, turning and going towards the barn, and I felt I had to talk to you. So I came down. I didn't know Hattie was fixing to join you.
I called her down to get the truth. And you heard.
Yes, I heard. And I still say what I said before. Let the past go.
Why would you be interested?
Oh, Bridge, I don't need my eyeglasses to see one thing clear.
What's that?
I love you, Bridge.
You scarce even know me.
I don't have to.
No, nor me. Why couldn't we have met before?
Oh, what's the difference? Now we have.
I'm tied to the past. There's no way I can live in the present. Goodbye, Mary Ann.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Heaven help me, I don't know.
If you need me, call on me. Oh, I'd do anything for you. I want to help you, Bridge. 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 Who's there? It's Mary Ann, Hattie. Why, little miss, what are you doing up this late? I was in the barn. I heard it all, you and Bridge. Oh, sweet Lord. I want to pray with you. For him. For us all. Too late for prayers, Miss Mary Ann. We just have to hope the Lord will provide. Come on away upstairs. Let me see you to bed. No, I can manage. You love him just as much as I do. I can see that, child. So let me tuck you in snug and hope I'm saving you for him.
Mary Ann.
Huh? Hmm? Oh, Bridge?
I'm calling you. Mary Ann. Mary Ann. Mary Ann, come to me.
I said I'd come to you. Anytime. Where?
Come home. Come home, my dear.
Your voice is so strange.
Come home.
Where?
To the house by the bend of the river. The house that claims you forever and ever and ever.
Mary? Yes, Betty Lou. Were you talking to someone? No, honey. Are you going back to sleep? You got a fever you have to get rid of. Oh, why did I have to get this old cold? I feel like I'm missing things. What are you doing up? Nothing to worry you. Just go back to sleep. Oh, where are you going? I don't rightly know. Go to sleep, Betty Lou. I just can't keep my eyes open. Just tell me where you're going so I can sleep. Just to look once more for that red brick house you thought you saw. Where am I going? Through the dark night. What called me out? The voice of my lover or the voice of the past? Why am I riding blind and terrified? Because I know that I have no life without Bridge. I want no life without him. And somehow I know I can't find him unless I... Oh, what happened to me? Where am I?
At the foot of Tully's Ridge, Bethlehem. The horse threw you and you fell all the way.
Bethlehem? No, I'm not. Who are you?
Colonel Winfield, child. Your father. Come on now, Bethlehem.
I am not Bethlehem.
You're all I have left of her. Come along now.
Where are we going?
We're going home. At last, we're going home. Come on in, child.
This is the red brick house. The house at the bend of the river. I can't go in there.
Why not?
Because it isn't there anymore. There isn't any house.
It's where you belong.
with me, Bethel Ellen.
I'm not Bethel Ellen, and I don't belong to you. I can't belong to you. You're dead.
That's right. I'm dead. That's why you belong with me.
What are you saying?
I swore Judge Thurman would have to provide me a daughter to take Bethel Ellen's place. That's why you do belong here. And you belong to me. Because you're dead.
No.
No, Father, she is not dead.
Don't mix in this bridge. You're only a child.
A little more than a child now, Father.
Now, what is now?
Now is the present fighting the dead weight of the past. Now is my growing up and facing honestly that there's nothing I can do for my sister. Ever could do. But I can do something for Mary Ann. I won't let you, Father, or anyone have her. I'll fight that till I'm dead myself.
Yes? Who is this, Hattie? Hattie, it's Betty Lou. Open up. Coming out. I'm coming. I'll be right there. Here I am, child. What are you doing out of bed? It's Mary Ann. She coming down with the cold, too? No, Hattie. She's gone. What do you mean, gone? I woke up and I was just so woozy. And I saw Mary Ann was up and dressed in the middle of the night. I asked what she was doing, and she said for me to go to sleep, not to worry. And then I drifted off. The last thing I remembered was she said something about going to look for the red brick house. Oh, no. She wouldn't go to that ghost place.
All right, now, Betty Lou. We're up top of Teller's Ridge. Just you show me from where you and Mary Ann saw this house.
It's hard to tell at night in the rain, but I remember a big tree like that on the edge of the bluff right over there where we... What was that?
Well, it's just a horse went in.
There. See? Saddled and bridled right over by the tree.
Wait a minute. That's Brigadier. One of the horses you and Mary Ann have been riding.
That's the one she must have ridden out tonight. Don't you go out in that rain with your cold. I have to. Mary Ann must be hurt.
Well, I'll come with you.
Don't you leave me behind.
Well, where are you going, Betty Lou?
She must have been thrown. She can't see in the light, let alone in the dark. Oh, I'm just praying she didn't go over the bluff. Here, darling, let me put a cape around you. Never mind me. Let's just think of my sister. Oh!
What is it?
Look. There. Now the rain just stopped and the moon came out. That's the bend in the river where I saw the house. And you look, too. Now you can see it just as plain. The house.
No. That's not possible.
You don't belong here. We're dead. We live in the grave.
You are, Father, but I'm not. And neither is Mary Ann.
She came in answer to my voice. She wouldn't be here if she weren't replacing the daughter I lost. I claim this girl for my own.
I promise you I'm not going to let you win.
What's that?
The present catching up with you, Father. The present that I'm going back to and taking Mary Ann with me. Wish me luck?
All right, son. You win.
And rest in peace, Father.
Maybe now at last I can.
That's the bridge. It's us. You got Mary Ann there.
Yes, Hattie.
Is she all right?
She's had a bad fall, head injuries, concussion.
Bridge, son. How come you're here?
Fate, or the good Lord, I guess. Can't let Mary Ann be exposed anymore. We've got to lift her carefully and bring her home. Maybe that's what it's going to be. At last, Hattie, if all goes well.
No, I don't want to be dead. I don't want to be.
Hush, darling. It's all right. You're not. You're here.
Here?
In the land of the living.
Oh, yes,
with me.
but I...
In what's going to be my home and yours.
Not the brick house?
The brick house is dead and gone forever.
Bridge, how can we be sure?
Because it's only lived in my mind, in the mind of a 10-year-old boy who was all that survived it, and in whose memory it never quite died. Until tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight I had to make a choice between yesterday and tomorrow. Now. Wasn't very difficult. You are the sum of all of them. Just get well, so I can spend the rest of my life with you.
Which brings the curtain down on our little story, which, as it evolved, became quite involved, and which also served to prove that though our heroine was slightly short-sighted, in the long run, she had an eye for the right man to buy her the future. I'll be back shortly. What readjustment and reconciliation might have been achieved between Bridge and his foster father, Judge Thurman, was, perhaps fortunately, never tested. Because exposure to the night air when Mary Ann was discovered resulted in a severe pneumonia, which his frail health was unable to withstand, which might, in its own way, have been the finger of fate or of retribution. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Mason Adams, Morgan Fairchild, Anne Petoniak, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Dame Fortune is a fickle gypsy, always blind, often tipsy. At times, for years and years together, she'll bless you with the sunniest weather, bestowing honor, pudding, pence. You cannot imagine why or when. Then in a moment, presto, pass. Your joys are withered like the grass. Ah, yes, Dame Fortune. Is there a foolproof way to keep her affections?
But it's murder.
Yes, it's murder.
It's against the law to murder. Against the law of God and man.
Didn't you say once, it's against the laws of God and man to steal?
Yes, but murder is...
Is what? Worse? Once you start, it all comes down to murder, eventually, doesn't it? But what? There has to be a murder. Now, whose? Yours or hers?
Our mystery drama, The Rani of Rajputana, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Said Mr. Henry David Thoreau, there is never a moment's truce between virtue and vice. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. Henry David should have stuck to his specialty, which was the philosophy of good and evil. When he talks about investments, he is clearly beyond his depth, because any investment can fail.
And many of them do. Investments are not controlled by philosophers, but by stockbrokers, counselors, and trustees, and all manner of experts. And some of these folks are human. Others are more than human. And still others are less than human. Very much like the rest of us. We're in the sumptuous offices of Mr. Leander T. Garrison.
Yes? Who? Oh, no. What does the old hag want? I guess I'll have to see her. Listen, after she's been with me for about a minute, ring me so I can tell her that I've got an important call. This miserable, tiresome, wretched old... Why, Mrs. McNeice, come right in. How kind of you to call on me. Won't you have a chair?
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Mm-hmm. And how is my oldest client? Oh, my goodness. Now, how that must sound, huh?
Well, I suppose I do qualify as your oldest client. Are you busy, Mr. Garrison?
Can I be busy when you choose to call, Mrs. McNeice? Oh, forgive me for not telephoning you this morning. I want to thank you for inviting me to your home last night. You know, it was a marvelous party.
I'm here principally because of the party. The trick, if it can be called one, is to invite a group of interesting people and just observe them.
Mm-hmm.
You discover so much. For instance, I found out something about you.
Did you, Miss McNeice? What was it? Ah, please excuse me. I should have told her not to bother with any calls while you're here. Miss Scoville, I don't want to talk to anyone for the next... Who? Ah, well, I suppose that's different. Well, have him hold on for just a minute. My dear Mrs. McNeice, I have a most important call.
I'll wait.
No, I'm afraid it can very well take up the rest of the morning.
I'm afraid it cannot. I do not have the rest of the morning.
But, Mrs. McNeice, it's the Secretary of the Treasury.
Let him wait.
Let him wait? He's calling from Washington, D.C.
He should call in the evening when the rates are cheaper.
But, Mrs. McNeice...
The Secretary of the Treasury, if indeed and in truth it is the Secretary, can call you back, Mr. Garrison. I want my money.
You... What?
Are you hard of hearing?
No, but...
Then you did hear what I said.
Well, yes, but...
Then what is the problem?
The problem? Well, there isn't any problem.
You have $2 million of my money, have you not?
Well, yes, certainly.
Well, I want it.
You want it?
It is my money, is it not?
Without a doubt.
And according to the terms of our agreement, I may request the money at any time?
Absolutely true.
Good. Then write me a check.
Now?
Now.
Mrs. McNeice, it isn't that simple.
Why not? You do have my money, Mr. Garrison?
Of course.
Then why are you not writing out my check?
I don't have it here, in my desk, in my office.
I am aware of that.
It's out. It's invested.
I know that.
And I would have to liquefy those investments.
Do so at once.
But these are all splendid growth situations.
I shall expect my check before the end of the day.
But we may not be able to receive their full value, you know.
But didn't you just say they were splendid growth situations?
That's true, but you see, they haven't grown just yet.
Well, that's not my problem. Would you agree?
Well, of course.
My agreement with you stipulates what, Mr. Garrison?
That you are insured for the original amount of your investment.
Precisely, sir. Now, do you have my money?
Mrs. McNeice, may we speak frankly?
No.
No?
When a man who is holding my money wants to speak frankly, I'm afraid it's a sign he doesn't have my money.
Why do you want your money now, suddenly?
Oh, well, I suppose I do owe you an explanation. It seems that before your telephone rang, and I see you're still holding on. You might hang it up. I told you I discover things about people at my parties. And I have discovered something extremely interesting about you last night. Do you know what it is? You're a thief.
Now, see here, Mrs. McNeice.
Yes, you're a thief. You have these sumptuous, luxurious, I might even say sybaritic offices You are supposed to be one of the most astute and successful investment counselors in town.
This is an extremely serious accusation, Mrs. McNeese.
For all I know, you may be. But I cannot countenance a thief. And therefore, we have come to a parting of the ways.
Why do you call me a thief?
Quite simply, a thief is one who steals.
And what have I ever stolen?
That tiny copper statuette on my dining table during the party last night.
Oh, I'm sure you must be...
Mistaken? Oh, no. The room was crowded. The party was at its height. And for no reason. I just happened to be looking at you. I saw your hand move toward the statuette. You paused. You tried to be sure you were unobserved. And then your fingers closed over the statuette. And with a single quick motion, you swept it into your pocket.
I'm sure you must have me confused with
someone else? Oh, no. Mr. Garrison, my vision is perfect. It appears to be such a trumpery, a little gewgaw, too.
Well, then why would I want to steal it?
Well, you know who it is, don't you? It's the Rani of Rajputana, the Queen of Thieves. You were probably irresistibly drawn to her.
I never even heard of such a thing.
Nevertheless, you behave like a common thief. And if you cannot be trusted with a little copper statue, barely 5 inches high, I cannot trust you with my $2 million either.
Mrs. McNeese, let me make a confession.
Uh-huh?
I did steal your little statuette.
I knew that all along.
I don't know what happened to me. What came over me? I just felt the urge, and so I just placed it in my pocket. As a matter of fact, here it is. I put it in my drawer when you came in.
Well,
it was a moment of blindness, of weakness. I didn't know what I was doing. Now, surely you won't.
I won't what?
Well, hold it irrevocably against me.
Oh, but I must. Had you stolen anything else, I might have said, oh, well, a momentary aberration. 1,000 little things about my house, all prettier, many infinitely more valuable than this. But anyone who steals the Rani of Rajputana is a thief in his heart.
Mrs. McNeese.
My late husband, Angus Douglas McNeese, was an officer in the Rajput regiment in India. He knew the customs of the country. Every thief must have a statue of the Rani, which he worships. It's his good luck charm.
Well, surely, Mrs. McNeese, you cannot believe
But
that.
I do. And therefore, I will expect my check. The market closes at 3:30. You should have completed the necessary transactions by that time. I shall expect the check by 4. No later.
But, Mrs. McNeese...
You do have the money?
Of course. Of course.
Then there should be no problem at all. T4, then. And keep the statuette.
Over here, Leander.
Hello, Arthur.
What did you want to see me about?
I need $2 million by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, I'm sure you can raise
I can't.
Leander, man, in your position.
Don't you talk that way. You know what my position is.
Do I?
You, of all people? Because of you, I'm flat broke. If it weren't for you...
No. If it weren't for time, you'd have found someone else. So what did I do? I booked your bets when you asked me to. I introduced you to various places where they play high-power games of chance, or when you asked me to.
All right. I know. Mrs. McNeese, one of my investors wants her money back.
Now, give it to her.
I told you I don't have it.
And I already told you what to do. Raise it.
How?
Leander, keep your voice low. How does it look? One of America's foremost investment experts becoming hysteric in a bar.
How can I raise the money?
The way you always do. Tap one of your other accounts.
Arthur, I'm all tapped out.
How's that possible?
You know what I've been losing on the horses, the tables, the ball games, the fights.
But you have some top people. They gave you a lot of money. Haven't they been...
Haven't they been what?
Checking up on you.
Oh, why should they? I'm the golden boy. I can do no wrong.
But they should know they're not getting their dividends.
I keep telling them I'm using their dividends to create new returns.
And they believe you?
They believe me.
But these aren't suckers, widows and orphans. These are millionaires. Guys who know their way around the market.
The richer they are, the harder they fall. I've been robbing Peter to pay Paul, robbing Paul to pay Dick, and I've come to the end of the line.
Yeah.
Lend me the $2 million.
Why?
I need room to maneuver. I need time. Now, if I don't pay this old hag her money this afternoon, she'll start to scream, and the whole house of cards will come tumbling down.
I understand your problem.
If I can only get rid of her, I can keep things going. But I'm attracting new capital every day. Now, come on, Arthur. What do you say?
Well, I'm speaking for myself and my associates. I say no.
No? How can you say no? I've got a gold mine.
You had a gold mine, but you also have a disease, and it's the kind of disease that completely ravages a man and finally kills him. Oh, you're in the terminal stages.
I just can't stand by and allow this dreadful woman to bring me disgrace, even send me to jail.
It's a problem, Leander. There's no question about it.
Suppose we could get rid of her?
Why would I want to get rid of her?
I'm just talking. There are people who arrange these things.
What things?
You know what things. You know what I mean.
Yes, and I think we should end this aspect of the discussion.
What else is there to discuss? You know such people. You're tied in with the mob.
The mob?
All right, call it what you want. The underworld. People who can get rid of people who are troublesome.
Leander, I think you're becoming troublesome.
I'm desperate. Believe me.
I believe you, but I can't help you. You're a chump and a sucker. You had it all, and you blew it.
You had 1 million calls, Mr. Garrett.
Sit down, Miss Scoville.
Are you all right, sir?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Is that clock right?
Oh, it's always right. It's exactly 1 o'clock. Oh, Mr. Carrigan wants you to prepare a portfolio for him. That's you, Mr. Carrigan. And they want to do a TV program about you. It's that big network show.
I'll get to all that presently, Miss Scoville. Meantime, I don't want to be disturbed for a while.
I understand, sir.
Oh, let me have several sheets of my personal stationery. I want to write a note.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, Miss Scoville. To whom it may concern, I look at the irreparable ruin of my life, and I see there's nothing I can do but end it. I have squandered my talents, corrupted my character, debased my ideas, and betrayed the trust of my clients and friends. I pray for forgiveness up above and here below. Leander Tecumseh Garrison.
Put away the gun.
What?
Put away the gun.
Who's that?
You prayed. I have answered.
Who are you? Who are you?
All right. Who? To begin with, you know we're not in the habit of killing off our leading characters in the first act. Nor do we provide key answers to strategic questions this early in the game, either. However, we do give you all the leads and clues. And you have already met whoever it is that is speaking. Oh, yes, you have. Just think. And I'll be back to check you out with Act 2 shortly. The Golden Boy, the Wizard of Wall Street. There were bulls and there were bears, but he was an eagle. And they all crowded around him. Take my money and make me rich, they clamored. And he took their money. And he made them wealthy beyond their dreams of avarice. But it was all on paper. And only he knew the paper was false. And he also knew that one day there would be a reckoning. And that just before the dawn of that day, he would have to settle the accounts. The Golden Boy would have to settle it with lead.
Put away the gun.
Who is that?
You prayed. I have answered.
Who are you? Where are you?
You are looking at me. I am on your desk.
What?
I am the Rani of Rajputana.
The statue? That little statuette? That little copper thing? It's talking to me. It can't be.
Why can it not be?
It can't.
You prayed. I heard. But now you must put away the revolver. Carefully.
No. It is not my imagination.
I am the Rani.
The Rani?
The queen of the thieves.
I didn't pray to you.
To whom else did you pray?
Oh, to the Almighty?
Yes, of course. But you have rejected his answer.
His answer?
His answer was to go to Mrs. McNeese, confess, and beg for mercy.
How can I do that?
What was his answer? Was it not?
Yes.
It was unacceptable. So you prayed to me.
I don't recall.
You liked my answer better.
Your answer? What answer?
Go to Mrs. McNeese and kill her.
Oh, no.
Why, oh, no. You must go to Mrs. McNeese. Is that not so?
Yes.
And when you get there, you can do one of two things. Ask her for mercy or kill her.
Yes.
And you have already decided to kill her.
But I'm not a killer.
Of course you are. You are one of my thieves.
I wouldn't know how to kill anyone.
I will show you.
But murder?
I hear the same tone in your voice.
What tone?
It's just as you sounded years ago when for the first time you said, but steal? Remember?
Yes, but stealing isn't...
Isn't? What? As bad? It comes to the same thing in the end, no? There must be a murder now. Yours or hers? Which do you choose?
I...
Poor foolish Leander Tecumseh Garrison, you think to hide the truth from me, the Rani of Rajputana, the queen of thieves. I shall tell you how to kill her.
But it won't do me any good to kill her.
It will save you.
Nothing will save me. Suppose I did kill her.
You will be free.
I'll never be free.
You're thinking about that old-fashioned spirit called conscience. Forget her, my son. She has practically gone out of style. See these messages on your desk? How all these people want you to take their money? Take it.
And what will I do with it? Gamble it away? This affliction, I'll never be free.
That's why you need me to help you. At 4 o'clock, she will be alone in her apartment. Kill her.
No.
See the newspaper on your desk? East Side Killer strikes again. He is one of my thieves. He will help you.
Help me? What do you mean?
He will take the blame. He doesn't mind. One more murder.
But
he robs and kills wealthy people. They will think he killed Mrs. McNeese. You know who that is? You must answer it. Answer.
Hello?
Mr. Garrison?
Oh, yes.
Shall I expect you at 4?
At 4.
Or shall I telephone my attorney?
Now, why would you do a thing like that?
I wouldn't if you came here prepared to make a settlement.
But I am prepared.
Good. I will see you at 4, and we'll settle.
Yes, Mrs. McNeese. We'll settle.
This brutal psychopath I'm reading from the paper preys upon the wealthy. Not satisfied with robbing his victims, he must also kill them. So you see, Leander, Your course of action is clear.
Yes, I see it. Clearly. I know what I must do. I know the answer, not your answer, but the true answer. I'll confess to her.
You go to prison.
I belong in prison.
You'll die in prison.
Oh, my mind's made up. Yes, I have sinned. I must pay.
You have sinned. You must pay. Those were her words.
Who? Whose words?
Your mother's words. Your strict mother. Your righteous mother. How you hated her.
I didn't hate her.
That's why you became a gambler and a thief.
It isn't true.
You're talking to me, the Rani. You were going to show her.
I brought her happiness, joy. I became successful, wealthy, famous.
Yes, you built a glorious, glamorous palace, but underground, where it can't be seen, the foundation rests on sand. Beneath the gilded paint, the wood is rotten. From the beginning, you lied, cheated, stole, hoping to be caught.
No, that's crazy. Why would I want to be caught?
To pay back your mother. But it was all in vain. She went to her grave believing in your goodness, convinced that her teaching had guided your life.
I am going to confess to Mrs. McNeese.
Are you?
And take what's coming to me.
Take your medicine like a man. That's what Mother always said.
Now, it's over. And I feel relieved. I no longer have to maintain this fantastic pretense.
Don't worry. I'll save you.
Yes?
Mr. Garrison, the president of the State University is calling. They want to give you an honorary degree and to ask you to speak at the commencement ceremonies.
Tell him I'm out.
You're going to give that up? The publicity, the power, the adulation of the crowd?
Yes.
Would you like to bet?
Yes.
You're incorrigible. You simply cannot resist a losing wager.
We'll see.
Of course. It's Mr. Garrison at exactly 4 p.m. Well, are you prepared to settle?
Yes, Mrs. McNeese.
I assume you have my certified check or other equally valid document. Well, Mr. Garrison?
Do it now, quickly, before someone blunders along.
Mr. Garrison?
Is the moment.
Mr. Garrison?
That silver candlestick.
Are you ill, Mr. Garrison? Mr. Garrison? What are you doing? It's that candlestick. No, don't kill me.
I have to kill you.
Why? Why?
I can't return your money. I don't want to go to jail.
Would you rather go to hell?
Save me, Mrs. McNeese. Please, save me.
How can I save you?
Don't let me do this to you. Stop me from killing you.
How?
Fight her.
Fight who?
The Rani. The Rani of Rajputana.
The Rani?
Yes. She's telling me to kill you.
She's what?
Listen. Listen.
Listen to what?
She's laughing. Don't you hear her?
Oh, my poor boy. My poor boy.
Save me. Don't send me to prison.
But I must send you to prison.
The money, you can afford to lose it.
I can. But there are others. You must be stopped.
I won't be disgraced.
But you are disgraced.
I won't go to prison.
But you belong in prison. That's how you will make amends and be forgiven. You will teach.
Teach?
Those less fortunate than you.
Who could be more unfortunate than I am?
Yes, but you created your misfortune. Others are doomed to a life of ignorance, poverty, and crime from birth. They will be your companions in prison. Teach them.
Teach them what?
The things that you know. Mathematics, reading skills.
Yes. Yes, yes. A teacher. A missionary to those in the dark, whose minds have never been illumined by the light of learning. I'll do it.
You don't mean a word of it, Leander. Kill her.
No. I'm saved. Mrs. McNeese, you have saved us both.
Will you bet?
Leander, you will see. It is the right thing to do.
Yes. Yes.
Rollo Burns, the district attorney, is a dear friend of mine. He will arrange for a quiet surrender and confession on your part. Now let us discuss it with him, shall we?
Kill her. You know you have to do it. See what she's doing? She's going to lift up the telephone. Don't let her.
No, what is Rollo's private number?
Disgrace, ruin, prison. Is that what you mean? All you need is time. A little bit of time. You can cover your tracks.
You're doing the right thing, Leander. I'm proud of you. You won't be there long. In a few years, parole.
Ready-made Patsy, the East Side killer. Let this be his murder. One more, he won't care. What are you waiting for?
We shall tell the district attorney that you have sinned, but that now you are willing to pay.
Where have we heard that before?
You are willing to take your medicine like a man.
Moving toward the telephone. Don't let her lift it. Don't let her dial. Don't let it ring.
District Attorney's Office.
Don't let her answer, Leander. Don't let her answer.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Now what? When you become involved with murder, there are 3 stages when things can go wrong. Before, during, or after. These, of course, are similar to the 3 acts of a play, which means that life imitates art, or that art imitates life. In any event, we've had the before and during. Now we shall be concerned with the after, which comes in its natural place. Act 3. The ultimate argument is for the lethal blow, and thus the dispute is settled forever. And to death it matters not who was right and who was wrong. Death accepts all, regardless. However, there still may remain a problem with the living. Every assassin faces that particular problem, doesn't he?
Hello? Hello?
I killed her.
Yes.
What am I going to do now?
Knock some of the furniture over. Do it. Good. Now, break up some glassware. Now, take off her diamond rings. That's what the East Side killer would do. Her rings, the diamond brooch, and the bracelet. Put them in your pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, her purse. She usually carries several $100 with her.
I better go.
No. Open your briefcase. And those little silver dishes. Yes. That diamond-encrusted box. Take it.
Now.
Take everything.
Now, I have to go. Where's the back door?
Oh, you fool. No. Out the front.
The front?
Don't deny you were here. You had a 4 o'clock appointment. You transacted your business, and you left. It was just before the killer arrived. You must not deny that you were here.
No.
Now, go.
I killed her.
Did you have a choice?
No. No. I had no choice.
Spoken like a true subject of the Rani of Rajputana. Good morning, Mr. Garrison.
Miss Scoville?
Oh, I feel so bad. I'm just sick about it. Think she was here just yesterday.
No, what are you talking about, Miss Scoville?
Oh, then you don't know.
What is it?
Well, it's Mrs. McNeese.
What about Mrs. McNeese?
Well, She's dead.
Dead?
Yes, sir. She was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How did it happen? When?
It's in the paper. Late yesterday afternoon.
Oh, let me see it, please.
Here you are.
I should be in my office.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be disturbed by anyone for any reason.
I understand, sir.
Wealthy widow robbed and murdered. Is she the East Side killer's latest victim?
Of course she is.
Mrs. Angus Douglas McNeice was killed by an intruder late yesterday afternoon. The killer made off with her jewelry, about $800 in cash, plus some other valuable items.
And now, put away the paper. You're finished with it.
Finished?
Yes. No one suspects you, I should. Now, pray to me.
Pray to you.
You have been praying to me since she walked in here yesterday morning. Place me on your desk. I'm your queen now. When you need my help, look at me. Pray to me.
Yes. Yes.
Now, get busy and make some more money.
You are Mrs. Lewis?
Yes, I am, Sergeant.
And where were you?
Wednesdays, I'm off from noon on.
You left at noon?
I did.
Where did you go?
To my married sister's house. She's having trouble with her daughter, so I thought...
When did you get back here?
I spent the night.
At your sister's?
Yes. You see, I wanted to acquaint Mary Ann, my niece, with the facts of life. My sister simply cannot say the things that must be said to a young girl.
Well, you came back here when?
It was 8 a.m. Oh, Mrs. McNeice would raise the devil with me if I was ever late. I came in. I screamed. And someone called the police.
You told the foot patrolman that you found the body on the floor. Her jewelry gone and her purse empty.
Yes.
What else was missing?
Well, what else? A few small silver dishes, a little box with jewels in it, you know. The stuff that's obviously worth money, and that a crook would sort of stuff in his pocket.
Anything else?
Yes. I didn't see it around, and I still don't, so I guess he took it too. Although for the life of me, I can't figure out why.
What's that?
It's the Rani something. It's a Rani Rajput, some such place, whatever she called it.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a little statue. It was about 5 or 6 inches high.
What kind of statue?
Ugly little thing. One of them very heathen-looking women. You know the kind. Made out of brass or copper, something like that.
Valuable?
No, you could see it was cheap. I used to say to her, Miss McNeice, with all the nice things you got, why do you hold on to that cheap homely Rani or whatever? And she'd say, oh, she's magic. Well, the old girl's getting on in years and maybe a bit soft, you know what I mean?
And that was taken too?
Well, it beats me why anyone would waste time on it. I mean, who'd buy it off them?
Did you know if she had an appointment with anyone yesterday that you know of?
Oh, yes, Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison?
He's the big guy in the stock market or something.
And he was here?
He's supposed to be here at 4 o'clock.
Do you know why?
Business, I guess. Sergeant, do you figure maybe it was that East Side killer?
Mr. Garrison, huh?
Who?
Sergeant Cassano, 27th Precinct.
Oh.
He wants to see you, sir.
Did you ask him why?
Well, in connection with Mrs. McNeice's murder.
Well, have him wait.
Why should he wait?
What does he want?
What's the matter with you?
How much does he know?
Nothing.
But then why is he here?
Routine.
He must know something.
He does.
But then you admit he knows something.
All he knows is that you were there.
Isn't that enough?
You can't deny that you were there. Don't start to unravel.
Why was I there?
Business. Have him come in.
What kind of business?
She was an old client. You had lots of business.
No. He knows something.
He knows nothing.
I'm scared.
Don't be.
I'll give myself away.
You won't. I'll help you through.
You must. Please.
I will. Now have him come in. Go ahead. Pick up the phone. Go ahead. Say it.
Miss Scoville.
Yes, sir.
Have the officer come in.
Good to see. Your voice sounded good. Strong. Now remember, he's just a policeman.
That's right.
How much can he take home? $300 a week?
It's that much.
And he's going to match wits with you.
No way.
Put him in his place.
Watch me. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Now, you are...
Sergeant Cassano, homicide.
Police, Mm-hmm. Your commissioner is an old friend of mine. I assume this is about poor Mrs. McNeese.
Yes, sir.
Nasty piece of business, that.
Stop trying to sound like a debonair Englishman. Just answer his questions and get him out of here.
You knew her, of course.
Oh, yes. Yes, as a client and as a friend.
And when did you last see her?
When?
Put it on. You don't have to think. Just come right out with it.
Yesterday afternoon.
That's close to the time of the murder.
Yes, I know. If only I'd stayed there just a little bit longer, I would have been there. I could have helped her. Or perhaps had he seen me, the killer would not have come in. I feel so guilty.
How long did you stay there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it was 3 minutes. The purpose of the visit was to obtain her signature, and so she signed the paper, and I said I must run. I had an appointment. That was a lie.
I know you want to make it sound good, but be careful.
A lie?
Oh, well, that's why I feel guilty. You see, she could talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and I just wanted to get out of there. Oh, if only I'd stayed.
All right, that's enough. You've made the point.
So, you came in, you gave her the paper, she signed it, and you left.
That was the exact sequence of events.
And, when you left, you didn't happen to see anybody hanging around?
No.
Or hear anyone?
No.
Well, Mr. Garrison,
Made up his mind.
I guess that's all.
I saved you. I said I'd save you, and I did. I'm your queen and your goddess now.
Goodbye, Mr. Garrison.
You will worship me always.
Goodbye, Sergeant Cassano.
Mr. Garrison, what is that little brass, or is it copper statue on your desk? It looks like...
It looks like what?
Looks like the thing Mrs. Lewis...
Don't touch that. Put that down.
Well, it fits the description of that... Where did you get this?
Tell him he gave it to you as a present. Tell him anything.
Put it down. It's a holy statue. It's my Rani of Rajputana, my goddess.
Mr. Garrison, I'm only
She is a sacred goddess, my goddess. You're defiling my goddess.
Now, just a second.
The queen of thieves. And you're a policeman. You polluted her. Put it down.
Mr. Garrison.
I said put her down. Put her down, or I'll kill you.
He shouldn't have said that, because one word led to another. And then he swung at Sergeant Cassano. He was arrested. Mrs. Lewis identified the statuette, and the whole truth came out. Everyone talked about it. And then it was soon forgotten. Now, nobody even talks about it anymore. I'll be back shortly. Appearances. So much of the time, that's all that counts. Appearances. Men and even nations radiate strength and power, and we fear and respect them for it. And yet, all the while, the center is hollow. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Marion Selden, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
It is a summer evening in Paris in the year 1846.
Good evening, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Nanine. Is Marguerite at home?
She is at the opera, but she'll be back soon.
How is she?
Oh, much the same. Her cough is bad at times, and also the pain in her chest, but she makes light of it.
What does the doctor say?
He implores her to rest as much as possible, but she will not listen.
I will wait for her. Have there been other callers?
Madame Prudence came, but she was in a hurry.
Madame Prudence?
She once worked in the same shop with Madame.
Was Marguerite in a shop?
She was an embroideress, Monsieur le Baron.
Amazing. The most famous courtesan in Paris once worked in a shop.
Didn't you know that? She's never made a secret of it.
So, the beautiful Marguerite once worked for her living. And now she has horses, carriages, jewels, and debts amounting, so they say, to 2,500 louis.
Which you are offering to pay, but it may be better to owe money to some people than gratitude to others.
Of course, there's always the Count de Giray.
Oh, be careful, Monsieur le Baron. You have a wicked tongue. Oh, here's Madame now.
Supper ready, Nanine? Oh, the opera's made me so hungry.
Oh, de Varville, so you're here.
Isn't it my fate always to be waiting for you?
Is it my fate never to come home without finding you here?
Is it my fault that I love you?
My dear friend, if I were to listen to all the people who say they're in love with me, I should have no time to eat or drink. I allow you to come here at any hour when I'm at home, and to wait for me if I'm out. But if you will persist in talking of nothing but your love...
And yet, Marguerite, a few months ago at Bagnières, you did give me a little hope.
My dear, that was at Bagnières, when I was ill and bored. This is Paris, and I'm well again, and not at all bored.
I imagine not, when one is in love with the Count de Giray.
I'm free to love whom I choose. It concerns no one but myself, and you least of all. So if you've nothing better to say, perhaps you'll be good enough to go.
Marguerite, listen. I have 4,000 louis a year.
How nice. I have 5,000. Nanine.
Yes, Madame.
Did you see Madame Prudence? Is she coming this evening?
Yes, she'll be here in a minute. This bouquet came for you.
Roses. You like roses, don't you, Nanine? Take them and put them in your room.
Oh, thank you, Madame.
Don't you like roses?
What do they call me?
Marguerite Gautier.
What other name?
Lady of the Camellias.
Why?
I suppose because you wear no other flowers.
I like no other flowers to wear or have in my rooms. So never send me roses again.
I always do the wrong thing. Don't I, Marguerite?
Prudence? Prudence?
Yes?
Prudence, aren't you coming? Supper's practically on the table.
Oh, I can't come this evening after all.
Oh, why not?
I have a young gentleman with me who's taking me out to supper.
Well, bring him over then, and he won't have to pay for it.
Very well.
Does Madame Prudence live opposite you?
Yes, the house across the street. It's most convenient. I just have to call across.
Who is this Madame Prudence?
She's a milliner. The pity is that nobody buys her hats, save myself. And actually, I never wear the ones I do buy. But I like her, and she's hard up.
Marguerite!
Oh, Prudence, my dear.
Marguerite, may I introduce Monsieur Armand Duval, a man who swears he worships you more than does anyone else in Paris.
Well, Monsieur Duval, I trust your great passion has not destroyed your appetite. I cannot bear to see a man who nibbles at his food.
Madame, this is a great honor.
Monsieur, you are very welcome. Prudence, may I introduce Monsieur le Baron de Varville, Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Monsieur le Baron.
Monsieur.
I have wanted to meet you, Monsieur le Baron, for such a long time.
Our meeting is a pleasure for me also, Madame. Monsieur Duval, may I inquire whether you are related to the Receiver General?
He is my father, sir. Do you know him?
Yes, I met him some years ago at the...
Well, Marguerite, how do you like my young friend?
He is charming.
Oh, he adores you. In fact, he talks of nothing else. He's loved you for 2 years.
Quite a classical story, then.
When you were ill a year ago, Do you remember that they told you of a young man who called to inquire after you every day? And he wouldn't leave his name?
I remember.
Well, that was Monsieur Duval.
How nice of him. Monsieur Duval,
Madame.
do you know what I've just been hearing? That you called to inquire after me every day when I was ill.
It is quite true.
Then the least I can do is to thank you. Do you hear that, de Varville? You never did that for me, did you?
I didn't know you then. I've only known you for a year.
Oh, don't be silly. Monsieur Duval has only known me for 5 minutes.
Supper is served, madame.
Oh, thank you, Nanine. Goodbye, de Varville.
What? Is he going without supper?
Yes. The Baron has to leave.
When shall I see you again, Marguerite?
We'll see. Not again this evening, anyhow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Madame Prudence, Monsieur Duval.
Bye.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Baron.
Good night, Marguerite.
You really are very hard on the Baron, my dear.
Oh, he bores me with his 4,000 louis.
Oh, fancy complaining about that. I wish someone would offer to keep me once again. Oh, I do so hate making hats.
Come, Monsieur Armand, we will go and have supper. And forget the sordid business of money.
That was the most delicious supper, Marguerite. I was famished. Oh, why, here's Monsieur le Comte.
Desiree, I didn't hear you. How did you get in?
The concierge, my lovely lady of the camellias, the concierge. You're looking even more beautiful this evening, my Marguerite, than when I left you this morning.
Sit down and... Oh, may I present Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Count de Giray.
Good evening, Monsieur le Count.
Evening. How is Madame Prudence? I heard something about you in Saint-Gaudin the other day.
I suppose you heard that he is deceiving me. That's nothing new.
No, that's true. Who's not been deceived? One's friends and one's mistresses are always deceiving one. Kiss me, Margaret.
Oh, really, Monsieur le Count? You have no right to force your way in here when you've had too much to drink.
Yes, I'm drunk with love for you.
Now, Monsieur le Comte, we shall put you in the corner like a naughty boy if you can't behave.
I'll go there willingly, on condition that I'm kissed.
This is no time for kisses. We're going to dance. Nanine?
Yes, madame.
Come and play the piano so that we may dance.
What shall I play, madame?
A polka. Come and dance with me, Monsieur Duval.
And you with me, Monsieur le Comte.
This is a great and an unexpected pleasure, madame.
I love to dance, monsieur. It is one of my greatest pleasures.
What's the matter, madame?
Nothing. I lost my breath.
I'm afraid you are ill.
No.
Please, stop playing.
Oh, madame. I'll get you some water.
She is ill.
It's nothing really. Just open the window and leave me alone for a moment. Go into the other room and have some more wine. I shall be with you directly.
Water, madame.
Come, we had better go.
But she's...
No. She always likes to be alone when she feels like this. Come along, Monsieur le Comte.
Thanks.
Come on, we must go.
May I wait with you, madame?
Very well.
A little more water.
Thank you.
There. Are you feeling better now?
Much better, thank you. Besides, it's nothing new.
Isn't it? Then you are killing yourself. I wish I were your friend to prevent you from destroying yourself like this.
You have a kind nature, Monsieur Armand. Look at the others. They don't trouble about me.
The others don't love you as I do.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten that great love of yours.
You laugh at it?
Heaven forbid. Oh, no, I'm not being ungrateful, but I hear the same thing every day. It doesn't make me laugh anymore.
Will you promise me something?
What?
Take care of yourself.
If I were to take care of myself, my dear, beautiful young man, I should die. Don't you see it's only the life I lead that keeps me alive? And then it's easy enough for women who have friends and a family to take care of themselves, but for the rest of us, the moment we're no longer amusing, everyone forgets us. And the long days are followed by even longer evenings. Oh, I know all about it. I was in bed for 2 months, and after 3 weeks, nobody came near me.
I know that I am nothing to you, but if you would let me, Marguerite, I would take care of you. I would never leave you.
You'd spend time with me?
As long as I did not bore you.
You really love me as much as that?
Someday I shall tell you how much.
No, you must never tell me.
Why not?
Because a woman who spends thousands of louis a year may suit a rich man like Count de Giray, but not a young man like you. May I give you a piece of advice?
Yes?
Go away at once, if what you feel about me is true.
Oh.
Or else care for me as a friend and no other way. Come and talk to me sometimes. But have no illusions about me, for I'm not worth illusions. You're too young, and you have too much feeling to live in this world of mine. I'm trying to be honest with you. Don't dream of love and me any longer.
I shall love you forever.
Forever?
Yes.
It seems that I'm destined to live a shorter time than most people. But be sure of this. However eternal your love may be, and however short a time I have to live, I shall yet live longer than your love.
Marguerite.
Oh, I know you believe what you say. You're sincere, and that deserves a reward. Here, take this camellia I'm wearing.
Oh, I shall treasure it.
No, bring it back to me.
When?
When it's faded.
How long will that take?
Just the length of time it takes for any flower to fade. A morning or an evening.
Oh, Marguerite.
Tell me again that you love me.
I love you.
Now you must go.
So you are thinking of leaving Paris, Marguerite?
Yes, Prudence, for the summer.
Oh, it'll do you good. Where will you go?
I've seen a house at Auteuil.
Oh, what rent are they asking?
200 louis.
200? Oh, you must be in love.
Perhaps.
Has Armand been here today?
Need you ask?
I brought him here 4 days ago, and he's been here every day since.
Prudence, feel my heart.
Oh.
There. Can you feel how it's beating?
What's it doing that for?
Because it's 6 o'clock and Armand is coming.
So, for the first time in your life, you have fallen in love.
Marguerite! Oh, I beg your pardon, Madame Prudence. How are you?
In the way, I should imagine. So I'll leave you.
Armand?
Well?
Do you love me as much as ever?
No.
What?
I love you 1,000 times more.
Oh. What have you been doing since you left me?
Seeing anyone who could talk to me about you. I've had a letter from my father saying he was expecting me to join him at Tours, as the summer was going to be a wonderful one in the vineyards. And I've written to tell him that he needn't wait for me any longer, as if I could go to Tours. Who cares about grapes?
But you mustn't quarrel with your father.
There is no danger of that. And you, what have you been doing?
Thinking of you.
Really and truly?
Really and truly. And I've been making some splendid plans.
Tell me about them.
Would it make you happy if you were to spend the summer in the country with me?
Oh, how can you ask?
Well, I thought of a scheme. If it's successful, I shall be free in a fortnight from now. My debts will be paid, and we can go and spend the summer together in the country.
But how are you going to manage it?
You must leave that to me. Oh. Just tell me, do you like the idea?
Of course. The very thought makes me wild with joy. But why can't you tell me?
Come and see me tomorrow, and we'll talk of it again.
Tomorrow? Are you sending me away already? Are you expecting anyone?
Armand, please.
The thought of any other man near you drives me insane.
There have been many men in my life.
I know, I know.
I love only you. Don't you believe me?
Yes, I believe you. Oh, dearest heart, forgive me. I am going now.
And I shall expect you tomorrow at 12. Nanine.
I can find my own way out.
Goodbye, you foolish boy.
Until tomorrow.
You wanted me, madame, to see Monsieur Armand out, but he's gone. Oh, Nanine, does he really love me, I wonder? And am I even sure that I love him? How can I be sure? I've never loved anyone before, so how can I be sure?
There. Put your feet up and rest a while. Oh, Monsieur the Count.
Good evening, Marguerite, my dear. How are you?
Quite well.
And more beautiful. more seductive than ever. Well, you asked me to be here at 6:30. As you see, I'm punctual.
Thank you, Desiree. There's something I want to ask you.
By the way, did someone leave here a moment ago?
No. No one.
As I was getting out of the carriage, it seemed to me that someone ran up to see who I was and, having seen me, went away again. But he probably didn't like the look of me.
Very possibly.
Well, what did you want to see me about?
Have you any ready money?
Never have any ready money.
I need some.
How much?
700 louis.
The devil you do. Is the matter urgent?
It is.
Very well, then, I'll raise it for you. Take this ring. It's worth a good deal more than 700 louis.
Oh, no. No, I won't accept that. I always thought you had money. I wouldn't have asked you otherwise. I certainly won't allow you to sell or even pawn a family heirloom. That's your famous ruby, isn't it?
Marguerite, I shall be in your debt forever. So no family ruby or anything else would stop me paying such a debt of honor.
No.
This letter has just come for you, madame, and it is to be given to you immediately.
A letter from Armand. What does it mean? I do not choose to be made ridiculous.
Is there a reply, madame?
No. No reply. So ends the dream. I have a piece of news for you, my friend. I no longer need the money I asked for.
So, your creditors return their bills to you marked paid, do they?
No, my dear. I was in love, that's all.
With whom?
With someone who didn't love me, as it often happens. And with someone without any money, as it always happens. See what he writes.
Armand Duval. He seems very jealous on such short acquaintanceship. Or is it still acquaintance? It's just as well, perhaps, that I've outgrown jealousy. Well, I'd best be going now. Unless perhaps you'd consent to have supper with me?
Thank you, my dear, but no, I'm tired. If you'll excuse me.
Of course. And if there's anything else I can do for you at any time, I'm at your service. Good night, Marguerite.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Prudence, what is it?
Armand is here in my house. He wants to speak to you.
Well, I don't want to speak to him. What does he want?
How do I know? Does he know himself? But he's desperately in love.
Marguerite, you cannot keep me away. I'm going to jump across to your balcony.
Oh, no, Armand, no. You might have broken your neck leaping across like that.
Marguerite.
Well?
Again, I must beg for forgiveness. Look, I kneel at your feet.
You've upset me a great deal.
And you, Marguerite? Did you not hurt me? When I saw the Count and realized that it was for him that you sent me away, I lost my head. I went mad, I think, and wrote to you as I did. But when, instead of defending yourself, you told Nanine there was no answer, I began to wonder what would become of me if I were never to see you again.
Well, you came to a wise decision.
What?
To go away. You said in your letter you were going away.
How can I?
You must. You're right. It would be better for us not to see each other anymore. Not only for your sake, but for mine.
Of course, if you don't love me...
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Then why?
I've been thinking it over, and I realize that what I'd hoped for is impossible. Armand, I'm attractive, and I pleased you. That was something. Forget the rest.
You didn't speak like that about those months we were to spend together, far away from Paris and from everyone.
That's true. I was going to follow a dream. There have been so many days when I've wearied of the life I lead and longed for something different. Women like myself seem happy. We're envied. We have lovers who ruin themselves not for us, as they say, but for their own vanity. We have friends who pander to us.
Oh,
yes. These so-called friends care little enough what we do, as long as the world sees them in our box at the opera, in our carriage in the Bois. And then I met you, and I knew the joy of wanting someone for himself alone, not for the material things he could give me. For a moment, I built a whole future on your love. But you did not wish it.
Oh, Margaret.
So let's say no more about it. After all, it was nothing but a dream.
Do you think I could ever leave you after what you just told me? When happiness is so near, are we to run away from it? No, Marguerite, no. Your dream shall come true. I swear it to you. We love each other. Let us follow our happiness.
Don't deceive me, Armand. Don't deceive yourself. Think what I am and who I am. Come in.
I've been asked to give you this, madame.
Who's it from?
The Count de Giray.
What is it?
A ruby ring. There's a card attached.
What does it say?
This is merely a token, my dear, to buy you such happiness as there is in the world.
Send it back to the Count, Nanine. Send it back. I'm lucky. I do not have to buy my happiness.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Dear one, what is it?
Oh, I missed you.
It's only 2 minutes since I left you in the garden.
I miss you if you leave me for 2 seconds.
And I you.
Look, I've just picked this rose for you, and when it has faded, I'll pick you another.
A wild rose is easier to pick than a camellia.
I never picked a camellia.
You hate them, don't you?
I like to give you flowers no one else gives you.
Yet one day you'll bring me camellias and love me for myself. Not the dreamlike illusion you have of me now.
Oh, dearest heart, don't let's destroy such a perfect day. Never has there been such a beautiful summer.
Sun, sun, sun.
The flowers in the garden can never have been lovelier. It will be a wonderful year for the grapes.
Grapes?
Yes, the vines. You know, my father owns many vineyards, and they need the sun.
Of course. Alma, are you happy?
No man has ever been happier.
Good. And now, my dearest, I must leave you for a short while and consult with Nanine about our lunch. Monsieur Duval?
Prudence, come in. How nice to see you at Auteuil. Have you driven out from Paris?
Yes, and walked through your beautiful garden. Where's Marguerite?
In the kitchen with Nanine.
Oh, I'll go and find her.
No, wait, Prudence. There is something I want to ask you. A week ago, Marguerite gave you some diamond bracelets that she said were to be reset. What became of them?
Do you really want me to tell you?
Yes, I want the truth.
Marguerite told me to pawn them.
Why?
To pay bills, of course. Not forgetting food, wine, and rent. My dear boy, you seem to think that all you need do is fall in love with each other and then glide blissfully out of Paris to some pleasant spot like this and live on air. I've seen the Count de Giray, and he absolutely refuses to give Marguerite anything more unless she leaves you. And we all know she doesn't want to do that. Goodness only knows where all this is going to end.
How much money is needed?
2,000 or 3,000 louis at the very least.
Ask her creditors for a fortnight's grace. I will pay.
Are you going to borrow the money?
Yes.
Nonsense. You'll only quarrel with your father and ruin your whole future.
I suspected something of the kind and have already written to my lawyer. Hush, she's coming.
Prudence.
Marguerite.
Oh.
I want you to scold Prudence, dearest.
Oh, why?
I haven't been to Paris for a fortnight, and I asked her to call at my rooms and bring me any letters that might be there. She forgot all about it. And so I shall have to go myself.
Well, go now, dear, but come back quickly.
I shall be back before you have time to miss me. Goodbye, Prudence. I'll forgive you later.
Prudence, have you arranged everything for me?
Yes. Here is the bill of sale. The attorney is coming here to talk things over with you.
Thank you, Prudence. I'm grateful for your help.
Tell me, Marguerite, are you happy?
Very happy.
I've often wondered if you would ever really love someone and settle down. Perhaps if you can get the money and pay your debts, you might even get married.
If I wanted it, Armand would marry me tomorrow. But I love him far too well to ask such a thing.
Oh, well, as long as you are happy.
I am happy. There are moments when I forget the past, forget the Marguerite I used to be. I used to spend enough money on camellias to keep a poor family for a year. But now, a flower like this wild rose that Armand gave me just now is enough to fill my day with perfume. Yes, I am happy, but I should like to be happier still. I haven't told Armand yet that I'm forced to sell my house in Paris and all its contents. But after I've paid my debts, I shall get another house here in the country, a smaller one than this. And Armand and I shall live here very simply, forgotten by the world, but knowing the true meaning of happiness.
There's a gentleman here who wishes to speak with you, madame.
Oh, that'll be the attorney. I was expecting him. Oh, ask him to come in, Nanine. You will excuse me, Prudence.
Certainly. I'll wander in your lovely garden.
I'll join you there later.
Mademoiselle Marguerite Gauthier?
Yes, that's my name. I'm afraid Madame Prudence didn't mention yours, but you're the attorney.
I am not an attorney. My name is Duval.
Duval? Monsieur Duval?
Yes, madame. Armand's father.
Armand is not here, sir.
It is to you that I wish to speak. My son is ruining himself for you.
But you're wrong. I accept nothing from Armand.
Do you expect me to believe that? Your luxurious ways of living are well known. Or are you telling me that my son helps you to spend what you receive from others?
Monsieur Duval, you must excuse me. I am a woman, and in my own house. 2 reasons which should appeal to your courtesy. Your manners are not what I should have expected from a gentleman whom I have...
Your indignation is cleverly assumed, madame. But it is nonetheless true that my son is ruining himself for you.
As I said before, you're mistaken.
Then will you explain to me the meaning of this letter? It is from our family lawyer informing me that my son wishes to make a settlement on you.
I assure you that if Armand had done such a thing, it is entirely without my knowledge. He knew that if he'd suggested it to me, I should have refused it.
Oh, fine phrases, madame.
By all that I hold most dear, by my love of Armand, I swear to you that I knew nothing of this settlement.
And yet you are living here. You must have some means.
I see that in order to convince you, I shall have to tell you something which I should have preferred to keep secret. Ever since I first knew and loved your son, I've been pawning or selling my carriages, my horses, and my jewels. A moment ago, when I was told that someone wished to speak to me, I concluded that it was in connection with the sale of my house, furniture, pictures, and all the rest of the luxury with which you reproached me. Perhaps you'd care to read this.
Yeah. A bill of sale on your furniture. The purchaser to pay your creditors, the balance to be given to you. Is this true? Is it possible that I've been mistaken?
You have. It's Armand who's changed me. He loved me so much. He loves me now. You're his father. You must be like him in some ways. So be kind. Don't speak ill of me to him. He'd believe you because he loves you. And I respect you because you're his father.
Oh, forgive me, madame, for my discourtesy a moment ago. I did not know you and was quite unprepared for what I was to find. I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
And what if I were to ask you to give Armand a real proof of your love?
No, you're going to ask something terrible of me.
You are capable of a generosity to which few women could rise, and I speak to you as a father who asks you for the happiness of his 2 children.
2 children?
Yes, Marguerite. May I call you Marguerite? 2 children. I have a daughter, young, beautiful, and virtuous. She is to be married, and she, too, has made her love the dream of her life.
I'm happy for her.
Wait. Society is exacting in certain respects. However pure your love for Armand may appear in his eyes, it is not so in the eyes of the world, which will see in you nothing but your past and which will close its doors relentlessly against you. The family of my future son-in-law have learned of the manner in which Armand is living. And they have given me to understand that my daughter's marriage cannot take place if it continues. Marguerite, in the name of your love, grant me the happiness of my child, my daughter, Armand's sister.
Armand's sister. You're right. I'll go back to Paris. I'll leave Armand for a while. It will be torment for me, but I'm glad to do this for you, so that you'll have nothing to reproach me with later. And then when his sister's married...
Temporary parting is not enough.
You mean you want me to leave Armand altogether?
You must...
Never. You don't know how we love one another. I have neither friends nor family, nor anyone in the world belonging to me. And you don't know, perhaps, that I suffer from a serious illness and have only a few years to live. To leave Armand would kill me within a few weeks.
Oh, come, let us be calm for a moment and not exaggerate. You're young and beautiful. You suffer from no more than the fatigue of a restless life. You're not going to die. I am asking you to make a big sacrifice, I know. But are you sure that this love between you and Armand will last? A marriage would be nothing but disaster. No career would be open to him. And on the other hand, he might leave you. Who can promise you that the passing of your youth will not also mean the passing of his illusion?
Oh, no.
You have been happy for 3 months. Do not smirch that happiness. Keep the memory of it always in your heart. It is as a man of the world that I'm speaking to you. It is as a father that I'm pleading with you. Marguerite, prove to me that you really love my son.
You ask me to leave Armand for his future, for his peace and honor. What must I do? Tell me. I'm ready.
You must tell him that you no longer love him.
He'll not believe me.
In that case...
Do you believe that I love Armand with a love that is truly unselfish?
Yes, I do, Marguerite.
Then, monsieur, you must trust me, for I can keep a promise, and I'm making you one now. Kiss me as though I were a daughter of yours, and I swear that this kiss, perhaps the only pure one I've ever received, will help me in what I must do. Within a week, your son will return home. For a while, he'll be very unhappy, but doubtless he'll recover.
Your kiss, Marguerite. He must never know of this conversation.
You need have no fear. He shall not know, and he shall hate me. Yes, I shall see that Armand hates me. But in return, I have one favor to ask.
Ask it.
Within a few hours, Armand will need sympathy and understanding. Will you be near him?
Yes, of course. What are you going to do?
You must leave that to me.
Is there anything I can do for you in acknowledgement of the debt I shall owe you?
When I'm dead, and Armand curses my memory, tell him that I loved him, and that I proved it. And for pity's sake, go quickly.
Goodbye, Marguerite.
And now the letter. I must write it quickly. My dear... Oh, Armand. Yours, Marguerite. That will do it. Prudence! Prudence!
You want me, Marguerite?
Yes, I'm coming back to Paris with you. We must leave immediately. And when we get there, I want you to deliver this letter personally.
To whom?
Read the address.
Baron de Varville. Oh, you really want me to take it?
Yes.
Oh, but how
Dear Prudence, ask no questions. Just take me to Paris and deliver the letter to the Baron.
Marguerite! Marguerite! I didn't get to Paris. I couldn't leave you for so long. I turned back. Where are you, Marguerite?
Madame is not here, Monsieur Armand.
Not here?
She has returned to Paris. I am to go later. She will let me know.
But I don't understand, Nanine.
She left this letter for you.
Oh. I expect she wants me to go back to Paris with you and join her. It must be some sudden whim. But why has she written instead of telling me? It must be some joke. She wants me to meet her somewhere. This is only a letter. What's there to be afraid of? When you receive this, Armand, I shall be...
No. Marguerite. How could you do this to me? So you are like the rest, after all. Worthless. Your love a thing to be bought and sold.
here at Ete.
I've come to see Marguerite.
Did she ask you to come here?
No, but I doubt if she will refuse me her hospitality. After all, I am, shall we say, an old acquaintance.
What a strange way to express yourself. Acquaintance?
How would you wish me to say it?
So, in the month since you and Marguerite parted, you're cured then?
Completely. I imagine Marguerite is well and that all her debts are paid?
Oh, yes, all of them.
By the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Everything turned out for the best then. Ah, yes. This room has been redecorated, I see. Silks, satins, and camellias.
Well, there are some men born to get what they want in the end. And de Varville did wait a long time for what he wanted.
I didn't expect her to stay in this house. I thought she would return to Paris.
She did for a while. Then she came back here. Then she went back to Paris. Then she came back here again. I have never known her so restless as she is now. She's out every night and never seems to sleep. It must be bad for her, but she listens to no one, not even the doctor. Oh, Armand, why did you leave her?
Leave her? Prudence, you believed Marguerite loved me, didn't you?
Of course.
Perhaps you don't know that she wrote me a letter a month ago, telling me that she no longer loved me.
I didn't.
She said that she loved de Varville, and never wished to see me again.
Never wanted to see you again? Oh, what did you reply?
What could I say? She turned out to be like the rest, ready to sell herself to the highest bidder. I went away with my father. We went to Tours, but I could find no peace there. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. At last I felt that if I didn't see Marguerite and hear from her own lips that what she had written to me was true, I should die. But I came here tonight. I suppose I'm mad to have done such a thing.
Here comes Marguerite.
Armand, Nonina's just told me that you're here. You must go at once.
Go?
Yes, immediately.
Why?
If the Baron finds out that you're here, there'll be trouble. He may even challenge you to a duel.
And you suggest that I should run away?
Armand, I've suffered so deeply in the last month that I can scarcely find strength to say what must be said. There's a burning pain here that takes away my breath. For the sake of our past love, for the sake of anything that you've ever held dear in your life, go home and forget that you ever knew me.
So, you are afraid for your wealthy lover.
You yourself might be killed, Armand. That's the danger.
Did you care whether I lived or died when you wrote to me that you preferred the Baron de Varville to myself and were joining him in Paris that evening? If that letter did not kill me, it was only that I might live to be revenged. I tell you that between de Varville and me, there is a quarrel to the death. For I shall kill him.
The Baron is not to blame for this.
You love him. That is reason enough for me to hate him.
You know that I don't love this man. That I could never love him.
And yet you left me and went to him. Why?
Don't ask me, Armand. I can't tell you.
Then I will tell you. You gave yourself to this man because you don't understand the meaning of loyalty and honor. Because your love belongs to the highest bidder. Because when you found yourself face to face with the sacrifice you were going to make for me, your courage failed you and you went back to the past. Because I, who would have devoted my life to you and my honor too, meant less to you than your horses and carriages and the jewels around your neck and your chameleon.
Yes, it's all true. I am a worthless and ungrateful creature who's cruelly betrayed you and who's never loved you. But the more degraded you know me to be, the less you ought to endanger your life for my sake. Armand, I beg of you to leave this house.
I will, on one condition. That you come with me.
Never.
Listen, Marguerite. There is madness in me tonight. I thought it was hatred that was driving me back to you, but it was love, Marguerite. Angry, remorseful, torturing love. For there is shame in my loving you after all that has happened. Say just one word, and I will forget everything. What do I care for this man, or any of the men in your life? Only tell me that you love me, Marguerite. We will leave this house in the past behind us. Find a quiet place and be alone with our love.
I'd give paradise itself for 1 hour of such happiness. But it's impossible. Go, forget me. You must. I've sworn it.
To whom?
To the one who had the right to ask such a thing.
To the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Because you love him?
Let me go, Armand.
Tell me that you love him and I will let you go.
Then yes. I love him.
Prudence? Baron de Varville.
Come on, what is it?
I request your presence, and that of the Baron.
I don't know what you're doing in my house, sir, but will you please leave immediately, or it will be the worse for you?
First, I have something to say to you. This woman here, Marguerite Gautier, do you know what she did? She sold all that she had in order to live with me because she loved me so much. It was noble and generous, wasn't it? You shall hear and tell the world how vilely I treated her. I accepted the sacrifice and gave nothing in return. But it is not too late. I know now that I was wrong, and I wish to settle the account between us. I call upon you to witness that I owe this woman nothing. Here is the money I have lately won at the gambling tables. A bagful of golden louis. She shall have it all.
Oh, no! You are a coward. A despicable coward.
Sir, I will answer that challenge tomorrow morning at dawn.
Nanine? Nanine?
You're awake, madame. How do you feel this morning?
Ill. Yet better. Better because I slept a little last night. Open the window, Nanine, and let in the morning air.
You mustn't catch cold. Remember what the doctor said.
We shall have you as well as ever in the spring. I suppose it was his duty to tell me.
Madam, you mustn't.
It's all right, Nanine. Oh, you're so kind. I'm sorry I'm such a trouble to you. But just open that window now, and later you shall help me to get up. What are these parcels, Nanine?
Presents for you, madame.
Oh, of course. It's New Year's Eve. Oh, I'd forgotten. How much can happen in a year? This time last year, we were all singing and laughing. None of us had been to bed at all. Oh, look. A scarf from Madame Prudence. And a bracelet from the Countess Giray. Oh, he's sent in London. No coming in the States. Nanine, I'm sorry, but you won't be gone long anyhow.
I'll hurry, madame.
Oh, wait, Nanine. Before you go, will you please read this letter to me? Handwriting's so small, I can't read it myself.
How long is it since you received this letter?
6 weeks.
Why didn't you ask me to read it before?
I was afraid. I was afraid to know what was in it.
It is from Monsieur Duval.
Read it.
Madame, I have learned of the duel between Armand
and the Baron de Vardil, but not from my son, who left the country without saying goodbye to me. I'm thankful to say that the Baron is out of danger, and I know now all that happened. You have kept your word, but I fear that the recent events have injured your health, for I hear that you are ill. I have written to Armand, telling him the truth. He is far away in Africa, but I hope he will return to ask for your forgiveness, not only for himself, but for me also. I did you a great wrong, and I wish to set it right. You have great courage. Allow me to assure you of my sympathy.
And of my highest esteem and regard. Georges Duval.
I should have asked you to read it sooner. It would have been a great comfort. But why haven't I heard from Armand? 6 weeks and not a word. Nanine, give me a mirror. Thank you. How changed I am. I should hate Armand to see me like this. Where is he? Why haven't I heard from him? Oh, how pale I am. The doctor promised he'd cure me, and I must be patient. But that's not what he said to you, is it, Nanine? I heard him. He said I was very ill.
Oh, madame.
But one may be very ill and still live. Oh, if only Armand would come, it would save me.
Madame, I know the doctor said you were ill, but you feel better today, don't you?
Why do you ask that?
I have a surprise for you, madame. A New Year's surprise, but I wanted to prepare you. A sudden joy might be too much.
There's only one joy in my life. Only one thing I look forward to. My Armand. Oh, You don't mean... You can't mean it.
Yes, madame.
Oh, Ma. He's come to see me. He's here.
I tried to send him away, but the doctor said...
Oh, Ma. Oh, Ma. Oh, go and fetch him.
Yes, madame.
Oh, Ma. Oh, I look so pale, so ill. My hair. I have not the strength to comb it.
Marguerite? My dearest.
Oh, Ma. Is it possible that you should have come back?
Oh. If I hadn't met the doctor, I should have remained outside the house and never dared to come near you. Oh, forgive me, Marguerite. Forgive me. My father wrote and told me everything. But I was so far away, it has taken me all this time to get home. If I hadn't seen you again, because it would have been I who killed you. Oh, how good it is to see you again, my beloved, to hold you in my arms. Do you forgive me? Say that you do.
Forgive you? Oh, my darling, it was all my fault. But what could I do? Your father won't part us again, will he? No. You do not see the Marguerite you used to know, dear one. I've been ill, but I'm still young. I shall grow beautiful again now that I'm happy. I shall grow beautiful again, shan't I? You won't leave me, will you?
I will never leave you again, Marguerite. Oh, my lady of the camellias. See what I've brought you?
Camellias. At last, you give me camellias. Oh, my love.
We will go away together to the mountains, where you will get well.
I said this morning that only one thing could save me. I'd given up hoping for it. And then you came. We must waste no time, beloved. Life was slipping away from me, but you've come back, and I'm alive. Oh, tell me again that you love me.
I love you, Marguerite. All my life is yours.
Nanine, come, Nanine. Bring my clothes. I want to get up.
Oh, Madame, you are not well enough.
I am. I'm well now that Armand is here.
Thank you, Nanine, for the faithful care you have taken of her.
We used to speak of you every day. No one else dared mention your name. Come, help me, Nanine.
Gently, Madame. You are so weak. You mustn't try to hurry.
I don't think I can. Armand.
What is it, Marguerite? Lie down again, my darling, please.
It's nothing. Happiness hurts a little at first. And I've been unhappy for so long.
Marguerite? Marguerite!
Don't be afraid, Armand. I always used to have these moments of faintness. Don't you remember?
Let me hold your hand. You are trembling. Run for the doctor, Nanine, at once.
Yes. Tell him that Armand has come back, and that I want to live. That I must live.
I will hurry.
If your coming doesn't save me, nothing will, my dearest. I've lived for love. Now, I'm dying of it.
Hush, Marguerite. You will live. You must.
Sit close beside me. As close as you can, Armand. Just for a moment, I was angry with death. But I know now that it had to come. And I'm not angry anymore. Because it has waited long enough for me to see you again.
Marguerite, don't talk like that. I can't bear it. Tell me that you're not going to die. That you don't believe it, that you will not die.
Even if I did not wish it, Armand, it would have to be. Perhaps if things had been different, if I could have been the good wife you should have had, I might have grieved more at leaving a world where you are, and a future that was Oh, so full of promise. But as it is, anything that is good in me will be yours forever. Believe me, God sees more clearly than we do.
Don't, Marguerite. Don't.
We've never danced together, you and I, have we? Since the day we met. Oh, put your arms around me, Omar. Just as if we were dancing. Hold me close, my darling.
Marguerite. My lady of the Cornelius. My beloved.
Kiss me, Omar. Kiss me, my love. My only love.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Probably the greatest English writer of the last century who wrote with two words in mind, could be, is the novelist H.G. Wells. Wells has lifted our imaginations with The First Man on the Moon, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man, and so on. With extraordinary resourcefulness and creativity, he has brought life to the incredible. And today we have taken his words from the page and placed them in your ear so that you may actually believe you are in the outlandish world of H.G. Wells.
Professor Legend, can you make out the school desks and the school children?
Yes, I can. And I do.
From here they look phosphorescent. Luminous, don't they?
They do look strange, Plattner. And that explosion blew us a considerable distance away. I must get back to the school and take charge.
Oh, Professor Legend, I don't think that'll be possible.
Why not, indeed?
Because I think that you and I are dead.
Our mystery drama, Watchers of the Living, adapted from a story by H.G. Wells, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Come in. Oh, great master, I have traveled far to seek your wisdom. Speak to me.
Close the door. It's cold.
Sir, I crave the meaning of life.
How do you earn your bread, my son?
Well,
do you till the soil?
No.
Do you tend sheep?
I'm in advertising, sir. Advertising.
Fascinating.
Yes, sir, I'm in a big hurry. I have to be in Fiji tomorrow to shoot a television commercial.
Fiji?
Yeah, we found a place there that looks exactly like Columbus, Ohio.
Why not go to Columbus, Ohio?
Look, I'm just here for some wisdom.
All right, let me check my wisdom book, see what we can
thank
find.
you, yeah.
Go with radio.
What?
Looks to me like a fantastic buy.
I wanted important wisdom.
This is important. Listen, newspaper cost per thousand is up 99% since 1967. TV is up 90%,
sir.
But radio cost is only up 38%.
38%.
And it says radio's audience is bigger than ever.
But what about happiness and stuff?
Use radio. It's great impact at a price you can still afford, and you'll be very happy.
That's it?
Yeah. And when you go out, close the door real tight, because it's cold in here and I got a runny nose.
If you want to talk to an authority on advertising, call us. We're 97 WFLA.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you in the market for a used car? If you are, it would be wise to shop around until you get a feel for the market.
It's important for you to find out if the car is covered by a warranty. A used car warranty is limited. For example, it may cover the first 1,000 miles or 30 days. Remember, however, the warranty is as good as the dealer who backs it. And you check his reliability with your local Better Business Bureau. Also, remember that careful inspection is the key to enjoying a used car. Be sure and look for rust. Check the tires, the shock absorbers, and the operating controls. And incidentally, it's also a good idea to take a test drive. You see, by giving the car the once-over before you buy it, you're protecting yourself against a faulty purchase and a lot of headaches after you've bought it. This has been a tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What'll it be this time, Mr. Wells? Mars colliding with Earth? A machine to put you into another century? The problems of loving and living when no one can see you? None of the above? Something completely different? Yes, it is. In fact, in the 90 years of science fiction that followed where H.G. Wells blazed a trail, no one has ever attempted to duplicate the story we tell you now.
My name is Fred Plattner. I'm 27. My mother and father passed away when I was 10. I'm a teacher in a small school in Sussexville. So small that one teacher has to do the work of 5. Too much work for too little pay. Last week, I heard of a great summer job in town, lifeguard on Sandy Beach. To apply, I first had to get a physical checkup.
Miss Plattner, I do not have good news for you.
I'm sick, Dr. Bendiner?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not sick, but strange.
You mean when you examined me, you found
I didn't want to say anything until I had the x-rays, but I can tell you this. In all my years of general practice, I have never seen a body like yours.
Well, will I live?
Who knows? Before I show you the x-rays, tell me, young man, why do you want to be a lifeguard? I understand you have an eminently scholarly position as a teacher.
Well, that's what everyone tells me, Doctor. But there's no money in it now and no future in it tomorrow.
What do you teach?
What don't I teach? Bookkeeping, geography, modern languages, and chemistry, which Dr. Lidgett, our former principal, threw at me about a month ago.
Aye, all those subjects. You must have a vast knowledge.
No, I don't. But since my students begin by knowing nothing, all I have to do is bone up from day to day and stay one lesson ahead.
What an extraordinary way to run a school.
In a town of 1,000 persons and 1.25 children per household, I was told by Professor Lidgett, the principal, there was no alternative. There are 2 other teachers besides myself, and that's it. On my present salary, I can hardly save a cent. But if I pass the physical and get this lifeguard position, I could clear $300 this summer.
I wish I could help you, Mr. Plattner, but the facts don't help me. Let me show you. Look at these, your x-rays. First, notice your heart beats on the right side of your body. Now look at this plate. That is the right lobe of your liver. However, it's on the left side, and the left lobe is on the right side. Tell me, have you noticed any changes in yourself lately?
Well, now that you mention it, I have been finding it sort of difficult to write straight across a page the way I used to.
You've stopped writing? How do you correct papers?
Using my left hand and writing across the paper from right to left.
Anything else, Mr. Plattner, out of the ordinary?
Well, I was never very good at sports, but now I can't throw a ball with my right hand at all.
With your left?
Not far. And sometimes I get confused at meal times, trying to find my knife and fork. I've caught myself quite often trying to cut my meat with my fork and putting it into my mouth with my knife. I'm backwards. Is that it?
What should be on your right side is on your left.
You're sure I haven't always been that way?
I asked myself the same question. So I got out your old x-rays from Dr. Jonas's files. The last time you came for a checkup, everything was in its proper place.
I wonder...
I have a theory, Mr. Plattner, which is not easy to substantiate, how this might have occurred to a person. But my theory could hardly apply to you.
It couldn't?
There's a mathematical hypothesis that the only way a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space, as we know it, and inverting it.
Oh, my gosh.
Much further into space than any astronauts have ever gone. Of course, into the fourth dimension, in fact. But that is a theory, and you, Mr. Plattner, are a fact. Obviously, your internal exchange of left for right was not the result of any voyages into the fourth dimension.
Oh, but they are. I mean, they could be.
You have made such a trip?
I have. I was hoping to keep it a secret.
My dear young man, look, getting a job this summer as a lifeguard isn't that important.
Oh, but I did. 2 weeks ago. I mean, I returned from wherever I was 2 weeks ago. Didn't you hear about my disappearing from the school? You see, that's where I must have been. In that fourth dimension.
Mr. Plattner, you're not feeling chilly or flushed, are you?
No, I'm fine.
So you took a trip into space, did you?
Well, I don't know where I was, but I certainly wasn't in Sussexville.
Mr. Plattner, I imagine the tests have been a bit exhausting, so if you'll come into the next room, you just stretch out on this couch, close your eyes, and rest up a bit.
But I'm not tired.
For your own sake, I think lying down won't hurt. You know, when you speak of traveling to other dimensions, even if you can't be a lifeguard this summer, I'd hate you to lose your teaching job because they thought you lost your mind.
Of course, I couldn't really blame Dr. Bendiner for thinking somehow I'd become unscrewed. And as I laid down in his anteroom, those 9 days in nowhere came back to me. 9 days I'd never forget. It began on a Tuesday night after chemistry class.
Why are you still here, Plattner? The bell rang. What are all these boys still doing here? They haven't all been kept in, have they?
Professor Lidgett, Carson here, found some green powder up in the old lime kiln. So I told the boys if they'd like to take part in some scientific research, stay after class, and we'll subject the green powder to some scientific tests.
Proceed then, Plattner. I shall watch with interest. You don't mind if I stand beside you at the table here?
No, not at all. Professor Lidgett, we're conducting this experiment to impress upon these boys, Jacoby, Goodman, O'Shea, and Carson, that curiosity is not something that should stop after one has left school. So, here is a medicine bottle containing green powder, courtesy of Billy Carson, and plugged with a masticated piece of newspaper.
Plugged with what?
A large spitball. First, we place a small amount of the green powder into a test tube. Now, we hold the tube under the tap and see what effect is caused by water. No effect. No change in the substance whatsoever. As you can see, the powder does not even dissolve. Now, we'll prepare a number of test tubes, filling them with a little of Carson's green powder, partially filling each, and then in turn we'll test the green powder against nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid. Very disappointing. No results, No changes in the powder. The experiment has yielded us 0. Nix. Naught. Well, boys, those are the hazards of science.
Why don't you set fire to some of the powder, Plattner?
Light it? With a match.
Or a Bunsen burner.
Boys, our principal, Professor Lidgett, suggests a test by fire. Here we go. We knock a few grains from the bottle onto this slate on our lab table. Professor, would you oblige with a match?
Oh, yes, happy to.
It's smoking. The green powder is melting. At the explosion, I was lifted off my feet and driven forcibly backwards. I wondered if I'd crashed through the wall or window of the chemistry lab. The next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Plattner, is that you?
Professor Lidgett, are you hurt?
Well, I don't think so.
Me neither. My face seems to be all right. I still have both my ears, hands, arms, and my feet.
Oh, so all right, thank heaven. Where's the school? Where are we? None of this countryside looks familiar to me.
Look. Straight in front of us. Those figures. I know those boys. They're in my bookkeeping class. But how strange they look. Sort of gray and amorphous. Almost floating.
Are those gray shapes there? Those are our students?
I can see their lips move. They're talking. But I can't hear a word they're saying. And they're coming towards us. The one in front is Johnson. Great heavens. He just walked right through you.
I know. And I didn't feel a thing. Did you notice how dark it is getting? Above us, the sky is jet black. The only light is that greenish glow on the horizon and those black hills. Where are we?
Well, I can still see the chemistry classroom, but it seems to be receding, getting fainter.
Yes, I can see it too, way off there. It's as though I had X-ray eyes and can see right through the walls. We must get back. We've been blown a considerable distance away. I must take charge.
Well, I doubt that will be possible, sir. As I analyze it, A, no one sees us. B, no one hears us. C, the boys walk right through us. D, yet we appear whole and uninjured. E, to ourselves we are real, but the school seems unreal. Therefore, I would conclude, ergo...
What?
That you and I, Professor, are dead.
Well, now, have we just heard from the living, or should I say, speaking dead? How's that for a first act curtain? The shape of things to come. Things beyond have always intrigued man. If, as some philosophers believe, ours is the world of the dying, then the next could possibly be the world of the living. What it's like, we may find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
Step inside, take a ride, and follow the rainbow.
Hot and tired, uptight with traffic delays. There's got to be a better way, and there is. Ride a rainbow. Ride a Rainbow Express bus.
Forget about the traffic on your way home on a rainbow.
Park and ride on the Rainbow Express from key shopping centers in Town and Country, Brandon, North Tampa, and now Temple Terrace, Eastlake.
The city, full of architectural barriers that keep disabled citizens out of public buildings. My job, I'm a barrier cop. Barrier Central.
It's about the elevator in the library. You can't feel the floor numbers with your fingertips.
Uh-huh. Barrier to blind people. We'll get it fixed.
Thank you.
It's my job. I'm a barrier cop.
This story could be true. Only the barriers can be changed to protect your rights. For information on how to file complaints, write Access America, Washington, D.C. 20201.
You know, it's not easy saying, there goes, or here comes the 97 WFLA Busch Gardens 20th Anniversary Etzel. Sometimes it comes out, the 97th Etzel Busch WFLA Gardens, or the Dark WFLA Conant 97 Busch Etzel Garden. Well, anyway, I guess you get the picture. 97 WFLA would like your help in naming the 59 Etzel. And if your suggestion is selected, it could mean a fabulous weekend at the Beachcomber on St. Petersburg Beach and $97 cash. Just send 97 WFLA a postcard with your suggested name for the Etzel. One entry per card. In case of duplicate names, the card received earliest will be the one considered. The winning entry will be selected by a panel of judges from Busch Gardens and 97 WFLA. All entries must be received by midnight, October 10th. Decision of the judges is final. So help us name the Busch Gardens 97, 20th Etzel, Dark Conant 59, 97 WFLA. Oh, gee.
Overworked teacher in a small grammar school explodes himself and the principal into what? He believes it's the world of the dead. But could he be someplace else? Some in-between state? It is a land where everything is shades of gray and green. Remember, it was a green powder that caused all this. A fact that does not escape those left behind.
Were you able to get any sense out of the boy, Dorothy?
Well, Billy says it was a green powder he found, brought it to class, and his chemistry teacher blew himself up with it, and that he and the principal just plain disappeared, blown to bits, no trace of them, Jim.
The doggone part of it is you'd think an explosion like that would make some kind of noise.
Oh, it knocked out a wall, but none of the children were hurt.
So Billy brought that green powder, huh? We could be in for a peck of trouble.
Do you really think so?
Our son brings an explosive to school. His teacher and the principal are blown away. They could hold us responsible.
They could?
We're his parents, and he's underage. I wonder which teacher it was.
Oh, Fred Plattner. You remember him.
They've got Fred teaching chemistry? What does he know? No wonder everything went fluey.
Oh, he's such a nice young man, too.
I know that.
Now, promise you won't say anything to Billy tonight. He was very fond of Fred, too.
Don't, Fred. Please, don't.
Jim, wake up. Jim, what is it? Jim, wake up.
Oh, Dorothy, I had such a nightmare. I was dreaming.
Don't tell me.
Why not? It was kind of crazy.
I had a terrible dream, too, Jim.
Fred Plattner. He came right into this room, and he motioned for me to follow him downstairs.
Oh.
And then he took out a small medicine bottle with green powder in it and was trying to give it to me. And then suddenly, it was gone.
I saw him, too.
By the whole closet.
I mean, in my dream, he was standing by Billy's bed, and he had that same bottle in his hand, and he was shaking his head. And then I woke up.
Poor Fred. He was too young to die.
It was like he was trying to tell Billy something.
That's what Fred did to me in my dream. Made me feel he wanted to tell me something.
So, here I am, Fred Plattner. Or maybe I should say I was Fred Plattner. Now I exist in this other world, and I'm trying hard to get through to the world I've been blown out of. To those incandescent, phosphorescent shadows of people and places I knew. It's very frustrating.
Plattner, where the devil are we?
Gee, I wish I knew, Professor Lidgett.
I was watching you before walking down that steep hill and stopping, and then you were shouting at some rocks.
Well, I was trying to get through to Jimmy Carson. No go. He can't hear me. There must be a way to communicate with our world. Cut through the invisible barrier that separates us?
Plattner, I think I'm getting a chill.
Well, it's sitting in one place, Professor Lidgett. Give me your hand.
Yes.
Up you go. Now, we'll get ourselves off this cliff. Down there, it may be warmer.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I'll follow you. I don't think I valued you when you were teaching at Sussexville.
Yes, that's good. That's good. One step at a time. It's never as steep as you think. I'll have to tell you, Professor, I have no idea where we're heading. But at least we're moving, and that's the best way to keep warm.
Plattner, you know what's even more terrifying? I can hear you. You can hear me. But that's all. There's no sound in this place. The leaves are moving, but no sound. The wind is blowing. You can feel it, but you can't hear a thing. We came down this cliff, not one footfall, not a sound. It's all like some mad, silent movie. Not a sound anywhere.
Jim, will you see who's at the door? I'm just clearing away the breakfast dishes. Billy was late getting off to school today.
Honey, I've got to make tracks for work myself. Harry's been giving me the hairy eye lately, ever since that rumor went around town about Billy blowing up the school. All right. Oh, hello, Sheriff. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Jim. May I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, sure.
Is Billy home?
Who?
Billy, your son?
Oh, yes. I mean, no. Billy's in school. He loves school. Wouldn't miss a day.
No, maybe it's just as well.
Sit down, Sheriff. Can I get you some coffee?
No, thanks.
Who is it, Jim? What? Hello, Sheriff. What brings you here this early?
I'll get to the point. You all know about that explosion at the school?
Why, yes, I did hear something about that. Accident in the chemistry lab or something, eh?
We've been investigating, and I'm not so sure I can call it an accident.
Fred Flatner and Professor Lidgett.
Yes, that's a shame.
We've questioned every boy who was in or near that class, Jim, and they all say the same thing.
But Billy didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, he didn't.
Dorothy, shut up. I mean, dear, let the sheriff tell us what's on his mind.
I intend to. The information we've gathered is that your son brought a green powder into the class laboratory, and it was that caused the explosion.
Green powder? Well, where could Billy have found such a thing? He never said anything about it to us, did he, dear?
Jim, I think we should tell the sheriff.
Oh, there's nothing to tell.
You asked where your son could have gotten such a powder. 3 boys were with him when they all went to the lime kiln. He found it there and put it in a bottle.
Oh, what 3 boys?
Ted Jacoby, Matthew Goodman, and Tommy O'Shea.
I know those kids. They'll say anything. You know how kids are. You're not going to believe the word of little kids, are you?
Unfortunately, we have no adult witnesses. But as we piece the story together, this was no ordinary school experiment.
Well, I don't see how you could hold my boy responsible for the mistakes of a teacher.
So far as you know, then, Jim, this whole story about Billy and the green explosive is untrue?
Absolutely.
Is this Billy's school satchel?
Yes, it is. Where did you find it?
In the chemistry lab, under one of the seats. I'll be straightforward with both of you. We found traces of a green powder inside. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to ask you, Jim, to come along with me back to the station house.
I can't go there now. I'm due at work.
I'm afraid you haven't got any choice, Jim.
But what have I got to do with it?
The law says that since Billy is underage, you, his father, are responsible. I have to book you, Jim.
Book me? On what charge?
Accessory to murder.
Several days and nights went by in our green world. This particular morning when I awoke, large, strange snowflakes were dropping all over me. Green snowflakes. And then, for the first time, the stillness was broken by a sound.
Plattner, did you hear that?
A bell. I think it comes from way down there in the gorge.
Let's get down there. Maybe there are people or someone who can help us. Oh, beautiful. Plattner, do you hear that?
Hear what?
The sound of our own footsteps. Things are starting to be a little bit more normal. And it's not so cold down here.
Look at those gray craters.
Will you look at that?
I never. A great stone building. There's an entrance. Let's go on in.
Wait a minute, Plattner. Isn't there something wrong about it? Something peculiar?
Well, nothing more peculiar than finding any gray skyscraper in a green world.
It doesn't have any windows. It's like being inside a huge tomb. There are some flickering lights way down there. An altar.
Something's moving back there.
Where?
To the right of the altar. What looks like a torch burning a green flame.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Now, follow along the walls where that strange writing runs around the side, all the way to the right. Snowflakes. Big as a balloon, moving up and down. Let's get closer and have a look.
No, I think I'll stay back here.
If I go forward, Professor, you'll be alone here.
Oh. Those large things. Their heads, floating heads, with sort of tails hanging from each one like giant tadpoles in the air. They don't seem to have faces.
One is turning around. It's got eyes.
The others are turning now, too. They do have faces. Look at them now. They're floating away.
Anyone here?
Something just flew into my face. Something cold.
It's one of them. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Plattner, I don't think I can take much more of this.
Look back. What do you see?
I see the school.
Our school. The big assembly hall. And the boys are taking a test.
The midterms, that's what they are.
Well, will you look at that? Some of them are using a crib. A pony.
So they are. Cheating in a midterm. Plattner, make a note which boys are cheating.
Well, I don't see the school anymore. It's changing now. I can see a street. Yes, it's Main Street.
So it is. But how can we see Main Street from here?
Because it runs right through us. This world, this dimension. So, that's where they went.
Who went?
Those floating faces. They're hovering over the people walking on the street, see? Look, one or two following each person, watching.
Watching? Why are they there? They're watching the living. Plattner, where are you?
I'm here. I just don't want to look anymore.
Oh, what's the matter with you? You're crying.
I know what those watchers of the living are doing. I know who they are. There are two of them above my head, aren't there?
Yes.
A man's face and a woman's face. I know them. I know who they are.
The two faces over your head, you know them?
It's my mother and father.
H.G. Wells asks, who are these watchers of the living? Why do they so passionately watch those they have left forever? Is it that when our life is over and evil or good are no longer a choice, that we may still have to watch the consequences of what we began? If this is so, then certainly Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett have not died, but have invaded that dimension which hangs over all of us. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
At the drugstore, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now you can soften hard, calloused skin without painful cutting or scraping. Apply stainless Dermasoft cream to your feet as directed. Insist on Dermasoft cream.
You can sing smoke gets in your eyes, but when it gets into everyone else's eyes and nose and throat, it's no musical matter. Your lung association says cigarettes are a personal health hazard, and secondhand smoke is offensive to all non-smokers.
Give us all a break. Let the Lung Association help you kick the habit for your sake and for everyone's life and breath.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in care crusade for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. Send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, 145 Madeira Avenue, Coral Gables, 33134.
Let H.G. Wells continue his story. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests continue after death. So these watchers of the living keep an eye on earthlings. Make note that this in-between land is green, the color of renewal, of continuation, of movement. Therefore, this island in space and time onto which our two men have stepped could be a moving platform. But to where?
How many days has it been, Plattner?
How many times did I go to sleep and wake up? 6, 7, 8? I can't be sure.
We have only you to blame for this.
I seem to remember that it was you, Professor, who said, why don't you set a match to the powder?
Why do these infernal things have to hang around us? What have I done to them? Well, go on, get away from me. Go away. Do you hear me? I don't see how you stand these floating heads always following us, bumping us like balloons with faces.
I am trying to be calm and not let myself go, and you must do the same, Professor. I could just as easily lose my nerve, but how would that help me?
Listen.
They've stopped.
You're in a different spot than I am, Plattner. Your mother and father are watchers.
I hope you never see your parents as I'm seeing mine. Not being able to speak to them and be understood. Not knowing whether they are real or shadows.
No, I absolutely refuse to be fingerprinted, and that's final.
You have a right to call your lawyer.
Where are the bodies? Where's Fred Plattner? Where's the headmaster, Professor Lidgett? How can you be sure they aren't still somewhere wandering about in shock, maybe, but very much alive?
If in over a week they haven't shown up?
Amnesia. Do you know what that is, Sheriff? If I were blown up in some ridiculous experiment, it would addle my brains, too. They're alive, I bet you, but they don't know who they are or where.
Well, that all may be true, but you're still responsible for what happened. Speak to the mayor if you want to, but you're not leaving here until formal charges are placed.
It had all changed between Professor Lidgett and myself. No longer were we of like mind in this limbo of the dead where there was no sunrise or sunset, where a green haze hung over vast cliffs and stone buildings without windows. We were enemies, and that didn't help.
The day I hired you for the school, I must have been mad, Plattner. You got us into this. Now, what are we going to do?
Try to keep my head, for one thing. For another, I'm going to sit here and have another try at getting through to Sussexville.
Oh, you have a formula? How are you going to do it?
Concentrate. Mother, Father, help me see our town. There. I can see right through that rock face. The walls of the house, like glass. Well, Professor, you got your wish. There's Billy Carson and his mother. They're standing in the kitchen listening to the telephone. There's unhappiness written on her face.
I shouldn't wonder. That boy shouldn't be allowed out alone. He's a menace.
They're talking to someone at the police station. Mother, Father, I want to see what is happening there.
Dorothy, honey, don't cry. They won't let me go home right now. I've called our lawyer. He's in court, but he'll get over here as soon as he can. Now, you just tell Billy what trouble he's caused. I don't know when I'll get home. I'll get there when I get there. That's all I know.
This way, Mrs. Vandermill.
I don't know what possibly could have come over that salesgirl. I mean, to actually accuse me.
Now, Mrs. Vandermill, there's nothing I can do.
Maybe something did happen to fall off the perfume counter into my purse, but heavens, to say I was shoplifting. Me, Helena Vandermill, why, I own half this town. Why would I ever steal anything?
They did find some merchandise in your handbag.
Who is that man sitting over there?
He's in our custody. He's waiting for his attorney. Now, Mrs. Vandermill, if you'll kindly pay the fine, all the formalities will be taken care of.
Oh, Sheriff, you are the most understanding public servant in this town.
The fine, Mrs. Vandermill?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, how much will it be this time?
I'd say $50 would cover.
$50 it is. Here you are. All I have with me is 20, so here are 3, and do keep the change.
Thank you, Mrs. Vanderbilt.
Yes, I'll be more careful next time and keep my bag closed.
Who was that?
The richest old gal in town, but I have to haul her in at least once a week. She can't help shoplifting.
Oh, why didn't you arrest her?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, why did you slip her fine in your pocket?
I keep it safe there. Understand?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. And how much would a little understanding cost me?
Mr. Carson, Jim, I knew you'd understand the way we do business around here.
I'm sorry I was a little slow. Let me see what I have in my wallet.
The crookedness in our town. I had no idea. Starting with boys cheating on their exams, all the way to the police taking bribes. Lidget and I had stopped talking. I was too tired one evening to keep my eyes open, and before I knew it, I was asleep.
Flatner, get up.
What's the matter?
Get up.
Oh, yes, certainly. Professor, what are you holding that rock in your hand for?
I'm not staying here any longer.
Well, how do you propose to leave?
You're going to lead me back to the exact spot where we entered this other world.
Oh, I don't know that I remember it.
You'd better, if you don't want your head bashed in.
Professor Lidget, I understand the strain you feel, but what good will it do you to hurt me?
I don't care anymore. I've got to leave here.
All right. Let's start up this path and see if I can find the place.
Hello, operator. I dialed 555-1212, and I got a wrong number. Would you place the call for me, please? It's the mayor's office. It works every time. Good morning, Mayor. Not too badly. We made $260. 60 from the old klepto, and I nicked another citizen for the 200. All right, will you stop by, or shall I send the cash over to the town hall? Good. I'll put 130 in an envelope addressed to you and marked official business.
That little scene of conniving didn't escape me either. It made me wonder, did I really wish to return to the life I had grown up with? We climbed and finally reached a plateau, which I thought looked familiar.
Is this where we first landed? Are you sure?
I'm as sure as I can be. You know, Professor, that world of ours, it's not what it's cracked up to be.
No, it isn't. But it's the only game in town.
And people aren't what they think they are.
Latner, you're still carrying that glass bottle with some green powder.
Yes, I still have it. What's left? Why?
Nothing. Just thinking.
It's finally dawned on me why the watchers of the living have such unhappy faces. What goes on Earth is enough to make anyone sad. Greed, deceit. The people you thought were honorable, people you respected. Even you, Lidget. You're much less of a human being than I thought you were. Much less. Lidget, what are you doing with that rock? Lidget, please. Came to on Earth, lying sprawled out in the schoolyard, covered in scratches and bruises. I was alone. Professor Lidget didn't get back to Earth with me. I remembered running away from the professor, and then I tripped and fell. Yes, the powder must have exploded on impact, and here I was. It was getting dark in Dr. Bendiner's office, and I remembered I'd come to see him for a physical.
feeling any better, Mr. Plattner?
Yes, I am. I'm fine now, Doctor.
Had a little sleep?
Oh, not exactly. Just thinking about how my insides got all reversed.
Nothing's malfunctioning, you understand, just exchanged. Are you up to getting yourself home?
Dr. Bendiner, I've decided I don't want to be a lifeguard after all. I'm just not the swimming kind.
I didn't know there was any other kind.
Oh, there are lots of ways lives can be guarded. I'd like to think about that.
Think about what, Mr. Plattner?
What I ought to do now that I'm back.
Back? Go back to teaching. I think you should.
Oh, well, they say that those who can do, those who can't teach. I think I can, Doctor. And there's an awful lot of doing that Sussexville needs. Maybe I'll just give it a try.
It so happened that Fred Plattner knew quite a lot about the shenanigans of several high town officials. And come election time, when Fred started talking, everyone also knew quite a lot. So it was hardly a surprise when an unknown school teacher got himself elected mayor of Sussexville. Not surprising at all. I'll be back shortly.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt. I've suffered since my birth.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Some folks around Sussexville are still scratching their heads, wondering where Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett disappeared to for 9 days, and why the professor never came back. But Fred isn't telling anyone. Every now and then, though, he'll look up suddenly from his desk in the mayor's office, as if he was seeing someone he recognized. Call it an H.G. Wells fantasy, if you will, but who knows? Perhaps we are all being watched. Over there. Is that a shadow over your head? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bob Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I took a few steps down the rough cobblestone alley. It was dim, a place where the sun couldn't get to. There wasn't a sound. The bustle behind me seemed to have vanished. I walked slowly along the twisting alleyway. Well, there were a few shops, but they were all closed. I don't know why I kept walking, but something seemed to draw me along. And then the alley turned, and there it was. A small shop, brightly lighted with candles. In the window were clothes, leather things, beads, spices. There was no name on the door, but I knew I'd found the Devil's Boutique.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theatre and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. It was near the end of October. Business was better. The war scare was over. More men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios.
For the next 24 hours, not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We take you now to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. With a touch of the Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Comparsita.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
And now a tune that never loses favor, the ever-popular Stardust, Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin a moment ago, the Government Meteorological Bureau has requested the large observatories of the country to keep an astronomical watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars. Due to the unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with the noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then to the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra. We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer. We take you now to Princeton, New Jersey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carl Phillips speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton. I'm standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for an oblong split in the ceiling. Through this opening, I can see a sprinkling of stars that cast a kind of frosty glow over the intricate mechanism of the huge telescope. The ticking sound you hear is the vibration of the clockwork. Professor Pearson stands directly above me on a small platform, peering through the giant lens. I'll ask you to be patient, ladies and gentlemen, during any delay that may arise during our interview. Besides the ceaseless watch of the heavens, Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communications. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I begin our questions?
Any time, Mr. Phillips.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disk swimming in the blue sea. Transverse stripes across the disk. Quite distinct now because Mars happens to be at the point nearest the Earth, in opposition, as we call it.
In your opinion, what do these transverse stripes signify, Professor Pearson?
Not canals, I can assure you, Mr. Phillips. Although that's the popular conjecture of those who imagine Mars to be inhabited. From a scientific viewpoint, the stripes are merely the result of atmospheric conditions peculiar to the planet.
Then you're quite convinced, as a scientist, that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
I should say the chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at regular intervals?
Phillips, I cannot account for it.
By the way, Professor, for the benefit of our listeners, how far is Mars from the Earth?
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that seems a safe enough distance. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the observatory in Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing the world-famous astronomer, Professor Pearson. One moment, please. Professor Pearson has passed me a message which he has just received. Professor, may I read the message to the listening audience?
Certainly, Mr. Phillips.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. Gray of the Natural History Museum, New York. Quote, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seismograph registered shock of almost earthquake intensity occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed, Lloyd Gray, Chief of Astronomical Division. Unquote. Professor Pearson, could this occurrence possibly have something to do with the disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Hardly, Mr. Phillips. This is probably a meteorite of unusual size, and its arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. However, we shall conduct a search as soon as daylight permits.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton, bringing you a special interview with Professor Pearson, noted astronomer. This is Carl Phillips.
Standard Time. This confirms earlier reports received from American observatories. Now, nearer home, comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and we'll have our commentator, Carl Phillips, give you a word picture of the scene as soon as he can reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Brooklyn, where Bobby Millett and his orchestra are offering a program of dance music. We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again, out at the Wilmot Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Professor Pearson and myself made the 11 miles from Princeton in 10 minutes. Well, I hardly know where to begin. To paint for you a word picture of the strange scene before my eyes, like something out of a modern Arabian Nights. Well, I just got here. I haven't had a chance to look around yet. I guess that's it. Yes, I guess that's the thing directly in front of me. Half buried in a vast pit. Must have struck with terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters of a tree. It must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Pearson?
What's that?
What would you say, what's the diameter of this?
About 30 yards.
About 30 yards. The metal on the sheath is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is sort of yellowish white. There's curious spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. Getting in front of my line of vision. Would you mind standing one side, please? While the policemen are pushing the crowd back. Here's Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm here. He may have some interesting facts to add. Mr. Wilmot, would you please tell the radio audience as much as you remember of this rather unusual visitor that dropped in your backyard? Step closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Wilmot.
Well, I was listening to the radio.
Closer and louder, please.
Pardon me?
Louder, please, closer.
Yes. I was listening to the radio and kind of drowsing. That professor fellow was talking about Mars, so I was half chosen and half...
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then what happened?
Well, as I was saying, I was listening to the radio, kind of halfway.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then you saw something.
Well, not first off. I heard something.
And what did you hear?
A hissing sound like this. Kind of like a 4th of July rocket.
Yes, then what?
I turned my head out the window and would have sworn I was asleep and dreaming.
Yes?
I seen a kind of greenish streak and then zingo. Something smacked the ground, knocked me clear out of my chair.
Well, were you frightened, Mr. Wilmot?
Well, I ain't quite sure. I reckon I was kind of riled.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want me to tell
No, that's quite all right. That's plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen. I wish I could convey the atmosphere, the background of this fantastic scene. Hundreds of cars are parked in a field in back of us, and the police are trying to rope off the roadway leading into the farm, but it's no use. They're breaking right through. The car's headlights throw an enormous spotlight on the pit where the object's half buried. Now, some of the more daring souls now are venturing near the edge. The silhouettes stand out against the metal sheen. One man wants to touch the thing. He's having an argument with the policeman. The policeman wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please. Do you hear it? It's a curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. I'll move the microphone nearer. Here. Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now? Professor Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Can you tell us the meaning of that scraping noise inside the thing?
Possibly the unequal cooling of its surface.
I say, do you still think it's a meteor, Professor?
I don't know what to think. The metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth, and you can see its cylindrical
Just a minute.
shape.
Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow.
He's moving. Keep back there. Keep back. Keep those men back. Keep back there. Keep those idiots back. Shoot off. The top's loose. Look out there. Stand back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone's calling someone or something. I can see turning out of that black hole two luminous discs. The eyes, it might be a face, might be almost but heavens, something wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one and another one and another one. They look like tentacles to me. Oh, yeah, I can see the thing's body. Now it's large as a bear. It glistens like wet leather, but that face, Ladies and gentlemen, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. It's so awful. The eyes are black and they gleam like a serpent. The mouth is kind of V-shaped with saliva dripping from its rimless lips. It seemed to quiver and pulsate, and the monster or whatever it is can hardly move. It seems weighed down by possibly gravity or something. The thing's rising up now, and the crowd falls back. They've seen plenty. The most extraordinary experience, ladies and gentlemen. I can't find words. Well, I'll pull this microphone with me as I talk. I'll have to stop the description until I can take a new position. Hold on, will you please? I'll be right back in a minute.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmuth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of a stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmuth's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain is conferring with someone. Can't quite see who. Oh, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain and two policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. A humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indelkoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed a message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in a field east of the village of Grover's Mill. Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition. The next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, crawled back in their pit and made no attempt to prevent the efforts of the firemen to recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. The combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy. Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you his explanation of the calamity. The next voice you hear will be that of Professor Pearson, brought to you by direct wire. Professor Pearson.
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder at Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information either as to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth. Of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as a heat ray. It's all too evident that these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they project in a parallel beam against any object they choose by means of a polished parabolic mirror of unknown composition, much as the mirror of a lighthouse projects a beam of light. That is my conjecture of the origin of the heat ray.
Thank you, Professor Pearson. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a bulletin from Trenton. It is a brief statement informing us that the charred body of Carl Phillips has been identified in a Trenton hospital. Now, here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. Scouts report all quiet in the pit, and there is no sign of life appearing from the mouth of the cylinder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations.
We have received a request from the State Militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facilities. In view of the gravity of the situation, and believing that radio has a responsibility to serve in the public interest at all times, we are turning over our facilities to the State Militia at Trenton.
We take you now to the field headquarters of the State Militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
This is Captain Lansing of the Signal Corps, attached to the State Militia, now engaged in military operations in the vicinity of Grover's Mill. Situation arising from the reported presence of certain individuals of unidentified nature is now under complete control. The cylindrical object, which lies in a pit directly below our position, surrounded on all sides by 8 battalions of infantry, without heavy field pieces, but adequately armed with rifles and machine guns. All cause for alarm, if such cause ever existed, is now entirely unjustified. Things, whatever they are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the pit. I can see their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlights here. With all their reported resources, these creatures can scarcely stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the troops. I can make out their khaki uniforms crossing back and forth in front of the lights. Looks almost like a real war. There appears to be some slight smoke in the woods bordering the Millstone River, probably fire started by campers. Well, we ought to see some action soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick thrust and it'll all be over. Now, wait a minute. I see something on top of the cylinder. No, it's nothing but a shadow. Now the troops are on the edge of the Wilmot Farm. 7,000 armed men closing in on an old metal tube. A tub, rather. Well, wait, that wasn't a shadow. It's something moving. Solid metal, kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. It's going higher and higher. What? It's standing on legs, actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against a single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster or burned to cinders by its heat ray. The monster is now in control of the middle section of New Jersey and has effectively cut the state through its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are torn and service from New York to Philadelphia discontinued, except routing some of the trains through Allerton and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and Army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton. It is estimated to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency. The Secretary of the Interior.
Citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation that confronts the country, nor the concern of your government in protecting the lives and property of its people. However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Fortunately, this formidable enemy is still confined to a comparatively small area, and we may place our faith in the military forces to keep them there. In the meantime, placing our faith in God, we must continue the performance of our duties, each and every one of us, so that we may confront this destructive adversary with a nation united, courageous, and consecrated to the preservation of human supremacy on this earth. I thank you.
You have just heard the Secretary of the Interior speaking from Washington. Bulletins too numerous to read are piling up in the studio here. We're informed that the central portion of New Jersey is blacked out from radio communication due to the effect of the heat ray upon power lines and electrical equipment. Here's a special bulletin in New York. Cables have been received from English, French, and German scientific bodies offering assistance. Astronomers report continued gas outbursts at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The majority voiced the opinion that the enemy will be reinforced by additional rocket machines. There have been several attempts made to locate Professor Pearson of Princeton, who has observed Martians at close range. It is feared he was lost in the recent battle. Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report 3 Martian machines visible above treetops, moving north toward Somerville with population fleeing ahead of them. The heat ray is not in use, although advancing at express train speed, invaders pick their way carefully. They seem to be making a conscious effort to avoid destruction of cities and countryside. However, they stop to uproot power lines, bridges, and railroad tracks. Their apparent objective is to crush resistance, paralyze communication, and disorganize human society. Here is a bulletin from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Coon hunters have stumbled on a second cylinder similar to the first, embedded in the great swamp 20 miles south of Morristown. Army field pieces are proceeding from Newark to blow up the second invading unit before the cylinder can be opened and the fighting machine rigged. They are taking up a position in the foothills of Watchung Mountains. Another bulletin from Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report enemy machines, now 3 in number, increasing speed northward, kicking over houses and trees in their evident haste to form a conjunction with their allies south of Morristown. Machines also sighted by telephone operator east of Middlesex, within 10 miles of Plainfield. Here's a bulletin from Winston Field, Long Island. A fleet of Army bombers carrying heavy explosive flying north in pursuit of enemy. Scouting planes act as guides. They keep the speeding enemy in sight. Just a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. We've run special wires to the artillery line in adjacent villages to give you direct reports in the zone of the advancing enemy. First, we take you to the battery of the 22nd Field Artillery, located in the Watchung Mountains.
Range 32 meters.
32 meters.
Projection 39 degrees.
39 degrees.
Fire.
140 yards to the right, sir.
Shift range 31 meters.
31 meters.
Projection 37 degrees.
37 degrees.
Fire.
Hit, sir. Got the tripod of one of them. They're stopped. The others are trying to repair it.
Quick, get the range. Shift 30 meters.
30 meters.
Projection 27 degrees.
27 degrees.
Fire.
shell lancer. Letting off a smoke.
What is it?
Black smoke, sir. Moving this way. Lying close to the ground. Moving fast.
Put on gas masks. Get ready to fire. Shift to 24 meters.
24 meters.
Projection 24 degrees.
24 degrees.
Fire.
Still can't see, sir. Smoke's coming nearer.
Get the range.
23 meters.
23 meters.
23 meters.
Projection 22 degrees.
22 degrees.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill, a small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. A life that has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of the lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing the signature of Richard Pearson. I look down at my blackened hand and I try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who, on the night of October 20th, glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, my students, my books, my observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What day is it? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to wind the clocks? In writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book that was meant to record the movements of the stars. But to write, I must live, and to live, I must eat. Find moldy bread in the kitchen and an orange not too spoiled to swallow. Keep watch at the window. Time to time, I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. The smoke still holds the house in its black coil, but at length there's a hissing sound, and suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam as if to dissipate the smoke. I watch in a corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house. Exhausted by terror, I fall asleep. Morning. Sun streams in the window. The black cloud of gas is lifted, and the scorched meadows to the north look as though a black snowstorm had passed over them. I venture from the house. I make my way to a road, no traffic. Here and there, a wrecked car, baggage overturned, a blackened skeleton. Push on north. For some reason, I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away from them. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the Martians feed. Should one of their machines appear over the top of trees, I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. I come to a chestnut tree. October. Chestnuts are ripe. Fill my pockets. I must keep alive. 2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally, I notice a living creature. A small red squirrel in a beech tree. I stare at him and wonder. He stares back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion. The joy of finding another living being. Push on north. I find dead cows in a brackish field, and beyond the charred ruins of a dairy, the silo remains standing guard over the wasteland like a lighthouse, deserted by the sea. Astride the silo perches a weathercock. The arrow points north. North. Next day, I come to a city. City vaguely familiar in its contours, yet its buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off as if a giant had sliced off its highest towers with a capricious sweep of his hand. Reached the outskirts, I found Newark. Newark, undemolished but humbled by some whim of the advancing Martians. Presently, with an odd feeling of being watched, I caught sight of something crouching in a doorway. I made a step towards it, and it rose up and became a man. A man armed with a large knife.
Stop! Where do you come from?
I come from many places. A long time ago, from Princeton.
Princeton, huh? That's near Grover's Mill.
Yes.
Grover's Mill. There's no food here. This is my country. All this end of town down the river. There's only food for one. Which way are you going?
I don't know. I guess I'm looking for people.
Hey, what was that? Did you hear something just then?
No. Only a bird. A live bird.
You get to know that birds have shadows these days. Say, we're in the open here. Let's crawl in this doorway here and talk.
Have you seen any Martians?
No. They're going over to New York. Night, the sky's alive with their lights, just as if people were still living in it. By daylight, you can't see them. 5 days ago, a couple of them carried something big across the flats from the airport. I think they're learning how to fly.
Fly?
Yeah, fly.
Then it's all over with humanity. Stranger, there's still you and I. 2 of us left.
Yeah. They got themselves in solid. They wrecked the greatest country in the world. Those green stars, they're probably falling somewhere every night. They've only lost one machine. There isn't anything to do. We're done. We're licked.
Where were you? You're in a uniform.
Yeah, what's left of it. I was in the militia. National Guard. That's good. There wasn't any war. Any more than there's war between men and ants.
Yes, but we're eatable ants. I found that out. What'll they do to us?
I thought it all out. Right now, we're caught as we're wanted. A Martian only has to go a few miles to get a crowd on the run. But they won't keep on doing that. They'll begin catching us systematic, like keeping the best and storing us in cages and things. They haven't begun on us yet.
Not begun?
Not begun. All that's happened so far is because we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bothering them with guns and such stuff and losing our heads and rushing off in crowds. No, instead of our rushing around blind, we got to fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization, progress.
Yes, but if that's so, what is there to live for?
Well, there won't be any more concerts for 1,000,000 years or so, and no nice little dinners at restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I guess the game's up.
What is there left?
Life, that's what. I want to live. Yeah, and so do you. We're not going to be exterminated.
And I don't mean to be caught either. Tamed and fattened and bred like an ox.
What are you going to do?
I'm going on. Right under their feet. I got a plan. We men, as men, we're finished. We don't know enough. We got to learn plenty before we got a chance. We've got to live and keep free while we learn, see? I've thought it all out, see?
Well, tell me the rest.
Well, it isn't all of us that are made for wild beasts. That's what it got to. That's what it got to be. That's why I watched you. Watched you. All those little office workers that used to live in these houses. They be no good. They haven't any stuff in them. They used to run off to work. I've seen hundreds of them running to catch their commuter's train in the morning, afraid they'd get canned if they didn't. Running back at night, afraid they wouldn't be in time for dinner. Lives insured and a little invested in case of accidents. Yeah, and on Sundays, worried about the hereafter. Well, the Martians, they'll be a godsend for those guys. Nice, roomy cages, good food, careful breeding, no worries. Yeah, after a week or so of chasing around the fields on empty stomachs, they'll come and be glad to be caught.
You've thought it all out, haven't you?
Sure, you bet I have. That isn't all. These Martians are going to make pets of some of them. Train them to do tricks. Who knows, get sentimental over the pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah, and some maybe, they'll train to hunt us.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Human
Yes, they will. There's men who do it gladly. If one of them ever comes after me, by...
In the meantime, you and I and others like us, where are we to live when the Martians own the Earth?
I got it all figured out. We'll live underground. I've been thinking about the sewers. Under New York, there are miles and miles of them. The main ones, they're big enough for anybody. Then there's cellars, vaults, underground storerooms, railway tunnels, subways. You begin to see, huh? We'll get a bunch of strong men together. No weaklings. That rubbish, out.
As you meant me to go.
All right. Give you a chance, didn't I?
Won't quarrel about that. Go on.
Well, we got to make safe places for us to stay in, see? Get all the books we can. Science books. That's where men like you come in, see? We raid the museums. We'll even spy on the Martians. May not be so much we have to learn before... Listen. Just imagine this. 4 or 5 of their own fighting machines suddenly start off. Heat rays right and left. Not a Martian in them. Not a Martian in them, see? But men. Men who've learned the way how. May even be in our time. Gee. Imagine having one of them lovely things with its heat ray wide and free. We'd turn it on Martians. We'd turn it on men. We'd bring everybody down on their knees.
That's your plan.
Yeah. You, me, a few more of us. We'd own the world.
I see.
Hey. Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going?
Not to your world. Bye, stranger. Well, after parting with the artilleryman, I came at last to the Holland Tunnel, entered that silent tube, anxious to know the fate of the great city on the other side of the Hudson. Cautiously, I came out of the tunnel and made my way up Canal Street. Reached 14th Street, and there again were black powder and several bodies and an evil, ominous smell from the gratings of the cellars of some of the houses. I wandered up through the 30s and 40s, stood alone on Times Square, caught sight of a lean dog running down 7th Avenue with a piece of dark brown meat in his jaws and a pack of starving mongrels at his heels. Made a wide circle around me as though he feared I might prove a fresh competitor. Walked up Broadway in the direction of that strange powder, past silent shop windows, displaying their mute wares to empty sidewalks. Past the Capitol Theater, silent, dark. Past a shooting gallery where a row of empty guns faced an arrested line of wooden ducks. Near Columbus Circle, I noticed models of 1939 motor cars in the showrooms facing empty streets.
Over the top of the General Motors building, I watched a flock of black birds circling in the sky. Hurried on. Suddenly, I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine, standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. An insane idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 60th Street, and from there I could see standing in a silent row along the mall 19 of those great metal titans, their cowls empty, their steel arms hanging listlessly by their sides. I looked in vain for the monsters that inhabit those machines. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted to the immense flock of black birds that hovered directly below me. They circled to the ground. And there before my eyes, stark and silent, lay the Martians with the hungry birds pecking and tearing brown shreds of flesh from their dead bodies. Later, when their bodies were examined in laboratories, it was found that they were killed by the putrefactive and disease bacteria against which their systems were unprepared. Slain, after all, man's defenses had failed by the humblest thing that God, His wisdom, has put upon this earth. Before the cylinder fell, there was a general persuasion that through all the deep of space, no life existed beyond the petty surface of our minute sphere. Now we see further. Dim and wonderful is the vision I've conjured up in my mind of life spreading slowly from this little seedbed of the solar system throughout the inanimate vastnesses of sidereal space. But a remote dream, maybe that the destruction of the Martians is only a reprieve to them and not to us. Is the future ordained, perhaps? Strange it now seems to sit in my peaceful study at Princeton, writing down this last chapter of the record, begun at a deserted farm in Grover's Mill. Strange to watch children playing in the streets. Strange to see young people strolling on the green where the new spring grass heals the last black scars of a bruised earth. Strange to watch the sightseers enter the museum where the dissembled parts of a Martian machine are kept on public view. Strange when I recall the time when I first saw it. Bright and clean-cut, hard and silent under the dawn of that last great day.
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character, to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the hollow couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates. By tomorrow night, so we did the best next thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian, it's Halloween.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, the 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air. Next week, we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Charles C. Shaw speaking. KTSA is honored this evening by the presence in our studios of two great men, the Honorable H.G. Wells, world-famous British historian, author, and student of world affairs, and Mr. Orson Welles, the genius of stage, screen, and radio. This is the first time that Mr. H.G. Wells and Mr. Orson Welles have appeared together. In fact, they met for the first time only yesterday here in San Antonio. But this is not the first time that their names have been linked. 2 years ago, Mr. Orson Welles adapted Mr. H.G. Wells' book, War of the Worlds, for radio purposes. And you know the rest. Revising the story somewhat, Mr. Orson Welles depicted an invasion of the United States by men from Mars. Although he explained it numerous times during the program that it was fictitious, the country at large was frightened almost out of its wits. Men called radio stations offering to enlist against the Martians. Others were panic-stricken. The realism of the production, frightening though it was a tribute to Mr. Orson Welles' genius. And thus the name of Wells, H-G-W-E-L-L-S, and Orson, W-E-L-L-E-S, became linked. Mr. H.G. Wells, in the opinion of many, is the world's most famous man of letters. He has come to San Antonio to address the United States Brewers Association, and Mr. Orson Welles is here for a town hall forum address Wednesday. In this meeting of great minds, I feel rather inconspicuous, and the less I have to say, the better you listeners will like it. But first, could I interest you gentlemen in a discussion of Mr. Orson Welles' broadcast of Mr. H.G. Wells' book, The War of the Worlds.
Turning the meeting over to us, sir?
I am, for the moment.
He's turning it over to us. Well, I've had a series of the most delightful experiences since I came to America. But the best thing that has happened so far is meeting my little namesake here, Orson. I find him the most delightful carrier. He carries my name and an extra E that I hope he'll drop sooner or later. See no sense in it. And I've known his work before he made this sensational Halloween spree. Are you sure there was such a panic in America, or wasn't it your Halloween fun?
I think that's the nicest thing that a man from England could possibly say about the men from Mars. Because Mr. Hitler made a good deal of sport of it, you know, and actually spoke of it in the great Munich speech, you know. And there were floats in Nazi parades.
He hadn't much else to say.
That's right. There hadn't much else to say. And it's supposed to show the corrupt condition and decadent state of affairs in democracies that the War of the Worlds went over as well as it did. I think it's very nice of Mr. Wells to say that not only I didn't mean it, but the American people didn't mean it.
That was our impression in England. We had articles about it, and people said, have you never heard of Halloween in America when everybody pretends to see ghosts? Now, before we get away from this microphone, tell me about this film of yours that you've been producing. You're a producer, aren't you? You're
That's right.
Art director, you're everything.
Well, Mr. Wells...
What's the film called?
It's called Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane, yes. Not C-A-I-N.
No, K-A-N-E. And this is, of course, the kindest and most gracious possible thing to do. Mr. Wells is making it possible for me to do what in America is spoken of as a plug. And he understands.
Do they
fine old American
I don't understand these words. Yes.
You understand the value, however. Mr. Wells wants me to tell you that I have made a motion picture, and he's kind enough to ask me a leading question concerning it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Very kind, sir. It's a new sort of motion picture with a new method of presentation and a few new technical experiments, a few new methods of telling a picture, not only from the point of view of writing, but of showing it.
If I don't misunderstand you completely, I think there'll be a lot of jolly good new noises in it. What do you think?
I hope so. I think a few jolly good new noises are what the motion pictures could well afford these days. I hope you're right, and I hope there are some jolly good new noises. I can think of nothing more desirable in motion picture. I'm all for some jolly good new noises.
Wasn't it you, Mr. Orson Welles, that presented for the first time in modern times plays without scenery and settings in your
That's
Julius
right,
Caesar?
yes. And they were not...
Well, now,
there's no such
yes.
thing as a play without settings, because there's got to be
No.
something behind an actor, and you've got to look at something.
Very simple settings. I had an extraordinary experience once. I saw Ellen Terry's son. What was his name?
Ellen Terry's son.
Yes,
You mean,
his production of Hamlet.
You mean Gielgud?
No.
Gielgud is a relation of the Terrys.
No. Never mind his name for the moment, but I saw Hamlet produced in Russian in Moscow.
Oh, the Stanislavski production. This I know nothing about.
I'm sorry.
Awfully sorry.
Yes. And that was done with screens and nothing else. It was done in Russian. I know my Hamlet pretty well, and all the time I thought I was listening to the English play. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes. That was a great show.
Mr. H.G. Wells, I understand you've written a new book.
Yes. I've
Very great book.
put a lot of... Orson's a good fellow.
Sensible, too. Discerning, yes.
Yes.
No, that's true.
Yes, I've tried to do the mental attitude of two very clever young people, two university students, towards the world, how the world looks to them and what problems they have to face. It's a book for the young, about the young.
And it's a very young book.
It's very... Thank you.
And what is the name of your book?
I think for a man that I've only met in 2 days, Orson's a very loyal cousin of mine.
What is the name of the book, Mr. Wells? Babes in the Darkling?
Babes in the Darkling Wood. Not Babes in the Wood, but Babes in the Darkling Wood.
Is it realistic or any fantasy in it?
Oh, no, it's quite realistic. They just talk away at their troubles.
Most of Mr. Wells's novels are realistic, but it's a misconception. It's assumed that a man who could say that the air arm of a country is the most important thing about a country in the future, that such a madman must certainly write nothing but fantasy.
Well, gentlemen, it's with great reluctance that I have to say our time's up. This has been one of the real pleasures of my life. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. H.G. Wells, the famous British historian and author, and Mr. Orson Welles, the theatrical genius, who met for the first time in San Antonio yesterday and have honored us with their presence tonight. To you, Mr. H.G. Wells, and to you, Mr. Orson Welles, my heartfelt thanks for your kindness.
KTSA, San Antonio.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Charles C. Shaw speaking. KTSA is honored this evening by the presence in our studios of 2 great men, the Honorable H.G. Wells, world-famous British historian, author, and student of world affairs, and Mr. Orson Welles, the genius of stage, screen, and radio. This is the first time that Mr. H.G. Wells and Mr. Orson Welles have appeared together. In fact, they met for the first time only yesterday here in San Antonio. But this is not the first time that their names have been linked. 2 years ago, Mr. Orson Welles adapted Mr. H.G. Wells' book, War of the Worlds, for radio purposes, and you know the rest. Revising the story somewhat, Mr. Orson Welles depicted an invasion of the United States by men from Mars. Although he explained it numerous times during the program that it was fictitious, the country at large was frightened almost out of its wits. Men called radio stations offering to enlist against the Martians. Others were panic-stricken. The realism of the production, frightening though it was a tribute to Mr. Orson Welles' genius. And thus the name of Wells, H-G-W-E-L-L-S, and Orson, W-E-L-L-E-S, became linked. Mr. H.G. Wells, in the opinion of many, is the world's most famous man of letters. He has come to San Antonio to address the United States Brewers Association, and Mr. Orson Welles is here for a town hall forum address Wednesday. In this meeting of great minds, I feel rather inconspicuous, and the less I have to say, the better you listeners will like it. But first, could I interest you gentlemen in a discussion of Mr. Orson Welles' broadcast of Mr. H.G. Wells' book, The War of the Worlds?
You're turning the meeting over to us, sir?
I am, for the moment.
He's turning it over to us. Well, I've had a series of the most delightful experiences since I came to America. But the best thing that has happened so far is meeting my little namesake here, Orson. I find him the most delightful carrier. He carries my name and an extra E that I hope he'll drop sooner or later. See no sense in it. And I've known his work before he made this sensational Halloween spree. Are you sure there was such a panic in America, or wasn't it your Halloween fun?
I think that's the nicest thing that a man from England could possibly say about the men from Mars. Because Mr. Hitler made a good deal of sport of it, you know, and actually spoke of it in the great Munich speech, you know. And there were floats in Nazi parades.
He hadn't much else to say.
That's right. There hadn't much else to say. And it's supposed to show the corrupt condition and decadent state of affairs in democracies that the War of the Worlds went over as well as it did. I think it's very nice of Mr. Wells to say that not only I didn't mean it, but the American people didn't mean it.
That was our impression in England. We had articles about it, and people said, have you never heard of Halloween in America when everybody pretends to see ghosts? Yes.
Well, there was some excitement caused. I really can't belittle the amount that was caused, but I think that the people got over it very quickly, don't you?
What kind of excitement? Mr. H.G. Wells wants to know if the excitement wasn't the same kind of excitement that we extract from a practical joke in which somebody puts a sheet over his head and says, boo. I don't think anybody believes that that individual is a ghost, but we do scream and yell and rush down the hall. And that's just about what happens.
That's a very excellent description.
You aren't quite serious in America yet. You haven't got the war right under your chins, and the consequence is you can still play with ideas of terror and conflict.
You think that's good or bad?
It's a natural thing to do until you're right up against it.
So it ceases to be a game.
And then it ceases to be a game.
Well, now, here's a thought. Some of Mr. H.G. Wells' writings are termed fantastic, and a few years ago, well might they have been conceived such. The shape of things to come, which told of a long internecine war, was such a fantasy. But, Mr. Orson Welles, do you think that it's so fantastic in view of today's events?
It certainly is not so fantastic. And the one question that Mr. Wells has spoken of, not only in the shape of things to come, but has hinted at or directly prophesied such a state of affairs following a wasting war and a return to a feudalism from which the world would find itself again. And today in Mr. Wells's lecture, he said quite the most interesting thing that I've heard in a long time. He said that he'd commenced just recently to ask himself if there was any reason why mankind should so emulate the phoenix and should so get itself out of its mess. He proposed a couple of solutions, but he did admit that there was a possible excuse for a gloomy point of view, and that it would be good to be realistic about it and not to dismiss the gloomy point of view anymore. Perhaps the time had come to look ahead, since the future, Mr. Wells's future, which we've always adored and never really understood, is suddenly upon us. And we are living right now in that famous H.G. Wells future, which we all knew about.
Now, before we get away from this microphone, tell me about this film of yours that you've been producing. You're a producer, aren't you? You're
That's right.
art director, you're everything.
Well, Mr. Wells...
What's the film called?
It's called Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane, yes. Not C-A-I-N.
No, K-A-N-E, and this is, of course, the kindest and most gracious possible thing to do. Mr. Wells is making it possible for me to do what in America is spoken of as a plug. And he understands this fine old American
I don't understand these words, yes.
You understand the value, however. Mr. Wells wants me to tell you that I have made a motion picture, and he is kind enough to ask me a leading question concerning it.
I'm looking forward to it.
You're very kind, sir. It's a new sort of motion picture with a new method of presentation and a few new technical experiments, a few new methods of telling a picture, not only from the point of view of writing, but of showing it.
If I don't misunderstand you completely, I think there'll be a lot of jolly good new noises in it. What do you think?
I hope so. I think a few jolly good new noises are what the motion pictures could well afford these days. I hope you're right, and I hope there are some jolly good new noises. I can think of nothing more desirable in a motion picture. I'm all for some jolly good new noises.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, under the guidance of an expert, we're going to take an excursion into the underworld of the Prohibition period. Our story is The Glass Key, by an author who is best known as the creator of The Thin Man, Mr. Dashiell Hammett. The Glass Key is, to my way of thinking, one of Dash Hammett's very best. So sit back and let the Campbell Playhouse demonstrate that Mr. Hammett knows far more about underworld plots, political skullduggery, and crimes of violence than any other respectable author should. And then when our story is over, we'll have a chance to check on Dash Hammett, because we have with us in the studio tonight a man who knows more about this sort of thing than even Dashiell Hammett. Warden Laws, no less, of Sing Sing, of course, and who will speak to us at the end of this broadcast. And now first a word from Ernest Chappell.
There are different dishes that are special favorites with different families. But there's one dish that makes a big hit with most everyone, and that is chicken. People, by and large, like chicken so much that it's become the customary main dish for nearly any special party meal. I believe this enthusiastic taste for chicken accounts for the widespread liking for Campbell's chicken soup. Because as sure as you like chicken, you'll like this soup. There's chicken in the savory aroma from your plate, and chicken in the tempting golden glisten of the slowly simmered broth. Chicken in the eating of this soup, too. Deep down, slow-simmered chicken flavor and tender pieces of chicken meat, along with a fluffy white rice. I want to make a bold statement, one you might have doubted 5 years ago and that perhaps some of you will doubt today. If you will eat a plate of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow, I'm absolutely sure you'll say it's as fine as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted anywhere.
Do you doubt that statement? Well, if you do, I'm sure it's because you haven't tasted Campbell's chicken soup recently. And in that case, I ask you to try it, because I'm sure one taste will convince you, and that you'll want to have Campbell's chicken soup often. And now, The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvig.
My name's Ned Beaumont, and I guess I'm out of a job for a while. Well, I did the best I could for Paul Madvig, but there it is. A clean sweep for the reform ticket. Funny how things change. 6 weeks ago, you could have got 4-1 on the Madvig machine, putting over the whole ticket. When you come to think about it, there wasn't a thing Paul Madvig could have done differently. Not with the setup he had. I remember the first evening he talked to me about it in his office up over the party headquarters. Office? Well, it wasn't much of an office, just a desk with a lamp on it, and a couple of chairs, and a picture of the governor looking down at you.
All right. Now, there you are, Ned.
Hello, Paul. Lend me some money.
What do you want?
Couple of $100?
Been shooting dice?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks.
It's a long time since you've done any winning, isn't it, Ned?
Oh, not so long. Month or 6 weeks.
That's a long time to be losing. Why don't you try laying off a while when you hit one of these sour streaks?
That's no good. It only spreads it out.
Well, if you can stand the gap.
I can stand anything I've got to stand.
Guess you can at that. Listen, Ned. You know more about this stuff than I do. Janet Henry's birthday's Thursday. What do you think I ought to give her?
Is the senator throwing a party?
Yeah.
You invited?
No, but I'm going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Are you going to back the senator in this election, Paul?
Yeah, I think I will.
Why?
Because with his help, we can put over the whole ticket just like nobody was running against us.
Without you behind him, could the senator make the grade this time?
Not a chance.
Does he know that?
He ought to know it better than anybody else. And if he didn't know it...
You wouldn't be going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Have you
promised him anything yet?
Yeah, it's pretty well settled.
Listen to me, Paul. Throw the senator down, sink him.
Well...
Forget he's never been licked at anything in his life.
Sure, and that's one of the best reasons I know for throwing in with him.
No, it isn't, Paul. It's the very worst. Think that over, even if it hurts your head. How far has this dizzy blonde daughter of his got her hooks into you?
I'm going to marry Miss Henry.
Is that part of the bargain?
Nobody knows it yet, except you and me.
That's what you want. Make them put it in writing. Better still insist on the wedding before Election Day. Then you'll at least be sure of your pound of flesh, Paul, or she'll weigh around 110, won't she?
I don't know why you keep talking about the senator like he was a yake. He's a gentleman.
Absolutely, and his daughter's an aristocrat. Rules apply.
Ah, Ned, don't be...
And we oughtn't forget that her brother, Taylor Henry's an aristocrat, too, which is probably why you made your daughter stop playing around with him.
Ah, no, Ned, that's different.
And when you're married to Janet Henry, will that entitle her brother to begin playing around with Opal again?
Over my dead body, it will. I didn't ask for all this. I just asked you what kind of present I ought to give Miss Henry.
How far have you got with her?
Nowhere. I've been over there half dozen times to talk to Senate. Sometimes I see her and sometimes I don't.
But you didn't get a bid to the birthday party?
No, not yet.
Then the answer's one you won't like.
Such as?
Don't give her anything.
Oh, Ned.
Well, do whatever you like. You ask me.
But why?
You're not supposed to give people things unless you're sure they'd like to get them from you.
I got you. Guess you're right. I'll be hanged if I'll pass up the chance to give her a present.
Well, flowers, then, or something like that might be all right.
Flowers? Yeah, Ned, but I wanted...
Sure, you wanted to give her a roaster or a couple of yards of pearls. You'll get your chance at that later. Start little and grow. Paul went to that dinner. It was the next night, a Wednesday. Just lately, I found out what happened up at the senator's house that evening. As a matter of fact, I got it... Oh, well, never mind.
Don't give it a thought, Senator. Me behind you, the election's as good as in the bag.
I've been through a few more elections than you, Madvig. They're never in the bag until the votes are counted.
Boys will figure to pile up a 30,000 majority in the 8th Ward alone.
What will you two talk about when the election's over?
How to win the next one, Miss Henry.
I'm afraid that's true.
Oh, if you'll excuse me, Madvig, I'll leave you alone with Janet for a moment.
Sure, Senator.
I want to have a talk with my son before he goes out. I'll be right back.
You'll have to excuse my brother for not coming down to dinner.
That's all right. Taylor and I had a little misunderstanding some weeks back about my daughter.
You're not interested in music, are you, Mr. Madvig?
I'm interested in anything you do, Miss Henry.
I didn't ask that.
Music? Oh, yes, I like music. You play it?
I can see you're a difficult man to amuse, Mr. Madvig. The conversation must be about politics or about me. Is that it?
Well, those are the two things I'm interested in.
Do you think they go together very well?
Yes. One's a means to the other.
Mr. Madvig.
My friends call me Paul.
Very well. Paul, then.
Well, listen, Miss Henry. I know this is a little out of my line. I know I'm a politician from the wrong side of town, and you're Senator Henry's daughter. About all I've ever learned that you don't get up to the 6th grade is how to run things. How to get other people to run things for you. Not quite all. I can learn music and the rest of the things on your side of the town. That's what I'm setting out to do. Janet, you're the end of my road. Everything I want. Everything I want to be.
Mr. Madvig.
Sorry. Thought you wanted me to kiss you.
I think you'd better go now. I'll explain to Father.
Sorry.
Let's not talk about it. Your place in the hall.
All right. Good night, Miss Henry.
Good night, Mr. Madvig.
Oh, what's that? Who just went out? Where's Paul?
He's gone.
I wanted to see him. Taylor told me to come down and apologize for, Janet. Why did Paul go?
Because I asked him to. Father, is it really necessary for me to associate with Mr. Madvig?
When you're in public life, my dear, besides, Paul's not a bad sort.
He's the sort that wants something for everything he does. This evening, he started collecting.
What do you mean, Janet?
That's what I say. He started to make love to me. What's that?
It must have been Taylor.
I hope he didn't hear what I said. You know how he feels about Madvig.
Taylor, come back here! Taylor, come back! Taylor! Taylor! I had an idea Paul would stop by party headquarters that night after the dinner, and I went up to his office and sat at his desk waiting for him. It was after 10 when he came in.
Hello, Ned. What are you doing at my desk?
Reading the paper.
Thought you was downstairs playing dice.
I was. How'd the Henry dinner go?
I've been to worse.
Was Taylor there?
Not at dinner. Why?
Because he's dead. In the gut up in China Street. With a fractured skull.
Is that so?
You understand what I said?
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
He was killed.
All right. Do you want me to get hysterical about it?
Oh, I thought you might want to look into it since it's Senator Henry's son.
It's up to the cops, isn't it?
I was there with him before they moved the body.
Did you notice anything?
Yeah.
What?
His hat wasn't there.
You won't need it now.
Well, I'll be going along. So long, Paul.
You're a fool, Ned.
Yeah. One of us is. Next day, I drove out to Paul Madvig's house down on Mill Stream Boulevard. I figured Paul wouldn't be in. Hey, Mrs. Oh, hello, Mom.
So here you are at last, Ned. You're a worthless boy to neglect an old woman like this.
Oh, Mom, Madvig, I'm a big boy now, and I got my work to look after. Where's the kid?
Opal?
Yeah.
She's laying down. She's not feeling good.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
Headache. Guess she's been dancing too much.
Father been up to see her?
No, Paul hasn't been home since yesterday. Did they find out about the Henry boy?
Did the cops ever find out anything? Is it all right if I pop in and say hello to Opal?
Sure. Go right up, Ned. She'll be glad to see you.
Okay.
I'll have a cup of tea for you when you come down.
I went up the stairs and across the landing. The blind was down in Opal's room, and I could see the light from her cigarette as she sat in bed.
Hello, Ned.
Hello, Snip. Yeah, I know, youngster. It's tough.
Oh, really? Most of the headache's gone.
So, Opal, I'm an outsider now, huh?
Oh, what you mean?
I mean Taylor Henry.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't seen him for months since Dad made me stop seeing him.
Okay, kid, I'll be running along.
Oh, wait a minute. Back here. What makes you act like that?
You oughtn't to lie to me.
But you're not.
How long since you saw Taylor?
You want to talk to him? It's been weeks.
All right.
Oh, no, don't make it so hard for me. Aren't we friends?
Sure. But it's hard to remember it when we're alone to each other.
Did you know I'd been meeting?
Well, I know it now.
No.
Never mind that.
Ned, I was with him only yesterday afternoon. Oh, see, I was close.
Yeah?
What do you think that's close? You know, Ned,
No.
I've got to find out. I've got to.
Why?
Ned, if I ask you something, you won't get mad, will you?
I'll try not to.
Did Dad know that Taylor and I were still going together?
Listen, kid, what are you trying to prove?
And I thought you weren't going to get mad.
I'm not. Did you really love Taylor Henry, Chip, or was it just because your
I
father...
really did love him, Ned. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure I loved him.
I drove back to town and stopped at the police station and called up Paul Maverick at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Back to town and stopped at the pay station and called up Paul Maverick at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Around 3, I went over to the district attorney's office.
District Attorney's office. Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your number? Thank you. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Tell Mr. Farr I want to see him.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Farr. Mr. Beaumont's here. Yes, Mr. Farr. You can go right in, Mr. Beaumont.
Thanks.
You know the way.
I ought to.
District Attorney's office. Sorry, Mr. Farr's busy. Would you leave your name?
Oh, hello, Ned. Come right in.
Hello, Farr.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
Farr,